Who understands family? I, Harry Potter, was locked in a room by my aunt when suddenly a big black dog came in with a note saying it was from my godfather. The next day, he barged into my house, threw down a bag of gold, and whisked me away. What's even more ridiculous is that he said he had just escaped from Azkaban. Let me tell you, I've never seen anything so absurd in my life. Just now, a handsome guy claiming to be my godfather handed me an old photo. I looked down and, good grief, the person in the photo was actually moving. A man who looked exactly like me was frantically trying to support a little kid flying wildly on a mini broomstick. That little kid was me. Next to him was a beautiful woman with emerald green eyes, smiling so gently. My mind went buzz. This is my mom and dad. But all of this has to start with that unlucky guy from 10 years ago, my godfather who had just escaped from Azkaban. That night, old Dumbledore, as if he had it all planned out, bang, suddenly appeared on a country road. He was looking around when a big black dog emerged from the bushes. Let me tell you, that dog was so thin, it looked like a walking skeleton covered with a layer of black sackcloth, its fur full of wounds, looking all rough and rugged. Dumbledore's wand lit up, shining on the dog's face. He squinted through his half-moon glasses for a long time and chuckled. "Oh, isn't this that black kid? It's been 10 years. Let me see if he has turned into a human." As soon as he finished speaking, the big black dog twisted and transformed into a man. Although the handsome base was still there, his cheeks were sunken, and his eyes were full of the exhaustion and madness brought from Azkaban. 10 years, a whole 10 years. He was treated as a traitor by the whole world and had to eat prison food in that hellish place for a decade. He looked at Dumbledore, his voice hoarse. "Professor, it wasn't me. I didn't betray James and Lily." Dumbledore nodded, his gaze as if he could see through a person's heart. "You mentioned the true culprit in your letter. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have come tonight." When it came to the real traitor, my godfather, Sirius Black's whole face twisted. "It's Peter Pettigrew, that despicable traitor. None of us expected him to betray us." He coughed in anger, having just escaped from prison 2 days ago, and after swimming ashore to avoid the Dementors, he was already physically exhausted. Dumbledore was also a sharp character. Seeing his nearly lifeless appearance, he immediately took out some lemon drops and cake. "Come on, have some first, you look starving." Sirius immediately devoured it, nodding as he ate. The sugar and lemon scent rushed into his stomach, and he felt like he was alive again. He told Dumbledore that he managed to escape from Azkaban thanks to a skill he had illegally mastered in Immagus. He could turn into a dog. The Dementors, those blind creatures, could only sense human emotions and were essentially helpless against animals. He relied on his emaciated dog's body to slip through the bars. "Goodness, for the sake of a friend, you three went to practice illegal in Immagus?" Dumbledore was astonished after hearing this. James was a stag, and Peter was a rat. No wonder Pettigrew could escape. Who would pay attention to a rat? Sirius' eyes turned cold, licking the cake crumbs off his fingers. "The Ministry of Magic won't even realize I'm missing for a while. Before I left, I tore apart all the Death Eaters in the same cell with my dog mouth. By the time they find a pile of bones, it'll be too late." Dumbledore gasped. "I've been carrying the blame for 10 years. It can't be in vain," Sirius said. "I escaped not just to find that filthy rat Pettigrew. It's also for Harry, my godson. He's 11 this year, right? It's time for him to go to school. I'm his godfather. I have money, and 12. Grimmauld Place is still in my name. I can take care of him." Dumbledore shook his head. "A nationally wanted murderer? It's too dangerous for Harry to be with you. I've placed him with his aunt. Lily's sister?" Sirius' expression darkened instantly. That family won't treat him well at all. He was anxious, almost kneeling before Dumbledore. "Professor, if Voldemort makes a comeback, Harry will be in danger wherever he is. He grew up with Muggle parents, knowing nothing about magic. Isn't he just a living target? Let me see him, please. He is the only child of James and Lily." The summer night wind blew through his dry hair, and his gray eyes were full of bloodshot veins, shining frighteningly bright. Who understands family? I was sitting in a giant tree, sulking, just because of a letter with my name on it. My bizarre uncle and aunt actually moved me from the cupboard under the stairs to Dudley's old toy storage room. The price was that mysterious letter. I didn't even get to touch it. I was in a daze when I saw a big black dog jumping out below. This dog was not right. It was going from house to house, checking the house numbers. Finally, it stopped at our door, began to circle the house, and even tried to peek through the window, trampling my aunt's meticulously maintained lawn. I thought to myself, "Buddy, don't waste your effort. If there's anything good to eat in this house, it's all in my pig cousin Dudley's stomach." After it turned around enough, I poked my head out from the tree. "Hey." The big black dog suddenly looked up, saw me, and its gray eyes lit up instantly. Really like a searchlight, its tail wagging like a propeller, bouncing around the tree trunk, so friendly. I felt at that moment that this dog seemed to know me. I cautiously climbed down the tree, and it immediately came over, gently nudging my messy hair with its paw. I stroked its tangled fur and murmured, "Are you a stray dog too?" "No owner, actually. I'm kind of the same. I don't have parents." As soon as I finished speaking, the big dog's happy mood instantly vanished, and its eyes even shimmered with tears. I was taken aback. Why were this dog's emotions fluctuating so much? I hurriedly, clumsily comforted it, ran back to my new bedroom, dug out some vegetable snacks Dudley didn't want, and we hid behind the tree, stuffing our cheeks full and munching away. At that moment, my Aunt Petunia's scream pierced the sky. "Who trampled my lawn like this?" "Harry, was it you who did this?" "Oh no." I quickly shoved half a bag of vegetable snacks into the big dog's mouth. "Run. Don't let her see you." By the time my aunt found me, the big black dog had already vanished. She grabbed me and dragged me into the house, locking me in my room. I was staring out the window in a daze when a furry black shadow flashed by again. That big black dog. It was holding a piece of paper in its mouth, placing it on the windowsill before turning and running away. I opened it to see a line of flowing script. "I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Be ready." I was like, that night I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, sure enough, another letter arrived, and the whole family staged a letter-snatching battle. And of course, I didn't get a single one. Just when I was feeling dejected, the doorbell rang. Dudley kicked me over to open the door. When the door opened, I was dumbfounded. Standing at the door was a tall, thin, black-haired, handsome guy wearing a mask, revealing only a pair of gray eyes. I recognized those eyes at a glance. They were the same as the big black dog from yesterday. He saw me, pulled down his mask, and smiled. "I'm Sirius Black. Did you get the note? I'm here to pick you up." Before I could react, he had already marched into the living room. My Uncle Vernon was about to blow up, but when he saw Sirius' expensive-looking outfit, he immediately stifled his anger. Sirius got straight to the point, straightforwardly stating, "I've caught a cold. Sorry for covering my face. I'm here today on behalf of Harry's parents to give you some money." With that, he slammed a bag of gold onto the table. Uncle Vernon's small eyes lit up instantly, as if he had seen his long-lost father. Aunt Petunia quickly shielded the gold and warily asked, "Do you want to take Harry away?" "No way. I won't let him become like his monstrous parent." Sirius completely ignored her and directly pulled a letter from his pocket, handing it to me. "This is your letter. Harry is going to Hogwarts, which his parents arranged long ago." He then turned to my aunt. "Oh right, Dumbledore wrote you a letter too." When Aunt Petunia heard the name Dumbledore, her face instantly turned red, and she snatched the letter, tearing it to shreds while screaming, "Get this little freak out of here. Get out now." Sirius shrugged and said, "Harry is destined to be different whether you agree or not. He has to go." He took my hand and started to walk outside. My mind was still a mess as I looked down at the strange words on the letter like robes and cauldron. When we reached under the big tree, Sirius turned to look at me and suddenly laughed. "How can you be so easy to fool? We've only known each other for a few hours, and you're already coming with me?" I raised the letter in my hand and said very seriously, "You knew my parents were their friend." He laughed even more happily. "In fact, I am your godfather." He paused and added, "However, I just got out of prison and was falsely accused of being the one who killed your parents." "Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person?" I was stunned. He squatted down, his expression becoming extremely serious. "We'll talk about this later. You need to study hard at Hogwarts and learn to protect yourself. I might have to run at any time, so you need to learn to stand on your own." Then he took out 2 small mirrors from his pocket and handed me one. "This is a 2-way mirror. Anytime you want to find me, just shout my name into it. No matter how far away I am, I can see you and hear you. If anyone dares to bully you at Hogwarts, they'll make sure they know why the flowers are so red." At that moment, I thought, then what are we doing now? Where to go? I took out that crumpled admission notice and looked at it again. Wow, there is still a whole month until school starts on September 1st. I can't understand a single word on it. It feels like I need someone to translate each one for me. My godfather touched his face, looking a bit troubled. He said, "I have to take you back to my house first, 12 Grimmauld Place, right in the center of London, very close to Diagon Alley and King's Cross Station." He paused and added, "But you might not like it there. That rundown place hasn't been lived in for 10 years, except for a gigantic house elf, and it's dark and dilapidated. Oh, and there are a bunch of portraits that are quite mad. I hope they don't scare you." He saw my expectant look and seemed to relax, saying, "In a few days, it's your birthday, and I thought I should at least give my godson a decent birthday, which is why I rushed to pick you up." We hopped on his super cool black motorcycle. Let me tell you, maybe it was because I had seen moving pictures of it before, so when the bike suddenly soared into the sky, I didn't find it weird at all. The wind whooshed past my ears, and my godfather's voice floated over in bursts. "I modified this bike myself. This Muggle invention is simply awesome, but it makes too much noise, so I modified it to silent mode, and it also has a cloaking feature, focusing on being elusive. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Do wizards really take this to work?" He replied loudly, "Of course not. We usually use apparition or fireplaces, flue powder. And if all else fails, broomsticks. Motorcycles are neither fast nor safe. It's purely a personal preference. Don't you think it looks really good?" As soon as he finished speaking, we began to descend, landing directly between two old houses. Thanks to the invisibility, people were coming and going on the street. And no one noticed we had just dropped from the sky. I silently thought, the ancestral home of the Black family is at number 12, Grimmauld Place. My godfather whispered in my ear. I followed the instructions. When I opened my eyes again, lo and behold, a house had sprung up between number 11 and number 13, as if it were 3D printed with the number 12 clearly written on it. I didn't like it here. My godfather was pulling me up the steps while muttering, "But this is the safest place I can provide you." My father had added every protective charm he could think of back in the day, and the Ministry of Magic couldn't find it. As soon as the door opened, a wave of rotten smell hit me. The inside was pitch dark, but I could tell that everything was extremely expensive, the kind of old money vibe. And how much the Black family liked snakes. Snake-shaped chandeliers, snake-shaped picture frames, snake-shaped candlesticks. All shiny silver, making the old house look even more haunted. Suddenly, a little creature with bat-like ears popped up from the basement, short and stout, bowing at a 90-degree angle to my godfather while muttering, "The master has returned, the unworthy son of the Black family. Creature doesn't like, not at all comparable to young Master Regulus. Shut up," my godfather shouted like thunder. The little house elf immediately fell silent, but its bloodshot eyes were fixed on him, and its lips continued to move silently, like a muted rap. It was also sizing me up and down, making me feel uneasy. I was so scared that I stepped back and bumped in my godfather's leg. "It's okay," he said, supporting me, frowning. "This is Creature, a house elf. You can think of him as our family's lifelong servant. He has to be loyal to me, even though he annoys me to death. You don't have to pay attention to him." Then he coldly ordered Creature, "Go, clean the house and prepare dinner for us. You're not allowed to appear in front of me during this time, and you must not disclose any information about us to anyone, not a single word." "Harry." "Harry Potter?" It seemed that old Creature had heard my name before. His big eyes started scanning me again, clutching his dirty apron, hesitating, the Dark Lord. "Hurry up. Don't let me hear the name Voldemort again." My godfather's voice suddenly rose. His expression was utterly disgusted. With that shout, a painting on the wall was awakened. A lady in the painting began to curse. "Bastard. Scoundrel. The disgrace of the Black family. I don't have a son like you. How dare you come back? Shut her up." My godfather yelled at Creature and dragged me upstairs. Once upstairs, he seemed deflated, looking very disappointed as he said, "I'm sorry, Harry. Maybe I really shouldn't have brought you here. This place is awful." But when he opened the door to his room, I instantly understood why he felt so out of place in this house. His room was another world. It was filled with dazzling red and gold, with the walls covered in gold and red-lined banners, warm and inviting. The originally silver walls were completely covered with various posters, several of which featured his favorite kind of motorcycle. My gaze was drawn to a group photo of 4 people. My godfather lifted me up, and I immediately recognized my dad, as well as his younger self. Back then, he was much more flamboyant and happy than he is now. He suddenly pointed to a short, doe-eyed boy in the photo, gritting his teeth as he said, "It's him. Little traitor Peter. That traitor." His nails left deep marks on the photo as he declared, "I will find him and kill him to avenge James and Lily." I quietly remembered that face in my heart. "What are these lion flags?" I asked. "It's the banner of Gryffindor, one of the 4 houses at Hogwarts. That's where I met your parents." "It was amazing there," he explained. "Your parents were the best students in Gryffindor, and only the bravest get chosen. Your dad was also an incredible Quidditch player." He saw my confused expression and quickly added, "Quidditch is a game played on broomsticks. I bet you'll love it. Tomorrow we'll go to Diagon Alley, and I'll buy you the best broom, the kind that's way ahead of the rest. Even though first years aren't allowed in the school team, you can still play secretly. Are there other houses?" "Yes," he said with disdain. "Voldemort graduated from Slytherin. If you ask me, half of those who came out of Slytherin became his lackeys. Their colors are silver and green, just like my stupid brother Regulus's room." He gestured to the next room, trying to appear casual, but I could still see a hint of sadness on his face. We took a quick look at Regulus's room next door. Apart from the color, everything exuded a sense of order and oppression, completely opposite to his brother. I had Creature buy a lot of potion mixtures, which are the kind of potions that can make me look like someone else. In the future, when I go out, I might look different every day. My godfather stared at a tuft of hair and said that although the Ministry of Magic hasn't discovered the problems with Azkaban yet, we still need to be careful. After a pause, he hesitantly continued, If you can accept it, you can stay here. If you don't want to, I'll take you back to your aunt's house after shopping. I like it here. I answered without thinking. I was already comfortably sitting on his bed. It was so warm here. But there are too many strange things, he hurriedly explained. My mom's old portrait has a bad temper, and some antiques might want to kill you at any moment, so don't rummage through them. Some old clothes might even have been cursed with dark magic and could choke you to death. The Dursleys are just as irritable with me, I said calmly. Dudley takes his bad mood out on me like a punching bag. He touched my head with guilt, feeling very sorry. If only I had been more careful back then. Suddenly, Creature's voice came from outside. Master, dinner is ready. My godfather ignored him and just whispered to me, probably not very tasty. We don't see eye to eye, but filling our stomachs was not a problem. The dinner was actually quite delicious, and I drank a big bowl of thick soup I had never seen before. The only thing that bothered me was that Klitsch stood next to me the whole time. His gaze like an X-ray, trying to see right through me. My godfather was clearly holding back his anger, probably afraid of scaring me, and he didn't explode. After dinner, I quietly thanked Klitsch. My godfather huffed and directly pulled me away. Before we left, I seemed to see Klitsch roll his eyes at us in a huge way. Early the next morning, my biological clock woke me up on time, right when Aunt Penny asked me to make breakfast. I quietly got up and spent a long time studying my godfather's desk, which was covered with old textbooks and letters. By the time he came in, I had already fallen asleep again. We need to go. We have a heavy task today. First to Gringotts to get some money. He pulled me up and drank a big bottle of compound potion, transforming into another person in front of my astonished eyes. We used the flue powder in the fireplace, and whoosh, we arrived at Diagon Alley. Goodness, it was a sea of people, coming out of Gringotts. I had a big bag of galleons that my parents left for me, and I was still a bit dazed. Just as we stepped outside, my godfather suddenly stopped. Following his gaze, I spotted an enormous figure that stood out in the crowd. It was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He whispered, "It was him who brought you to Privet Drive all those years ago, and he borrowed my motorcycle. Quick, let's move aside and don't let him recognize you." As he spoke, he fumbled to push my bangs aside, trying to cover my scar. To avoid the crowd, we walked further off the beaten path, eventually reaching a gray, dingy street, stopping in front of a restaurant with an intricately designed entrance, the door handle shaped like a silver snake's head. The restaurant was called the Leaky Cauldron. My mom used to come here often. It was a place only known to pure-blood families. My godfather said, even though I can't stand those self-important nobles, I have to admit, the food here is quite good. Plus, it's really expensive, so there are fewer people. Just right. So you want to be recognized and have to deal with people guessing who I am. Once inside, there were indeed only a few people. At the nearest table sat a family of 3. The father and son had light blonde hair that was particularly glaring under the lights. My dad's expression instantly became a bit awkward, and he lowered his voice to say, "Who understands this, family? I can run into relatives just going out to eat. That's my cousin, Narcissa." I quickly turned around and glanced a few more times. The woman had extremely fair skin and a hint of arrogance on her face, resembling my godfather quite a bit. The blonde man next to her was her husband, Lucius Malfoy. She was the Miss Sissy that Creature liked the most. My godfather mumbled, and then it seemed he remembered he had changed his face, which made him bolder, thinking she definitely wouldn't recognize me. The names of the dishes here were absurdly long, like foie gras with candied perilla leaves and blueberry jelly, so we just ordered randomly. My godfather was particularly generous. Order whatever you want, just pick what you like. As the last heir of the Black family, I had to spend money until my hands ached. Moreover, the portion sizes here weren't even enough to fill my gaps between teeth. As he said this, he quickly finished a plate of rice and set his sights on the next dessert. I watched him eat with great appetite, and I also relaxed and started eating. It felt so good to be able to eat so freely, and occasionally exchange glances with my godfather, teasing each other's eating habits. I asked him, "It seems you really hate the surname Black. They take pride in being pure blood and call those who can't do magic mudbloods." His face showed that look of disgust again, but it was actually useless. "Your mother, Lily, is a muggle-born. Yet she is one of the most outstanding witches I've ever seen. Mudblood? It's a dirty word. If anyone dares to say that to you in the future, just punch them, or call me over, and I'll punch them." Just as I finished speaking, the voice of the blonde kid at the next table rang out, dragging his words and lazily saying, "Is Hogwarts still accepting muggle-born children this year? Those mudbloods are going to be my classmates?" My godfather raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He quietly turned to glance at the little boy with slicked back hair and said to me in a low voice, "Harry, that little brat reminds me of my stupid brother. He grinning with a full set of teeth. When he's alone, as his uncle, I'll have to give him a proper education on behalf of my cousin." I tell you, I was dumbfounded at that moment, thinking my godfather was too wild. really planning to fight in the street? In the end, he just flashed a smile that could be called kind and gentle at that young master, silently mouthing, "Let's talk nicely. Okay, goodness." That little brat named Draco turned from a jealous liver-colored face to a terrified pale white, freezing in place, unable to say a word. His parents were still hesitating about whether to buy a broom, and he didn't even dare to let out a peep. My godfather, on the other hand, was contentedly carrying my new Firebolt 2000, swaggering away. On the way home, he was in such a good mood, even saying that the kids at his cousin's place had some charm. I was thinking, is your definition of cute a bit off? But the joy we had here was worlds apart from another person's reality. That same night, a man named Remus Lupin was huddled in the attic of a rundown tavern, completely broke. I tell you, that environment was the ultimate plus version of a boys' dormitory, a complete mess. He was a werewolf, transforming and going mad for a few days every month. So he could hardly find a decent job and could only make ends meet doing odd jobs for a magical creatures project, barely scraping by, even having to pinch pennies to buy the potion that suppresses his transformations. Who understands this? This guy was once a top student at Hogwarts, and now he ended up like this. One can only say that society's prejudice against special groups is truly devastating. He was staring at a report, feeling dizzy, when suddenly there was a commotion downstairs, with drunks shouting. Where did that owl come from? It wants to come upstairs. Lupin was taken aback. Who was it? Who still wrote him letters these days? He opened the door, and a pure white owl. Goodness, it flew straight into his face, knocking him to the ground. That owl was my Hedwig, proudly extending her leg, which had a letter tied to it. Lupin was instantly wide awake. When he saw the familiar, arrogant, and handsome handwriting on the envelope, his heart skipped a beat, almost stopping right then and there. 10 years, a full decade. He thought this person had long since died in his heart. But as soon as that handwriting appeared, all the arguments they had, the unspoken suspicions, and the happy days that could never return surged up like a flood breaking through a dam. His hands trembled like he had Parkinson's as he opened the letter. The letter began with a bombshell. Dear Mooney, I'm still alive. I escaped from prison. It wasn't me who betrayed my parents back then. It was that traitor Wormtail. Harry is with me now. I tell you, just these few sentences contained so much information that it could fry a person's CPU. At that moment, Lupin probably had his eyes nearly popping out. In the letter, my godfather wrote about his suffering over the past 10 years in Azkaban, the hatred of being wronged, and his questions for his friends, all laid out. Remus, it's been 10 years, and you haven't come to see me even once. I won't blame you, but I really want to know, do you, like everyone else, think I'm a murderer? Who understands the family's pain? All the misunderstandings and grievances of 10 years are in this letter. My godfather also mentioned that he is now living in the old Black family home with me, reading books with me and playing Quidditch, saying that I look like my dad and have my mom's eyes. At the end of the letter, he said he is no longer the spirited young man he once was, but a worn-out middle-aged man. Yet he will do everything he can to find that rat and make him pay. After reading the letter, Lupin was completely stunned, sitting there in a daze, not sleeping all night. Meanwhile, on the other side at Malfoy Manor, things were quite the opposite. Draco was bored out of his mind playing wizard chess with his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. Those two guys looked like two humanoid gorillas and weren't very bright, losing to Draco in a 2-against-1 match without leaving a trace. Draco wasn't even focused on the game. His ears were perked up like radar, eavesdropping on his father, Lucius, talking with the two lackeys' parents. He heard his father say in that cold, aristocratic tone, "Have you heard? Something happened at Azkaban." Crabbe's dad leaned in with a mysterious look. "You mean all the prisoners inside are dead?" "Yes, all dead," Lucius said slowly, and the death was gruesome. When they were found, there were only shattered bones left. The floor was soaked with dried blood, and the smell. That softy fudge from the Ministry of Magic, for the sake of his approval ratings, has kept this matter under wraps, not daring to say a word. Good heavens. Just hearing this made me catch my breath. Lucius continued. The dead were all former subordinates of the Dark Lord, except for my godfather Sirius Black. Since they've all turned to bone dust, no one can tell who is who. Then they began to discuss whether the one who must not be named would return, and Lucius pledged his loyalty on the spot. If the Dark Lord returns, I am ready to stand by his side. Draco felt a surge of excitement, but thought his father was a bit two-faced, as he seemed more enthusiastic about the new family heirloom than the topic of the Dark Lord. Just then, the big idiot Crabbe, frustrated from losing, shouted and was about to flip the table. Draco quickly held him back, afraid he would ruin the family's white peacock. The adults' conversation was interrupted, and the topic shifted to the children. Goyle's mom suddenly said, "By the way, Harry Potter is also going to Hogwarts this year." The atmosphere instantly became delicate. Narcissa, Draco's mom, smiled and said, when Draco was little, he loved hearing stories about Harry Potter. I didn't tea. Draco's face turned red as he denied it at lightning speed. I've never even seen him. He doesn't have a face full of scars, does he? Crabbe's dad seriously analyzed. It should be lightning-shaped. The incantation for the killing curse is AZ shape. Narcissa added, I heard he has a pair of green eyes, just like his mother. Green eyes? Draco's mind buzzed, instantly recalling the black-haired boy he met in Diagon Alley, and that crazy man who cursed the term mudblood. I did see green eyes recently. Draco blurted out. Really? Are they special? Goyle asked foolishly. No, they're completely ordinary. Draco said begrudgingly, good heavens. Even elementary school kids don't argue as immaturely as this, green like a jumping toad, one that can cast spells. After sending off the guests, Draco immediately complained to his parents, saying Crabbe and Goyle were too stupid and talking to them was exhausting. Lucius just said lightly, their family has its uses. You should get along well at school. Then he teased Draco. I hope you one tea complain at the dinner table that mudbloods have more talent than you. Don't say that word. Draco exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What word? Lucius asked knowingly. That word, Draco said weakly. I heard someone say in Diagon Alley that it's cursed, and those who use it don't live long. Lucius just smiled lightly and said, in chaotic times, surviving is the exception. But if you don't want to say it, then don't. It's just a word. On the other side, my godfather and I were in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, having my first potions lesson. I tell you, I am practically a gifted student. I successfully brewed an antidote on my first try. The color is clear as mineral water. My godfather kept praising me and even rewarded me with a large pie. Because minors can't use wands off school grounds, potions class became the best homeschooling project. While guiding me, my godfather was absent-mindedly looking out the window, clearly waiting for a reply. I cautiously asked him if he was waiting for someone. He didn't hide it from me and said he borrowed my head wig to deliver a message, but it hasn't come back yet. If a friend doesn't show up for a whole decade when you need them the most, you would be angry too. He started venting to me, saying that back in school, Lupin pretended to be such a kind and obedient good student, but behind the scenes, he and my dad had enough rule-breaking records to fill an entire archive room. How good could someone who hangs out with my dad be? He said indignantly. I curled my lip, trying hard not to think about how many school rules my dad had actually broken. The godfather said that Lupin was just suppressing himself too much. He was a werewolf, experiencing a loss of control every month, yet he couldn't bear to hurt anyone, which made his life particularly painful. As he spoke, to change the subject, he pulled out a potion book and pointed to a recipe, saying, come on, let's brew this. Once it's done, you can drink it. The more, the better. I leaned over to take a look, and the title read, Beautiful Potion. Beautiful? I was shocked. Is this thing reliable? It sounds just like Aunt Petunia's cosmetics. Absolutely reliable, the godfather said. It can restore you to the best state of your age group, and there are no side effects. He explained that even if the potion is brewed incorrectly, it would just be ineffective and wouldn't kill anyone. As soon as I heard this, I understood. He was preparing it for my friend Lupin, who hadn't replied yet. Just as I was struggling to mash rose petals and ginger roots, Hedwig finally returned. The godfather dashed over, quickly took the letter. The letter was short, just a few sentences. Dear Bigfoot, I miss you very much. See you in Godric's Valley the day after the full moon next month. Say hello to little Harry for me. Moonface. After reading the letter, the godfather first breathed a sigh of relief, then slapped the calendar and exclaimed in frustration. The full moon next month is tomorrow. How did I not think of that? He said the shop doesn't sell wolfsbane potion at all. It's a controlled substance. And Lupin doesn't want to register as a werewolf with the Ministry of Magic because of the severe discrimination. So, should we make it ourselves? I asked foolishly. If we could brew wolfsbane potion ourselves, we would already be potion masters. The godfather replied dryly and also gave me a warning, saying that the potions professor at Hogwarts is Snape, who is my dad's archenemy. And since I look just like my dad, school might not be very pleasant after it starts. While we were talking, our beautiful potion was ready. Although I forgot to change the stirring direction halfway through, making the color a bit lighter, the effect was still there. The godfather had me take a sip, and a warm, pleasant feeling instantly filled my whole body. How does it feel? Don't you feel like the most handsome in the world, overflowing with confidence? He observed my expression. It seems, not really. I touched my face. I did feel a bit better, but not that exaggerated. Then you're like Lupin, showing some symptoms of low self-esteem, little savior. The godfather gently tapped my head with a spell book, saying you need more compliments. The next day, I was awakened from my sleep by someone shouting happy birthday. I rubbed my eyes and looked. Wow, my godfather came in like Santa Claus, holding a big pile of gifts that instantly buried my bed. It took me several seconds to realize that today is my birthday. In previous years, I would sit alone on a park bench, quietly singing myself a birthday song. Having just arrived here a few days ago, I was so busy that I forgot about it. Thank you. I was so excited that I could hardly speak, my face beaming with joy. I had never received birthday gifts before. I was also a first-time parent and not knowing what you would like. I bought a little bit of everything that I thought you might enjoy. My godfather watched me fumble with the gifts, laughing happily. Candies, stationery, storybooks, all sorts of strange toys. I was captivated by a color-changing feather pen, not even noticing when a half-unwrapped chocolate frog hopped away. Today we're going to Godric's Hollow to meet Remus Lupin. My godfather waved his wand and tidied up the gifts. He sings pretty well, so I entrusted him with the task of singing you a birthday song. Is he the werewolf? I asked. Yesterday. I tried to look at the potion recipe for wolf's bane and the complicated process, and spells almost put me to sleep right then and there. I told you. Sirius pointed directly at an old photo on the wall, a group picture of the four of them, and he was pointing at the boy who looked the most well-behaved and had the shyest smile, saying it was him. Wow. As I leaned in for a closer look. Isn't that Moony Lupin? He really looks well-behaved, with a few faint scars on his face, contrasting sharply with my dad, who is all rough and rowdy. Speaking of Sirius, his meals have been better these days, and he seems to have perked up, his face looking fuller. The genes in the Black family are really impressive. He's quite the handsome one, but who understands his crazy side? It's just like his mom's portrait, especially when he's bickering with their house elf. Creature, it's pure madness. It's like his bloodline has awakened. Sometimes I wonder if this eerie old house was once filled with a bunch of stunningly good-looking lunatics. Today is my birthday, and he made a bigger deal out of it than I did, rummaging through to find a robe made of dragon skin, even putting on earrings and a necklace, strutting around like it was a fashion show. Then he told me he was going to go invisible today, completely invisible, but would hold my hand. Where are we going? Godric's Hollow, my hometown. My heart skipped a beat. When we got there, he first took me to my parents' grave. I looked at the white marble, which engraved the last enemy to be defeated as death, and my mind went blank. I couldn't catch my breath. I could feel the invisible person beside me. My godfather, trembling as he held my hand, quietly crying. Then we went to the ruins of my home. Half of the house was blown apart, overgrown with vines. My aunt had lied to me for 11 years, saying they died in a car accident. But these ruins clearly told me it was black magic. In the middle of the square, there was a statue, and as I got closer, I realized it was my parents holding me when I was 1 year old. I looked at the unscarred baby in the statue. My throat choked up, unable to speak. My godfather was crying even harder beside me. As a result, my face looked exactly like my dad's, and I was instantly recognized. Oh, Merlin, you're Harry Potter. Suddenly, a crowd surrounded me, all staring at the scar on my forehead like I was a giant panda. I panicked and felt overwhelmed, being jostled around. Just as I was about to suffocate, a weak-sounding male voice said, "Excuse me, let me through," and the crowd actually quieted down. A sickly man squeezed in and pulled me out. When we locked eyes, I recognized him immediately. Moonface. He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, and I tell you, his gaze was incredibly gentle, murmuring, "You really look like him." I had just been rescued when I felt my wrist being grabbed, and Sirius's voice immediately started pouring into my ear. "Moony, you're in worse shape than I am. You look more like a prisoner than someone just out of Azkaban." Lupin, unfazed, calmly replied, "At least Azkaban provides meals. I haven't been so lucky." Sirius still played tough, saying, "Are you meeting me here because you suspect me, trying to make me feel guilty?" Lupin gently denied it, saying that someone like him wouldn't bother to lie. Later, we found a restaurant to sit down in, and surprisingly, Lupin pulled a birthday cake out of his shabby bag. There was also a gift, a piece of tattered parchment. Sirius let out a strange wow and exclaimed, "Isn't this the Marauder's map? The one that was taken by Filch?" Lupin said, "It's a work in progress. The dormitory area isn't marked, but it's good enough." Then he pulled out his wand and pointed at the map. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Suddenly, the map sprang to life. It was a complete layout of Hogwarts. Sirius, with his keen eyes, pointed to a corner on the 4th floor and shouted, "Severus Snape." I leaned in to take a look, and lo and behold, Snape, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, and several other professors were all in a corridor on the 4th floor that was off limits, each occupying a room, seemingly. Setting something up? Sirius and Lupin were huddled together, as excited as if they had discovered a new continent, eagerly studying it, almost forgetting about me, the birthday star. Finally, they remembered me and urged Lupin to sing me a birthday song. while he quietly hummed along. I made a wish over my very first birthday cake. When I opened my eyes, I heard Sirius solemnly say, "When it's my birthday, my wish has to be to find that rat." He gritted his teeth and said, "It has to be dealt with personally. If that rat makes it to Azkaban, escaping would be much easier for him. I'm celebrating my birthday here. Guess what is happening on the other side? The Malfoy family. There is a lot going on beneath the surface." Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, woke up in the middle of the night, feeling the dark mark on his arm stirring. The couple started discussing it, saying that Snape must have sensed it too, and Voldemort is probably up to something. Their family's survival strategy is quite something, betting on both sides. They don't offend dark wizards and keep things ambiguous with the light wizards. Anyway, no matter who wins, they can stay at the table. Lucius decided on the spot that they needed to intensify Draco's training and teach him the mental shielding technique. Thus, poor Draco spent the entire summer undergoing mental training with his father. Lucius told him to clear his mind, but how could he? His mind was filled with thoughts of his parents. Lucius pointed to a painting on the wall, which depicted a unicorn, and said, "Look, everyone is focused on the unicorn. Who would pay attention to the grass and stream behind it? You need to learn to hide important memories in the grass that no one is looking at." Once Draco was trained enough, Lucius gave him a stern order. He said, "That boy named Harry Potter? Stay away from him. No need to be friends. It's better if the relationship is bad." Draco was taken aback and dumbfounded. His father rolled up his sleeve to show him the skull and snake mark, saying, "He is the enemy of the Dark Lord, and our family used to stand with the Dark Lord." He added, "This conversation we just had is like the grass, stream, and moonlight. Hide it away immediately." Wow, this family education really starts from a young age. Before you know it, school has started. At King's Cross Station, Lupin was with me, and Sirius was using the invisibility cloak beside us. As soon as he arrived at the platform, he broke down, pointing at other people as pet cages and frantically exclaiming in our ears, "Why are so many people keeping rats as pets? What s with these people's taste?" 1, 2, 3 Lupin calmly explained that rats are cheap and easy to take care of. Sirius directly mocked him. Back in our day, having you as a pet was enough. Seamlessly switching between 3 forms, usually a person turning into a werewolf during the full moon, and then becoming a sick cat for a few days. 1 pet worth 3. The cost-effectiveness was off the charts. Lupin's eternally calm face managed to make him feel a bit embarrassed. I tell you, this summer Lupin stayed at our place. Sirius was so happy, it was like he found his soul again. But after being cooped up at home for too long, he easily goes a bit mad and starts bickering with Creature. So every few days, Lupin and I have to find an excuse to take him out for some fresh air. Lupin even secretly complained to me that he felt like he was walking a dog. Today, he was wearing an old outfit of Sirius's that he modified. To be honest, although the style is a bit outdated, the fabric is really good, and it makes his slender shoulders look quite stylish. But he was handsome for only 3 seconds before we had to hurry and get Harry on the train. The two of them went on and on like old mothers giving advice for ages, and just as the train was about to leave, Harry dragged his suitcase and got on the train. I tell you, Sirius was acting like a lunatic at the time, staring at the cage in the hands of a red-haired kid and mumbling about how all kids seem to like this now. The next second, my wrist snapped, and I almost crushed it. He looked completely out of it, gripping me tightly, saying, "Remus, I think I've seen him." At that moment, I was jolted. Good heavens. This guy is about to go mad again. He was gritting his teeth, trembling all over, and the fire in his eyes seemed like it could set the platform ablaze. He was cursing the cowardly fool in the gutter. I held onto him tightly. I'm telling you, my nails were digging in so hard they turned white. Afraid he would suddenly dash out and perform a live mouse tearing act on some kid's pet. Just as we were tugging back and forth, the train slammed its doors shut with a clang and left. Only then did he regain his composure, but the anger was still there. When he turned to look at me, his eyes showed a hint of helplessness like a child. I said, "Are you crazy? If you rush out now, a wanted criminal going mad in public attacking a kid's rat, who would believe you? The jury would just think your brain has completely gone bad in Azkaban." I said, "You said that rat is Peter, right? That grandson of a gun cut off his finger to survive back then. Just let Harry find a chance to take a look and see if that rat is missing a toe, and that LL be it." Only then did Sirius calm down a bit, mumbling that it seemed to be a kid from the Weasley family and that he would contact Harry soon. Just as I had managed to calm him down, Lupin came over and pulled the rug out from under me. He said, "All right, Harry is starting school. I'm leaving. Bye." Sirius exploded right there. "Leaving? Where are you going? Aren't you going back to Grimmauld Place?" The tone was like a large dog that had been abandoned. Lupin remained particularly calm, saying, "Of course not. I have to go earn rent. This really panicked Sirius, and he started his full-on tantrum. That godforsaken place is just a cage. Creature is always being sarcastic there. My mother's portrait screams at me 24/7. And there are a bunch of murderous old antique furniture. Are you going to leave me there to wait for death? I might get suffocated by a cursed carpet tomorrow. A flash of pity crossed Lupin's face, but he still insisted, I'll be there when you need me. Sirius shot back immediately. I need you right now. Seeing that Lupin was unmoved, he went all out. Fine, you leave. The moment you step out, I'll sneak into Hogwarts. Anyway, I know all 7 secret passages. I'll personally go meet that rat and try on my new wand. Lupin was so angry that his eyebrows knitted together. Don't act like a child. Sirius whistled. I've never had a good. Just as it seemed the two were about to reach a stalemate, Lupin was completely at a loss, and finally, as if surrendering, he revealed his trump card, saying he was a werewolf. It was too dangerous, and he didn't want to drag him down. He had gotten used to being alone all these years. In response, Sirius shot back. Wow, you're a werewolf? That's quite the shocking secret. Why didn't you kick us out back at Hogwarts? Or do you think I'm a burden now? Lupin's tone began to tremble, and he couldn't say a word. And in the end, Sirius, like a victorious child, tugged at Lupin's sleeve and said confidently as they walked out of the station, Take me home. We could discuss everything. On the other side, on the Hogwarts Express, Draco Malfoy, the young master of the Malfoy family, was wearing a face that said, You filthy muggles, pretending to read a Quidditch magazine. His mother insisted he style his hair back, making him look like a little old man, standing out among a bunch of kids with colorful hair. The next second, the carriage door opened, and Harry Potter walked in, sitting right next to him. At that moment, Draco's heart probably exploded with fireworks. He had a million questions. Like where's your Firebolt 2000 hidden? Why is your scar so small? What does the Dark Lord look like? But his father had instructed him not to get too close to Harry Potter, so he had to maintain a cool demeanor. When Harry was about to greet him, a small mirror in his pocket suddenly rang, and Sirius's voice came out. Harry, take a look at that red-haired boy. Harry was bewildered. What red-haired boy? On the other end, Sirius was still shouting. Moonface, walk slowly, wait for me. Don't be angry, and then went silent. Just then, a senior with hair as red as a torch entered, proudly wearing a prefect badge, introducing himself as Percy Weasley. Harry thought, red hair, that's him. However, when this Percy senior heard it was Harry Potter sitting opposite him, his attitude did a complete 180. So excited he almost performed a backflip right there, leaning over to check Harry's scar. Draco watched this with his eyes nearly rolling back in his head. To prevent Harry from being disturbed, he actually initiated a conversation with Percy, asking what was written in the book How to Gain Power as a prefect he was holding. This hit the nail on the head. Percy immediately launched into a 10-minute career planning speech, discussing the promotion paths in the Ministry of Magic and his disappointing father and thoughtless brothers. Harry actually listened earnestly and even said he supported him in changing the ministry. Draco chimed in, but thought to himself that the Weasleys are really poor. Percy was so moved, he felt he had found a soulmate. Harry quickly seized the opportunity to ask, Do you have any pets? Percy proudly replied, Yes, my parents rewarded me with an owl for becoming a prefect. Hearing owl, Harry thought, that's not right. After just a couple of exchanges, Percy excitedly left to find the next kindred spirit under the pretext of patrolling as a prefect. Draco was about to burst out laughing, and as soon as Percy left, he pretended to sleep. Family, this acting, by 2025, he would definitely be an Oscar-winning actor, fully immersed in sleep. Seeing him asleep, Harry quietly took his magazine to read and even bought some candy to put in front of him as a thank you gift. Not long after, 2 red-haired boys burst in, looking identical, causing a ruckus over their brother Percy's badge. Harry was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim, There are even more red-haired boys. Just then, Draco, who had just woken up, stood up lazily, ready to get off the train, and casually remarked, The Weasley family is full of red-haired kids. Do you like red hair? After saying that, he walked away, and he even took the candy in front of Harry with him. Back to Sirius and Lupin. The two of them traveled in silence and directly disapparated to Lupin's shabby attic. That place, let me tell you, was small and dark. 2 grown men squeezed in there, feeling like they were fighting for every breath of air. Sirius plopped down on the bed and then noticed an empty potion bottle on the table. He picked it up and sniffed it, and his expression instantly changed. Happiness potion? You drink this every day? Lupin's face stiffened as he snatched it back, stubbornly saying, It's healthier and cheaper than the booze downstairs, so what? The look in Sirius's eyes. I'm telling you, Lupin later thought. That feeling was scarier than when he was a werewolf being pointed at by a muggle with a gun. He stared at Lupin and asked each word. Why do you have to drink this? Lupin, cornered, could only look up at him, still being cheeky. The effect is good. Improves mood in 10 minutes, side effects unknown. Anyway, I look more normal than you. Seeing Sirius getting so angry his veins were popping out, he got even more into it, saying, let me through, I need to work, don't block me. In the end, Sirius was so angry he started to laugh. Work? What work? Researching how to maintain a facade of peace by taking drugs? Or researching how to torture yourself in style? You don't have to live like this. I told you. Lupin directly pushed him away and then started to talk nonsense with a serious face. I'm writing an interdisciplinary paper using Muggle genetics to explain why there are more and more lunatics and fools among you pure-blood wizard families. Wow, isn't that just calling the entire Black family crazy to their faces? Lupin even added, I'm not talking about you, just pure academic research. But your kind of meddlesome gene is quite rare. I might consider adding it. Sirius blew up on the spot, his whole body like a firecracker, yelling so loudly that the whole attic shook. Remus, his handsome face turned red with anger. Only then did Lupin stop talking and looked at him sadly. Honestly, Sirius looked much healthier now than he did a month ago, if this face had to rely on transformation or invisibility when going out in the future. That would be a waste. It's a pity he couldn't help it all. He sighed, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I only drink a little occasionally. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on and will just die. I'm a coward. I did go crazy on the first day in Azkaban. Sirius's expression instantly softened. He waved his wand, conjuring a chair from Grimmauld Place, and with a bang, he sat down fiercely next to Lupin, his gaze piercing through him. Right, Sirius said, crossing his legs, chin up, pure-blood wizards going mad in research. The subjects are right in front of you. It's a piece of cake compared to writing about werewolf traits back in your exam. Come on, record my mad traits and duration. Do you want me to encode the name of the fugitive? Lupin bit his finger, unable to hold back his laughter. I'm kidding. The new task is to study vampires. But, the topic of pure-blood families is really innovative. No one has published on it yet, and it definitely has practical value. Sirius kicked Lupin's chair again in anger, yet he ended up laughing and cursing himself. You lunatic, Remus, you're just a lunatic. The two of them inexplicably started laughing together. Only then did Lupin begin to talk about serious matters. They suspected that the bloodletting therapy that had been passed down in Muggle society for hundreds of years was related to vampires. Many vampires mixed in with Muggle society as doctors, making it convenient to obtain blood without killing. This time, the task is for me to contact a vampire who works as a chef and one who works at the opera house. So you need to find them? Sirius immediately leaned in to look at the information. Yes, they value that I won't be transformed, and these vampire guys are all socially anxious. Lupin said, while jotting down notes on the plan. Sounds even more interesting than I thought, Sirius commented. Lupin pointed to the small attic. If you want to come along, it's not impossible, but this place is too cramped with only the bed and the table, so you still go back. Before he could finish, I tell you, Sirius transformed into a big black dog in a flash. He rested his furry head on Lupin's knee, his tail wagging like a propeller. The warm touch transmitted from his palm made Lupin's heart skip a beat. Oh no! It seemed he had never successfully made Sirius listen to him. Another failure. This was literally a physical manifestation of a dog licking. The scene shifted, and we followed Harry to Hogwarts. Who understands? Even though he had seen it countless times on the Marauders map. Seeing this magical castle in person was still shocking for a whole year. Harry stood in the first-year line for the sorting ceremony, his eyes almost not enough. Ghosts floated overhead, and the teachers sat at the long tables. Among them, let me tell you, Sirius's description was spot on, a greasy big black bat. And in a second, Harry locked on his Snape. Black hair, black robes, hooked nose, a foul face. Who else could it be? Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall called out. In front of the line, Draco looked incredibly calm. As soon as the hat touched his hair, it was like he had been electrocuted, screaming. Slytherin. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance of the hall. A guy wearing a huge purple scarf and staggering in with a strong smell of garlic burst in. A senior student nearby whispered, "The new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell, looks so strange." As Professor Quirrell walked past Harry, Harry's scar suddenly felt like it was electrified. A sharp pain shot through him. His vision went black, and he almost collapsed. A hand supported him, and a sing-song voice came. "Be careful." It was Luna, the girl with the strange glasses from the train. "The disturbances around you have increased." She waved her hand at the air, as if helping Harry shoo away bugs. Harry broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this girl's glasses might really see something dirty. Once Quirrell sat down, the pain slowly faded. "I'm also very nervous," I'm about to throw up. A red-haired boy comforted him. Harry turned around and saw, wow, another Weasley. The pair of twins at the Gryffindor table were making faces at him. I'm Harry Potter. Harry just extended his hand. Ron Weasley. Professor McGonagall called out his name twice before the red-haired boy reacted and hurriedly ran up. At that moment, it felt like all the teachers were looking at him. Dumbledore was smiling, but Snape's gaze, let me tell you, was filled with disgust and curiosity, incredibly complex, making Harry feel uneasy. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall urged him that he snapped back to reality and put on the sorting hat. As soon as the hat was placed on his head, the whole world went quiet, and a voice rang directly in his mind. Very difficult to decide. You are destined for greatness. Two paths, the voice said. You could go to Gryffindor, be a great hero, face danger head-on, bleed and sacrifice. Your name will become a symbol of courage, suffering, and sacrifice. Harry asked in his mind. The faces of Sirius and Lupin flashed in his mind. He had just had a family for a little over a month. Yes, it's inevitable, the sorting hat said. No. Harry panicked. Fame? Is it that broken wooden plaque? Or the cold statue? Can that thing bring his parents back to see him? The word hero was too heavy. He just wanted to learn how to brew Wolfsbane potion to help Lupin feel a little better. The sorting hat seemed to hear his thoughts and became excited. Then you can certainly take another path. Be a more indirect, ambitious person. People's evaluations of you will be mixed, but you will have more opportunities to protect everything you cherish. You can't have it all, but you can choose which part to keep. That sounds not bad at all. Have you made your decision? The sorting hat asked. Harry took a deep breath and made his choice. Slytherin. The sorting hat's scream echoed throughout the hall. Let me tell you, in that moment, the entire place fell silent. Harry stumbled toward the Slytherin table, feeling all eyes in the school shining on him like spotlights. At the teacher's table, Snape stood up suddenly, his expression like a CPU overheating, filled with disbelief. Harry found himself sitting across from Draco again. Draco also looked shocked, but quickly composed himself, curling his lips at him. Just then, the two-way mirror in his pocket vibrated. As soon as Harry took it out, he saw Lupin's face. Your godfather said to say hello after dinner. But why does this look like the Slytherin table? Lupin asked suspiciously. Yes, I've been sorted into Slytherin, Harry whispered. Merlin above. Came Sirius's exclamation from the other end of the mirror. That's not bad. Remus quickly calmed down. Just don't get swayed by those dark magic fanatics. Don't worry, I won't. Harry assured him. By the way, Sirius's voice interjected again. What happened to that red-haired boy's rat? Is it missing a paw? It looked a bit droopy and a bit bald. There are 4 red-haired ones. Harry said, looking troubled. I'll eat first and look for them after. Go ahead and eat. Keep in touch. Sirius said, waving a greasy chicken leg in front of the camera, then hung up. Cool, said a black boy next to him. Blaise Zabini, who was very interested in his mirror. Talking to family? Harry nodded vaguely. Cool. Blaise didn't ask more. Continuing on, it's a pity I've had 6 stepfathers already. But this place is all right, just the decor is way worse than my house. But it'll do. Harry didn't know how to respond, and could only dig into his food. After eating his fill, he followed the prefect to the Slytherin common room. Wow, it's actually at the bottom of the Black Lake, with green lighting and skull decorations. Harry felt like he was back at number 12, Grimmauld Place. His bed was right next to Draco's. Remembering the magazine he hadn't returned, he handed it to Draco. Yours. You can keep it. You haven't finished reading it, have you? Draco said while organizing his trunk. Harry paused, taking the magazine back. Why did you look like you were about to faint during sorting? Draco casually asked. My scar. It suddenly hurt a bit. Your scar hurt. Draco looked up. Can I take a look? Harry nodded and squatted down beside him. Draco brushed aside his fringe, his cool fingertips gently gliding over the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. I'm not sure. Draco hesitated. Magical scars are complicated. Maybe it's not an accident. You could ask Madame Pomfrey, or I can ask my parents for you. It's fine. It doesn't hurt now. Harry didn't want to make a fuss on his first day. Well, good night, Draco said, pulling the bed curtains shut. The next day, Harry was glad he hadn't gone to the hospital wing. In the corridors, people were pointing at him everywhere. Worse, a group of upperclassmen blocked his way. Get lost. You trolls, Draco squeezed through from behind, looking displeased. Where did this arrogant brat come from? The person didn't finish his sentence before being reminded by his companions. Their attitude instantly becoming much more respectful, but still stubborn. Don't think you can bully us just because of your dad. Draco stepped forward, shielding Harry behind him. Move aside. Or do you want to build a new corridor for Hogwarts so I can walk over you? As this group grumbled and dispersed, another commotion erupted at the other end of the corridor. Gryffindor and Slytherin students were arguing, and Harry clearly heard his name being used as a trigger. I told you Potter wouldn't go to a mud-blood academy like yours. Try saying that again. It was unclear who threw the first punch, and spells flew everywhere. Percy Weasley rushed over to break it up, only to have one of his brothers, George or Fred, toss the prefect badge right on him. Just then, Snape appeared. It was as if he had cast a silencing charm. As soon as he showed up, the entire area fell silent. Anyone who wants detention can come find me directly. There's no need to perform in the corridor. His voice was not loud, but carried a strong sense of pressure. Gryffindor loses 10 points. A murmur of discontent arose from the crowd. Snape didn't even look at them, leading the first years down to the dungeons. In potions class, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like water could be squeezed from it. Harry intentionally sat behind Ron, but the redhead's gaze towards him had completely lost the friendliness from the day before. Snape paced around the classroom, his black robes swirling like storm clouds. I think you've all seen the epitome of failed education. After so many years, you're still like a clueless, glaring fool. It's truly pathetic. If you're still like this in a few years, get out of my class now. The class fell silent. When Snape called the roll and paused at Harry's name, he said, Harry Potter, our big star. I truly don't know how you ended up in Slytherin. The Sorting Hat can be quite muddled sometimes. Potter, Snape suddenly attacked. Where can you find Dunkstone? Harry's heart sank. He had used it, but didn't know where it came from. He could only recall the details Sirius had taught him. It can cure poison, it's solid, very expensive, and a bit smelly. He lowered his head sheepishly. This answer didn't even match the question. Snape made no comment and asked, is there a difference between aconite and wolfsbane? It's a material for wolfsbane potion. Harry answered, bracing himself. Again, sidestepping the core issue, it's highly toxic and also very expensive. Snape looked at him with an inscrutable gaze. I don't know why you won't answer the question directly, but your conclusion is basically correct. I'm glad you at least flipped through the textbook. Sit down. Slytherin gains a point. After class, most people rushed out of the classroom like they were escaping a disaster. Ron didn't even give Harry a glance. Before leaving, Snape told Harry, you're not careful enough. You're far from my expectations. Harry paused in packing his things, feeling empty inside. Who understands family? Just 2 days in, he had inexplicably become the enemy of the whole school, and even making a friend was so difficult. While he was daydreaming, he turned around and bumped into Draco's gaze. They were the only two left in the classroom. Draco hesitated for a few seconds and said, want to go get some sun? The next flying class is still a while away. Harry nodded. The two went to the edge of the Black Lake after the late summer rain. The sunlight was just right. If we dive in from here, can we see our common room? Harry asked. You could try if you forget the password. Draco raised an eyebrow, but you might get attacked by mermaids. Harry chuckled, feeling a bit better. At that moment, Percy Weasley walked over, looking downcast. I'm sorry. I should have shown up before they started fighting. I don't understand why they brought up my name, Harry said, feeling wronged. Calm down, Harry. Those who want to fight can always find a reason, Percy comforted. Anyway, they would have fought eventually, Draco objectively added. You wouldn't believe it, after hearing that. Percy completely broke down, immediately pouring out his troubles to us kids, saying that being a prefect was the worst luck ever. Having to mediate between these two houses every day was driving him insane. He even said his two twin brothers imitate his walking and speaking, treating his efforts to get all as a joke. Let me tell you, Percy's expression was one of utter coldness, as if he were the only normal person in the whole school. Then Draco, with his sharp tongue, directly said, what are you arguing with those trolls for? Once you get to the ministry, one T they have to listen to you and take it back? Percy wanted to explain that he wasn't T after power, but for respect and money. Draco just shrugged. Who doesn't like money? Those who say they don't are just pretending. Letting a bunch of idiots manage things is the real joke. Family, who understands? I was sitting right there listening, feeling like I had opened a new chapter in the wizarding world, all about weighing pros and cons, moving step by step. Completely different from the straightforward approach of my godfather and the others. The scene shifts, and let us take a look at Draco's home. When he sent this letter back, it scared his parents quite a bit. The letter indirectly inquired about magical scars, and Lucius exploded. Where did a first year get an attack spell? Did this kid get into a fight as soon as school started? Narcissa remained calm, saying that there were plenty of dark curses students knew privately at Hogwarts that weren't in the textbooks. While they wrote back to Draco, they began gossiping, discussing why Dumbledore didn't become minister, and reminiscing about his old affairs with Grindelwald, saying that if old Dumbledore got into power, these scandals would ruin his reputation. Lucius even added that he hoped Draco wouldn't turn into another Barty Crouch Jr., running to be Voldemort's lapdog out of a lack of love. I tell you, this high society gossip left me stunned. In the end, Lucius decided to come to the school in a couple of days, in his capacity as a governor, to see his precious son. As for me, I returned to the dormitory, with some time left before flying class. I tell you, the Marauders map that Lupin gave me is simply Hogwarts' version of real-time surveillance. I muttered, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. And the whole map lit up with names. I looked around and found that Professor Coral's name was actually blurred, as if overlapping with another name. And he was quickly heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Just as I wanted to get a closer look, he disappeared at the edge of the map, which was super suspicious. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was flying class. I tell you, those school brooms are nothing compared to my Firebolt 2000. They're like firewood sticks. But it didn't matter. My godfather's hands-off teaching had trained me well. As soon as Madame Hooch gave the order to take off, my broom jumped into my hand, behaving perfectly. Just then, I suddenly heard a scream coming from the Forbidden Forest. I asked the person next to me if they heard it, but everyone was too busy battling with their own brooms, and Draco-S was still shaking in his hands. At that moment, I felt the scar on my forehead getting excited again, like it was bouncing with joy. Just as Ms. Hua-Chi shouted 3, 2, 1, go. I had just left the ground, and the next second, let me tell you, a white shadow suddenly burst out from the Forbidden Forest. It was completely snow white, but covered in blood, silver blood. It was a unicorn. It charged at us as if it had gone mad, and Ms. Hua-Chi was so scared she froze and shouted for us to dodge. But it was too late. The unicorn, like it had entered a berserk mode, knocked Draco, who was with his head down, over. I watched in horror as his forehead turned red. Ms. Hua-Chi quickly rushed over and cast a spell to control the unicorn, then grabbed Draco and ran towards the infirmary, telling us to stay put. Just as things calmed down here, Gryffindor's Neville. That guy must have been so scared he went stiff, kicked his legs, and shot up into the sky on his broom like a firecracker. At that moment, my mind went blank, and without thinking, I jumped on my broom and chased after him. When his broom slowed down, I grabbed the tail of his broom. This move was taught to me by Sirius, although I got scolded by Lupin for half an hour afterwards for improper operation. I shouted to him, hold on tight, and then dragged his broom down slowly, like conjoined twins. In the end, we crashed down with a thud, and we both ended up in a heap. Our hands scraped and bruised. I looked up, and, good grief, Snape's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. And next to him stood a giant who was rushing over to check on the unicorn. The way Snape looked at me was as if he wanted to execute me. Potter, it's a miracle you didn't break your neck. Really. Performing a heroic rescue of the foolish on the very first lesson. Are you looking for trouble? I was just about to explain when he started talking like a machine gun, firing off accusations that I violated school rules and competition rules, asking if I wanted to die young to match my reputation. I was completely taken aback by his scolding and could only obediently admit my mistake. Professor, I was wrong. Draco was dumbfounded beside me and weakly asked what Harry had done. Snape replied curtly. He dragged another idiot down from 50 feet in the air. Draco's gaze towards me instantly changed to one of admiration. Snape continued with his sarcastic tone. Some people just act before they think, baboon. I was not convinced and quietly retorted, but if I hadn't pulled him, he would have fallen harder. You dare talk back? Snape smirked, clearly enjoying the moment. If you're really that capable, why don't you go participate in the Slytherin Quidditch tryouts? Go see how real players fly. I don't even know where I found the courage to blurt out, can I go too? Snape's muscles twitched, and he remained silent for several seconds. His expression was simply indescribable. Draco quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying that I had been able to ride a broom since I was little. In the end, Snape squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. I will give you a registration form. Our house's team has been winning for a long time. Not just anyone can get in. I can hardly believe it. Just like that, I have a Quidditch tryout registration form in my hand, with Snape's signature on it. In the infirmary, Draco is lying on the hospital bed, wearing a look that says you got lucky, and says, even though the unicorn bumped into me, it seems like it's not a bad thing for you. I'm still dazed. The flying lesson only lasted a little over 10 minutes. Draco poked the signature and said, if he really thought you were a baboon, he would only punish you with detention. He wouldn't personally sign for you. I'm telling you, he thinks quite highly of you. Of course I'm going, but I don't even know what the Quidditch pitch looks like. Just as we were talking, I suddenly remembered something. How did he know I was living in my aunt's house? He just said he would send my critical illness notice there. Draco also looked confused. My face flushed red at that moment. My family, he can't possibly know I've been living in a cupboard for 10 years, right? That night, both of us were kept for observation. I thought about sneaking back to the dorm to get my mirror, so I quietly slipped out. Halfway there, I ran into Quirrell, and my scar hurt like a drill was boring into my brain. Quirrell walked towards me with a strange expression, and just at that moment, Snape appeared like a ghost, separating us and asking Quirrell if he wanted to go to his office for some potions. I took the opportunity to slip away. Back in the ward, I talked to Draco about the selection trials. Blaise also came to see us, saying I was almost a hero over in Gryffindor. I picked up a pen to start filling out forms, and Draco helped me analyze it, saying I was small and suited to be a seeker, just like Crumb. Just as I finished filling it out, my forehead hurt again. Draco said the killing curse is a curse of death, and I'm the only survivor. So no one can explain what this scar is all about. I looked at the registration form in my hand, and suddenly felt a bit nervous. I asked him, "Will you come to watch the selection competition this weekend? I'm afraid I'll embarrass myself in front of a bunch of upperclassmen." Draco heroically curved his lips into a smile and said, "Sure, I'll go with you. If anyone dares to laugh at you, I'll make them regret it." I shook my head and waved the registration form in my hand. "No, you don't need to scold anyone. Just look at me. The main thing is companionship. When I feel too shy to look up, just take me back to the dorm." As a result, that night, I had nightmares, dreaming that Quirrell was hitting me with a giant scarf and Snape was forcing me to score 100 goals. The next morning, I woke up with 2 dark circles under my eyes, while Draco looked refreshed. Madame Pomfrey let us out of the hospital and handed us 2 rock-like things, saying they were consolation snacks sent by Hagrid called rock cakes. Draco knocked on one and immediately decided to throw it away. I, being curious, took one and bit into it. Goodness, I regretted it on spot. The thing not only looked like a rock, but biting into it felt even more so. I almost ruined my teeth right there. It hurt so much that tears were about to come out. Draco coolly said beside me, "If you put in a bit more effort, you could spend a night in the hospital wing." I covered my cheeks and asked vaguely, "So do giants' teeth also much bigger than ours? You mean Hagrid? Come on, let me tell you, that guy is at most a half-blood with an overgrown development. Real giants are so much bigger than him, it's unimaginable." Draco curled his lip, looking at me as if I had never seen the world, saying those giant guys are very barbaric, can't even talk, just howl and scream. Fine, I get it. I rubbed my cheeks while pondering what to do with this damn rock candy. Should I just boil it and feed it to Hedwig? Draco straightened his meticulously neat robes and said he was going to the Great Hall for some earthly food and to write a letter to his parents to report his thoughts. As for me, I was thinking of strolling around the Quidditch pitch during the break. Maybe I could catch the team training and have my eyes opened. Before Draco left, he winked at me and said that application form was personally signed by the headmaster, so I should be careful. All right, while I was pondering Quidditch, my godfather Sirius was chatting about me with Lupin. He had just finished talking to me through the two-way mirror, feeling delighted, and the next second his face fell as he turned to Lupin and asked, "Wait, why don't I believe this? Snape? That's Snape? He would let Harry join the Quidditch tryouts in his first year? Isn't he the one who hated how James showed off on his broom back in the day?" Lupin was also confused, especially when he heard that the application forms were personally approved by Snape. That operation was truly incomprehensible. Sirius was still there, puzzled. If it were you, could you be nice to your rival's son? That's the white moonlight he pursued for 7 years, but couldn't catch. Is he secretly plotting something, wanted to see Harry fall off the broom? Let me tell you, my godfather has only been opposing his mother in his life when it comes to feelings. He is like a blank sheet of paper, completely unable to comprehend Snape's complex thought process. Lupin's face wasn't looking too good at that moment, as a full moon night was approaching, and he looked a bit pale. After thinking for a long time, he actually nodded and said, "Of course, I would treat him well." Huh? Sirius was completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't he want to cast a curse on him as soon as they met? Just like he did with my dad back then. Lupin just smiled and said, "Come on, we're adults now. Harry not only looks like James, but he also resembles Lily, kind, smart, and brave. Besides, he has suffered so much at his aunt's house, yet he remains so polite." He paused and added in a very soft voice, "Harry is the only trace Lily left in this world. Who understands this, huh?" Once these words came out, the impact was immense. Lupin continued with an analogy. "Even if it were you, if you were forced by family pressure to marry another pure blood and have a child, I would treat him well. But we are friends, not rivals." My godfather's straight man brain rebutted at lightning speed. Lupin was then frozen there. Well, he accidentally let something slip. Fortunately, my godfather's nerves are as tough as steel. He didn't catch on at all. Lupin could only cough a few times, forcibly changing the subject, saying something like Dumbledore trusts Snape, and Snape never exposed him as a werewolf back then, so Snape must be a qualified teacher, and so on. This hit the nail on the head, and Sirius fell silent. They rarely mentioned the incident at the Shrieking Shack back then. In the end, my godfather slumped in his chair, sighed deeply. "I really want to go back and cheer for him, He will definitely beat those Slytherins to the ground, even though he is a Slytherin himself now. Lupin quickly pressed him down. Just calm down. If you turn into a big black dog and start barking in the audience, that would be too suspicious. I knew Sirius held Lupin's hand. The most important thing right now was to accompany you through the full moon night. In the following days, my mind was filled with the Quidditch tryouts. Ever since Blaise let it slip at the dinner table, the entire Slytherin knew I was going to try out. And rumors started flying around, saying that Headmaster Snape had a special love for me, favoring me beyond measure. Since the last time Draco and I chatted in the hospital wing, our communication has decreased again. He spends every day with Crabbe and Goyle, almost becoming conjoined twins, while others are laughing behind their backs, saying they are his lackeys. However, the good news is that the Gryffindor crowd has been much nicer to me. I even managed to strike up a conversation with Hermione and Ron in Flitwick's Charms class, though the topic was Hermione trying to teach me how to make that damn feather float. The pronunciation of the spell needs to be precise. The wrist movement is a flick and a shake, not poking it with your wand. Hermione is like a walking textbook, demonstrating while she talks, and her feather zooms up into the air. I turn my head, and wow, the feathers over by Luna were flying high. The pair of carrot-shaped earrings on her ears swayed back and forth, very eye-catching. Seeing that I hadn't seen move for a long time, she said in a dreamy tone, "I'm commanding it to dance," and then it flew up. As soon as I looked, her movements really resembled those of a conductor. The way she waved her wand was truly imaginative. She said, "This feather wants to fly on its own. I'm just giving it a little help." I was wide-eyed at the time. Although I couldn't tell what the feather was thinking at all, I mimicked Luna's exaggerated gestures. And guess what? My feather also started to float and sway. This was much easier to understand than what Hermione said about waving and shaking. So in that class, there were two crazy conductors, with Luna and my feathers dancing gracefully in the air. Professor Flitwick happily awarded us each a point. However, I eventually reverted to the standard motion because I caught a glimpse of Draco across the classroom, doubling over with laughter as if he were cramping. I suspected he was sneaking a peek at me, but I had no evidence. Frustratingly, once I standardized my movements, the spell stopped working. Thus, I endured Professor McGonagall's extremely difficult Transfiguration class and Professor Quirrell's stuttering defense against the Dark Arts class, all while suffering through waves of pain from my scars, until I finally faced that drizzly selection match. The sky was overcast, but the stands of the Quidditch pitch were packed with people, not only our Slytherin house, but students from all four houses came to watch. Before entering the field, I bumped into Percy, who was with a guy holding a notebook, looking as if he were heading to battle. Percy greeted me and pointed at the guy, saying this is Wood, my roommate, the captain of our Gryffindor Quidditch team. He said as a prefect, he must care about house honor and potential rivals, so he dragged me here. The captain, Wood, glared at the Firebolt 2000 in my hand, his eyes practically blazing. Your Slytherin's funding is just too good. Our newbies can only use Comet 260. He angrily declared that he would also go to Professor McGonagall to request that first years be allowed to participate in the selection. Over at the commentary box, Snape was talking to a tall boy. When the boy saw me, he walked over and introduced himself. I'm Marcus Flint, the captain of Slytherin. The selection for Chasers was last. Let me tell you, Marcus was built like a bear, basically a plus-size version of Crabbe and Goyle. Snape nodded at me expressionlessly, as if my presence was entirely expected. The selection began, and I realized that our Slytherin Quidditch team was all about being aggressive. In a goalkeeper selection, two candidates had the same score, and in the end, the team voted for someone named Blatch. Why? Because this guy could not only guard the goal, but also hit the quaffle back fiercely, knocking a player off their broom in the process. Marcus shouted for someone to carry that unfortunate soul away while yelling, "Selected. Just be careful not to foul." But I like that kind of strength. My heart sank. Something was off. It felt like a gang fight. The selection for the Seekers confirmed my suspicion. Marcus was roaring from the sidelines. Be tougher. Do you think the Weasley twins are pushovers? With your soft looks, the whole team will get knocked down by them. It started to rain, getting heavier by the minute. When it was my turn to be the Seeker, I was so nervous my palms were sweaty. I stood among the crowd, and good grief. Everyone else was tall and muscular. I figured I barely reached their waists. I felt my heart sink, thinking Marcus would say I was too small and didn't team meet the standards of their Slytherin powerhouse team and tell me to get lost. Instead, Marcus just loudly announced the rules. We have two requirements for Seekers. First, don't get in the way. When we're attacking, don't stand in the middle. Second, be sharp. Seize the moment to catch the snitch. First, dodge the bludgers, and those who survive can fight for the snitch. The rain was coming down so hard I could barely open my eyes. My glasses were fogged up, and my clothes were soaked, weighing me down. Just as I was about to wipe my lenses with my hand, Snape appeared behind me out of nowhere, snatched my glasses, and, with a flick of his wand, he cast a spell. Water cannot harm fire. He quietly murmured a spell, and when he tossed my glasses back into my hands, I was pleasantly surprised to find the lenses perfectly clean, not a single droplet on them. Everyone needed to learn this spell. Raining matches were common. After Snape finished, he turned to watch the others. I mounted my broom and soared into the sky. Although the rain was still pelting my face, my mind was clearer than ever. I relied almost entirely on instinct, dodging the two blundering bludgers time and again. In the moments between my evasions, I even spotted Draco's striking light blonde hair in the stands. Everyone else had left, and he sat there all alone, standing out sharply. After the bludgers had knocked out 3 players, it was our turn to catch the golden snitch. The rain made the broomstick handle incredibly slippery, but I felt like I was performing decently. However, seeing Draco, drenched like a drowned rat in the stands, made me think only one thing. Let us wrap this up quickly. I was flying around like a headless fly in the sky, feeling like I was about to throw up, when suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, a flash of golden light appeared. That little thing was flying straight towards the commentary booth, where Marcus was. Without thinking, I dove down sharply, the wind and rain whistling past my ears. And I could see the commentary booth getting closer and closer, closer and closer. Bang! With a loud crash, I felt my fingertips touch the little wing ball, but I couldn't stop myself. At the last moment, I simply jumped off the broom, raised my arms high, and rolled several times on the water-soaked grass. All right, Marcus, who managed to dodge just in time, looked at my messy appearance and actually nodded. The posture was awkward, but it counted as a valid score. Welcome aboard. I was thrilled to have been selected, but little did I know that on the same night, my godfather was hanging by a thread. That day happened to be a full moon, and Sirius insisted on accompanying Lupin. Lupin tried to dissuade him, saying that the trap he found was dirty and broken, and he didn't want Sirius to suffer alongside him. Sirius jokingly said he wanted to go to the mountains to breathe fresh air, enjoy the moonlight, and pull an all-nighter. The two arrived at an inconspicuous deep pit, a trap used by muggles for hunting. Without hesitation, Sirius jumped in first, and the smell of leaves and mud hit him. It was wet and slippery. Lupin followed and said, "This place is not as cozy as the Screaming Hut. All night, you'll just see me howling." It had been a while since he had seen it, and Sirius was looking forward to it. Little Wolf making his entrance. Awoo. Enough of that. Lupin laughed at him, but soon he ran out of strength. They cast various protective spells at the bottom of the pit to prevent any muggles from wandering in. Lupin recounted a time when he was too careless, and a hunter fell in. Luckily, the hunter had a gun and knocked him out, or it would have been a disaster. Upon hearing about the gun and being shot, Sirius exploded with anger and cursed. The moonlight streamed down through the cracks at the top of the pit, and Lupin's eyes began to change, his body twisting until he transformed into a wolf. Sirius turned into a large black dog, quietly keeping him company. Just then, with a loud thud, a small figure appeared out of nowhere at the bottom of the trap. The werewolf Lupin instantly crouched down, letting out a threatening growl. My godfather's heart nearly jumped out of his chest, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was their filthy house elf, Creature. Creature had come to deliver a message, saying he found a location to buy wolfsbane potion. But when he looked up and saw a giant wolf and a large black dog, he was instantly scared silly, his eyes wide with fear. Sirius wanted him to leave quickly, but when he opened his mouth, all that came out were a few barks. Creature froze for a few seconds, then suddenly seemed to recognize who the big black dog was. He darted in front of my godfather, arms outstretched like he was protecting a cub, and screamed at the werewolf Lupin, "You will not harm the young master." Goodness, that shout instantly enraged the werewolf, and he lunged forward. Creature, with his old arms and legs, was no match for him and was instantly dragged aside. Sirius knew that although Creature was old, he was very powerful with magic. If things escalated, Lupin would be in danger. Desperate, he transformed back into human form and shouted, "Creature, go home. Don't worry about me." In a magical world, a house elf disobeying its master's orders was a serious matter. Creature's movements indeed froze for a few seconds, but in that brief moment, the werewolf Lupin noticed a living person beside him and became even more excited, howling as he lunged at my godfather. Creature went mad, his withered fingers gripping the wolf's neck tightly, shouting that he would defend the safety of the Black family. Sirius rushed in, trying to separate them with his bare hands, yelling at Creature, "Go home. If you don't go home, I'll kill you." Amidst the chaos, Lupin's claws slashed fiercely across Sirius's abdomen. The wolf opened its bloody jaws and lunged at my godfather's head. Just at that critical moment, Creature suddenly released the wolf, grabbed Sirius's wrist, and with a swirl, my godfather found himself back at number 12, Grimmauld Place, having been operated by Creature. He was in so much pain he could barely breathe. Watching Creature bring him potions while banging his head against the wall in a frenzy, fuming, "Why did you disobey my orders?" Creature cried while banging his head. Creature hates the young master, but Creature doesn't want to see the young master die. The mistress is dead, the young master in the lake. Creature cannot let the Black family come to an end. The sound of Creature banging his head against the wall was driving Sirius crazy. His abdominal wound slowly healed under the potion's effect, but it left behind 3 ugly scars. He shouted at Creature to shut up, only to realize his wand had fallen into the trap. And he couldn't go back. Those protective spells could ward off wizards, but not house elves. Sirius was burning with anxiety, praying that Lupin would be okay. He fled from Grimmauld Place that very night and returned to Lupin's little attic, staying awake all night with his eyes wide open. The next day at noon, the door was hurriedly pushed open. Lupin came back, his eyes red, and upon seeing Sirius collapsed on the bed, he sighed in relief, his voice trembling. The wand was on the ground, a pool of blood, and the person was gone. What happened? Sirius knew what he was looking for, so he deliberately tugged at his clothes and said nonchalantly, "Nothing happened." He tilted his chin to show that his face and neck were fine. "Are you hurt?" Lupin's voice changed, filled with fear and guilt, as if he was about to go mad. Seeing Lupin like that, Sirius couldn't bear it, sighed, and lifted his shirt. "It's not your fault. It's that crazy old Creature who suddenly came back to find me. The protective spells prevented me from returning. So I waited for you here. Then the next second, good heavens, he just ripped my shirt off. I tell you, those 3 deep and long claw marks were right there in front of me, with blood scabs still congealed on top, running from my belly all the way to the top of my thigh. My head buzzed, and I felt dizzy. My legs went weak, and I almost fainted. Sirius grabbed my wrist with a grip that was frighteningly strong, his gaze piercing like a nail, as if to say, "Don't run." I didn't want to hear your self-reflective nonsense. I said, "I don't blame you. Stay away from me." I used all my strength to try to shake him off, but I couldn't break free at all. "I don't have any potions, I can't use magic, and I can't get to St. Mungo's." "What? Are you planning to throw me to that mad old man-s house elf who almost killed me?" His voice rose an octave as he effortlessly snatched my wand from my hand. Only then did I manage to calm down a bit. He lay there on his back, his clothes slightly askew, and made a gesture inviting me to come over. The meaning couldn't be clearer. What else can I do? I can only pick up the wand and clean his wound. I tell you, this injury is clearly from a werewolf, permanent. We both know it like the back of our hands. As I clean it, I mutter, "I shouldn't have let you come with me. I'm too selfish. I wanted to go myself. But I didn't stop you," he reminds me. I feel like I can hardly breathe. He, on the other hand, is already bouncing back, saying, "Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore." As soon as the treatment is over, I start feeling emo again, turning my head away. Sirius puts his clothes down and says, "It's fine. With the injury here, no one can see it. Creature found a place that sells wolfsbane potion. Let us go now. You'll be a harmless little wolf from now on." "Don't pity me," I reply stiffly. He then directly lifts my chin with the tip of his wand, forcing me to look at him. "Listen, if you feel responsible for these 3 scars, then don't refuse any of my requests. Come with me to buy the potion." All right, what else can I say? With a disillusionment charm, we headed out. The address Creature gave us was in a muggle neighborhood. The air thick with the smell of fish, damp and greasy. The whole area looked like a dirty rag. We walked through the noisy, filthy streets and finally stopped in front of a place that looked like a bookstore. A strange medicinal scent wafted out from the crack in the door, mingling with the fishy odor outside. A fat, greasy wizard looked up at me. "What book do you want, dear?" "Arsenius's Potions and Elixirs," I answered, following the code Creature gave me. The wizard yawned and pointed behind the bookshelf, a passage slowly appearing. "Today, Es Veritasrum is on sale. Hurry if you want to buy it." The passage was dark, filled with the eerie glow of jars and bottles. There were quite a few people inside, all focused on reading labels. I spotted a witch at the cashier buying over 100 shrinking potions, not sure what she was planning to do. Sirius said beside me, "Wolfsbane potion is a controlled substance. It's probably over there with the Veritasrum." Next to the shelf, a few people were checking the goods, opening bottles to smell them, like they were at a market. A witch said, "It smells pretty bitter, the color is clear, feels just like what the ministry sends." A man next to her gasped at the price tag. "So expensive. For the sake of letting the kid grow up like a normal wizard child. This money is worth it." The witch took a few bottles and left. Sirius pulled me to the shelf, imitating what the previous person did. He opened a bottle and sniffed it. Can you tell the good from the bad? An overwhelming bitter scent rushed out instantly. I said with a wry smile, how can I tell? This bottle is enough to cover my rent for a year. Let's try it first. He didn't listen at all, relying on his invisibility. Grabbed a large handful of potions and quickly stuffed them in my arms. The people around just saw a bunch of potion bottles flying up by themselves, and no one found it strange. I said, don't pity me. I'm much happier now than before you came back. I was being honest. He looked at those colorful potion bottles and suddenly laughed. You know, this place reminds me of a question. What question? I detected the mischievous tone in his voice. You have to promise me first that you'll answer honestly. Of course. I had no idea what he was up to. Then he directly pulled me to another row of shelves. When I looked, I was stunned. Aphrodisiacs, the bottles shimmering with mother-of-pearl luster and swirling steam, with powerful labels on them, as if afraid others wouldn't know how strong they were. What's wrong? I raised an eyebrow. Do you still need this stuff? He didn't say a word, popped the cork off one bottle, and shoved it right under my nose. Tell me, what do you smell? At that moment, my CPU was directly overheating, and I instinctively wanted to pinch my nose. He pushed my hand away and stood behind me, and I felt my ears turning completely red. The teacher had taught us that this place is filled with your favorite smells. I fell completely silent. However, he continued to speak without pause. I remember that in that class, it was you who stood up to answer the question. Let me think. What you said at the time was the smell of bloody raw meat, the scent of new books, pet dogs, and cedar and rosemary. He paused for a moment and continued. I only remembered this after arguing with Cliche last night. Back when I was in lower grades. When the school robe was sent home to be washed, my mom would have Cliche soak it in cedar and rosemary essence. I actually forgot about this after I ran away from home. And besides, you have never had a pet dog. I lowered my head, and through the reflective medicine bottle, I saw myself biting my lip hard. Speak, be honest. He nudged me with his knee. What do you smell now? It's still the same. I struggled to admit it. Did it really take you 10 years to realize? Indeed, his voice was soft, and there was a scent in the air that I had been unable to recall. He paused, then leaned close to my ear, his voice like a spell. But this morning, I smelled that scent on your pillow. Snap. Crash. All the wolf poison potions in my arms and several years' worth of rent money fell to the ground. Everyone in the store looked at me, and I stood there like a wooden post, dumbfounded. Sirius wrapped his arms around my waist from behind, his laughter warm and ticklish against my neck. He buried his nose in my neck and took a deep breath. It's been 10 years. Don't lose me again. The letters you haven't written and the meetings we haven't had. Remember to make up for them slowly. In the middle of the night, I nudged the sleeping Sirius beside me. Goodness, this guy had fallen asleep and was completely on top of me, his nose almost touching my face, his warm breath making my ears feel hot. I felt like I was about to be squished into a piece of paper. Ever since he arrived, this little attic had never been quiet, especially after he unilaterally decided to share a bed with me. Every night, I was squeezed to the limit. I pushed him a bit, but he didn't wake up. Instead, he instinctively tightened his grip on my hand, as if afraid I would disappear like a mirage. I had no choice but to carefully shift my body and change direction, finally able to breathe comfortably. Turning my head, I just happened to meet his sleeping face. I suddenly remembered the kiss in the potion shop. Because of the disillusionment charm, I couldn't see anything, only felt pressure, temperature, and a slight sting. After we returned, neither of us mentioned it, and life went on as usual, but it felt like everything was different. I felt my palms sweating, so I pulled my fingers back and tentatively reached toward the scars on his stomach. They had become several rough grooves, particularly stark against the surrounding skin. I was feeling with my fingertips when suddenly my wrist was grabbed with a snap. He woke up. He opened his eyes with sleepiness, looked at my stiff posture, and then revealed a smile that was wicked to the bone. My heart sank. Oh no, in this position. It looked more like I was taking advantage rather than checking for injuries. He didn't let me pull my hand back and asked me, what's wrong? Nothing. I tried to say calmly, but where my fingertips touched his abs felt like it was about to ignite. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw you looking aggrieved and vulnerable. I hadn't done anything at all. He propped himself up on his arm and said slowly, I'm afraid if we suddenly go from friends to lovers, it might scare you away. I covered my face, feeling a strong heat. However, I think taking it slow goes against my nature. He randomly said something, but I'm willing to wait for you to adapt. Well, I'm not going crazy. I'm actually quite nice, right? I didn't speak, just looked at him. He leaned closer to me, biting the hem of his shirt with his mouth, then took my wrist and placed it back on his waist, softly saying, touch me. The scene shifts. Let's take a look at my godson Harry over here. Hogwarts, boys' restroom. Harry finally found an empty place and nervously used a two-way mirror to contact us. I saw that mouse. It really is missing a toe. What should I do now? As soon as I heard it, my expression darkened. Sirius had a look that said, I knew it all along. I told you I wouldn't be wrong. Moreover, Harry continued, that rat was Ron's old pet, and Percy is already in his 5th year. An ordinary rat can't live that long. I want to go back to Hogwarts. Sirius turned to look at me, and his eyes were full of determination, as if he wanted to kill him himself. No. I looked at Harry in a mirror and calmly said, he must be alive to stand in the witness box. This is your only chance to clear your name. But Snape said the Veritaserum can make people tell the truth, right? Harry asked. Veritaserum can be resisted by strong-willed wizards. It can't be considered irrefutable evidence. Wormtail is a witness, and that's the most convincing. I explained to him. Then let's go back to Hogwarts and catch him alive. Sirius immediately decided. It would be too reckless to directly break into Gryffindor dormitory, I thought. If we fail, it would all be over. What about the Halloween party? Harry suggested. Ron said he would bring his pet to eat. I'll go. I suddenly spoke up. On Halloween, I'll go. You will? Sirius was taken aback. If I get caught by the professors, it would just be considered an old employee returning to school to catch up. What about you? The #1 escapee from Azkaban breaking into the school? I can already imagine the headlines. I looked at him. This is so you can walk around freely in the future. Harry can't lose you again, and I can't either. Sirius fell silent and leaned back in his chair. Finally, this matter seemed to have some clarity, and Harry also became happy, telling us about things at school. Like how Slytherin's Quidditch practice was like workplace PUA, and that Professor Quirrell always loitered in the 4th floor corridor. Quirrell? Was he around when we were in school? Sirius asked. There seems to be someone from Ravenclaw. But I'm not familiar with him, I replied. He's quite strange, stuttering when he talks, and whenever I see him, my scar hurts. His name even has a shadow on the Marauders map. As Harry spoke, he took out the map to show us. Beneath the name Quirinus Quirrell, there was indeed a blurry name starting with T. It seems the map has a bug. I openly admit my technical skills aren't great. He's always sneaking around the 4th floor, like a video game, Harry added. Let me guess what's on the 4th floor. Sirius looked at me. Something that would make a new teacher repeatedly try to sneak around is probably not a real treasure. I nodded. That's right. For truly important matters. Dumbledore wouldn't let so many teachers know. The more people involved, the less secure the secret. He's making such a big fuss. He might as well hang a banner, saying treasure here. Hurry. Isn't that obviously a bait? A lure. Sirius concluded, but didn't know which big fish he was trying to catch. Anyway, with our level back then, we could turn Hogwarts upside down. How dangerous could a student corridor be? Harry felt reassured upon hearing this. His primary task now was to help me carry out our plan smoothly on Halloween. Finally, let's switch scenes and take a look at Snape's office. In the evening, Lucius Malfoy knocked and entered. How is Draco's occlumency coming along? Lucius asked. Quite well, Snape replied. How did Dumbledore allow you to come to the school? There was a huge teaching incident, Lucius huffed. As a board member, I certainly have a right to inquire. But what kind of person would attack a unicorn? Someone who disregards curses but is in desperate need of power to survive, Snape said quietly. The two fell silent for a moment. And Lucius asked again, how is Draco getting along with that Potter boy? I think he hangs out more with Crabbe and Goyle. At the mention of Harry, Snape's expression became subtle. What good could come from mingling with a second-rate James Potter? You still love her? Severus, Lucius suddenly said. There's nothing good or bad about it. Snape took a deep breath. Let's talk about something else. Draco says the defense against the dark arts teacher is terrible. Lucius immediately changed the subject. Quirrell is suspicious. Snape said disdainfully, and he's been secretly gathering information. Oh, considering that among the people Dumbledore commissioned is someone as clumsy as Hagrid, Snape was quite dissatisfied. If he really wanted to keep a secret, Dumbledore should have only approached me. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the office door. I told you Draco came in. As soon as he walked through the door, good grief, he spotted his dad Lucius's signature platinum blonde hair right away. And he was stunned. Dad, what are you doing here? He hurried over and wrapped his arm around him. Lucius pulled his son close, looking him up and down as if inspecting some rare treasure, and said, Your mom sent me to check on you, see how you're doing. By the way, tonight I'm having a special training session on brain closure techniques with Professor Snape. Snape, standing nearby, was in full-on motivational speaker mode, babbling about how those who can't manage themselves will ultimately be managed by others. Good grief, it made my CPU almost overheat. Just as Snape was busy PUAING little Draco, over in Dumbledore's office, it wasn't quiet either. With a flash of green light in the fireplace, Lupin popped out. I tell you, this guy had just communicated with Sirius, learned all the truth, and immediately applied to return to school, ready to stir up some big trouble. Dumbledore, grinning like an old fox, said, "You look good. Sirius must have told you everything, right?" Lupin was dead serious, saying, "That's right. I'm back to catch that rat Peter. Once I catch him, everything will be clear." "Oh dear," Dumbledore blinked. "This Halloween is destined to be extraordinary." As he spoke, he pulled a package from his drawer and handed it to Lupin, saying, "This was originally meant for Harry at Christmas, your father's belongings. You and Sirius are with him now. It's more appropriate for you to give it to him than for me." As soon as Lupin touched the smooth material, he instantly understood. It was James's invisibility cloak. Who knows, back in the day, the four of them relied on this artifact to draw the Marauder's map. At that moment, childhood memories flooded back, and Lupin almost stumbled. Dumbledore even urged him to eat some candy, saying, "You should eat more sweets, good boy." That one line left Lupin silent, recalling how Dumbledore used to call him that when he was 11. Lupin felt a mix of emotions, donned the invisibility cloak, declined the lemon sherbet, and quietly slipped away. Time flew by, and it was Halloween morning. Harry had just woken up when Draco mysteriously approached, hiding something in his hands. He pulled out two small white ghosts, ceramic and cool to the touch, about the length of half a finger. "What is this?" Harry asked curiously. "A communicator," Draco said proudly. "I saw your two-way mirror was quite interesting, so I found something similar and added a little magic to it." He picked up one of the little ghosts and clearly called out, "Harry Potter." The ghost in Harry's hand zoomed up into the air, changing from white to black. "Now I can talk." Draco said something to the ghost. And guess what? The sound that came from the ghost in Harry's hand was a deep roar resembling that of the Black Lake monster. The content and rhythm were identical to Draco's, but the noise sent Harry into fits of laughter. As he laughed, the dormitory was instantly filled with the double duet of the lake monster's wild laughter. Beside him, Blaze suddenly jumped up from his bed, looking terrified. "What is going on? Is the water from the Black Lake leaking in?" Draco hurriedly shut off the ghost, both of them stifling their laughter. Draco quietly explained, "This thing is designed for encrypted communication. It randomly changes voices every time, so it could be a mermaid or a big-headed monster," emphasizing the thrill of unboxing. Harry was thrilled, immediately placing an order. "For my birthday, you have to sing me Happy Birthday in a banshee's voice." Let me tell you, it was quite lively in the castle that day. There were pumpkin lanterns and bats everywhere, and even the students had started using bat spells in their fights, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Harry was in a particularly good mood because he knew Lupin would be coming today. In the evening, the Halloween feast officially began. The Great Hall was filled with a chaotic scene. The ceiling turned into a dark night, and the pumpkin lanterns flickered on and off. But the food was simply a celebration of dark cuisine: sausages with teeth, roasted meat with strange scales, and cakes shaped like man-eating plants. Blaze's face went green as he said, "Can this thing be eaten?" Harry, feeling bold, took a bite of the toothy sausage and thought, "Hey, it's not bad." Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the long tables were cleared away, and the students began to go around asking for candy. Harry quickly spotted Snape at the staff table. Goodness, while everyone else was happily handing out candy, he had a sour face as if someone owed him 8 million, and very few students were gathered around him, creating a scene that was utterly comedic. Just as Harry was looking around, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Harry felt a stir in his heart. It was Lupin. He was here. He immediately understood and started looking for Ron in the crowd. Luck was on his side. Ron wasn't running around. He was being held in a circle by his twin brothers, listening to George tell ghost stories about giant spiders. His face was as white as paper, trembling all over, looking like he was about to faint from fright. Harry hurried over and sat down next to Ron. Ron grabbed Harry like he had found a savior and said, "I'm going to throw up. I hate spiders." As he spoke, he pulled out his pet, Rat Scabbers, from his pocket, petting him left and right as if seeking comfort. "I tell you, that mouse, Ban, looks much more spirited today than usual," even poking its head out of the pocket. Harry knew that the invisible Lupin must be right beside them, watching. Just then, a figure rushed into the Great Hall in a panic. It was Professor Quirrell. He dashed straight toward the teacher's table. Bang! With a loud crash, Quirrell tripped over Harry and the others as he passed by, landing flat on his face. Goodness! It was clear that the invisible Lupin hadn't managed to dodge in time and had physically slowed him down. Before anyone could react, Quirrell was on the ground, stuttering in his signature way, screaming in terror, "Troll! There's a troll!" Almost at the same moment, a sharp, tearing pain shot through Harry's forehead, and he gasped, crouching down. Ron supported him but stared intently at the back of Quirrell's head, his voice trembling. "Harry, look at that." Harry gritted his teeth against the pane and looked in the direction Ron was pointing. Through the gap in Quirrell's crooked scarf, it seemed like something alive was moving. Before they could see clearly, there were loud bangs from outside, and the entire Great Hall shook, just as Dumbledore stood up to restore order. A strange, extremely angry voice suddenly rang out, coming from Quirrell's head. "You've been discovered. Useless." Harry's eyes widened in an instant. He understood. The reason his scar hurt was definitely related to whatever was on the back of Quirrell's head. Without thinking, he pulled out his wand and aimed it at Quirrell's scarf. But before he could cast a spell, Quirrell suddenly turned around, his usually wooden face now twisted with rage. The strange voice sounded again. "Grab that boy, then escape." Boom! The Great Hall's door was kicked open by a massive, light green foot. A troll. The stench immediately filled the air, just as everyone's attention was drawn to the troll. Quirrell shot out his hand like lightning, grabbing Harry's arm with such force that it nearly crushed his bones. "Let go of me," Harry shouted, but his voice was completely drowned out by the troll's roar. Ron instinctively clutched Harry's shirt tightly, and with that tug, he pulled off Quirrell's tattered scarf. Family, who understands? Quirrell really had a face growing on the back of his head. A pale, pale face. Red eyes, snake-like nostrils. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins were still shouting. "Wow. Best Halloween costume of the night. I didn't know Professor Quirrell could play like this." I was really shocked. Just at that critical moment, the hidden Lupin cast a spell, and Chilo's grip loosened as if he had been electrocuted. Harry and Ron tumbled to the ground. But at that moment, Ron's pet rat Scabbers suddenly darted out, heading straight for Chilo, even trying to burrow into his pocket. The truth was revealed. Lupin cast another silent spell with perfect accuracy. The rat hanging by Chilo's pocket instantly transformed in midair, becoming a fat man with tearful eyes and a balding head, collapsing in a very awkward position at Chilo's feet. "What is this?" "Merlin, my Scabbers." Ron's eyes nearly popped out as he screamed, then rolled his eyes and fainted. "Brother. ISNT this way more thrilling than any spider-legged teddy bear?" Chilo's face, with blood-red eyes, stared intently at the fat man on the ground, who was none other than Peter Pettigrew. "Master," Peter Pettigrew stammered. That face then turned to Draco, who had inexplicably moved closer, and said ominously, "You really resemble your father." A disloyal follower. Draco trembled in fear. At that moment, Professor McGonagall and Snape also rushed over. Upon seeing Peter Pettigrew, the expressions on their faces were more shocked than if they had seen a ghost. Seeing the situation was dire, Chilo wasted no time, wildly waving his wand, causing explosions and demolitions, with pieces of pumpkins, bats, and plaster flying everywhere, creating chaos. Peter Pettigrew glanced at the unconscious Ron and the protected Harry, then turned and ran after Chilo. "Stop!" Snape raised his wand. Two spells flew almost simultaneously toward Peter's back, colliding in midair. With a pop, Peter's body swayed, and one of his arms fell to the ground, while he transformed back into a rat and vanished into the wreckage. Lupin sprinted out in pursuit, almost catching up, but then noticed the giant troll controlled by the professors wobbling toward a stunned student. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed to save the student. When he looked back, all that remained were a trail of dripping blood leading into the Forbidden Forest. In the Great Hall, Dumbledore was cleaning up the aftermath, staring at the severed arm on the ground, which had been cut off by a spell, with a dark and conspicuous dark mark on it. Shocking to behold. The next day, let me tell you, the Daily Prophet exploded. The front page headline read, "Will the Mad Headmaster lead Hogwarts?" Goodness, that reporter Rita Skeeter knows how to set the tone. The entire article lambasted Dumbledore, calling him a rigid old madman, claiming his mind was no longer clear, saying he was nepotistic, hiring a weirdo like Chilo as a teacher, and even leading to campus violence. It also stated that Hogwarts security was as flimsy as paper, allowing trolls to come in and party. The worst part was that she revealed the truth about Peter Pettigrew, questioning how a war hero could come back to life with a dark mark. Then she started conspiracy theories, suggesting that Dumbledore was secretly conducting resurrection magic research behind the Ministry of Magic, achieving some groundbreaking breakthroughs. Finally, she hinted that there might be more to the case of Harry's parents, suggesting that Sirius might have been wronged. I thought this was just pure slander, but I have to say, the way this is unfolding, the entire wizarding world is going to shake. In the midst of the turmoil, Harry was sent to the hospital wing again. Although he felt fine, Madame Pomfrey still arranged a private room for him, probably worried about him being further traumatized. Knock, knock. The door to the room was knocked on, and Dumbledore walked in. "Sir." Harry propped himself up in bed. He still felt a bit guilty, thinking he should have hinted to Ron earlier. Now, not only is Ron likely to be afraid of spiders, but he might also be afraid of mice. After all, the fact that his pet rat is actually a living person is just too shocking. I have to tell you, Harry still hasn't recovered from the mouse-catching incident when Dumbledore showed up. He just sat down next to Harry's bed and said, "Come on, kid. Is there anything you want to ask? Let's clear everything up today." Harry's mind was about to explode. He had too many questions and couldn't even open his mouth. Dumbledore saw this and understood, so he helped him get started. "Why did you suddenly go after Quirrell's scarf?" Harry honestly confessed that as soon as he saw Quirrell, the lightning scar on his forehead started hurting like it was dancing. After hearing this, Dumbledore stared at Harry's scar with his blue eyes and slowly dropped a bombshell. "Did you take a good look at that thing on the back of his head? That face belongs to the one who killed your parents." I was listening beside them, my heart racing. Harry was completely stunned. He just... Dumbledore calmly interjected, "Voldemort. Quirrell is Voldemort." Harry was dumbfounded. "Then why didn't you capture him? You knew it was him all along?" "That thing is now just a parasite. Quirrell is just an unfortunate vessel." Dumbledore explained, "I suspected him for a long time, but I had no evidence. He hides as soon as he sees me, and most of those who have seen Voldemort in person are dead. Except for you, Harry. Honestly, I've never seen this kind of parasitic play before." "Was that troll also sent by him?" "Yes, to distract us, so he could sneak up to the 4th floor to steal something. However, Lupin's appearance disrupted his plan." Dumbledore cleared everything up in just a few words. "Don't worry, I will return that stone to Nicholas Flamel." Harry gritted his teeth in anger, but both he and Pettigrew ran away. The feeling of frustration was almost overwhelming. He felt it was all due to his slow reaction. "Don't think like that," Dumbledore comforted him. "Voldemort doesn't have a body right now. Even if he kills Quirrell, he won't die. As for Pettigrew, let me tell you, that guy is a top-notch coward. He managed to fool everyone for 10 years. Even I was deceived, which shows he is not a good person at all. Lupin's choice at that time may have been the best possible. Just think about it. In that situation, facing your once best friend, who could bring themselves to kill." After hearing this, Harry was silent for a long time and sadly asked, "What can I do?" Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for this question. Smiling, "When Voldemort wanted to kill you, he created a special connection between you two. That's why your scar hurts. He will definitely come back to find you. This process won't be pleasant, but what we pursue is the final victory." Saying this, Dumbledore stood up and threw a copy of the Daily Prophet on the bedside. The news about Pettigrew had already broken out. A person like him can't survive without his master and will definitely look for Voldemort again. "As for you, just be prepared. You are much braver than I thought. Your parents will be proud of you." Before leaving, he added, "You can look at the newspaper. I particularly enjoyed the parts where Rita Skeeter called me an old madman. You'll have to get used to it. Being a savior comes with both flowers and spit." On the other side, Lupin was almost emo to the core. Sirius shoved a plate of bloody steak in front of him. "Eat." Lupin shrank back in his chair, not even looking at it, not hungry. "You haven't eaten a bite since you got back last night." Sirius wouldn't let him off easy. "Are you blaming yourself for not taking down Voldemort in one shot, taking out the troll, and capturing Pettigrew in front of the entire school?" Lupin didn't say anything, so Sirius directly started cutting the steak. "Come on, only house elves would punish themselves by not eating. If self-blame were useful, I'd have rotted in Azkaban for the rest of my life, repenting for handing the position of secret keeper to that scumbag Pettigrew." "Stop talking nonsense." Finally, Lupin lifted his head at a shout. Sirius directly shoved a piece of beef to his mouth. "Let me tell you, Sirius is all about action." He threatened to use the Black family's traditional method of feeding, while also nuzzling Lupin's shoulder like a puppy, saying, "I confirmed my love for you in the morning and confessed in the afternoon. I never procrastinate on things I've decided. Right now, I just want you to live well. So, let us act now." What kind of dad-like boyfriend, no wolf-like boyfriend is this? I'm dying." Lupin was completely won over and obediently took the fork to start eating. "I'm also worried about Harry," Lupin said while eating. "He is still a child, being targeted by Voldemort. Don't worry, we can teach him. Besides, that kid Harry is so sensible it makes people heartbroken. He tells us everything." Sirius leaned on Lupin's shoulder. "Never expected that someone like me, who has never been sensible, would have a day to praise a child for being sensible." Lupin smiled, sucking the blood off the fork, and said, "Isn't that so?" The scene shifted to our young Master Draco, who has been really troubled lately. There hasn't been a single letter from home. Something's not right. His parents are usually very prompt in replying. Then he heard Blaise bragging in the dining hall about being saved by mysterious powers, and Draco immediately thought of the house elf. He quickly found an empty bathroom and called Dobby over. Let me tell you, when Dobby came out, he looked miserable, crying like a tearful person, screaming at Draco not to go home. Why? Because a very terrifying guest came to the house, and his father Lucius calls that person Master. Dobby also gestured to the back of his head, saying that the person had two faces. Wow, Draco understood immediately. His face went pale. The Dark Lord is at my house. Dobby spilled the beans, saying that old Voldy tortures him every day. When he is in a bad mood, he throws him into the fireplace to roast for fun, and he is discussing with his parents how to come back and do a major purge and wants to kill a boy. Draco's heart sank. Which boy? The famous savior Harry Potter. Dobby cried. Good heavens, Draco was completely stunned. He told Dobby to keep his secret, then stood alone in the bathroom for a long time, until Harry came in with a mirror, saw him dazed, and patted his shoulder. Hey, why are you here alone? Draco turned around abruptly, his eyes red, and Harry was taken aback. Not feeling well? Harry asked. Draco said nothing, pushed past him, and walked out. What's wrong? Harry shouted from behind. Draco didn't look back. Stay away from me. What? I said stay away from me. Since that day, Draco has been acting completely off. In potions class, a perfectly good potion he brewed turned into slime. Snape came over and saw his face as black as the bottom of the cauldron. With a wave of his wand, he cleared the pot of sludge. Draco lowered his head and ran to ask Snape for extra practice on the brain-blocking spell, looking like he had lost his soul. During lunch, everyone was discussing the new defense against the dark arts teacher, an Auror named Delacour. Theodore Knott was spilling tea, saying he was sent by Minister Fudge to monitor Dumbledore. The Slytherin table was buzzing with gossip, everyone looking at Draco, wanted to hear some insider information from him. Draco didn't have the mood for that. Sulking while drinking pumpkin juice, he snapped, "We'll find out once we get to class." Across from him, Harry's gaze collided with his. The look in his eyes was clearly hurt. Draco felt a pang of softness, but the words of apology just wouldn't come out. Now, when he looked at Harry, it felt like looking at a countdown to life. Apologizing felt like a last-ditch effort. He despairingly realized that he and Harry might have never stood together at all. In the afternoon class, Harry was also distracted. Draco's words to stay away from me were too hurtful. He didn't even have the mood to unwrap the new package sent by his godfather. Finally, enduring until class was over, Harry rushed back to the dormitory, tore open the package, and a silvery, liquid-like object slid out. Inside was a card, written in Lupin's handwriting. Harry, this is your father's legacy, a real invisibility cloak. An invisibility cloak. Harry was stunned, quickly putting it on. Oh my goodness. The person in the mirror directly disappeared. Harry was so excited, just about to take a night tour of Hogwarts with this thing, when he opened the door and bumped right into Draco, who had just returned to the dormitory. Draco was startled. There was clearly air in front of him. How could he bump into someone? He tentatively reached out and touched Harry's neck and the smooth fabric, and immediately freaked out, thinking it was a ghost. Without a second thought, he pulled out his wand and cast a spell. Bang! Harry was knocked down, blood streaming from his nose. The invisibility cloak fell halfway off, revealing him. When Blaze rushed in, he was stunned, one holding a wand and the other bleeding on the ground. Harry clutched his nose, glaring at Draco, his eyes demanding an apology. But Draco held it in for a long time and didn't say a word. Harry laughed, a laugh fueled by anger. He wiped the blood away with the back of his hand, stood up, and coldly said, "Don't get close to you? Of course I can." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Who understands this? The glass shards are piercing my heart. This matter isn't over yet. Draco was troubled by this incident and couldn't concentrate at all while practicing the mental blocking spell. What kind of person is Snape? A top-tier CPU. He directly used legilimency to read Draco's memories. The scene of Dobby crying in the bathroom was seen by Snape without missing a frame. Snape put down his wand and asked him with a dark face, "Is this why you turned the potion into a pile of garbage?" Draco remained silent, which was considered an acknowledgement. He was carrying such a big secret alone, nearly going crazy, wishing Snape would say something. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Snape probably understood, and poured a bucket of cold water on him. "What are you panicking about? Even if the Dark Lord goes crazy, he wouldn't ask a first-year student to do anything earth-shattering. That would be pure pig teammate behavior. Your parents, Lucius and Narcissa, are both clever people with top-notch survival skills. They will figure it out themselves. Your current task is to finish your first-year classes honestly. Let me tell you, Draco is quite the character." After hearing this, he actually sighed in relief. But he wasn't worried about himself. He was worried about Harry. He weakly asked Snape, I'm worried about other things. The Dark Lord wants to kill Harry Potter, and he is my roommate now. I'm afraid that one day when I wake up, my roommate will be gone. Of course, he didn't want to oppose the Dark Lord, but goodness, Snape immediately used a powerful mind-blocking spell to read his thoughts and saw it. He saw Draco secretly touching Harry's scar before. Family, who understands? This is truly a major social death scene. Snape's face instantly darkened, as if he owed him 8 million, and his gaze was sharp like knives. You just have to fixate on Harry Potter? What is so interesting about that stupid scar on his forehead? Is it worth writing a letter home to shout about? Draco was so scared that he curled up in the armchair, not daring to make a sound. Snape had no intention of letting him off, unleashing a barrage of questions. There are so many students in Slytherin. Do you know all of them? Other houses, other years. So many living people, and you just lack this one friend? You have to rush to him? Draco still wanted to struggle a bit. It's normal to communicate with a roommate. I can't just fight every day in the dorm, right? Snape then delivered a killer line that left him speechless. If necessary, I can help you rearrange your dorm and roommate. As soon as those words came out, Draco was so angry he trembled all over, but he had no way to refute it. After all, it was his own mess. Seeing his frustrated expression, Snape returned to his inscrutable deadpan face and leisurely added, "Given the current situation, the probability of you encountering the Dark Lord is quite high. I suggest you prepare some material in advance, so he doesn't dive into your mind and discover you're a moderate. If you still want to stand on your parents' side, remember, the Dark Lord doesn't tea like pacifists." What else could Draco say? He could only grit his teeth and promise, "Got it. I'll argue with him every day from now on." Is that good enough? On this side, Draco was being forced to be a bully at school. While on the other side, let me tell you, Sirius and Lupin were up all night, starting their nightlife. At 2:30 in the morning, they rode that incredibly cool flying motorcycle and directly headed to a Muggle food wholesale market that was larger than the entire country of Monaco. Lupin had taken a private job researching vampires. Today he was supposed to meet with a vampire chef named Hugo. Sirius was yawning the whole time. His mouth never stopped, complaining, being a chef is so suitable for vampires, perfectly avoiding sunlight, mainly active at night. Lupin was more reliable, having done his homework in advance, knowing exactly when a market opened and when the chef made his purchases. From above, the market looked like a city that never sleeps, brightly lit, resembling a man-made sea of stars. Sirius even commented, "Do house elves at Hogwarts come out this early to buy groceries? Anyway, creature definitely wouldn't run around for me in the middle of the night." As they spoke, they landed. They plunged into a meat section cold storage, and wow, it was -10 degrees, with rows of processed animal corpses hanging. Sirius was so cold, he was grinning. He asked Lupin, "With so many people, where do we find that vampire?" Lupin joked, "Just look for the one with the heaviest dark circles under his eyes. He must be the champion of late nights." Seeing Sirius looking gloomy, he then told the truth. We exchanged photos, and he gave me a specific area number. While they were looking, Sirius suddenly remembered. Who hired you for this research? It seems pretty niche." Lupin replied while finding his way. "Yeah, who cares about the lives of us marginal beings? The papers that can win Sir Merlin's Order of Merit are all about researching new spells, the uses of dragon blood. Who would study werewolves and vampires? It's not profitable. Isn't Wolfbane potion pretty expensive?" Sirius muttered, "That thing, I can only afford it a few times in my life." Lupin sighed, saying that this employer only communicated with him through letters and they had never met in person. Just then, Sirius's eyes lit up as he pointed to the depths of the cold storage. Look, could that be? Behind a pile of red meat, there stood a tall, thin figure with skin so pale it almost had a silver-gray sheen under the light. The surrounding muggles were probably so sleep-deprived they didn't notice anything odd about him. Sirius added, "What heavy dark circles? Is that him, Hugo?" As they approached, they heard the vampire placing an order with the vendor. 130 portions of aged steak. And turkey breast. Sirius whispered to Lupin, "Why do muggles like to hang meat?" The vampire, named Hugo, didn't even turn his head and directly answered him. After an animal dies, it secretes lactic acid. Hanging it can stretch the fibers to expel the lactic acid. Simply put, it tastes better. Wow, this hearing is incredible. Hugo slowly turned around, and I tell you, he looked like a young, handsome guy in his early 20s. But his reddish-brown eyes held a kindness that was completely at odds with his age. He first shook hands with Lupin. "Werewolf friend?" Then he turned to Sirius, smiling and said, "So young." Sirius was stunned, thinking, "You look younger than me." Seeing his expression, Hugo calmly said, "I'm over 100 years old. I know vampires can live long, but to stay youthful?" Lupin was also dumbfounded. "It's quite interesting. Hugo lowered his voice. My sister is the same. We were transformed in our 30s, but my appearance started regressing to a younger state after my sister found a job as an obstetrician. What the heck? An obstetrician? Yes. We occasionally get some cord blood without harming muggles. Maybe the blood of newborns brings about this effect. Wow, did you hear that? Newborn blood. It can make vampires reverse age. This is simply a biological breakthrough, pure science, and hard work. The wizarding world doesn't play like this. Hugo also said he hadn't noticed it before because there hadn't been any vampires who could regularly access blood from the delivery room. As he spoke, he ordered a large amount of foie gras. His business acumen was quite impressive. He also talked about how, when he was young, he had met Grindelwald. He almost got fooled by that whole for the greater good nonsense. Later, I quickly realized that in the beautiful world he spoke of, there was no place for dark creatures like us. Hugo shook his head. I've witnessed too much bloodshed, so I decided to return to the Muggle world. After living here for so long, it's easier to come up with a lie about working the night shift. Upon hearing Grindelwald, Lupin finally reacted. My God, doesn't that mean you're almost the same age as Dumbledore? Dumbledore? I don't know him. Maybe I've heard of him, but I forgot. Hugo said, the Muggle world is much calmer. The biggest worry is whether my cook misjudged the sauce or didn't cook the steak properly. Family, I admire such simple worries. As dawn approached, Hugo invited the two of them to see his home. I tell you, the speed of vampires is incredible. They move so fast that they disappear into the night like a ghostly effect. Sirius was chasing behind, shouting, no one wouldn't want to keep their best youthful state. Look at him. Upon entering Hugo's house, it was tightly sealed, with no light coming in. However, the room was filled with shiny objects, crystal swans, and the like. Sparkling brightly, Hugo was very frank. I've lived for over 100 years, and I've almost no savings. All my money has gone to online shopping. Goodness, a hardcore shopaholic. He pointed to a pile of cards on the cabinet, saying those were thank you notes from his sister's patients. Lupin picked one up and saw it read, you are my superhero. Another one said, thank you for pulling me back to reality after I rang death's doorbell. My goodness, this vampire sibling duo, one cooking in the kitchen and the other saving lives in the delivery room. What a contrast. Hugo also opened the fridge, which contained several small jars of blood and some restaurant leftovers. He said that besides blood, other food didn't attract them much, but they could eat it. Lupin looked at the jars of cord blood, lost in thought. If this thing could be understood, it would be a groundbreaking discovery that could overturn natural laws. Sirius saw through his thoughts and said softly, they have already been discovered. If you don't do it, someone else might come. Hugo heard this, turned around, and said, I've lived so long, and only swiping through shopping apps gives me a bit of freshness. What does immortality mean to me? I often doubt it. I'm just trapped in the night, day after day. He looked at Sirius, so when I received that investigation letter, I even felt relieved I was finally discovered. I want to see what this unexpected discovery can bring different to my life. Immortality means nothing to me. What about for others? I am so curious. The scene shifted back to Sirius and Lupin. Harry's scheduled call with the two-way mirror was delayed, and Sirius was anxiously holding the mirror. Lupin, on the other hand, calmly read a book with a table full of magical books and Muggle medical texts. Sirius couldn't sit still and leaned over, rubbing his newly grown stubble against Lupin's face. I tell you, that atmosphere, TSK, TSK, TSK. Just then, the two-way mirror rang, and Harry's voice came through. Lupin was startled like he had been electrocuted, and he pushed Sirius back into his chair, his face looking extremely awkward. Sirius was unhappy and said in a hushed voice, what do we have to hide? Lupin's face turned red, getting more nervous. I know. Then why? After a long pause, Lupin finally blurted out, Harry is still young? I like you, said Sirius, raising an eyebrow. Too fast. We can't scare Harry. In his eyes, we're just friends, Lupin stammered. His dad fell in love with his mom in just a second. Sirius shrugged. We need to maintain a reliable elder image in front of Harry. Maybe in a few years. Finally, Lupin calmed down. Sirius had no choice but to make a gesture of compromise to Lupin, then sat up straight and held up the mirror. On the other side of the mirror, Harry looked sluggish, with snowflakes in his hair. Sirius's freshly cut short hair caught his attention, but he still looked unenergetic. What's wrong? Lupin asked gently. I just got back from detention. Harry's face was puffy with anger. I had a fight with Malfoy. No, several fights. Who? That blonde little relative? Upon hearing this, Sirius laughed. Did you win? I can teach you a few simple curses. Lupin quickly shot him a glare. Harry began to vent, saying that ever since Halloween, Malfoy had been acting like he was on drugs, hurling insults at him every day, and they would argue whenever they met. He didn't even know what he did wrong. Now Malfoy even applied to switch dorms. Snape had already moved him. I think that's great. After listening, Sirius fell silent for a while and then boldly told Harry, "Ignore him. The Christmas holiday is coming up. Why don't you come and spend it with us? We'll take you out to have fun." Just as Lupin was about to say something, Sirius quickly added, "With safety and confidentiality measures in place, ensuring the safety of our little savior." Really? Harry's eyes lit up. "You mean it?" Sirius patted Lupin's shoulder, looking all reliable. The storyline shifted back to Draco. On Christmas, he returned to Malfoy Manor. I tell you, that atmosphere was like the opening of a horror movie. Snow was falling heavily as he stood at the entrance of the manor, too scared to go in. The house elf had warned him with his life. "The Dark Lord is in the manor. Master, don't come back." He hesitated for a long time, but finally steeled himself to walk inside. He adjusted his cuffs to cover the new scar on his wrist from fighting Harry. He self-deprecatingly thought, turning friends into enemies is quite a skill too. As soon as he entered, Dobby flashed out. Goodness, he looked terrible. His body was covered in new wounds, and one ear had been half torn off, with the edges of the flesh shriveled. Draco couldn't even speak. His heart instantly sank. Dobby bent over and said in a high-pitched voice, "The esteemed guest is in the hall. The master and mistress are also waiting for young master to come home." Draco suppressed his nausea and walked inside. The corridor was filled with a strong smell of potions. Dobby opened the door, and Draco immediately saw his parents, Lucius and Narcissa, both expressionless, like two wax figures, their eyes vacant. Then, he saw the so-called esteemed guest. This person was sitting in an armchair, and Draco had seen him for almost half a semester. He tried to make himself appear as calm as his parents, forcing out a single phrase, "Professor Quirrell. I told you," as soon as I finished saying those 3 words. My father, Lucius Malfoy, with his hair flowing like a shampoo commercial, rushed over in a single stride, grabbed my hand, and pulled me behind Quirrell. He was mumbling, "Quick, Draco, greet our esteemed Dark Lord." Goodness, I caught a glimpse of my father's flowing blonde hair directly touching the floor. He had knelt down, and who understands family? He was kissing the hem of that monster's robe. I was completely frozen, not daring to look up. Feeling that bloody and mangled face on the back of Quirrell's head was definitely staring right at me. My father always said the Dark Lord was a master of legitimacy, able to see what was in your heart. But at that moment, my mind was blank. I couldn't think of anything, just felt like my soul was cramping. Even though the heating in the manor was turned up high, my hands and feet were icy cold, as if I had fallen into an ice hole. I have heard countless legends about him, such as how he had a bunch of followers during his student days, how killing was as easy as chopping vegetables, and the pure blood supremacy theory, with a power so great that no one dared to mention his name. I used to be quite proud of my pure blood heritage, but now, my heart is racing like a drum, and it feels like all the blood in my body has frozen, just when I was about to suffocate. A deep voice sounded, "I will not treat my loyal servants poorly." My father immediately responded, "We are always here, master. If needed, we can buy better potions. The effect will be stronger with unicorn blood." It was already the best effect, but Voldemort sounded extremely displeased. I had to find a way to restore my body as soon as possible. That bunch of idiots at the ministry still wanted to come here for a banquet time and again. Rest assured, Malfoy Manor is at your service. "We can keep refusing them," my father said. "No," Voldemort replied ominously, "I think. One day these fools will come in handy." I had Wormtail look for another place. That old fool Dumbledore might have been keeping an eye on me for a long time. My father quickly agreed. Dumbledore is old and doesn't have that much energy. Of course, I could never stay away from Hogwarts. The moment Voldemort mentioned Dumbledore, he exploded, starting to rant madly. That arrogant old man talks about love every day, as if having love means everything will be fine. Fool! Hypocrite! One day, I will prove he is wrong, along with that boy. As soon as I heard it, I sat up straight, regardless of whether the prophecy was true or false. I had to kill him as soon as possible. Voldemort sneered and said, "It's because of him that I've wasted 10 years, living like this now." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud crash, and the cup that Dobby was holding fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Voldemort's blood-red eyes instantly narrowed, and the veins on Quirrell's forehead bulged, looking terrifyingly fierce. "I've told you before, Lucius, kill it and get a new one." Voldemort cursed fiercely. "I always feel like it's lying." Dobby was trembling like a leaf. My father quickly waved his wand to shoo Dobby away, and then explained, "Master, it's more important to restore your body now. Many rare potions rely on it to buy. Getting a new one would take too much time." Voldemort snorted and didn't pursue the matter further. My mother, Narcissa, cautiously spoke up. Are you planning to leave after Christmas? We can prepare anything you need in advance. There is only one thing, Voldemort said, and surprisingly, he brought Quirrell in front of me. My mother's eyes widened instantly. Help me take him to Hogwarts. He placed an old, tattered notebook in front of me, with a date from 50 years ago printed on the cover, looking like a muggle thing. My throat tightened, and I asked, who is it for? As long as it gets to Hogwarts, that's fine. Voldemort sneered, of course. It's best if it doesn't fall into the hands of a fool. All right, you should know Harry Potter, right? That's even better. I forced myself to calm down and answered, he probably won't accept my gift. It will be good enough if we just don't throw a few curses at each other when we meet. Just a few days ago, I sent him to detention. Moreover, he has special treatment. Before Quidditch matches, someone specifically checks his broomstick. My father quickly said, Master, I can use my position as a school board member to get it into the school. I have the authority to come and go freely. Voldemort finally sounded somewhat satisfied. There's no rush for the diary. Next semester will do. When the time is right. My servants locked up in Azkaban should also come out to bask in the sun. So, this is my Christmas welcome ceremony. Incredible. Meanwhile, over on Harry Potter's side, the news of our broken relationship had spread throughout Slytherin. Let me tell you, those Slytherin folks are all masters of life planning, calculating more carefully than potion recipes. It's unwise to offend the Malfoy family, but there's no need to offend Harry either. After all, he's now a Quidditch star and seems to have a silly, non-threatening demeanor. Thus, these high emotional intelligence individuals adopted a neutral strategy, cleverly arranging for us to be seated diagonally from each other during meals, maintaining a facade of peace. After I moved out of the dorm, Gower became Harry's new roommate. That guy snores at night like an earthquake. Harry and Blaise have been walking around with dark circles under their eyes every day. A few days before Christmas, Blaise yawned and handed Harry a little gadget, saying it was for soundproofing. Harry took the box and thanked him, saying he needed to go to the library. Blaise looked at him as if to say, dude, the final exams are still far away. Of course, Harry wasn't going to study. He was helping Lupin borrow books and check out some obscure materials about potions. As a result, this action directly triggered a series of beautiful misunderstandings. Snape came out of the restricted section several times and caught Harry furiously writing in the potions area. With a look in his eyes that seemed to say, this child can be taught. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Harry was in a panic. He couldn't exactly ask about the side effects of using vampire and muggle umbilical cord blood as ingredients. Could he? Another misunderstanding came from Percy Weasley, another bookworm in the library. He saw Harry flipping through an antique book called Research and Practice of Blood Potions and was astounded, looking at him with great respect. You're learning this in your first year? Harry could only stutter and make up excuses. I'm just looking at it for fun. As a result, Percy admired him even more and directly gave Harry his lower grade notes, saying, I wish my brother was half as sensible as you. Those notes were clearly written, with important points highlighted, almost like a scholar's Bible. To not disappoint this illusion, Harry found himself helplessly studying for real. Finally, the Christmas holiday arrived. As soon as Harry returned to Grimmauld Place, Sirius and Lupin spread out a pile of travel plans on the table. There were plans for a Romanian dragon base, the Quidditch Winter Tournament, and a tour of Egyptian magical ruins. Harry's eyes were dazzled. Is every wizard kid's childhood this exciting? He asked. Sirius scoffed. Me as a kid? I was dragged to pure blood parties, listening to Bellatrix's screeches. After I ran away from home, I often rode motorcycles with James. When pure bloods were mentioned, Harry asked, why does Voldemort promote pure blood supremacy? Just because he thinks he's noble? He's not a pure blood. Sirius said disdainfully. Families that believe in this nonsense would love to have their family tree embroidered on their clothes. If he were a pure blood, he would probably be my distant relative. But he is not. Lupin was shocked. Sirius continued his analysis. So, the pure blood theory is just an excuse to rally those old-fashioned families with big estates. By the time they realize Voldemort is a madman, it's too late for them to back out. They either have to go down the dark path or be silenced. Just as his words fell, the portrait of Walburga on the wall started screaming again. Traitor! Uncat Fulson! What kind of nonsense people have you brought back? Sirius originally wanted to pull the curtain shut, but suddenly had a clever idea. He walked quickly to Lupin, pulled him into an embrace, and quickly kissed him on the ear. I tell you, Lupin's face turned pale in an instant, then flushed red again. The eyes of the portrait of Walburga were wide open like bronze bells. If you have the ability, come out and deal with me. Sirius provocatively laughed at the portrait. What a pity, I'm the one who's alive. After saying that, he deliberately hugged Lupin even tighter. The next second, the scream from the portrait almost blew off the roof. Get out, bastard, scum. Lupin struggled desperately, but it was of no use. Sirius was absolutely delighted by the screaming, and he said to the portrait, "Do you like it? Next time I'll show you something even more exciting, I promise, Mom." Then he swiftly drew the curtain shut. Lupin fell back onto the chair, his neck flushed red, gasping for breath as he pointed at him. "I warn you." Sirius immediately grinned and admitted his fault. "I was wrong. I won't dare again. Prefect Lupin. Don't deduct my points." That expression was just like when he got in trouble back in school. Harry quickly coughed a couple of times to ease the tension. As a result of that previous conversation, he came up with a new idea. He had heard that Lupin's father was a scholar who was recently researching paranormal phenomena near the Bay of Naples. "How about we go there and take a look?" Harry suggested. Sirius immediately understood, teasingly replied, "Sure, and we can also visit your parents," revealing how you are now mixed up with an Azkaban fugitive and Voldemort's thorn in the flesh. Lupin was choked by the last sentence and could only helplessly agree. Thus, the three of them set off in an old Ford car. Sirius pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car sped through the night. Queen songs played on the radio, and the host mentioned that the lead singer Freddie had just passed away at the end of November. "What a pity to miss it," Sirius lamented, banging on the steering wheel. "The concert is still in London." "It's such a shame," Lupin said softly. He was only 45. For a moment, no one spoke in the car. Harry looked out the window, the sea breeze bringing in a cold and salty air. "Look at your godfather," Lupin suddenly said. Harry turned curiously, and Sirius was looking out the window. "I mean that star," Lupin pointed to the night sky. "Sirius. The brightest star in the night sky." Sirius simply turned off the engine by the roadside, and the three of them got out to look at the stars. "It's that blue-white one," Lupin said, holding Harry's hand. "Pure-blood madmen believe that blessings are written in the stars." Sirius leaned against the railing, "And then I chose the brightest and hottest one for myself." "The winter in the northern hemisphere is the best season to observe Sirius." Lupin tried to block the cold wind for Harry. And the astronomy textbook mentioned that Sirius indeed has a very high temperature. "Hey, I really didn't expect you to be such a nerd, reciting everything in the textbook perfectly." Hearing this from Lupin, Sirius laughed and said, "Now that you mention it, I don't seem to hate my last name that much anymore. Let me tell you, the atmosphere between those two back then was something else." Lupin muttered, "Your name should be the star in the night. You were born into such a dark family. Yet you shine on your own, and that's what makes you the best. Let me tell you, the atmosphere in that car was simply incredible." Harry didn't even know how long he had been asleep, but when he woke up, he found himself lying in the back seat, covered with Lupin's coat. The car was warm, soft music was playing on the radio, and Sirius and Lupin were chatting quietly in the front seat, laughing together from time to time. What a scene. As soon as Lupin noticed Harry was awake, he turned around and said, "Perfect timing. There's a very famous roadside magical CF ahead. Want to grab a cup?" Sirius chimed in, Hurry up, we can get some pastries to take away too." That CAF, called Laurel and Sandglass, had a sign shining brightly from a distance, and it was decorated with Christmas ornaments, creating a festive atmosphere. There were many people inside, and as soon as they walked in, the aroma hit them, making Lupin's eyes light up. Sirius, understanding him well, quickly ordered him a coffee with chocolate sauce and whipped cream. The witch behind the counter was very enthusiastic, and upon seeing Harry, she immediately recommended the seasonal special. Harry received a Christmas cappuccino, complete with moving latte art on top, so beautiful he almost didn't want to drink it. The best part was that nobody was staring at the scar on his forehead, and his mood instantly soared. At that moment, Lupin suddenly said that the CAF was famous because its coffee grounds could tell fortunes. Coffee grounds? Sirius looked bewildered. Yes, fortune-telling. Lupin squinted his eyes, looking like he was enjoying the drama, and said it was quite accurate. No. Sirius immediately had a PTSD moment, recalling the torturous divination class at Hogwarts, where he and James had done nothing but laugh. Sure enough, the witch brought over the coffee grounds, starting with Harry's. She instructed Harry to close his eyes and went through a series of dramatic gestures. Then she looked at the coffee grounds, her eyes nearly popping out as she muttered, "Unusual, very unusual." Sirius quietly complained to Lupin, "Could it be anything but unusual?" The witch didn't even recognize Harry and began her interpretation. "You will become an incredibly powerful person, famous and with countless followers and admirers." Lupin burst into laughter, and Harry nearly choked on his coffee. The witch even excitedly pulled out a pen for Harry to sign, claiming it would help advertise the CAF. Now Sirius was curious and insisted on having his fortune told too. The same dramatic process ensued. The witch examined his coffee grounds, her brow furrowing, twists and turns. Huge setbacks, even a complete upheaval. Twice. Sirius turned pale, thinking, oh no, does that mean there's another one? Lupin, beside him, tightly grasped his hand. When it was Lupin's turn, he waved it off, saying, my life is pretty straightforward. If there were any surprises, I'd rather keep them to myself. On the way back, the atmosphere turned heavy. Seeing Lupin's anxious expression, Sirius quickly reassured him that fortune-telling was just like tea leaf reading, all nonsense. And not to take it to heart. Lupin nodded, but his expression gave him away. They stood outside the car in silence, but the worry was palpable. The identity of an escaped convict, the unresolved charges, living more in the shadows than a vampire. Sirius sighed and whispered, an upheaval could also mean bad turning into good. You have to believe me. Bad luck can't strike twice, right? After saying that, he squeezed Lupin's gaunt face, forcing a smile out of him. When they arrived at Lupin's parents' house, it was so warm and welcoming. His parents, Lyle and Hope, were very composed, and it was clear that Lupin inherited his temperament from them. They patiently explained the difference between a poltergeist and a ghost to Harry, who listened with great interest. Lupin's mother, Hope, looked at Harry and then at Lupin with loving eyes, saying, Remus, you were about this tall when you were his age. His father, Lyle, chimed in cheerfully, we've always kept a spot for you. We're so surprised you could come home. That night, Harry slept in the children's room, while Sirius and Lupin stayed in the attic. Late at night, after Lupin had just fixed the light in the room and was sitting there in a daze, Sirius suddenly burst in, his hair still wet from a shower. What are you doing? He asked as he walked in. Are you emo all by yourself? Lupin sighed and said he might have gotten used to this state. He looked at Sirius with his bare shoulders and quickly handed him a blanket to dry his hair. Mumbling, don't catch a cold. Sirius plopped down on the bed, regretting, if I had known, I wouldn't have had that awful coffee. It was something they would have to face sooner or later. Lupin, however, remained calm. I'm not as fragile as you think. After all these years, I've become numb to the fear of bad news. Sirius leaned in closer, saying that's good. Lupin gently touched his hair, his gaze softening. You still have me. He continued. If you hadn't doubted me 10 years ago and had told me everything earlier, I would have done everything to stop you from making foolish decisions. He paused and added, I would do anything to keep you by my side. Really? Sirius laughed, his expression turning mischievous. Anything? Huh? Of course. Suddenly, Sirius reached over and grabbed the hem of Lupin's shirt, becoming playful. Based on what you let slip before, let me ask you, when did you start having a crush on me? Was it during the love potion year, or even earlier, during astronomy class? Lupin's face flickered in the firelight as he looked at Sirius's handsome face, which he had seen from 11 years old to 21, and now. He said yes slowly, but his gaze couldn't move away. What are you standing there for, Moonface? Sirius's voice dropped an octave as he patted the pillow beside him. Afraid I'll bite you? Maybe I really want to bite you. Lupin huffed and walked over to sit down. Sirius was too close. The warmth from his freshly washed body mixed with his unique scent made Lupin's heart race uncontrollably. Sirius's hand wrapped around his shoulder, his fingers lightly tracing the back of his neck, causing Lupin to stiffen. Relax, Sirius breathed in his ear. This should count as part of anything I can do, right? His hand pressed against Lupin's chest, feeling his heart racing. Downstairs. I mean you. Lupin gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and finally, Lupin snapped, turning and grabbing Sirius's collar, taking the initiative to kiss him fiercely. He had been wanting to do this for a long time. As for what happened next, the family members all understand. Lupin groaned in pain, his nails drawing blood on Sirius's shoulder. Sirius even commented, wolf form claw marks, human form scratch marks, all set. Look at our good boy's fierce duality. It's impressive that I can hold back from biting you. Scene change, Malfoy Manor. Voldemort had left, and Lucius praised Draco at breakfast. You did well in front of the Dark Lord. Draco struggled to cut the chicken made by Dobby, saying, I couldn't manage to use the brain-blocking spell, so I just spoke the truth. I was afraid I'd mix up my words. That was indeed a clever approach. Lucius frowned in disgust. This breakfast is truly terrible. They were chatting when Narcissa said, I think the one who can't seem to get out of the atmosphere of the Dark Lord right now is Dobby. Dobby has been distracted these past few days and almost set the kitchen on fire. Draco went upstairs and happened to run into the absent-minded Dobby. He looked at Dobby's ears, which had been shriveled into a jagged shape by dark magic, and felt uneasy. Suddenly, Dobby went crazy, rolling on the floor and screaming. Dobby can't do it. Dobby can't serve the Dark Lord. He's a demon. Draco was scared half to death and quickly covered Dobby's mouth, saying, Are you trying to get us killed? Do you want to endanger our whole family? Dobby cried. He wants to kill Harry Potter at Hogwarts. I heard it. Dobby even started begging Draco, please fire Dobby. Dobby wants to be free. Then I can do something. Draco was dumbfounded and said, "Are you crazy? Letting a little elf who knows so many secrets run around? Don't dream about it." Draco heartlessly shook him off, but before leaving, he gritted his teeth and threw out, "Just don't die. Sweeping and cooking is easier than bleeding, isn't it?" He didn't dare to delve into what he really thought. Back at school, in potions class, Draco found himself staring blankly at the back of Harry's head. He realized that his fondness for Harry seemed to no longer be a secret. Slytherin's reputation of Harry was rising sharply because Harry was indeed generous, bringing back magical coffee capsules and cheese from outside and leaving them in the common room for everyone to enjoy. What troubled Draco even more was that when he returned to his dormitory that day, he unexpectedly ran into Harry inside. Harry was there to deliver Christmas gifts. Completely forgetting that they had a big fight just 2 weeks ago, Harry looked directly at him, and his eyes clearly asked, "Can we still be friends?" Draco's mouth twitched. After holding his nerve for an entire holiday, he was too lazy to pretend any longer. He had so much to say that it could drown a person. But in the end, he only managed to squeeze out a shallow smile. When Harry saw this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a sign of reconciliation. Maybe in the future? Draco replied vaguely, "Okay, then I'll wait for you. Happy holidays." Happy holidays. Draco firmly etched Harry's smiling face into his memory to fuel his next performance of frustration. In the remaining days of the semester, Harry was busy and overwhelmed. However, his new roommate, Goyle, I tell you, this guy is practically a walking trumpet, constantly babbling about his parents' spearblood theories, claiming that the Dark Lord will definitely return and that the Malfoy family is in his inner circle. Listening to all this, Harry vaguely understood Draco's situation. So in the second half of the semester, whenever Draco publicly picked a fight, Harry learned how to fire back. "Crappy. Famous Scarhead. What new stunt are you trying to pull? Shut up, Malfoy. Go back and figure out how to say daddy, that universal spell." The two exchanged barbs back and forth like a comedy routine, attracting attention without needing to be in detention. At the end of the semester, in the Quidditch finals, Slytherin won. Harry held up the golden snitch high. When he glanced down, lo and behold, across the vast distance, his gaze met Draco's. At the year-end feast, Slytherin was undoubtedly going to win the House Cup again. But at the Slytherin long table, everyone was discussing another major event. Theodore leaned over to Draco and asked, "Is the Azkaban incident true?" "It's true," Draco confirmed. Blaise, looking confused, leaned over and asked what happened. Theodore explained, "Minister of Magic Fudge was yelled at by the head of the Auror office and Mad-Eye Moody yesterday. The Aurors found that an entire layer of prisoners at Azkaban died at the same time, which is abnormal. They suspect a mass breakout. Fudge has known about it for a long time, but has been covering it up." "A breakout?" Blaise exclaimed in shock. Theodore pointed at several older Slytherins around them. Looking exasperated, their parents are still locked up in there. Those are Dementors. Everyone was more concerned about whether Fudge would be forced to resign because of this. Draco sighed. Blaise asked innocently, "But if he can't even manage the prison, shouldn't he resign?" "I'm telling you, you're oversimplifying things." Fudge stepping down? The one coming up would be a heavyweight figure, the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour. Theodore explained to me that this guy is like a black wizard with PTSD. He can't stand any family associated with Voldemort. Draco turned pale beside me and said that Scrimgeour is particularly close to that old Weasley patriarch, and if he takes office, the first thing he'll do is authorize the Aurors to storm our house for a big cleanup. Well, now I understand everything. No wonder Slytherin won the House Cup. They all looked like they owed $8 million at home, not even able to smile. Compared to being raided, the House Cup is nothing. It said that the Aurors are pressuring Fudge every day to issue warrants to find out whether these Death Eaters are really dead or have collectively run away. If this turns out to be a jailbreak, Fudge's position as minister won't be secure at all. Dumbledore announced the scores from above, and Slytherin was over 100 points ahead of the second place. The applause was sparse at our table, like celebrating the birthday of an old man in the village. Draco was about to break his fork, saying his dad would definitely try everything to keep Fudge in power. After all, Fudge, though foolish, can at least be bought off with money, while those Aurors are like stones in a cesspit, stinky and hard to deal with. I was a bit panicked at the time, and asked them if there were any particularly dangerous prisoners among the escapees. Theodore thought for a long time, and said there was one who, back in the day, sold out his best friend's entire family to serve his master and slaughtered a whole street of people in one go. After it was done, he was laughing hysterically at the scene. When I heard that, I got goosebumps. Draco exchanged glances with Theodore, and they both simultaneously said the name, Sirius Black. The next day, I tell you, the Daily Prophet exploded. On the front page, there were dozens of mugshots of Death Eaters, like a wanted criminal exhibition, with a terrifying headline: "Where did the prisoner go? Died in the netherworld or roaming free?" The article was written by that Rita Skeeter, and her writing was like a poison knife. In the article, she lambasted Fudge mercilessly, saying he was blind and only realized something was wrong when the Aurors threw the prison report in his face. Even now, he stubbornly claimed it was just a natural death, a waste of manpower to investigate. Skeeter sarcastically remarked that Minister Fudge only knew how to attend celebrity banquets, with his mind entirely on eating, drinking, and having fun, with no time to care about world peace. Then she shifted gears and started praising Scrimgeour, saying he had a remarkable record and was tough on crime. But right after, she stabbed him again, saying this guy had an extremely strong desire for control, and anyone who didn't listen to him was out, leading to a severe loss of talent in the Auror office. In short, he thought he was the only correct answer. This was a large-scale workplace palace drama at the Ministry of Magic. What is even crazier is that the newspaper interviewed Mad Eye Moody. That old guy directly declared, "I lost a leg and an eye to catch dark wizards, and if Fudge dares to let a Death Eater escape, I'll make him pay." Families, who understands this kind of tension? You could smell the gunpowder through the newspaper. The scene shifted to 12 Grimmauld Place, which is Sirius's home. My godfather was holding the newspaper and cursing loudly. "Damn, this photo is so ugly. It's like my black history is being publicly executed, and I'm only worth this much." Looking at the wanted photo of himself with sunken cheeks and messy hair in the newspaper, he was so angry he almost transformed into a dog on the spot. Now, if it's good, he wanted all over the internet, with a ridiculously high bounty. His days of freedom are over. Lupin had just seen the news and immediately told him to hurry back to the old house to hide. Harry, on summer vacation, also moved in right away, under the pretense of keeping his godfather company. But in reality, he was afraid Sirius would go mad alone in that creepy old house. Lupin also moved in, saying it was for convenience and taking care of him, but really it was because he was worried Sirius would get sick from arguing alone. That day happened to be a full moon, and Harry curiously asked Lupin if it hurt to transform. Lupin, having taken the Wolfsbane potion and still clear-headed, laughed and said, "It's okay, just feels like your bones are growing back again. After all, you're changing species." I felt chills down my spine listening to that. Just as we were chatting, the house elf creature, with his usual sarcasm, started causing trouble again. He brought over some milk, mumbling and cursing, traitor's friend, dirtying the mistress's home, shameless thing. Sirius, his forehead veins bulging with anger, barely held back from kicking him and shouted, "Get out! Go stay somewhere I can't see you." Just as Creature was about to leave, suddenly there was a loud bang, like a bomb. Sirius, without even looking up, yelled, "Creature! No operating in the house. It's too noisy." When he finally looked up, he was dumbfounded. Creature was still standing there, looking terrified at the source of the noise. Good heavens, there was actually another house elf standing there. My CPU was almost overheating at that time. What is going on? Is this a new species dropping in? This new little house elf looks like a younger version of Creature, but with half the ears. Lupin instantly entered a combat state, shielding Harry and Sirius behind him, his wand directly aimed at the unexpected guest. Sirius was also confused. He said that wizard protective spells don't work on house elves. But this was still the first time he had seen an outsider in his home. We haven't reacted yet when Creature has already picked up a plate and smashed it, shouting, "Get out!" The little elf named Dobby nimbly dodged, and the plate shattered against the wall with a loud crash. Dobby trembled in fear and cried out. Dobby is here to find Harry Potter. Dobby is not a bad elf. He saw Harry enter this room and hasn't come out since. He can see and hear. So he came in. "You were following me?" Harry was shocked. Dobby, with tears in his eyes, said he brought an important message, that there was an evil plan, and Harry Potter absolutely must not return to Hogwarts next semester. Creature sneered from side. "So you have a master." Dobby ignored him and continued to scream. "Someone will die. Harry Potter must stay away from school." Sirius felt something was wrong and said that Hogwarts had Dumbledore, the safest place. Lupin was more direct, raising his wand and asking, "Where did you come from? What is your relation to Voldemort?" Upon hearing this, Dobby began banging his head against the corner of the table, punishing himself while shouting, "Bad Dobby must not betray master." Just then, amidst the chaos, the moon rose. Lupin let out a howl and began to transform, his bones cracking, brown fur growing all over his body, and his eyes turning gold. Fortunately, he had taken a potion, keeping his mind clear, and remembered to go after Dobby after transforming into a wolf. Dobby screamed in fear, "Evil werewolf." Seeing Lupin being scolded, Sirius's anger flared up, and he cast a spell. "You're the one who's evil." bursting into my home for no reason. Dobby, seeing the situation, screamed that Harry Potter absolutely must not go to school. And then with a pop, disappeared. Sirius then realized, oh no, this little elf saw the wanted version of himself, Lupin, who could turn into a wolf. And Harry's hiding place. He quickly ordered Creature, go catch him back. Creature rolled his eyes and maliciously said, can't do it. I don't want to touch that filthy thing. Sirius angrily cursed. At least it knows Voldemort is a bad guy. That's a lot smarter than you. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Malfoy family was attending a high-end event. Lucius brought his wife and child to a magical investment exhibition called the Key of Secrets. Let me tell you, if you didn't receive a gilded invitation, you couldn't even get in. Draco followed behind, trying hard to put on a little adult's demeanor. The exhibition was filled with various novel magical inventions, like self-stabilizing flying brooms, perfect for Neville, and brooms that could greatly increase speed, which Harry would probably like. Lucius looked around and shook his head, saying these things were too niche and not profitable. He told Draco that investments should be in potions, which had a broad audience and high profits. At that moment, Lucius was attracted to a booth in a dark corner. There stood a pale-faced wizard introducing a project called Blood Source Exploration. I tell you, this project was tailor-made for old Malfoy. The wizard said they were researching the secret of vampire immortality, wanting to extract that super strong vitality and self-healing ability for wizards to use. Immortality? Lucius's eyes lit up as if he had seen his long-lost father. He walked over and asked with great interest, Sir, what stage are you at in your research? The wizard replied that they had already achieved preliminary results, observing a significant increase in regeneration speed in non-vampire beings. Upon hearing this, Lucius slowed his breathing and immediately made a decision. I can provide you with substantial funding, on the condition that I own the rights to all products at each stage and receive regular progress reports. Good heavens, this fortune came just like that. The scene shifted, and Lupin received a letter containing a huge payment receipt from Gringotts, which he counted several times. The letter said that his research had gained recognition from a new sponsor, allowing him to continue with weekly reports. Sirius was lounging in a chair, holding Harry's new textbook, Wandering with Werewolves, written by Gilderoy Lockhart, and laughing heartily. Remus, listen to this. Gilderoy Lockhart, outsmarted a 12-foot werewolf for 3 hours, and with a wave of my wand, turned it into a docile little sheep. Lupin was laughing uncontrollably beside him. 12 feet? He must be confusing werewolves with trolls. Sirius said this book was pure fabrication, and Harry weakly added, but he seems to be my new teacher. Sirius looked disgusted, almost gagging. Lupin, however, stared blankly at the huge investment funds, saying this money. It looks like the investor has high expectations. I tell you, Lupin got all emo right on the spot, saying this thing has too high a risk. If it succeeds, he is afraid he won't be able to control it. And if it fails, he is even more afraid he won't be able to control it. If it doesn't work, let us just refund the money and not play anymore. Harry, listening beside him, was completely confused, wondering what the heck was going on. Sirius couldn't stand it anymore and directly pulled out a small bottle of deep red potion from Lupin's box, saying, Come on, Harry. Godfather will show you a big treasure. He pointed at a pot of nearly dying lavender next to him, its leaves as yellow as dry grass. Harry thought they were going to do some sort of resurrection act, but Sirius dropped a few drops of the potion on it. Goodness, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. That pot of grass didn't just come back to life. It was freaking rejuvenated. The leaves shrank inwards, turning from withered yellow to tender green. And finally, the whole plant zoomed down to become a small tender seedling, just breaking through the soil. Harry's eyes nearly popped out. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Only then did Lupin quietly explain that they had discovered a vampire that never ages, which led to the creation of this potion. But this potion has a fatal weakness. While it makes one young, it also makes one as fragile as a baby, easily blown away by a gust of wind. Sirius chimed in, saying, And let me tell you, there's a juicy detail in here. When Lupin reported to the investors, he hit a key ingredient, Muggle Baby's umbilical cord blood. Lupin's face immediately fell, saying he was looking for a substitute. Otherwise, if this thing got out, Muggles would suffer greatly. He also mentioned needing to talk to a vampire named Hugo. Upon hearing this, Sirius seemed to recall some grand joke. Rummaging through the pile of books to pull out Lockhart's Voyages with Vampires, handing it to Lupin and saying, Go, give him a copy. I guarantee this book is more useful than any funny spell. On the other hand, Draco's days were not so cheerful. Let me tell you, this kid spent the whole summer having nightmares. His CPU was nearly burned out. In his dreams, the entire Malfoy manor looked like a haunted house. The faces in the portraits were all smudged, and his parents had simply vanished. He ran around the house like crazy, screaming his lungs out, but no one paid him any attention. The feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. Who understands what that's like for family? Don't leave me. Draco cried as he shot up from bed, drenched in cold sweat. This was the third time tonight. He didn't dare to sleep again. He was scared, really scared. He dreamed that everyone hated him, that his father was utterly disappointed in him. And most terrifying of all, he dreamed that Voldemort had returned, standing right in front of him, forcing him to attack his classmates. Unable to sleep, he went to the dining room to daze off, and in a daze, he ended up dozing off at the table. When he woke up again, it was his parents gently calling him. Lucius looked at his dark circles and asked what was wrong. Draco, with his little pride, wouldn't he admit he was scared silly by nightmares. So he just brushed it off casually. Lucius didn't ask further. He directly issued a new task. Today go buy new textbooks. I'll accompany you on the first day of school and put that diary in Hogwarts. Draco's heart skipped a beat. That diary had been sitting in his cabinet since Christmas. He was curious enough to flip through it, but there wasn't a single word inside. Like a ghost from the digital age. Now, it was finally time to take action. And guess what? While shopping in Diagon Alley, Draco caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. A sneaky figure nearly made his heart stop. Dobby, their house elf, was actually here. I tell you, Draco was furious at that moment. Why was this little creature not at home but running around here? Following Dobby's sneaky gaze, he saw that Dobby's target was none other than Harry Potter. Draco's mind buzzed, and he instantly realized that Dobby's crazy talk about protecting Harry Potter was serious. He quickly told his mother he was going next door to check out the latest flying broomsticks, then turned and plunged in the crowd, entering tailing mode. He saw Dobby, like a spy, rush out when no one was around Harry, grabbing Harry's leg and pulling at him while babbling something, clearly trying to stop Harry from going to school. Harry looked completely at a loss, his brows furrowed as if he could crush a fly, just as Draco hesitated whether to go up and catch him in the act. His father Lucius grabbed him and said, "The broom shop is this way. You're going the wrong way." Draco's mind was filled with countless grass mud horses galloping by, but he still had to force a surprised expression on his face. Wow. Dad, are you really going to buy me a broom? By the time he was dragged into the shop by his father and turned back, Dobby had already disappeared, and a brown-haired man had appeared next to Harry. The broom shop clerk was extremely enthusiastic when he saw the Malfoy family had arrived, directly recommending the latest model, the Nimbus 2001, saying its performance was unmatched. Lucius instantly made the decision, not only buying one for Draco, but also getting one for every member of the Slytherin team, which overwhelmed the clerk. Lucius also mentioned that he could arrange a position for Draco on the Quidditch team, and the rest would depend on him. Draco actually felt quite complicated inside. He didn't want to compete with Harry for the seeker position. He wanted to be a teammate. After leaving the shop, Draco saw Harry again. And this time it was even worse. He was being grabbed by the narcissistic Gilderoy Lockhart to be a background character, taking pictures at the bookstore with flashes going off. And Harry's face was as red as a monkey's backside. Once home, Draco cornered Dobby against the wall. "Tell me, what did you do to Harry Potter in Diagon Alley? I command you to tell the truth." Dobby trembled in fear, but eventually confessed, saying he thought school was dangerous and wanted to persuade Harry not to go. Draco rolled his eyes in anger, saying, "Your own situation is more dangerous, okay?" Dobby, looking aggrieved, said, "Harry Potter is too pitiful. He is currently living with a very fierce man, a very fierce house elf, and a very fierce wolf." "Wolf?" Draco was stunned. "Absolutely. That brown-haired man next to Harry. He's an evil werewolf." Dobby screeched, holding his face. I tell you, Dobby's shout directly dropped an atomic bomb in Draco's mind. He grabbed Dobby and said, "Tell me everything you saw in detail." The scene shifts back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. In the dead of night, Sirius slipped into Remus's room like a thief. Remus woke up, turned on the light, and helplessly said, "You seem to have gotten used to barging into my bedroom at midnight." Sirius sat down with a thud and complained, "What can I do? The idiots at the Ministry are watching me so closely. I have all this energy with nowhere to vent it. Who else would I come to? Besides, you have a few days each month when you don't feel well. If I don't seize the time, we'll soon be like the cowherd and the weaver girl." They talked about Harry, mentioning that the kid has been under a lot of stress lately, especially with Dobby's situation. Then they discussed the issue of catching Wormtail, which seems to be a long way off. Suddenly, Sirius changed the subject and brought up Remus's youth-restoring potion, his eyes sparkling mischievously, saying, "Hey, Remus, if that potion could be used on a person, would I have a chance to date you when you were 17? As he spoke, He gently traced his finger over the scar on Remus's face, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Remus's breath caught and jokingly said, "What if I regress back to being a baby? You'd have to be a dad for decades first." Sirius directly held his hand, leaned in, and said, "You're perfect as you are now. Once all this is over, we can find a place where no one knows us. Go to the seaside, to the forest, anywhere." Remus closed his eyes and softly said, "That sounds like a dream." Family, we've hit the jackpot. After school started, in the Slytherin common room, Draco was pretending to read, but his ears were perked up. When Blaze walked by, he immediately spotted a clipping tucked inside Draco's book, pulled it out quickly, and burst into laughter. "Oh my God, Draco, where did you get this hilarious photo?" It was a close-up of Harry and Lockhart in Diagon Alley. This photo hadn't appeared in the Daily Prophet. Draco had painstakingly sourced it from a small tabloid. Coincidentally, Harry walked into the common room just then. Seeing the main character arrive, Draco immediately switched to performance mode, dramatically covering his mouth and exclaiming, "Oh my God, Potter, are you planning to sell signed photos to get rich?" "To support you, I had to go through a lot to get this." The common room erupted in laughter. Harry's face flushed instantly, and he shouted, "That was him dragging me into the photo? Come on, Potter." Draco's sarcasm was maxed out. "Don't play innocent. You two are practically a golden duo." Harry was fuming, retorting, "At least I don't brag all day about what my dad bought me." The atmosphere became tense immediately. Instead of getting angry, Draco smiled, walked slowly up to Harry, and whispered, "I did buy it, the new Nimbus 2001 for the whole team. By the way, you don't really believe those ridiculous things Lockhart wrote in his book, do you? Like defeating evil werewolves?" You think he was arguing? No, he was fishing. Harry took the bait, blurting out, "Not all werewolves are bad." Draco internally cheered, but maintained a teasing demeanor. "Oh, you sound like you know a lot. Don't you find that disgusting? Or do you sympathize with those monsters?" Harry looked at him warily and didn't say anything further. Draco had achieved his goal. He confirmed that there really was a werewolf around Harry. He fixed his gaze on Harry's stubborn green eyes, feeling his heart race inexplicably. A few days later, at the Quidditch training ground, the entire Slytherin team was equipped with brand new Nimbus 2001 brooms, and Marcus Flynn announced that Draco Malfoy was their new beater. Harry clapped his hands mockingly beside him, feeling a bit complicated. Now, he and Draco were teammates. As the training began, the main focus was on getting Draco integrated. Surprisingly, the kid adapted quickly. Although his movements were a bit stiff, his reaction speed was impressive. Marcus had him primarily protect Harry, simulating real combat. Just then, a bludger came hurtling toward Harry like a guided missile. By the time Harry noticed, it was too late to react, and he had to dive to avoid it. "Watch out," Draco instinctively shouted, his body reacting faster than his mind. He pivoted his broom and charged forward with all his strength. In a flash, there was a loud crash as he struck the bludger away. Due to the force, he wobbled on his broom for a moment, nearly falling off. Harry, still shaken, looked at him with surprise. This kid actually had some skills? Draco was panting, steadying himself, then quickly flew off, pretending nothing had happened. However, it was clear his stamina was a major issue. He struggled to keep up during the latter half of the training. Marcus came up to him, patting his shoulder, saying, "Kid, good reflexes, but you need to work on your stamina. Quidditch isn't just about talent." Then he gave a summary, starting with a compliment about Draco's quick reaction being crucial. "I thought, of course, you should see who I am." But then he switched gears, sizing me up with a look that was like picking lean meat at a market. However, he dragged it out, saying that I really needed to work on my physique, that I was too skinny. A chaser without strength is just there to be knocked down by the opposing team, right? Goodness, I was a bit embarrassed at that moment. The situation got even crazier when he said, "How about this? Every morning at 6, I'll train you. What do you think? What can I do? I'm just a newbie who just joined the team, and the captain personally came down to guide me. Could I say no?" I can only grit my teeth and nod, while my heart is already wailing. After they all left, I slowly made my way to the locker room, feeling like the whole world was gray. Switching the scene, let's talk about Percy Weasley. This guy, a pure academic achiever and a power enthusiast, was organizing his locker in the library, muttering to himself, "Standard spell level 6 goes here, history of magic goes there." Suddenly, he pulled out a tattered black notebook from the pile of books. He was puzzled and wondered whose it was. Upon opening it, he found it completely blank. He pushed up his glasses and said to himself, could it be from Harry? Recently, Harry had given him a bunch of high-end stationery to thank him for lending notes last semester, and he had hurriedly stuffed everything into his locker while rushing to patrol. This year, due to Ginny starting school, their finances were tight, and he couldn't even bring himself to buy a new notebook. Percy thought, why not? Use it for now. I tell you, once this thought came up, the story started to develop in a strange direction. He took out the new feather quill that Harry had given him, engraved with the words head boy, dipped it in ink, and wrote a line in his notebook. The content was as impressive as ever. Improvements on the bubble head charm. As soon as the ink touched the page, the writing suddenly vanished. Percy's eyes widened, and before he could shout, a new line of elegant yet cold letters appeared on the paper. What a ridiculous effort. What a boring spell. Wow, this notebook was directly mocking him. Percy's face turned red as a beet. Who did he think he was? Head boy. Academic genius. How dare this stupid notebook mock him to his face? He growled in anger. Who was playing tricks? Another line appeared on the paper. Besides organizing notes, what else can you do? The stuff the school teaches is only worth the effort for mediocre people like you. Percy snapped the notebook shut, his face as red as liver. But his damn curiosity and the humiliation he felt made him open it again. Gritting his teeth, he wrote, "Who are you? How dare you mock a head boy? Magic is meant to serve order and efficiency." The new writing almost immediately responded, dripping with sarcasm. Order? Efficiency? Hilarious. Those are chains used by the strong to bind the weak. Magic is power, meant to break the rules. My name is Tom Riddle, a person who knows 10,000 times more about magic than you do. Percy's glasses nearly slipped off his face. Tom Riddle? That name sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. He knew this notebook was off. It might be dark magic, and he should turn it in immediately. But his pride wouldn't allow it. Losing a debate to a notebook? How could he show his face after that? He wrote furiously, "You know nothing. Someone like you probably can't even pass the 5th grade exam." The diary's response was full of mockery. Exam? Huh. When I was at Hogwarts, I was already bored with those tedious textbooks. I can teach you real magic. Tell me your name, if you have the guts. Percy's heart raced. He knew he should stop, but he was completely enraged. He wrote, "My name is Percy Weasley. I will prove that real magic doesn't rely on underhanded methods." The diary was silent for a moment before slowly revealing a line. "Good, Weasley. We shall see. Since you doubt me, I will tell you the real improvement method for the bubble head charm. Whether it works or not, you'll find out." Immediately, exquisite hand gestures and operation guides appeared on the paper. Percy slammed the notebook shut, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. But he didn't throw it away. He stuffed it deep in his backpack, telling himself it was just for evidence. From that day on, I tell you, I've never experienced such hardship in my life. Marcus set up a devilish training plan for me, packed from Monday to Saturday, with upper body, lower body, core, and cardio. I felt like I was being disassembled and reassembled every day. Now I understood why everyone on the Slytherin team was so strong. Marcus was also pretty good at comforting people. He said my goal wasn't to become a big muscle guy like him, but to develop a physique like the Weasley twins, looking not overly muscular, but with maximum strength and agility. The training intensity was so high that it affected my classes, especially potions. My hands trembled like I had Parkinson's. Stirring a cauldron felt like torture. But I have to say, the results were real. My arms started to show muscle definition, and my appetite became enormous. Blaise even teased me. "Why do you look like a starving ghost lately?" What can I say? Anyone training like this would be hungry. I used to eat elegantly, but now, to build muscle, I could stuff a bunch of boiled eggs and chicken breast. Blaise looked at me with skepticism. "Do you really have muscles now?" I fiercely cut the chicken breast and replied, "The point is not to get beaten to a pulp by the Weasley brothers." On the other side, the second-year defense against the dark arts class was simply a form of mental pollution. Gilderoy Lockhart, that idiot radiating the scent of lavender perfume, was at it again. First, he conducted a small quiz. Most of the questions were about his own nonsense, like what Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color is. Unbelievable. After the quiz, as if that wasn't enough, he released a bunch of Cornish pixies from a cage for a practical demonstration. Let me tell you, those little brats went crazy, tearing up books, splattering ink everywhere. The whole classroom turned into chaos. The most infuriating part was that my cherished photo clipping of Harry was torn to shreds by one of the pixies. I was so mad that I pulled out my wand, ready to take action, but Lockhart stopped me. He was still posing, saying he wanted to demonstrate for everyone. In the next second, his robe was stripped off and thrown out the window by a pixie. I couldn't take it anymore, so I grabbed Lee and ran. As we were in the corridor, we bumped into Filch chatting with Hagrid. I could hear Hagrid lamenting. All the roosters I raised have been killed, and a few have vanished. Filch was beside him, gritting his teeth and cursing, saying that if he caught the culprit, he would make them pay, and that culprit could very well be Percy Weasley. Recently, Percy has been like a shell of himself, pale and listless, almost floating as he walked. Fred and George couldn't stand it anymore, so they gave him a pick-me-up and asked when he would regain that annoying energy of his. I'll tell you, he knows something is off. He has large gaps of blankness in his mind. One time he woke up to find himself in an empty washroom covered in feathers. But he has no memory of what happened. Why has he become like this? Because of that diary, that Tom Riddle, who understands him too well. The advice he gives, whether it's about spells or how to get close to ministry officials, is incredibly useful. Percy's ambition to stand out and break free from his family has been completely seen through by this diary, and he has received unprecedented support and understanding. The diary even told him a phrase that I found familiar. Chaos is a ladder. Percy, go break the existing rules. When Harry ran into him in the library, this guy started spouting his new theories, saying that the real shortcut is not within the rules, but that chaos is the ladder to success. Harry was dumbfounded, sensing something was wrong, and advised him to see the school nurse. But Percy wouldn't listen at all, claiming that a ministry official had already replied to him, and he would soon be able to intern. The real culprit behind all this is actually Dobby, the house elf. I ordered him not to stop Harry from returning to school, and that little clever clogs found a loophole in the language. His master didn't say he couldn't hurt him at school, as long as Harry comes home seriously injured. He'll be safe, right? So, during the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Dobby secretly enchanted a bludger. As soon as the match started, Harry noticed something was off. That bludger was fixated on him like it had gone mad. As a batsman, I quickly noticed the problem. I instinctively shouted at Harry, "Potter, left," and then hit the ball away. But I immediately realized and quickly added, "Don't embarrass us Slytherins. Getting hit by a stray ball is just too lame." I tell you, my attention was completely on that damn ball throughout the whole match. I was cursing under my breath, but my body was honest, repeatedly helping him get the ball away. I was dying of anxiety inside. What the hell was going on with that ball? The match reached a boiling point, and that kid Harry was as stubborn as ever. To catch the golden snitch, he executed a death dive, and that crazy bludger was right behind him, relentlessly pursuing. I gritted my teeth and rushed over to try to intercept at the last moment. But it was too late. The bludger slammed hard into Harry's broom. I watched helplessly as he caught the flying thief, but he completely lost control and crashed right into me. We both fell from the air like kites with cut strings. At that moment, my mind went blank, struggling to get up, ignoring the pain in my arm. The first thing I did was to go check on him. Harry was lying on the ground, his face pale, his right arm twisted an extremely bizarre angle, clearly broken. But he still raised his left hand, showing the golden snitch to everyone, mumbling, "I caught it. I caught it. He caught it. He really did, but at what cost?" Let me tell you. I watched as his arm dangled down at an extremely odd angle, his whole body falling like a puppet with its strings cut. My mind was buzzing. All thoughts of the match and winning or losing vanished. But what could I do? I could only force a grimace, clenching my teeth tightly, squeezing out a few words through my gritted teeth. "Hey, Potter, looks like your luck has run out, huh?" Goodness, I tell you, my voice was shaking, and I couldn't take my eyes off his pale face. Just then, the ever-flashy Gilderoy Lockhart came rushing over in his gaudy robes, waving his wand as if putting on a show under the bridge, loudly shouting, "Don't be afraid, kids, I've got this. It's just a minor issue. It's only a broken bone." My heart sank. This fool is going to cause trouble. Just as I was about to shout for you not to touch him, it was too late. A flash of light went by, and Harry's arm went limp, drooping down like a deflated balloon. I was furious at the time and shouted, "You turned his bones into nothing." As a result, the idiot turned around, pointed his wand at me again, and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Malfoy. I'll fix you up too." I didn't even have time to dodge. The same light, the same sensation, and in the next second my arm was also empty. I who understands my family. I could just die. I wanted to give him an Avada Kedavra right then and there. Captain Marcus's voice came, both happy and worried. "Quick, get the two of them to the hospital wing. We won, but this bludger is really cursed." Thus, for the second time in my life, I found myself in the same hospital room as Harry Potter, with just a cabinet separating our two beds, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of skeelgrow. We were like two corn cobs that had just been stripped of their kernels, waiting for our bones to grow back, millimeter by millimeter. I quietly turned my head and saw Harry staring blankly at the ceiling. It was as if this guy had eyes on the back of his head, suddenly saying, "Malfoy, what are you looking at?" I was so scared that I almost jumped out of bed and quickly put on that ancestral expression that invites trouble. "Look at you," reminiscing about how silly you looked when the ball hit you. But he just sighed and muttered, "I'm really out of luck." The opportunity had arrived. I immediately switched to mocking mode. Of course, Lockhart's irresistible charm is somewhat contagious. Congratulations, you've already received his true teachings. Now even the quaffle is infatuated with you, insisting on chasing after you. He suddenly turned his head, his green eyes fixed intently on me. Let me tell you, my heart skipped a beat at that moment, and my face started to heat up. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me with those eyes. I was screaming inside. Do you really think this is a coincidence? His voice was particularly serious. I know you hate me, but have you ever thought that someone is deliberately messing with me? He looked at me and added, actually, you flew pretty well today. I can feel you try your hardest. That's it. I was completely speechless. I turned over, facing away from him, pretending to be asleep. In the dead of night, while I was pretending to sleep, I suddenly heard a rustling sound of footsteps and a thin voice trembling. Harry Potter. My eyelid twitched. It was Dobby, the house elf from the Malfoy family. How did he end up here? I could only hear him saying in a tearful voice, Dobby just wants to protect Harry Potter. Hogwarts is too dangerous. That's why Dobby let the bludger chase Harry Potter. What the heck? At that moment, I wanted to jump up, grab his ears, and throw him out of the window. This idiot almost got us both in trouble just to protect Harry. But I couldn't move, absolutely not. I couldn't let Harry know that Dobby was from my family, and I definitely couldn't let him know that I hadn't really been asleep and was extremely nervous. I could only keep my eyes tightly shut, my nails almost digging into my palms. Harry asked in a strained voice, Did you do this? Are you crazy? Then he asked again, Who is your master? My heart jumped straight to my throat. It's over, I'm done for. Dobby can't say. It screamed. Dobby's master is very scary. Harry Potter must be careful. After saying this, the sound of footsteps from the patrolling guards came from outside, and it slipped away. I let out a long sigh, feeling both relieved and furious. This little thing not only betrayed its master, but also spoke ill of my dad behind his back. Once the ward was completely quiet, I couldn't help but speak in the most sarcastic tone. Potter, you really are a heartthrob. Even the house elf is head over heels for you. Harry suddenly turned his head. You aren't asleep? I heard that. I chuckled awkwardly. That's none of your business, Malfoy. His face turned red. Of course it is my business, and it's a big deal. I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes and raised an eyebrow. Do you really believe that little thing is protecting you by knocking you out with a bludger? I think it's sincere. Harry actually nodded, although the method is a bit extreme. Fool, I huffed. I was talking about you. I quickly corrected. You're the fool. What good is this kind of protection? And you're so forgiving? He actually laughed, those green eyes sparkling in the moonlight. Sometimes being a bit foolish isn't so bad. I trust Dobby. Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat, and I quickly turned away, murmuring softly, Whatever, just go to sleep. We have to drink that disgusting polyjuice potion tomorrow. A light laugh came from behind me. You too, good night. I didn't answer, but I felt my face was so hot it could fry an egg. I closed my eyes, and his good night echoed in my mind. On the other side, my godfather Sirius received Harry's letter and exploded on the spot. Let me tell you, he punched the armchair so hard it started smoking, roaring. The bones are gone. That narcissistic fool Lockhart. Is he using Harry's arm as a test subject? Remus, standing nearby, calmly analyzed like an AI voice assistant. Calm down. Madame Pomfrey has already used bone regrowth potion on him. It will grow back. It was that house elf named Dobby again. Sirius was pacing back and forth in anger. Just then, a strange murmuring came from downstairs. They went down to see, and lo and behold, it was their house elf creature, crying while holding a photo, Master Regulus. My good master, today is your death anniversary. Creature couldn't protect you. Regulus was my godfather's long-dead Death Eater brother. The moment Sirius heard that name, he got furious and rushed over to grab Creature by his tattered shirt. Enough. Don't be so hypocritical. He chose his own path. Creature's big eyes were filled with resentment as he muttered, Dirty traitor. Unworthy to speak the master's name. Remus quickly pulled Sirius away. Once Creature retreated to the basement with the photo, Remus quietly spoke. Sirius, don't you find it strange? The official story is that Regulus is missing. How does Creature know his exact death anniversary? Sirius was taken aback. Remus continued. We've always underestimated the power of house elves. Look at Dobby. He betrayed his master and caused such a big incident. Creature is so loyal to your brother. He must know the cause of death. Now you're the only master of the Black family. If you command him, he has to speak. Finding out how Regulus died might even help win Creature over. So he doesn't become a second Dobby, who could betray you at any moment. My godfather fell silent, looking towards the basement with a complex expression. To be honest, he was also curious about how his exemplary student brother had died. In the following days, the focus was on getting along with the house elf. Sirius's expression was more painful than drinking bone marrow. He forced a smile and said, "Creature, look at this house. It really needs some renovation. We should do a complete makeover." Creature exploded at once. "No, this is the way the mistress liked it best." Sirius suppressed his anger and switched to persuasion mode. My mother loved to add new things when she was alive. "Look at this shabby state now. If she saw it, wouldn't she think you've wasted all her hard work?" This tactic worked well, and Creature began to ramble on about the past, never straying far from Master Regulus. Lupin took the opportunity to suggest, "Creature, since you know the Black family's taste best, you can handle the renovation procurement." Creature was taken aback, and Sirius quickly added, "Yes. Think of Regulus. He cared the most about the family's glory. You have to help me restore this place, for the sake of Master Regulus." Creature finally nodded in agreement. Later one day, as Sirius was tearing down a moldy wall panel, Creature was beside him muttering, "Master Regulus loved to listen to stories here when he was a child. Oh, my poor master, he is forever left in the cold lake." The air instantly fell silent. "In the lake?" Sirius mentally noted this, but pretended not to hear, and simply said, "Go buy a new, beautiful candlestick, Creature." After finally being discharged from the hospital with my bones healed, my new bones felt like freshly manufactured parts, creaking as I walked down the corridor. Harry and I were bickering back and forth when suddenly, the kid froze as if hit by a body-bind curse. His ears seemed to be listening to something, and his face changed. It was a hissing, cold whisper, as if it were seeping out from the cracks in the walls. "Kill you. Tear you apart. Starved." Harry lowered his voice and asked me, "Did you hear that?" I listened carefully, but there was nothing at all. "What did you hear?" "The sound of your shoes rubbing against the floor." He completely ignored me, eyes closed, as if locating the sound source. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if pulled by something, and walked straight down the corridor. Seeing his dazed expression gave me chills, and although I didn't say anything, I quickly followed him. We walked one after the other, and the hissing sound became clearer, as if someone was whispering right next to my ear, saying things like, "I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart, dirty thing," which gave me goosebumps all over. Finally, Porter stopped at a dark corner, and I almost bumped into his back. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the wall. When he turned around, I followed his gaze to the ground. Oh my God, a cat, lying there stiff as a board, eyes wide open, looking like a horror specimen. "Mrs. Loris," Porter called out, crouching down to take a look. My head buzzed for a moment. Wasn't this the precious cat that Filch used to monitor the hallways every day? Now it was completely still. I poked its tail. It was icy and stiff, with no reaction at all. Just then, the class bell rang, and the corridor instantly erupted, with a crowd of people flooding out of classrooms, all gathering around to see what was happening. "Oh my, isn't this Filch's cat? It's dead? Look at the wall," someone shouted. And we finally noticed that a line of blood-red letters had appeared on the wall at some point, written in a crooked manner. "The chamber has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir." I felt a chill down my spine, and my legs went weak. I instinctively took several steps back. As for Porter, he just stood there dumbfounded, surrounded by a crowd of people, all staring at him with suspicion and fear, making it seem like he was the murderer. Once this incident broke out, the whole school was in an uproar. Everywhere, people were discussing the chamber. Our Slytherin common room was even more lively, like it was the new year. The chamber must be real. Marcus Flint was there explaining that Slytherin looked down on those of Muggle descent back in the day. So he left a chamber in the school that only his heir could open, releasing a monster to cleanse the place. So who is the heir? Pansy S. eyes lit up. Does it need to be asked? The whole school was guessing. It was either Porter or me. After all, we were the only two present at the scene. Some believed Porter could defeat the Dark Lord, so he must be something special. Others thought my pure blood background made me more like a descendant of Slytherin. But Porter seemed to have it worse. I heard that many Muggle-born students began to avoid him. Serve him right. Just when the situation was at its peak, something even more ridiculous happened. That guy Porter heard the ghostly voice again, saying things like "tear apart," "devour," "kill," and he ran toward the sound. Goodness, there was another one. Colin Creevey from first year. That die-hard fan who always chased Porter around with a broken camera was also lying stiff on the ground, petrified. Now the school was in complete chaos. Students started to band together, and there wasn't a single person alone in the corridors. To calm everyone down, Dumbledore surprisingly agreed to let that fool Lockhart start a dueling club. Even funnier, he invited Snape to be the assistant. I immediately bet with Blaze that Snape would take Lockhart down in 3 moves. Sure enough, on the day of the dueling club, the Great Hall was packed. Lockhart stood on stage, posing flamboyantly, bragging about winning some Charming Smile award 5 times. Snape just stood to the side, his expression so cold that the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. Lockhart, oblivious to danger, provocatively said, Professor Snape will assist me, of course. I will go easy on you. Snape smirked. That cold smile was perfect. Of course, Lockhart. I'd be delighted to teach you some real things. The crowd burst into laughter. The two bowed to each other, and just as Lockhart got into position, Snape waved his wand, and a red light flashed. Expelliarmus. Lockhart's wand flew out of his hand. The entire hall erupted in laughter. Lockhart's face turned green, still trying to save face. Well done. This is what I wanted to demonstrate. A standard disarming spell. I almost laughed so hard I couldn't breathe. Then, in a bid to regain his dignity, that fool actually called me and Porter up. Come on, kid, show us. What could I do? I could only go up. I looked at Porter across from me. That guy had a stubborn look. Are you ready, Porter? I don't plan to hold back. Likewise, Malfoy. At Lockhart's command, I waved my wand, and a large black snake appeared out of thin air, hissing and lunging at Porter. The crowd screamed. Then, let me tell you, something outrageous happened. Porter fixed his gaze on the snake, and to my shock, he also let out that cold, hissing sound. Stop. The snake, as if someone had pressed the pause button, froze in place. The entire great hall fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. Blaise was next to me, his voice trembling. Parseltongue. He asked, speaking to the snake. I was stunned, taking a step back, staring at him. I blurted out, You really are the heir? The scene turned chaotic. Snape, with a dark face, announced the event was over and hurriedly dispersed the crowd. But we Slytherins didn't move. All eyes suddenly focused on Porter. That gaze was like discovering a new continent, mixed with shock, confusion, and a bit of awe. Blaise was the first to rush over, his voice cracking. Harry, did you just say Parseltongue? Porter looked bewildered, seemingly upset about talking to the snake, and nodded. No one understood. He looked completely clueless, totally unaware of how significant this was. Blaise's voice rose. You mean, you really can speak it? Yeah, Porter nodded again. I don't know, I've always been able to. As soon as he finished, there was a collective gasp from our side. The place exploded. Oh my God. He admitted it. I told you. Only descendants of Slytherin can speak Parseltongue. No wonder he could open the chamber. The monster was released by him. Porter was so dumbfounded by this uproar that he quickly defended himself. It wasn't me. I didn't attack anyone. But who would believe that? He had just solidified his identity as the heir in Slytherin. Watching his pale, weak defense, our gazes towards him changed. It was a mix of fear and excited fervor. After this incident, I was beyond annoyed. On one hand was Porter's mess. On the other was my house elf Dobby. That little thing was acting like it went mad, wanting to run off to protect Porter all day long. And no amount of punishment worked. I want to find an ancient spell book to see if there was any contract to tie him down. As a result, in the library, I unexpectedly saw Percy Weasley. He was fervently writing in a black diary, looking both hollow and fanatical, as if he was possessed. My heart sank. I recognized that diary. It was my dad's. It was something from the Dark Lord. It used to be in my bedroom, making me have nightmares every night. And I had only slept well for a few days since coming to school. I immediately tossed aside the search for books and quietly walked over. Percy was busy writing, and I glanced at it. A line of text appeared on the diary. You can bring some valuable gifts. It seemed to be answering his question. Percy noticed me, suddenly slammed the book shut, panic written all over his face. You look a bit off color. I decided to play him a bit. Haven't you been sleeping well lately? He bit the bait, stammering, I keep having strange dreams. Got it. It's this diary causing the trouble. I noticed he also had a letter spread out on his desk, with the Ministry of Magic's emblem, signed by Dolores Umbridge. My dad had mentioned that old hag. Both stupid and wicked. How did Percy get mixed up with her? Do I look terrible? Percy suddenly asked me, looking very serious, like he was sick. I told him the truth, and I've been experiencing brief memory lapses lately. I was startled and couldn't help but hint to him. Have you been in contact with anything strange recently? Percy's eyes flickered as he struggled to say, Someone is teaching me how to approach power, how to establish myself in the Ministry of Magic. It told me. I couldn't hold back any longer and pointed to that letter. You're talking about Umbridge, right? I advise you to stay away from that woman. She is not someone you can handle. It seemed like I had stepped on his tail. He suddenly stood up, his face flushed, clutching the diary tightly to his chest. What right do you have to lecture me? I think she is very kind. You're just relying on your family's wealth. I don't need your advice. The librarian, Madame Pants, was already angrily rushing towards us. I lowered my voice and said to him, If you still have any sense, calm down first. Of course I'm calm. He spat out through clenched teeth and turned to run away. I watched his back, knowing full well that this diary, Percy's odd behavior, and Potter's mess were all part of a larger conspiracy. The next day, I had Dobby follow Percy. Although this little thing is unreliable, he is quite good at tracking invisibly. How is it going? I asked him in an empty classroom. Dobby is following him. Master. Dobby's big eyes blinked. He is very strange. Sometimes he suddenly stands still, like he is asleep, then moves forward as if pulled by a string. He didn't notice you, did he? No. Master. Dobby is very careful. I had Dobby continue to keep an eye on him, feeling a jumble of emotions. On one side was the mess of Death Eaters from my dad's side, and on the other, I don't know why, but thinking about someone being petrified made me particularly uneasy. A few days later, I heard that Percy went to the corridor alone with the diary. He finally started to doubt. He trembled as he wrote in the diary. What is up with those feathers in the paint? The ink revealed a line of text, emphasizing a form of mind control. Percy, don't worry about these little things. You have a greater mission. I will make you a legend in the Ministry of Magic. Percy didn't believe it and wrote, tell me the truth. The diary's writing carried a hint of mockery. The truth is that you're too outstanding. So outstanding that you're afraid of yourself. You shouldn't doubt me. As Percy was struggling with the old diary, he suddenly heard footsteps nearby. He looked up sharply, but there was nothing there. Little did he know, the invisible Dobby was standing right next to him, eyes wide as saucers, staring intently at the notebook in his hand. Meanwhile, Draco was pacing in the empty classroom like an ant on a hot pan, his mind buzzing with the news Dobby had brought back. Percy's dazed expression and his mumbling to that old book were too strange. He recalled Voldemort's sinister smile when he handed over the diary, and how his parents had looked so cowardly in front of the Dark Lord. The contradiction was tearing him apart. He suddenly shouted, Dobby, and the house elf appeared with a pop. Draco, having held it in for a while, asked, what if Percy really is being controlled by that thing? What should I do? Dobby was taken aback and stuttered. Dobby doesn't know, Master, but Dobby feels that Master has kindness in his heart. Shut up, Draco yelled, but his voice cracked, and he quickly turned away. Kindness? That word didn't exist in the Malfoy family dictionary, but a small voice in his head was banging away. Save him, Draco, go save him. At the same time, Harry was also close to being driven mad. He was staring at the Marauder's map so intently it felt like he could burn a hole through it. The whole school thought he was the heir of Slytherin, the villain in training, and he had to prove his innocence. So he clung to the map like it was a lifeline, trying to catch the real culprit. He circled the locations where incidents had occurred on the map, and after a few days, he finally spotted a suspicious name, Percy Weasley. That guy was always wandering around that circle, and there was no one else with him. Even more absurdly, a small Dobby was following closely behind Percy. Harry was stunned. Percy? The prefect who treated school rules like sacred decrees? Going to the Slytherin chamber? That was more ridiculous than Snape teaching care of magical creatures. But Percy's recent haggard appearance was indeed concerning. What puzzled Harry even more was that Dobby was supposed to be following him. Why was he tailing Percy instead? As he pondered this, Percy, that on the map, took a strange turn toward the girls' bathroom. Harry's heart raced. A male prefect going to the girls' bathroom? All the incident locations were not far from there. Suddenly, Percy stopped at the bathroom door, and then whoosh, it disappeared. Harry's eyes widened. He saw Dobby quickly move to Justin's side, and then it too vanished. After a while, Dobby reappeared next to Draco Malfoy. Then Draco shot like an arrow straight to Snape's office. Shortly after, Snape charged out with a group of professors toward Justin. Before long, they heard gasps outside. Justin had been petrified, right on the second floor. Hogwarts was in an uproar again, and Harry was left speechless because he had been alone in the empty classroom, and no one could prove he wasn't there. He was almost certain he had just witnessed the opening of the Chamber of Secrets on the map. But Percy never reappeared. He couldn't be in the chamber, could he? Gritting his teeth, Harry rushed back to the dormitory, dug out the invisibility cloak from his trunk, and dashed toward the girls' bathroom. The whole castle was as quiet as a ghost town, and he could only hear his own heartbeat. He felt he had to save Percy. He might be the only one who knew Percy was missing. He held his breath and pushed open the bathroom door, only to freeze in shock. Inside were already two people, Snape and Draco, the most unlikely crossover of the year. Snape was staring intently at a rusty faucet, and Draco looked pale beside him. You're saying what it saw was this faucet? Snape asked. Draco nodded. Yes, Professor. Dobby said Percy said something to it. And then a big hole appeared, and Percy went in. Snape raised his wand and cast a series of spells at the faucet. But the light just bounced off as if he was scratching an itch, doing absolutely nothing. His brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. And he tried several more complex incantations, but the faucet didn't budge. Just then, Harry slipped on a loose stone slab. and it let out a loud creak that echoed like thunder in the dead silence of the bathroom. Snape spun around, his wand aimed directly at Harry. "Who's there? Come out." Harry knew he couldn't hide anymore, so he steeled himself and pulled off the invisibility cloak. Draco's eyes went wide, and Snape's face registered a flicker of surprise. "Go back, Potter," Snape said coldly. "This is not a place for you." "It's Percy," Harry blurted out. "I have to save him." "We're saving him right now," Snape replied, enunciating each word. "There's no time for you to waste. Go back to your dormitory." After saying that, he tried a few more spells on the faucet, but still nothing worked. He turned to Draco and asked, "What did you say about how Percy got in?" Draco glanced at Harry and said, "Dobby said he didn't understand what Percy said. Could have been Parseltongue." Harry suddenly interjected. Snape paused for a moment, then looked at Harry with an extremely complex expression and lowered his voice. "Potter, try speaking to it in Parseltongue." Harry was taken aback, but nodded. He walked up to the faucet, feeling the weight of two gazes boring into him from behind. He closed his eyes and said to the faucet, "Open." "You're speaking human language now," Snape said expressionlessly as he waved his wand, conjuring a real snake. Goodness, it's Snape, immersive teaching at its finest. Harry looked into the snake's eyes and felt a surge of understanding, hissing out a few syllables toward the faucet. "Open." In the next second, the floor shook violently, and a dark passage opened up like a gaping maw. Harry turned to look, and Snape's face was expressionless, while Draco stepped back in fright. "Go back to your dormitory, Potter," Snape said coldly. "Your task is complete." The cold air emanating from the passage carried a rotten smell. Snape glanced down and said, "I'll go down alone. You two, back to the dormitory." Harry stood there, not moving. Snape was furious. "I don't have time to waste on you two, especially you, Potter. Leave now." Harry, summoning his courage, retorted, "It's dangerous down there. I can understand the monster-s sounds. There might be snakes inside. Are you testing the head of Slytherin's familiarity with Slytherin's legend?" Snape sneered. "I certainly know there are snakes inside. Professor, what if there is something that requires Parseltongue down there?" At that moment, Draco spoke up, looking at Snape with a trembling voice. "That diary, its owner, I'm afraid." He didn't dare finish, but the implication was clear. The diary belonged to Voldemort. And what if something happened to Snape, a former Death Eater, down there? Snape's expression turned cold. He understood. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Harry. "All right, Potter, you come with me. Follow my lead." Then he looked at Draco. "You go notify Dumbledore. We need backup." Draco immediately turned and ran. The passage was damp and slippery, and Harry followed closely behind Snape. He noticed Snape was carrying a lot of empty potion vials, and he wondered what he was planning to do with them. Was he going to use the bottles to smash the basilisk? Kill the filthy thing. The basilisk's voice grew closer, and Harry, frightened, grabbed Snape's robe. They passed through a pile of enormous snake skins and finally reached a stone wall engraved with two snakes. "Open it just like before," Snape said. Harry shouted in Parseltongue, and the stone wall opened, revealing a vast underground hall. In the center of the hall stood a gigantic statue of Salazar Slytherin, looking menacing. "Be careful, Potter," Snape suddenly warned in a low voice. "The basilisk's gaze can kill. Close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, Snape reached out and covered Harry's eyes. Harry was plunged into darkness, his heart racing, wondering how to fight. Was it a blindfolded PK? He only heard Snape quietly chanting a spell, followed by a burst of blinding light that was so bright he couldn't even shield his hands. Daylight had come. Immediately after, a loud crowing of a rooster shattered the silence. Family members, who understands? Harry then remembered that Snape was a master of transfiguration. He had transformed all those empty bottles into roosters. Roosters are the natural enemies of basilisks. In the next moment, an angry and pained roar echoed, followed by the sound of a massive creature crashing to the ground. Snape lowered his hand from Harry's eyes. Harry looked in shock at everything before him. The huge basilisk was dead, and Snape hadn't even confronted it directly. This was called a dimensional strike. In the shadow of the statue, Percy was lying there, still gripping that black diary. With a wave of his wand, Snape made the diary fly into his hand. "Potter, it's safe here," Snape said quickly. "You need to get Weasley out. When you go out, tell everyone that it was you who did this. You killed the basilisk. You saved the people. And I was never here." Harry stammered, but I didn't do anything, Professor. "Without you, that poor boy would already be dead," Snape replied succinctly. "Just consider it a favor for me. Just remember, I was never here, nor was Draco." With that, he turned and left. Harry helped the unconscious Percy up and shook him. "Percy, wake up." Percy slowly opened his eyes, looking bewildered. Harry, where am I? As he processed it, he broke down. Is it really me? Did I really do all this? You were manipulated by dark magic, Harry said. Percy's voice trembled. I had a fight with the diary. I didn't want to be its puppet anymore. It was Tom Riddle, an orphan, just as ambitious as I am. At first, I even sympathized with him. I was such a fool to give my soul to a monster. He didn't defeat you, Percy. The diary has been taken away. He can't hurt you anymore, Harry said firmly. Percy covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently. It said it could feel my loneliness and my lack of understanding. It knew my weaknesses. I wanted to prove myself. It helped me get the internship with Umbridge, and I actually believed it. Then you should also try that internship, Harry said. The ministry might have wanted excellent students all along. If you don't approach it, the fantasy will always be a fantasy. You can choose to leave later, but I think losing you would be a loss for the ministry. Percy wiped the mud from his face and said, the letters Tom Riddle taught me to write were really cheesy. What I need to do now is apologize to the petrified classmates. Just then, Dumbledore's phoenix fox flew in, dropping 2 tears on Percy's forehead. Percy instantly felt much better. He grabbed Harry's hand and stood up. A few hours later, Harry was brought to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore and Snape were both there. Since we've reached a consensus, Dumbledore said, pointing to the diary on the table, smiling at Snape, let's destroy it now. Do you want to do it yourself? Snape said nothing, walked back to the table, and drew his wand. A blinding green light, Avada Kedavra, shot towards the diary. Let me tell you, the scene was something. The diary emitted a scream like a slaughtered pig. Black ink flowed out like blood. The cover twisted, and finally, with a mournful cry, it turned to ashes. What a relief. It was over. Snape put away his wand and left expressionlessly. Dumbledore asked Harry to recount everything from beginning to end, then picked up the pile of ashes and slowly said, Tom Riddle, Harry, he was once a student at Hogwarts. And now, he appears more often under another name. He looked directly into Harry's eyes. Voldemort. Voldemort? Harry felt his heart stop. You mean, this Tom Riddle is Voldemort? Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. This diary was likely left by him, carrying a part of his power. I suspect he opened the Chamber of Secrets when he was young and framed Hagrid for it. Harry stood up, his legs weak. He walked to the door, then stopped, looking back at Dumbledore. Professor, if this is Voldemort's thing, does he have other plans? After hearing this, Dumbledore smiled, but that smile concealed 1,000 worries. He turned to look at me and said, Harry, that Tom fellow is arrogant enough to think he can outshine death itself. This diary was one of his tricks, and now that you've taken care of it, that part of him is done for. But I bet this is definitely not his only backup plan. That guy's ambition is as vast as the sky. As soon as I heard this, my throat went dry. So, why do I speak Parseltongue? Goodness. Dumbledore didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he smiled slightly, leaned back in his chair, as if preparing to tell a story. Parseltongue, he said slowly, is a rather rare gift. Harry, do you know what this thing has meant in history? I shook my head, my heart pounding. I knew Salazar Slytherin would be able to do this. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, his expression incredibly complex. Historically, this thing was basically locked with dark magic, because many dark wizard leaders were Parseltongue, like Slytherin himself. But remember, the ability itself is neither good nor bad. It all depends on who uses it. He paused and added, Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort, he can do it too. My fists are clenched tight. But why would I be? I can't possibly be a distant relative of Slytherin. Can I? Harry, Dumbledore's expression became serious this time, looking straight at me. Do you remember what happened the night Voldemort tried to kill you when you were just a baby? I instinctively touched the scar on my forehead. He ran away. His power was gone. Yes, but that's not all. What Dumbledore said nearly fried my CPU. That night, Voldemort's magic was shattered by your mother's love. He completely broke down. His magic, his essence, even some of his abilities underwent transfer. And you, Harry, might just be that unfortunate receiver. My eyes widened like saucers, and I was breathless. You mean, Parseltongue is Voldemort's? He passed this thing on to me? Dumbledore nodded slowly, but his tone was cautious. Yes. Harry, a part of Voldemort may have been Bluetooth transmitted to you through that magical connection. Parseltongue is likely one of them. No. I was petrified on the spot. Who understands this among my family? My Parseltongue, is it actually Voldemort's thing? Dumbledore's gaze softened instantly. Harry, this is not your fault. You had no choice. Moreover, this is just my guess. But remember, even if this is true, it doesn't mean you will become him. You are you, a brave and kind boy. So this isn't something I was born with? I asked. I think it's an unexpected gift. Then how do I get rid of it? I don't want this broken gift. I've had enough of my classmates' strange looks. Dumbledore shook his head, his expression as complex as a high-level math problem. Harry, some things can't just be thrown away because you want to, but believe me, you don't need to get rid of it. You just need to learn to control it and use it for good. I can only whisper. I'll remember that. Severus and I have already checked the diary, so you don't need to worry. I'm also looking into Voldemort's whereabouts. Dumbledore changed the subject, saying, since you're here, let's talk about another issue. What issue? I quickly sat up straight. I've heard that your defense against the dark arts teacher doesn't have a great reputation. Dumbledore's eyebrows furrowed. Yes, it's indeed not great. I subconsciously moved my arms to confirm they were still there. It seems I need to think about the next candidate for the defense against the dark arts teacher in advance, Dumbledore replied. In the end, the official version of the story about the Chamber of Secrets was edited beyond recognition. Everyone only knew that I, Harry Potter, was the protagonist, that I defeated the basilisk and saved the school. Before the door to the chamber was closed, a few brave ones sneaked down to take a look. George was in the common room, animatedly describing, I'm telling you, it was full of dead roosters. The smell was just awful. But I saw Salazar's Slytherin statue. My God, you can't even imagine what that thing looks like. It's just a gigantic old man. You'd have to tilt your neck back to see his forehead. The whole statue looks like an old loach that crawled up from the ground, covered in moss and cracks, looking like it hasn't had a bath in 1,000 years. It's a bit scary, scarier than the unpaid internship at the Ministry of Magic that Percy found. Seriously, I can't understand why anyone would want to work for free. Fred shrugged and winked at Percy. What do you think, Percy? Shut up. Percy seemed to have regained some energy. Don't touch that pile of gifts. That's what I'm taking to the hospital wing. As the mandrakes matured, the petrified students began to wake up one by one. But the identity of the heir of Slytherin remains unsolved. Those who suspected I was the heir are now even more convinced of it. Early that morning, I stormed to Draco's dormitory, my hair a mess and my demeanor aggressive. I stood with my hands on my hips, just like Hedwig does when she's angry. As soon as Draco opened the door, I shot him a fierce glare. Potter? What time is it? What do you want? He was bleary-eyed and nearly fell on me, quickly stepping back. I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with him. So I got straight to the point. I realized in the middle of the night that it was you who had Dobby follow Percy, right? Since Dobby reports back to you. Yeah, Draco had just woken up and his mind was still a mess. He admitted it right away. Is Dobby your family's house elf? I pressed on. Yeah. He looked at me with a puzzled face. He's ours. What's wrong? Don't play dumb with me. I stepped closer, nearly stepping on his foot. That thing almost smashed me with a rogue bludger the other day and said something like Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. What is going on? Draco's expression froze instantly. His mouth twitched, and he finally came to his senses. He realized what he had said, but it was too late. He quickly leaned against the doorframe, trying to act indifferent. Oh, that. Dobby, maybe, probably, is just a bit too enthusiastic. Who remembers such trivial matters? Too enthusiastic? My voice shot up an octave. How long has he been following me? I can't shake him off. He barged into my house, blocked me in Diagon Alley. You call this overly enthusiastic? Was this all you're doing? Draco's face instantly turned green, not the noble Slytherin green, but the kind of sickly green that comes from eating expired potions all night. He stammered and scratched his head. Well, Dobby might have gone a little carried away, but this has nothing to do with me. Really, believe me. Nothing to do with you? My eyes were practically shooting fire. Wasn't this your order? He opened his mouth, but couldn't get a word out, only managed a dry laugh. Ha, Potter, you really are imaginative. But I really didn't do that. Imaginative? I was so angry my face turned red. Draco Malfoy, you're a pervert. Did you deliberately have Dobby keep an eye on me? Do you have a stalking fetish? As soon as I said this, the entire corridor fell silent. Draco's face changed from green to red, then from red to white, and finally settled on a dumbfounded expression, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Just then, Crabbe came rushing out of the dormitory, his robe askew and only one shoe on. When he saw the scene, he rushed over without saying a word, one hand grabbing my arm and the other pulling Draco's robe. Don't fight. Don't fight. Let's talk out. Who's fighting? Draco and I shouted in unison, then glared at each other before quickly looking away. Crabbe stood there frozen, hands still raised. Not fighting? Then what are you shouting about? You scare me. I thought you were going to turn Draco into a slug. A slug? Draco was so angry he nearly jumped up. Crabbe, what is wrong with your head? I let out a cold laugh, crossing my arms. Oh, right. You are the noble Malfoy, so you can only send a little elf to follow me. What an achievement. Draco was choked into silence, only able to shoot daggers at me with his eyes. Unfortunately, his momentum didn't last 2 seconds before I shattered it completely with my next sentence. Do you have something difficult to say? I raised an eyebrow, my tone dripping with sarcasm. No, Protecting the heir of Slytherin, the master of Parseltongue, is everyone's responsibility, Draco said, his voice sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Go sell your savior's autograph, Potter. More and more Slytherin students gathered to watch the fun, each one engrossed. It's fine, Blaise passed by and took Crabbe away. Those two argue every day. It's a love-hate relationship. If you like watching, enjoy. If not, let's go eat. I want some pumpkin juice right now. Who argues with him every day? Draco and I once again spoke in unison. Then both hummed in unison and turned to walk our separate ways. Crabbe and Goyle stood there, exchanging glances. Goyle scratched his head. Why do I feel like? While they were arguing, it got a bit weird. Blaise replied vaguely. Don't think about it. We won't understand. Come on, let's go have breakfast. On Christmas Eve at Hogwarts. Snow was falling heavily. No one noticed that 4 Gryffindor boys were sneaking out through a secret passage. James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter were unwilling to be trapped in the school by the snow. They bundled up, braved the cold wind, and flew on their brooms towards Harrods in London. James, why suddenly want to visit a Muggle store? Sirius asked, just to see if there are any new interesting things. James replied loudly, I'm tired of Hogsmeade. Number 12, Grimmauld Place is only a few minutes from here. It does look pretty good, Sirius said with a grin, but my mom scoffs at everything Muggle. She gets sick just seeing Muggles walk by outside. It is said that Harrods is filled with Muggle inventions. An elevator? It can move people. Remus sniffed, his hands frozen stiff. I haven't tried it yet. We can go check it out, Sirius replied. I see it. Peter has already spotted that huge mall. Harrods was brilliantly lit on the winter night. James pushed the door open, shaking the snow off his hair, and excitedly grinned. Wow, this place makes Hogsmeade look like a corner shop. The prices are much higher than in Hogsmeade, Peter noted. Muggle luxury goods, Remus said slowly, trailing behind. He had just gone through a full moon, feeling utterly exhausted, his hands and feet cold, shivering even under several layers of clothing. Moony, you're as cold as ice, Sirius said, helping to brush the snow off him, frowning. It's much better inside, Remus rubbed his face. Let us find something to drink. Such a big Christmas tree. How do Muggles manage without magic? James marveled at the giant Christmas tree. Wait, I'll get you something hot, Sirius dove into the crowd. Before long, James stopped in front of a jewelry counter, eyeing a ruby necklace. Guys, what do you think? Would Lily like it? He tugged at his hair in distress. She never accepts my gifts, but this one looks exquisite. Very pretty. It would match her red hair, Remus said honestly, but I think whether she accepts it or not has little to do with what you give her. Then what should I do? James looked frustrated. Give me some useful advice. When I patrolled with Lily, I inquired about her opinion of you, Remus said slowly. She thinks you're too showy and sometimes too reckless, and Snape is her good friend. Your antagonism with him will only make her dislike you more. Isn't it worse to like dark magic? James retorted indignantly. Fighting in the corridors only makes her think you're frivolous and violent, and us 4 against 1. Humiliating a classmate. Remus chuckled bitterly. She blames me for not managing you well. I really haven't done a good job. Enough. That stinky bat deserves it. He studies new spells every day. Sirius returned with a cup of hot mulled wine, handing it to Remus, cinnamon-flavored. I remember you like butterbeer. This should be good too. Remus took the hot wine, his fingers recoiling from the heat, revealing a grateful smile. Thank you, Sirius. Actually, I'm feeling much better now. I think I should buy it, this necklace. James still refused to back down. Remus knew he couldn't persuade him and added, being a bit more gentle and polite might be more effective. James is already pretty sweet to Lily, Peter pointed out. I mean to others, Remus replied. You should hold private lessons for James. Sirius laughed heartily. That would be too difficult for him. Peter quickly bought a bunch of things. My mom loves Muggle apple pies. She says they taste better than the ones she makes with magic. She also likes plush toys. There's a Christmas bear here. She'll be so happy if I bring it back. Does she really like these, Peter? James asked curiously. Sirius scoffed. Walburga would rather curse a teddy bear than hug it. Oh yes, she secretly likes them, Peter nodded. She especially loves sweets. She says it reminds her of her childhood. Those bears. She might even knit them little sweaters. She sounds quite lovely, Remus said softly. Maybe we should buy her one, Peter. I'll pick one later. James's gaze wandered back to the men's clothing section, where a gray suit caught his eye. Muggle clothes aren't bad. Too formal. Sirius glanced over. Suitable for a good boy like Regulus. But not for you. P.S. Definitely going home for the Christmas holidays, right? James casually asked. Does it need guessing? With him around, my mom wouldn't go crazy about me running away from home, Sirius replied. Remus leaned against a pillar, slowly sipping his drink, finally regaining some color. He watched James running around for Lily and smiled helplessly at Sirius. He.S. really hopeless for her. Sirius laughed too. He will be. Just like we always manage to sneak back to the dorm before the teachers catch us. At the graduation banquet, the shadow of Voldemort loomed over everyone, but the graduates chose to seize this moment to relax and celebrate. The hall was bustling, and no one wanted to leave. At the Gryffindor long table, Peter was helping James and Lily take couple graduation photos. "James, fix your hair." Sirius laughed. Not even a powerful spell can tame his hair. Lily chuckled as she pressed down on James's messy hair. "I'm just here to highlight Lily's beauty." James grinned widely. As Sirius turned around, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the sadness on Remus's face. Almost all werewolves had sided with Voldemort, although Remus's identity hadn't been exposed. His mood worsened as the separation approached. Sirius walked over and patted his shoulder. Before he could say comforting words, Remus had already quickly donned a smile. "Happy graduation." "It's great," Remus said first. Sirius knew he was feeling miserable, but Remus's flawless smile blocked all his words. "Let's keep in touch. The five of us will still be the same." Sirius blurted out a lie. "Yeah, I know." Remus was also determined not to expose it. Sirius discovered that when a person wants to hide their eyes, you can never look them in the eye. 7 years have passed, and that timid child has turned into the melancholic and gentle person before him. He and Remus stand side by side like stars, and the moon struggling to survive in a distorted environment, facing the darkness together. Sirius opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and simply pulled Remus's shoulder closer. Suddenly, a figure approached him. It was Regulus, with a face nearly as handsome as Sirius's. Remus discreetly stepped aside. "What are you doing here?" Sirius asked Regulus. "Graduation gifts. Mine. Mother's. Creature has one too." Regulus pointed to the 3 boxes in his hands. "Thank you." Sirius took the gifts and tossed them onto the table, then started staring intensely at his nails, remaining silent. Regulus watched him, not leaving. After a while, Sirius finally couldn't help but look up, seeing Regulus looking at him with a very complicated expression. "Brother, you haven't been home for a long time," Regulus spoke. "Oh, did you just notice?" "Huh." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Do you have to do this?" Regulus's voice trembled slightly, tinged with grievance. "The last time you spoke to me first was because I pushed your bedroom door open. Years ago," Sirius said slowly. "Isn't it great that no one bothers you now?" Regulus bit his lip. "You know that's not what I mean." "What else could it mean? Do you have to choose to stand with Voldemort?" "Coward!" Sirius exploded, grabbing his brother by the collar and rolling up his sleeve, the dark mark on his pale skin glaringly obvious. "What do you want me to do? Run far away like you?" Regulus's eyes turned red. "After you left, the Black family only has me left, and Mother only has me. So running far away doesn't make you a coward? Kicking us aside?" Remus quickly ran over to pull Sirius back. "Yes, the Black family only has you left. You can kiss Voldemort's robes as much as you like." Sirius shouted in anger, restrained by Remus. "But you only have yourself. That's just a surname. Why live for them? Why believe whatever they say? Enough. Let go of me." "Remus," Sirius said to Remus, "I don't want to talk to idiots who can't tell right from wrong. Calm down. He's still young." Remus exerted all his strength to hold him down. Regulus started to cry. "Then what is right and what is wrong?" "Brother, Bella and Sissy are on Voldemort's side too. We've been hearing that pure blood nonsense since we were little, thinking we're superior since childhood. Well, why do you have to judge others as noble or lowly?" Sirius looked at his bewildered brother. "Get out. Come back when you're sober," Sirius said, grabbing a gift box from the table and throwing it at Regulus. "So many people have died. You ask me which side is right? You don't really think you're impressive, do you? You think I wouldn't use the Cruciatus curse?" Regulus broke down in tears, collapsing to the ground. "Take your dark mark and your gifts and disappear. Think clearly before you come back to me, or don't ever see me again," Sirius said coldly, leaving the hall without looking back. James and Lily's wedding took place on a summer afternoon at a secluded country estate, with the Order of the Phoenix's protective charms briefly isolating them from outside dangers. There were few guests, mostly members of the Order. Remus, Sirius, and Peter sat at a table together. "They're so beautiful, aren't they?" Remus said softly. "The dreams of our youth have come true." Sirius leaned back in his chair, dressed in a black suit, and smiled. "That guy James, even Voldemort can't scare him off." He paused, his expression softening. "But they deserve this wedding. At least today, we can pretend the world hasn't ended." He paused again and murmured, "Unlike that kid Regulus. He has been missing for a while. Who knows where he has gone? Humph, probably off messing around with that gang of idiots." His tone feigned lightness, but the worry in his eyes flashed by. "I was pretty harsh with him at the last graduation party. Maybe I went a bit overboard." Remus said gently, "You just wanted him to wake up. Sirius, don't be too hard on yourself." But Sirius shrugged and laughed lightly. "Feel guilty? I wouldn't waste feelings on that little brat." Yet his hand unconsciously tightened around his cup. James and Lily stood at the altar reading their vows. James's voice trembled. "Lily, I swear, whether the future is bright or dark, I will protect you with my life." Lily gazed at him, her eyes red, her voice clear. "James, I swear, no matter how fierce the storm, I will stand by your side. You make me believe that love is stronger than any magic." The officiant sprinkled golden light, and the guests applauded and cheered. Peter sat to the side, looking somewhat uneasy, nervously twisting his cup, his eyes glancing around. His voice was a bit high-pitched. "Yeah, they really are brave. I sometimes don't know what to do. My mom told me last night that she's worried about me, saying I should think more about how to protect myself." There was a tremor in his tone, as if he were making excuses for himself. Remus glanced at him and smiled gently. "As long as we stick together, there's hope. Peter, don't think too much. Today is a happy day. Your mom just cares about you. Don't let her words weigh on your heart." He patted Peter on the shoulder, trying to ease his obvious tension. But Sirius wasn't buying it. He shot a sidelong glance at Peter, scanning him from head to toe with an expression that was like an X-ray. "I'm telling you, Wormtail, can you stop looking like the sky is falling?" he said. But his voice was particularly low, carrying a hint of mischief. "Just so we're clear, if it comes down to a life-and-death situation, you better not be the first one to run." After saying that, he laughed mockingly, as if joking. Good heavens! Peter's face froze on the spot, looking worse than crying. Once the wedding was over, James and Lily began their first dance on the lawn, while the three of us remained at the table like background decorations. Remus watched the couple and suddenly said, "I'm still thinking about Dumbledore's proposal. Maybe I should go undercover among the werewolves. It might help." Before he could finish, Sirius slammed his cup down on the table, his brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. "Remus, are you crazy? What kind of spring and autumn dream are you having? Those lunatics are worth you risking your life." His tone was urgent and angry, practically boiling over. "Do you think you can convince Greyback? They want to just tear you to pieces. And those Aurors, if they see you hanging around the werewolves, whether you're undercover or not, one Avada Kedavra will come your way, and who will collect your body then?" Sirius fired off a barrage of words, taking a breath before softening his tone a bit. "You're already having a tough enough time. Don't go seeking death, okay?" Remus smiled wryly. "Wanted to argue further. I know it's dangerous, but what if I could?" Sirius directly waved his hand to interrupt. "Information isn't more important than your life. There's no room for negotiation." He turned his head away from Lupin, and I guessed he didn't want Lupin to see the worry in his eyes. At that moment, Peter suddenly interjected, his voice so urgent it was slightly out of tune. "I can too. I can help. My mom always says I'm timid. I need to prove it to her." His eyes were darting around, eager to show off but also seeming guilty. Lupin remained gentle, nodding and saying, "We all know you'll do your best." As for Sirius, he simply propped his head up with his hand, not even looking at him, his gaze drifting towards the newcomers in the distance. And the hint of a smile on his lips had completely vanished. I tell you, the sunset that day was particularly red, like it was on fire. James and Lily were turning in that golden red light, like two moths drawn to the flame. Beautiful enough to break your heart and foolish enough to make you ache for them. The scene shifts, and I fast forward you to a few years later. It's a world of difference. Just 3 days after James and Lily left, Lupin was huddled alone in a shabby tavern, looking as if his soul had been sucked out, staring blankly at the bottom of his glass with the little remaining wine. Who understands his family? He was broke, unable to scrape together money for a decent birthday gift for his godson Harry. For him, the cheapest thing wasn't tea bread, but painkillers and alcohol. Swallowing them made him numb to all the pain and hunger. He even thought that if his body could disappear along with everything else, that would be true liberation. He hadn't contacted us old friends for a long time, not wanting us to see him in this wretched state. Just as he was wallowing in self-pity, a bald drunk in the tavern suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Sirius Black, that traitor! He deserves to die 1,000 deaths." At that moment, my heart sank. It was over. Something big was about to happen. When Lupin heard that name, his hand shook, and he almost dropped his glass. He suddenly looked up, grabbed the bald man's collar, and spat out a string of curses he had never uttered before. "What the hell are you talking about?" The bald man was initially ready to fight, but when he saw Lupin's tear-streaked face, he was taken aback. He pulled out a crumpled Daily Prophet from his robe and slammed it on the table. "Look for yourself. It's all Sirius Black's doing." Lupin looked down. The headline was devastating. "Sirius Black betrays the Potters. James and Lily dead. Peter Pettigrew murdered. Only a finger left." It also mentioned that baby Harry Potter miraculously survived. "James. Lily dead?" Sirius betrayed them? Peter was gone? In that instant, the world went silent. Lupin's hands trembled uncontrollably, and he kept muttering false. False, even starting to scratch his own face. No one had informed him. His friends were gone overnight. He staggered out of the pub. Outside, there was only a biting cold wind. The next morning, he rushed into Dumbledore's office without changing out of his robe, reeking of alcohol. Dumbledore. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper. I need to go undercover with the werewolves right now. Dumbledore looked at him and sighed. Remus, I think you've seen the news. I'm very sorry. Lupin, almost frantic, leaned on the table. I can't run away anymore. I have to do something, even if it's to die. I was too cowardly before. Now I'm not afraid of anything. But Dumbledore told him, little Harry is still alive. He has made Voldemort weak. Perhaps peace is closer than we think. Lupin froze, looking up in confusion. Harry lost his parents when he was just 1 year old. I can't even protect him. In the end, Dumbledore's words became the last straw that broke him. Voldemort had disappeared, peace was coming, so there was no longer a need for a werewolf undercover. Lupin muttered to himself, I have nothing left now, not even a reason to die heroically. What kind of situation is this? Wanting to be a hero and take revenge, only to find out the battle is over. And you don't even have the qualification to die. That's worse than death. Years passed, and Harry was 6 years old. Lupin still couldn't let go. He disguised himself as a muggle, carrying a pile of gifts for the child, and made his way to Privet Drive. When he inquired, he found out that the Dursleys had gone on vacation, leaving little Harry alone with their neighbor, Mrs. Fig. Mrs. Fig, let me tell you, was like a community anti-fraud officer. She saw right through Lupin, immediately calling him out. You're a wizard, aren't you? I'm no fool. Don't try to play tricks on me. Lupin had to admit he was a friend of Harry's parents and just wanted to take a distant look at the child. Mrs. Fig's heart softened and allowed him to peek through the door. Just that one glance, I tell you, broke Lupin's heart. Harry was dressed in ill-fitting old clothes, small and thin, curled up on the sofa, quietly reading a book. Those green eyes were just like lilies. The pile of gifts Lupin brought, Mrs. Fig refused to accept, saying it was too unusual. The Dursleys never gave Harry gifts. In the end, Lupin could only pull out a pack of ordinary candies he bought from a muggle store, pleading with her to say it was from home, just to let the child have a taste. He stood outside, hearing Harry's soft thank you from inside, and then he could no longer stay. You think that's the end? Let me show you what a real hell of a joke looks like. Fast forward to after Harry's first Halloween, just as Rita Skeeter was fabricating stories about Peter appearing at Hogwarts, the real Peter, after escaping the school, returned home for a visit. He had been a rat for 10 years and suddenly wanted to see his mother. But what he found was a completely deranged woman. His mother was holding a tattered stuffed bear, treating it as if it were Peter, mumbling to it while knitting little clothes. The room was piled high. When Peter spoke, his mother screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Who's there? Don't come near. You're a bad person sent by Sirius to steal my Peter. The ball of yarn hit Peter. It was light, but I can tell you, that hit didn't hurt his body, but pierced his heart, and that was deadly. He looked at his longed-for mother, now seeing him as a sworn enemy, and tears streamed down his face as he turned and fled back into the darkness. All right. Enough of the memories. Let us talk about something in the real world. Since the Chamber of Secrets incident, the legends about Harry at school have become increasingly ridiculous. These students know how to spread rumors, adding fuel to the fire, and they love to hear and believe it. There are tales of Harry ripping a basilisk apart with his bare hands and commanding it to commit suicide in Parseltongue. 1,000 people have 1,000 versions of the heroic Harry Potter. One morning at breakfast, Harry was having his usual banter with Draco across the table. Potter, you almost blew up your cauldron in potions class yesterday. Professor Snape turned green. At least that's better than some people flying like a legless spider in flying class. Malfoy. Just then, the most theatrical man in the room, Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in his bright purple robes, made a grand entrance. Mr. Potter, he beamed, his smile radiant. I see you're full of energy this morning. Why not come to my office after dinner for a quiet detention? Harry was completely taken aback. What? Detention? Why me? Malfoy started it. Lockhart ignored Draco, looking at Harry with an expression of understanding. I have special expectations for you, the Star of Salvation. I want to have a private chat. My office is very cozy. You'll like it. The surrounding Slytherin students were stifling their laughter. Draco was ignored, his face twitching in anger, having to lower his head and pretend to nibble on his pumpkin pasty. That evening, Harry walked into Lockhart's office, filled with his own narcissistic photos and smelling of lavender, looking displeased. Just as he sat down, the door opened again, and Draco walked in, looking equally annoyed. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Don't ask me. Draco exploded, That guy insisted he was lucky to accompany you for detention. I'd rather help Hagrid brush a caterpillar than smell this awful perfume. Just as the words left his mouth, Lockhart peeked out from behind a pile of fan mail, grinning like a cat that had stolen cream. I'll tell you, his laugh was just something else, and the next moment he grabbed Draco as a volunteer, saying, "Oh, your grades aren't good. Just stay back and help me reply to fan letters. Consider it extra tutoring." Draco practically rolled his eyes into the back of his head, but he was still forcefully handed a pen. Then this guy kept us both there, turning to me with a look in his eyes that sparkled like he was about to interview a Nobel Prize winner, saying he wanted to talk to me about something special. Well, I leaned back in my chair, thinking what could this fool possibly come up with. Draco was over there gritting his teeth, writing, "Dear Miss So-and-so, thank you for your kindness," with his ears perked up higher than antennas, afraid I might slip up. Meanwhile, Lockhart started bombarding me with questions. Where's the Chamber of Secrets? How do you open it? What about Parseltongue? What does it look like inside? How big is the basilisk? Is there anything else besides the basilisk? I was thinking, is this an interview or a thesis? So I started making up stories, saying the chamber was in the girls' bathroom. Dark and damp, with a giant snake statue. The basilisk was over 10 meters long, and its eyes could kill you with a glance. In the end, I transformed into a giant rooster and defeated it. As for who did it, no idea, don't ask me. While I was talking, Lockhart was listening with wide eyes, his fingers tapping rapidly on the table, exclaiming, oh, amazing, fantastic, totally engrossed, you'd think he was watching it live. Draco was dumbfounded, probably wondering if my storytelling skills were proportional to my ability to blow up cauldrons. And guess what happened next? This guy suddenly got hyped, jumped up, pulled out his wand, and started to self-destruct. He said all the books he wrote about fighting ghosts and werewolves were fake. They were just stories he heard from other big shots, and he just wiped their memories clean, using their experiences as his own material. Can you believe it? In 2025, there's still a cyber thief like this. Draco's pen dropped with a bang, ink splattering everywhere. We were both stunned, thinking, is this guy crazy? He was still there, smugly spinning his wand, saying my chamber story was too perfect and had to be his new material, with him and me as the protagonists. While we just had to forget all the secrets we heard. After saying that, he was about to erase our memories. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I remembered the disarming spell Lupin taught me, and without thinking, I shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Draco acted at the same time. A flash of red light. His wand flew out of his hand, and his own obliviate spell rebounded, hitting him right in the forehead. Now he was done for, standing there like a zombie, eyes vacant. Then he just plopped down on the ground, mumbling, "Where am I? Who are you?" Draco laughed, saying he originally wanted to tie this guy up, but didn't expect he would do it to himself, truly deserved it. He walked over, kicked Lockhart's wand, and turned back to me with a grin. "Well done, Potter. I thought you could only blow up cauldrons." I looked at the silly Lockhart on the ground, still touching his hair and mumbling about whether he should go to a signing event. Draco squatted down to tease him, saying, "Listen, Lockhart, your current task is to hold a press conference and confess, return all the money you scammed, or just wait to rot in Azkaban." Surprisingly, this guy actually believed it, nodding stupidly and getting up to rummage through the fan letters on the table, mumbling about refunds, confessing. I exchanged glances with Draco and quickly slipped away. The lavender scent in this place was giving me a headache. As we reached the door, I was a bit worried and asked Draco, "Is he going to be okay like this?" Draco rolled his eyes. "If you hadn't fought back, you'd be the one sitting there looking dumb. Besides, he never taught us anything when he was sober." Just before we parted, that guy started joking with me, saying he gained experience replying to letters, and I could hire him at a high price to write fan replies for me, like cleverly rejecting marriage proposals. I could even ghostwrite love letters. He winked at me, saying he could give me a discount because we were rivals. I scoffed, saying I wouldn't even hire him if he paid me. That was the end of that. Then, let me tell you, the real explosive stuff was still to come. Time flew by and summer arrived. Before I went back to Grimmauld Place, I had a conversation with Lupin through the two-way mirror. His background was a dark cave, with the wind howling, and Sirius was nowhere to be seen. Lupin looked exhausted and frustrated, saying he couldn't keep Sirius in check, and advised me not to come back for the summer, saying there was danger at home. I was worried and said I had already made plans with friends, but he was very firm, so I had to agree. It wasn't until a few days before the holiday that Sirius finally showed up, looking significantly thinner, with a mix of excitement and gloom on his face, saying they had gotten something new at home, and I shouldn't be scared. My heart was racing, wondering what was going on. When I pushed open the door to number 12, Grimmauld Place, I was completely stunned. The house was renovated, clean, and bright. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that at the dining table sat a corpse. The corpse was wearing a brand new robe, with a pale and stiff face, but the outline looked just like Sirius. I recognized it at a glance. It was Sirius Black. It took me and Creature several months to find him. Sirius came down the stairs, his voice hoarse. I was dazed, asking what he had been doing for the past few months. Lupin walked out from the side, not even looking at Sirius, coldly saying that the corpse had no thoughts. Just a puppet of dark magic. That's when I noticed Creature was also weak and barely standing, and the portrait of Mrs. Black was unusually silent. Later, I learned that Sirius had found a strange locket box in Creature's cupboard. When Creature saw it, he broke down, crying and shouting that it had to be destroyed, but it couldn't be destroyed no matter what. This question led to a shocking revelation. This locket box belonged to Voldemort. Years ago, Voldemort borrowed Creature and took him to a cave, forced him to drink a basin of poison, then hid the box and left Creature there to die. But the house elf's magic was powerful. Creature managed to apparate back on his own. What was even more shocking was that Sirius's brother, Regulus, later learned about this and had his worldview shattered, deciding to rebel. He took Creature back to that cave, drank the poison himself, replaced the real locket box with a fake one, and ordered Creature to run away with the real box while he was dragged down by the corpse in the lake. Sirius was dumbfounded after hearing this. His brother traded his life for this thing, and he got all worked up, insisting on going to that cave to retrieve Regulus's body. Lupin couldn't stop him. Creature, wanting to help, drank that damn poison again, and now his body was almost failing. Lupin used the potion he researched. Although it could prolong life, the side effects were huge, making his body fragile. Sirius even showed me the note Regulus left in the fake box for Voldemort, which mentioned a term, Horcrux, just when things were chaotic. Lupin suddenly announced that he was going to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts. Sirius exploded on the spot, rushing over and shouting. Who agreed to that? What about me? Lupin finally looked at him, coldly replying, No one is stopping you from going to any cave now. Are you leaving me here alone? Lupin said, Your family is doing just fine. If you're interested, you can just run off to any random place to chase after ghosts. I won't care anymore. I'm done caring. Sirius was choked up and couldn't say a word. Lupin continued, Going to Hogwarts is for me. I can also do some research, find Dumbledore, or even consult Snape about potions. After saying that, he shot Sirius a glare, turned around, and locked the door with a bang. I stood there with mixed feelings, unsure of what to say. Family, this battlefield. I feel like the dramatic genes of the Black family are contagious. And guess what? This contagion flared up the very next second. Just as Lupin left, the portrait of the old lady began to speak. Let me tell you, when this old lady isn't screaming or scolding, her words are sharp enough to come from another dimension, and she immediately started berating Sirius. Look at you, useless at everything. First in romance. Oh no, wait, you can't even handle a relationship properly. Sirius rolled his eyes dramatically at the air and retorted, Who I date is none of your business, old lady. The old lady crossed her legs in the portrait and said leisurely, I wasn't talking about your partner. That young man seems nice enough. I was talking about you. Given your awful temper, it's a miracle anyone wants you. Goodness, that one sentence ignited Sirius's fury, and his wand was instantly drawn. The old lady raised an eyebrow, clearly unafraid. What? Do you want to burn me? Even if you did, it wouldn't change the fact that no one wants you right now. I can hear it. People are leaving. Sirius gritted his teeth, but in the end, he put his wand down, probably remembering that the old lady could still help find some Horcrux clues. He sighed and said, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I know you're tough on the outside, but soft on the inside, afraid of hurting my feelings. Hey, don't say it, that tactic actually worked. The old lady immediately quieted down and even asked about Peter Pettigrew, saying if it were a pure-blood family, she could use her connections to help investigate. After their relationship eased, let me tell you, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Old Lady Walburga transformed from a gloomy, vengeful spirit into a parenting blogger, constantly hovering by the frame. Critiquing Harry's diet. Too few vegetables. All meat. How can you raise a child like this? Sirius. Remus. Do you even know how to take care of kid? Sirius lazily sipped his coffee. Harry's clever. He doesn't need your concern. You were taller than him at his age. The old lady argued back, insisting that it was the golden period for growth, and he must take children's growth potions. 1 drop a day. Sirius half-heartedly replied to his mother, Sure, sure. I'll get right to it. Then he turned and stuffed beef into his mouth. I've figured it out. Ever since the old lady reconciled with her son, she found new joy in life, focusing on all-around companionship and parenting, afraid that Harry would grow up wrong. Before we knew it, it was the night before school started. Throughout the summer, Lupin had largely ignored Sirius as punishment for his impulsiveness. Guess what happened? In the dead of night, Sirius started causing trouble again. He snuck into Lupin's room and wrapped himself around him like an octopus. Lupin was being choked and groggily patted him. Let go. Sirius's voice was sticky and filled with grievance. Still mad? We never let arguments linger overnight. As he spoke, his not-so-honest hands began to roam, and his mouth was close to Lupin's neck. Lupin's face turned completely red as he pushed him away. Get off. Do you want me to meet my students on the first day of school with a neck full of hickeys? Then let's go somewhere the students can't see. Sirius grinned wickedly, lifting Lupin's shirt, still muttering. You must be a good teacher. Too bad I can't listen to your lectures from the audience. Who would teach a student like you? You should be grounded until graduation. Lupin was both embarrassed and angry, trying to cover his face, but his wrist was firmly held down. Sirius narrowed his eyes, enjoying the nearly uncontrollable expression on Lupin's face, and smugly said, Only I can see you like this. You have to contact me every day through the two-way mirror. Finally, like a dog begging for treats, he kept nudging and saying, Spoil me a little more, just a bit more. Family, who understands? This adult love is truly both dramatic and sweet. I feel like I'm about to get diabetes. The next day, on the Hogwarts Express, Lupin had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well the previous night. Harry, now quite the gossip expert, handed the two-way mirror to Lupin, grinning. Here, Grandma Alberta says you two are in a relationship now. This way it's more convenient to keep in touch. Hurry up and make up. Lupin's face turned bright red, probably not expecting the old lady to be so quick with her words. He took the mirror and quietly mentioned that he could give Harry some extra lessons in magic this semester. Before long, he leaned against the window and fell asleep. As a result, the Slytherin locket box slipped out of his pocket. Just as Harry picked it up to put it back, the compartment door swung open, and Pansy Parkinson and her Slytherin friends rushed in. Oh, Potter, what treasure do you have there? Pansy, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted the snake emblem on the locket box. Merlin, is that a Slytherin item? You can't be the heir, can you? Just as Harry was trying to figure out how to explain, Draco Malfoy pushed through the crowd. Let me tell you, Draco is all talk. He first scanned the sleeping Lupin, then fixed his gaze on the locket box in Harry's hand, snorting coldly. I'm just passing by. But you, Potter, seem to be the center of attention wherever you go. Blaise pointed to Lupin and asked, Who is this? Harry replied, Our new defense against the dark arts professor. Draco's eyes flickered. He remembered what Dobby the house elf had said about a werewolf living where Harry stayed. But seeing Lupin's unguarded sleeping figure, he thought to himself, a werewolf? As a teacher? Nonsense. While he was pondering, Pansy urged him, and Draco coldly led his group away. Not long after, Percy Weasley came in. He looked like someone who had been through the ringer, and as soon as he sat down, he started to vent. Family, who understands? The 007 intern is him. He was interning unpaid at the Ministry of Magic, serving tea, sorting files, and taking the blame for those old-timers. At school, no matter how harsh Snape was, he genuinely hoped you would do well. Percy looked utterly disheartened. In the workplace, middle-aged people and young people are natural enemies. They would do anything to keep you from moving forward. I overheard them saying, it's not a good thing for young people to be too smart. Sooner or later, they'll be put in their place. That kind of malice I never dared to imagine before. Harry listened, stunned. Percy sighed and suddenly whispered, I've talked to Tom Riddle in the diary so much. Some of his ideas, though dark, aren't entirely wrong. For example, he said power is always held by a minority, and those people will never let go easily. Hearing this, Harry perked up. Just then, the sleeping Lupin mumbled in his sleep, Sirius, stop it. That tone was both helpless and doting, simply unbelievable. At the Hogwarts opening feast, the professor's table was bustling. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick welcomed Lupin back with smiles, while Snape's face was as dark as my dark circles. Lupin didn't mind at all. He turned around and gave Snape a brilliant smile, warmly calling out, Severus, long time no see. Snape was taken aback by this, and could only snort coldly and turn away. After the dinner, Harry and Lupin headed straight to the headmaster's office. Lupin placed the locket box and Regulus's note on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore's expression changed when he saw it. Horcrux, I originally thought the Black brothers were irreconcilable, but I didn't expect Regulus to go this far. He concisely explained what a Horcrux was: murder, soul-tearing, hiding it in an object extremely evil. Moreover, that diary from last semester was also a Horcrux. Voldemort was very arrogant and surely made more than one. How do we destroy it? Harry asked urgently. Dumbledore took out the sorting hat and said to Lupin, Remus, Voldemort destroyed your life and killed your best friend. I think no one is more qualified than you to destroy a part of him. You are a true Gryffindor. Use it to summon Gryffindor's sword." Lupin put on the hat, and a sword inlaid with rubies slid out with a clang. Just as he raised the sword to stab the locket box, the box suddenly erupted with a cloud of black mist, emitting Voldemort's voice, launching a psychological attack. "You wretched, lowly creature. You will never return to being normal. Don't listen to it, Remus, hurry!" Dumbledore shouted. Lupin gritted his teeth and stabbed down. A piercing scream erupted, and the locket box cracked in half, completely destroyed. Dumbledore sighed in relief and added, "The Horcrux chosen by Voldemort must be a precious object that he considers to have significant sentimental value." Later, taking the opportunity to go to Hogsmeade, Harry pulled Percy aside to inquire about the diary. Percy recalled that Tom Riddle was particularly fascinated by the 4 founders of Hogwarts, especially Slytherin. He also loved collecting and could name every peculiar treasure in Borgin and Burkes. This time, the clue matched. Slytherin's locket was both precious and sentimental. It was just Voldemort's type. While Harry was brainstorming wildly, Quidditch practice continued. On another rainy day, Draco accidentally fell off his broom and got covered in mud. Captain Marcus, seeing the terrible weather, let him and Harry go back early to change clothes. When Harry pushed open the changing room door, he froze. He had assumed it was just a normal changing session, but what did he see? Draco had his back to him, taking off his muddy robe, revealing a sweat-soaked training outfit that clung tightly to his body. The lean yet muscular lines of his back were clearly outlined in the dim light. Harry stood at the door, his breath momentarily hitching, his eyes glued to the sight. Goodness, I tell you, Harry's gaze was like it was stuck on him. Draco didn't even notice someone was at the door, completely absorbed in taking off his wet training outfit. Harry gasped, taken aback by how pale Draco's skin was, almost blinding under the light. He stood frozen, likely battling his mind whether to rush back out into the rain or keep watching. In the end, he wimped out and quietly moved toward his own locker. Just as he moved, the locker door creaked open, and that sound echoed in the empty changing room like thunder. Draco jumped, turning around suddenly, holding a clean shirt, and their eyes met perfectly. "Potter? What are you doing here?" Draco's voice trembled slightly, his face drained of color, and with the mud streak, he looked rather pitiful. Harry panicked. "I was just in my locker." "Then why are you staring at me?" Draco's tone was urgent and sharp, but the knuckles of his fingers gripping the shirt turned white, revealing how nervous he truly was. Harry quickly turned his head toward the locker. "Well, is it okay if I talk to you while looking at the locker?" He fumbled to grab his broom, but accidentally kicked over a nearby stool, making a loud clatter. "I wasn't staring at you." Harry exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I just want to see how you fell." That excuse was so awkward I felt embarrassed for him. After saying it, he lowered his head, pretending to organize his broom, his face burning. Draco, on his side, was also pounding with anxiety. He forced himself to appear calm and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, concern for me? I didn't fall to the point where you need to check me." After saying that, he turned to continue changing clothes. But the movement was so slow, it was like he was in slow motion. Then Harry blurted out, "You still have mud on your face." Draco froze completely, instinctively touching his face, and sure enough got mud on his hand. He immediately broke down, his tone sharp. "I don't need you to remind me, Potter." Just then, Marcus and the others returned, making a commotion outside. Draco, as if his butt was on fire, quickly put on his clothes, grabbed his dirty team jersey, and rushed out of the changing room without looking back, his speed as if he was fleeing. Not long after that incident, something happened again in Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class. I tell you, Professor Lupin's lesson was a bit too much. He brought in an old wardrobe containing a boggart. Simply put, this thing turns into your greatest fear. Guess what? Lupin pointed at Draco first. Draco walked up looking confused and waved his wand. The cabinet door opened. The next second, all the color drained from his face. Out of the wardrobe came Professor Quirrell from the first year, the one with another face hidden at the back of his head. I felt something was off. Harry and Lupin exchanged glances, and they understood without saying a word. The boggart transformed into Quirrell, who crazily lunged at Draco, shouting something about wanting to kill Dobby, kneeling down to kiss my robes. Draco was completely stunned. His legs turned to jelly, and he fumbled his spell. Nothing happened, just a few sparks flew from the tip of his wand. Draco, step back. Lupin dashed forward, waved his wand, and Quirrell instantly transformed into a glowing balloon. I tell you, this was a lot to take in. Draco had clearly seen this kind of situation before. He was terrified, retreating to the side, trembling all over. To lighten the mood, Lupin called up Neville next. Goodness, Neville's greatest fear was Professor Snape. When he waved his wand, Snape was instantly dressed in his grandmother's floral dress, holding a pink parasol, and the whole class went wild with laughter. After class, Draco stood there, still in shock. Lupin walked over, gave him a piece of chocolate, and comforted him gently. Once Lupin left, Harry moved closer. The first thing he said struck right at the heart of the matter. He's in Albania? Draco shot his head up, looking into Harry's eyes, his heart pounding like a drum. I tell you, in that moment, Harry understood everything. What Quirrell had disappeared after Halloween, what Dobby had risked his life to warn him, and Draco's 180-degree turn in attitude, all connected. The Malfoy family had long been involved with that person. What about you? Harry pressed, step by step. Why did you let Dobby come find me? Don't you want to kill me? This last question was a killer. Draco shook his head like he had gone mad, violently pushed Harry's hand away, and ran off in despair. Harry was preoccupied and rushed to Lupin's office to contact Sirius. Just as he reached the door, he heard Snape's roar from inside. He pushed the door open and saw Snape facing Lupin, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. That idiot Longbottom. How dare he turn the boggart into me, and wearing that ridiculous floral dress. Lupin, is this what you've taught your good student? Lupin remained calm and explained that Neville was just afraid of him, which was normal. Snape, furious, slammed the wolfsbane potion on the table and told Lupin not to waste his time with nonsense. Just as Snape was about to leave, he noticed a book on dark magic on Lupin's desk titled The Forbidden Ritual of Soul Splitting, and immediately questioned him about it. Lupin calmly replied, "Isn't this a Horcrux? Didn't you help Dumbledore destroy a diary?" Then, he quickly changed the subject, suggesting he wanted to invite Snape to a Muggle restaurant for dinner, mentioning a new potion discovery he wanted to discuss. After Snape left, Harry slipped inside. Just as he connected with Sirius, he heard Lupin say, "I just invited Severus to Hugo's restaurant." Sirius's eyes almost flashed with anger in the mirror. "Who? You invited him to dinner? What did you ever invite me?" "Family. Who understands?" Even from the mirror, one could sense the smell of aged Shanxi vinegar. Lupin helplessly replied, "Let us talk when you can stroll down the street with confidence." Later, they got back to serious matters. Harry mentioned Quirrell and Albania. Sirius said Bellatrix's husband had a house there, and Lupin recalled that his father seemed to have visited the forest there. Guess what? Snape actually agreed to Lupin's invitation. I was stunned when I saw them sitting in that exquisite Muggle restaurant. Snape even wore a Muggle black coat, looking very awkward. They were greeted by the chef Hugo, a handsome vampire over 100 years old. Lupin got straight to the point, asking to discuss the potion that could reverse aging. It turned out Hugo maintained his youth through something similar to umbilical cord blood. The potion they were currently studying could rejuvenate plants, but when used on house elves, the side effects were severe. Though the elves became younger, they were as fragile as infants. Lupin wanted Snape, the potion master, to help solve the side effects. Snape initially resisted, saying, "Why should I help you?" Lupin smiled and replied, "You've already saved my life once. Wouldn't it be better to save a century-old man who has lost the will to live?" Hugo began to philosophize, saying living too long was meaningless, wanting to leave something behind. After listening, Snape coldly said, "Living is for completing what must be done, nothing more." Hugo retorted, "Since everyone dies, is there any meaning in doing these things?" Snape's words stuck with me. As long as I remember, it has meaning. After saying this, he pocketed the blood sample provided by Hugo, signaling his agreement. Meanwhile, on the Quidditch field, Harry became the brightest star. Sirius sent him a brand new firebolt. Let me tell you, that broomstick was stunning. Marcus and the others were ecstatic, thinking they had it in the bag. But then, the Ravenclaw academic Qiu Zhang taught them a lesson with her intellect. During the match, Qiu Zhang didn't race against Harry. She played strategically, constantly interfering and confusing him with various feints. Several times Harry almost caught the snitch, but her skillful positioning thwarted him. It was a technical display, overpowering sheer ability. In the end, Qiu Zhang seized a moment of hesitation from Harry, executed a beautiful dive, and securely caught the golden snitch. Slytherin lost. Marcus was furious, cursing up a storm, and Harry felt quite frustrated. He walked out of the changing room dejectedly and happened to bump into Luna Lovegood, who was drawing strange symbols in her notebook with a quill while humming a tuneless little tune. I was in a terrible mood at the time, so I went over to her to vent. I said, "Luna, did you see that Qiu Zhang? It's ridiculous. She's throwing all sorts of fake moves at me. I'm about to throw up from all the shaking. I have no idea what she's going to do next." Luna looked up, and her expression was like she had just returned from some other dimension. Surprisingly, she seemed quite happy. "We won. Qiu Zhang is really impressive." Like an eagle catching a rabbit in the clouds. She's been studying you the whole time. That's how Ravenclaw plays. The CPU moves before the muscles. She tilted her head and added, "Don't you think she looks a bit like an elf?" An elf. I rubbed the scar on my forehead, almost rolling my eyes. Maybe, but she always blocks my way. Luna laughed and said I was too fast and that the firebolt was too cool. Their Ravenclaw team was still using the outdated Comet series. She said if we went head-to-head, they definitely wouldn't stand a chance, so we could only rely on our brains. She even quoted, "Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." I said that was a good quote, and then she told me it was a saying from Ravenclaw herself, adding that Ravenclaw was as beautiful as mist, smart enough to solve all puzzles, and even made a diadem that could make people smarter. I scoffed at that, thinking it was way better than Slytherin's hobby of raising snakes. I casually asked, "Has anyone ever used that thing? Like borrowing it before finals?" Luna's eyes suddenly drifted off, and her voice dropped an octave, saying that diadem was long lost, stolen by her daughter Helena. Ravenclaw's diadem. I tell you, hearing those 6 words made my head buzz, and Percy's earlier words flashed back to me. Voldemort has a pathological obsession with the artifacts of Hogwarts' 4 founders. I immediately got anxious and pressed her on where I could hear this story. Luna blinked and said to go find the ghost of Ravenclaw, which is her daughter Helena. But she warned me that the lady really hates when people bring up this kind of stuff. I didn't care about that at all and just rushed over. I pushed open a door near the Ravenclaw tower, and the musty smell of ancient parchment mixed with the dampness of the corner almost sent me away. At the end of the corridor, I finally saw the ethereal shadow, Helena. Goodness, she was so aloof, floating in the air, her white robe billowing as if there was a fan on, and her face was so cold it could shave off 3 pounds of frost. I steeled myself and approached, "Miss Helena, I am Harry Potter. I've heard of the legend of the diadem, and I want to—" Before I could finish, she interrupted me. "The diadem? Again, with the diadem?" Her voice was chilling, and her gaze was like a knife cutting into my face. I quickly explained, "Yes, I just want to know its story and where it is now." She floated even higher, looking down at me as if I were an ignorant ant. Her sarcasm was palpable. "Wisdom? Again with that word. You kids all use this line. Do you really think I'm foolish? Don't you just want to take a shortcut?" I was anxious. "No, I'm not doing it for myself. Shut up." She waved her hand impatiently, as if my words were a worn-out lie. "Not for yourself, for a greater goal. Which one of you isn't trying to use my mother's belongings to satisfy your own desires?" I was truly exasperated, raising my voice. "I'm really not." She frowned slightly but quickly reverted to her icy demeanor. "Who you do it for, or what you do it for, has nothing to do with me. I've made enough mistakes. I won't let the diadem fall into the hands of another greedy person." I was completely taken aback by her rebuttal, standing there like a fool, unable to think of a comeback. Seeing my cowardly expression, she added another jab. "You can't even clarify why you're here, and you want to help? What do you think the diadem is? A toy for playing house? I see you're no different from the others, self-righteous, full of empty talk." My face turned beet red, and I could only lower my head and stare at my shoelaces, mumbling softly, "I just wanted to try." "Try?" Her voice shot up, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "My mother's legacy is not a prop for you to experiment with. Get lost. Don't bother me again." When I looked up again, she had already turned her back, her shadow almost merging into the wall. I shouted, "Wait," but the corridor echoed back only my voice. What a waste of effort. I dragged my legs out, my mind filled with her disdainful face. Checking the time, I realized I was going to be late for Trelawney's divination class, and I dashed towards the North Tower. When I pushed open the door to the divination classroom, all eyes in the class immediately turned to me. The smell of cheap incense in the room gave me a headache. I scanned around and lo and behold, there was an empty seat right next to Malfoy. He was sitting there alone, propping his chin on his hand, completely ignoring the class. There was no choice. I had to tough it out and go over. "Malfoy, is the seat taken?" I tried to make my voice sound like I was delivering a eulogy. He lifted his gray eyes, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, that expression both infuriating and handsome. "Take a seat, Potter. Where did you go this time to sell signed photos?" I huffed and pulled out the chair to sit down. Just as I was about to retort, Trelawney announced like a fortune teller, "Today, we will interpret tea leaves. Pair up." Great, I resigned myself to fate. I took out my textbook from my bag, and underneath it, I had a copy of the secret history of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, ready to slack off. Malfoy glanced over and lazily said, "You really have a knack for slacking off in divination class? Better than staring at tea leaves?" I replied without looking up. 2 steaming cups of tea floated over, and when I took a sip, I nearly choked on the bitterness. Looking back at Malfoy, he had simply vanished the tea with his wand, decisively flipping the cup over. Interpret it. I looked up at him. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his nose, creating a stunning shadow. I admit I was momentarily mesmerized until he squinted and said, "Potter, have you had your fill of looking at me?" My face flushed instantly, and I hurriedly lowered my head to drink the tea, pretending to study the bottom of the cup. He chuckled softly, leaning over to take a look, a faint fragrance wafting over. "Glasses," he pointed at my tea leaves, indicating you will become nearsighted. "Very creative," I roll my eyes. "And you?" "A snake," indicating you will be poisoned by yourself. He flipped through his book, reading aloud. "Snake symbolizes danger, enemies, and may also represent change and rebirth." He went on for quite a while, and I quickly jotted everything down. Suddenly, Trelawney appeared beside us, gasping as she picked up Malfoy's plate. "Flying snake. Oh my! A dangerous transformation. Dear Malfoy, you will either encounter danger or undergo a transformation." Malfoy maintained a straight face. "How fortunate. I can hardly wait." In the second round, he pointed to my tea leaves. "I see a broken broomstick, indicating you will take a big fall." "No way." I immediately countered. "Very likely." He waved his wand and wrote it down. "Next time your eyes get glued to Chong, a bludger will throw you in a beautiful parabolic arc." I was instantly furious. "I didn't." "She keeps bothering me." He suddenly asked. "She is quite pretty." "Isn't she?" I was momentarily at a loss. She was indeed beautiful. But how could it sound so wrong coming from him? I frowned and said, "If I lost this time, it's my fault. If you want to blame me, say it directly during practice." He shrugged, his tone light. "If I misinterpreted, then it wasn't glasses. It indicates that your eyes are always betraying you." I found myself glaring at him again. "I just complimented Chong for being pretty. Why are you mad?" He looked at me, amused by my flustered expression. Peering into the future, Scarhead? I couldn't swallow that remark, so after class, I took that copy of the secret history of the 4 founders of Hogwarts to find Hagrid, and Luna was there too. I flipped through the book and said, "This is simply a third-rate melodramatic love story." Hagrid, who was adding firewood, asked me what I meant. I replied, "Blood Baron and Helena." The book says that Blood Baron loved Helena to death, but when his courtship failed, Helena ran away with her mother's diadem. He chased her to Albania, in a fit of rage, stabbed her, then committed suicide. Isn't that melodramatic? Luna said lightly. Helena wanted wisdom, but ended up ruining everything. Blood Baron must have gone mad. Hagrid snorted. She never liked Blood Baron. But why did she steal the diadem? Her mother is so powerful. Why wouldn't she lend it to her? It's not about lending. It's jealousy. I pointed at the words in the book. Helena was jealous of her mother's talent, so she stole it and ran away. Hagrid asked me why I suddenly became interested in the 4 founders. I didn't dare mention Horcruxes, so I used the Chamber of Secrets as an excuse. At the mention of the Chamber of Secrets, Hagrid got so angry he almost smashed the table, saying he was expelled because of it, all thanks to Tom Riddle. I was shocked. "You knew Tom Riddle? Voldemort?" Hagrid trembled. "Don't mention that name. I was sort of his classmate." "Classmate?" My eyes widened. "Did he ever bring up the 4 founders?" Hagrid paused, sat down, and recalled for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "I remember. That guy. Sweet-talking like mad. I remember there was a time he was always chatting with Helena, and they would talk for ages. Helena usually found those boys annoying, but with him, it was just different." I straightened up. "He really inquired about the diadem?" Hagrid said. He didn't say it outright, but he mentioned Ravenclaw's legacy and asked if there were any secret passages in the school. He knew I had pets, and before being expelled, he chatted with me about whether it was better to raise spiders or snakes. As soon as I heard that, I understood. He must have pried some information from Helena. Hagrid, Voldemort, isn't completely dead. I suspect he has his eyes on the diadem, and I must find it. I also flipped to another section of the book that said most of the moving staircases in the Room of Requirement in Hogwarts were designed by Rowena Ravenclaw. Hagrid's eyes widened. "What? Those stairs that always make me trip were made by her?" I told him about being rebuffed by Helena, and Luna chuckled, saying I was too direct and needed to learn some sweet talk from Tom Riddle. Learn from him? I shook my head. Helena would never fall for the same trick twice. I stared at the book, and a light bulb went off in my head. Bloodstained Baron. He killed Helena and then became a ghost with her. He must know where the diadem is. Hagrid frowned. That guy is not to be trifled with. The fat friar acts like a mouse when he sees him, right? I clapped my hands. He has prestige, and he must feel guilty about Helena. Tom Riddle exploited Helena's weakness, and I need to exploit the bloodstained Baroness' weakness. His guilt. Hagrid looked skeptical. Guilt? Harry, that guy is covered in chains. Are you sure he will bare his soul to you? How will I know unless I try? I clenched my fists. I couldn't just sit and wait. I had a plan, but I'm terrible with words. How would I talk to the Bloodstained Baron? I needed someone who could speak well, like a PUA master like Tom Riddle. But who do I have around me? Sirius? Please. It would be a miracle if he could control himself and not get into a fight with a ghost. Blaze? He is probably asleep. Snape? Huh. He could take all my points in one class. After thinking it over, one name popped into my head, Lupin. He might not be smooth-talking, but at least he is logical and could help me sort out my thoughts. Okay, it's him. In the afternoon defense against the dark arts class, I planned to find Lupin after class. But as soon as I entered the classroom, I was stunned. Wow, what a handsome vampire. Parvati's scream almost blew the roof off. Professor Lupin had called in an external aide. Let me tell you, he was stunning. With wine-red hair, silver-white skin, a tall figure, dressed in black robes, and a hint of a smile on his lips. Folks, this vampire's entrance was accompanied by a dramatic soundtrack, all about elegant Gothic style. The students' questions were all over the place. Professor, you wouldn't bite anyone, right? Can you turn into a bat? Are you afraid of garlic and crosses? That vampire named Hugo had an excellent temper and answered each question. He said he couldn't turn into a bat, but he was super fast, and in the blink of an eye, he zoomed from the podium to the other side of the classroom, leaving only an afterimage, making all the girls in the class scream. He also said garlic just smells bad and crosses are muggle superstitions, but he couldn't withstand sunlight. I rested my chin on my hand, my mind focused on how to approach Lupin. I barely made it to the end of class, deliberately dragging my feet to wait until everyone left. Then I saw Hugo walk to the door, just as he bumped into Snape passing by in the hallway. Severus, how are your potions coming along? Hugo casually asked. If you need, I could provide more blood. Snape's face stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to his usual expressionless state. The more, the better. Hugo rolled up his sleeve, revealing his forearm. Come to my office. Snape turned and walked away. Hugo followed, still smiling. The students here are really adorable. It must be great to be a teacher. Snape's voice sounded like it was pulled from an ice cellar, each word pronounced clearly. I do not feel that way at all. Snape's office was like a dark potion laboratory, filled with bottles and jars containing all sorts of disgusting things, with green smoke bubbling in a cauldron. How much can you take without exceeding your limits? Snape asked. I'll call stop if needed. Hugo watched as Snape used his wand to slice open a cut on his arm, and blood flew into the bottle like a red thread. Hugo seemed quite relaxed, casually observing Snape's collection while carelessly shaking a vial of basilisk venom. Snape coldly said, highly toxic, you'd better not touch it. Hugo obediently put down. Before Hugo could call stop, Snape had already finished. With a wave of his wand, the wound healed instantly. How is the progress? Hugo leaned against the desk, curiously watching Snape handle the potion ingredients. Snape didn't look up. We need African snake skin as a stabilizer. Hugo watched him throw things into the cauldron, purple smoke billowing up, and suddenly asked, I've always been curious, Severus. How do you wizards test the efficacy of new potions? You can't just randomly pull someone to taste it like a chef, right? I tell you, upon hearing this, Snape didn't even look up. His hands never stopped working, and his voice was as cold as the stones in the cellar. I will test the ordinary potion myself. I was right next to them, listening in shock. Hugo was also surprised. You try it? What else? Snape finally stopped, and that look in his eyes was as if he were staring at an idiot who couldn't even tell the front from the back of a cauldron. Who knows what effects the new potion will have? I can't just grab some fool randomly. What if it explodes? They can't even clean a cauldron properly. And you expect them to discern toxicity? I don't have the time to clean up their mess. Hugo pointed at the pot of purple smoke. What about this? Have you tried it? Snape said, once I have all the ingredients, if that house elf of Lupin's reacts well, I might give it a try. He glanced at Hugo, smirking. What? I thought you were about to start your late-night emo time again, discussing the meaning of life with me. Well, here it comes, Hugo sighed, dramatically. Like a melancholic poet, the students just asked me if vampires care about pure blood. You Slytherins, do you really value this? Snape's cold snort could freeze the air. I'm a headmaster, but my mother is a witch and my father is a muggle. So the last war was because of this? Pure blood or not? You fought to the death? Yes. Hugo started. Let me tell you, once the floodgates opened, it was like a continuous stream. You see, we humans, we could survive with just food and water, but we insist on creating hierarchies, slapping on a bunch of labels, and then we can't stand each other, fighting back and forth. I've lived so long, watching friends die one by one, and I wonder, is this eternal life a gift or a curse? I have to drink blood to survive. How can I escape this nature? What am I even existing for? Should I do something grand to leave a name behind? Am I just a passerby in this world or a pawn? He rushed through all of this, and I felt tired just listening. Snape silently turned around, continuing to stir his cauldron, his voice cold enough to freeze shards of ice. You've lived this long, and all you think about is these things every day? Pretty much. Hugo chuckled awkwardly, cooking while pondering. You seem quite energetic. Snape suddenly grabbed Hugo's wrist. What? Did I talk too much? Hugo jumped. No, Snape said expressionlessly. It seems like I took a little too little blood earlier. Let us get some more. Do you want me dead? Hugo asked, wary, but still extended his wrist. Snape scoffed. If I wanted to harm someone, would I make it this complicated? He picked up a shiny potion from the side and shook it. If you say one more word, I want to mind using you to test this newly brewed dissection potion to see if a vampire can be reduced to a pile of bones. Want to? No. Don't abuse the elderly. Hugo quickly backed down. On the other side, Harry wasn't having such a terrifying time. He blocked Professor Lupin after class. Professor Lupin. Harry rushed over with a piece of parchment. I have something I want to ask you. Lupin took the parchment and looked at it, surprised at how clearly it was laid out. Introduction, core purpose, alternative plan B, like a business proposal. He laughed. What's the matter? So well prepared? Harry lowered his voice, as if doing underground work. I want to talk to Bloodman Barlow about Ravenclaw's diadem. I think Voldemort might be interested in it, but I had a falling out with Helena last time. She found me annoying. This time I want to be fully prepared, but I don't know how to start. Bloodman Barlow? Lupin was surprised. His temper was not easy to deal with. So I was thinking, do I need to learn some sweet talk? Harry looked uncertain. Lupin paused, returned the parchment to him, and looked at him gently. Harry, why do you think you need sweet talk? Voldemort can speak, but he relies on fear and lies. Not sincerity. You don't need to learn from him. Bloodman Barlow, that emo ghost for hundreds of years, will only be more annoyed if you play tricks with him. Sincerity is the only trump card. So what should I do? Just be honest. Lupin patted his shoulder. Tell him why you want the diadem, to stop Voldemort. To protect everyone. Focus on sincerity. If he senses your determination, he might help. Harry thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll try. But what if he gets angry and whips me with chains? Lupin laughed. A ghost? If he whips you with chains, it's just like being splashed with cold water. Stay calm. Harry finally relaxed. Just then, the two-way mirror in Lupin's pocket suddenly rang. And when he pulled it out, Sirius's anxious face popped up. Lupin, where are you? Just got out of class. What's wrong? I'm in the room of requirement. Lupin's face instantly changed. He rushed to the 8th floor. And as soon as he entered the room of requirement, he saw Sirius standing among a mountain of junk like a trapped beast. Are you crazy, Sirius? Lupin rushed over and grabbed him, his voice shaking with anger. You should be at Grimmauld Place. What if someone sees you? I've had enough. Sirius shook him off. His eyes red. My mom's portrait spoke to me. She said there are people at the Lestrange house in Albania. Voldemort and Peter are there. I have to kill him. Calm down. Lupin pressed him down. You'll be walking into a death trap. Their whole family is in Azkaban. What do I have to be afraid of? Sirius sneered. I don't care. I will turn Albania to ashes and make Peter pay. Enough. Lupin shouted. Do you think I don't want that? But if you go out now, it's like walking into a net. You Haventi cleared your name. Trial? Sirius laughed, looking worse than crying. The Ministry of Magic will just throw me back into Azkaban. I can't wait. As long as Peter is alive, I'll be crazy. He turned to leave, but Lupin grabbed him, growling. If you dare step out that door today, I swear I will tie you up myself. Sirius turned his back to him, his shoulders shaking, and after a long time, he squeezed out a few words. Fine, but I'll wait a maximum of 7 days. After 7 days, no one can stop me. Lupin sighed in relief, and before turning to leave, he said, Don't do anything stupid, Sirius. Meanwhile, Harry was looking for Bloodman Barlow on the Marauders map when he suddenly saw Sirius's name, right on the 8th floor. His heart sank, but for now, there were more pressing matters to attend to. He found the blood-soaked ghost to the stairway. Mr. Barlow, Harry mustered his courage. I want to talk to you about the Ravenclaw diadem. Bloodman Barlow turned around, his gaze cold enough to freeze a person. You? Harry was also persuaded, focusing on sincerity. He took a deep breath and began from the cupboard at the Dursleys, talking about Hogwarts, about Voldemort behind Coral Scarf, about the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. His voice not loud, but every word struck the ground. I suspect the diadem is a Horcrux. If it is, I will destroy it. If not, I swear, it will be returned to its rightful owner. After listening, Bloodman Barlow fell silent. The sharpness in his demeanor softened a bit. Horcrux? Why should I believe you? Harry retorted. Then why didn't you leave directly? You're still here listening to me, aren't you? This remark hit a nerve with Bloodman Barlow, and he laughed self-deprecatingly. Helena. She, like me, is a loser. What do you want to know? The diadem. Harry's heart raced. You've seen it, right? I have. Bloodman Barlow's voice became ethereal. When I found her, I saw her hiding the diadem in a hollow tree in Albania. Later, that Tom Riddle kid found her too. He sneered. That kid is as slippery as a snake, sweet-tongued but poisonous at heart. I don't know how he tricked Helena, but after that, she never mentioned the diadem again. Did Voldemort really take it? Humph, Bloodman Barlow said. He came back to Hogwarts after graduation, holding that diadem, and specifically came to find me. What did he want from you? Bloodman Barlow laughed, ominously. Because I've killed, he said. Barlow, you and I are the same kind of people. He showed off that diadem to me, saying he was going to apply to Dumbledore to be the defense against the dark arts teacher. He wanted to be a teacher. Harry was astonished. What happened? Dumbledore rejected him. I saw him coming down from the 8th floor. His face turned green with anger, but in his hands, nothing. 8th floor? Don't ask me useless questions, Potter, Bloodman Barlow said impatiently. I only tell you what I saw. He came back with the diadem, and when he came down from the 8th floor, he was empty-handed. Think for yourself. Before he floated into the wall, he added, Good luck, Potter. Ever since he failed his application, none of the defense against the dark arts teachers have lasted long. Harry stood there, his mind buzzing. Wow, now I know why the teachers for this subject change every year. It turns out it's Voldemort's grudge from his failed job application that's causing the KPI curse. In the room of requirement, Sirius had been rummaging through the pile of junk with Harry and Lupin for 2 days. Once Lupin left, he was alone, digging through the mess. He passed by a huge vanishing cabinet with a deep scratch on its door when suddenly a glimmer of silver on a shelf nearby caught his attention. He reached out and took down a silver diadem. Just then, Lupin returned with Harry from class. Sirius walked over with a mischievous smile and gently placed the diadem on Lupin's head. Then he took a few steps back and looked him up and down. You know what? Wait. Lupin, holding the diadem, exclaimed in shock. I suddenly have an idea for modifying that potion recipe. Wow, this thing is a physical cheat. Sirius laughed, finishing his sentence, and, you actually look quite good in it. Like a werewolf prince. I think I've really figured it out. Lupin was still a bit incoherent, right? It can indeed make your brain more agile. Sirius's smile faded, and he spread his hand, so I want to say, give me back my wand. What? It made me think. Sirius carefully took off the diadem. We might have another smarter way to greet our old friend. A few days later, the front page of the Daily Prophet exploded. Heroic mother perishes in fire. Pettigrew family's glory extinguished. I tell you, the entire magical world has exploded. Previously, everyone knew about the hero Peter the Rat, who was posthumously awarded the Merlin Medal. His mother went mad for missing her son. Now, with one big fire, he has lost his home. It's so tragic. Waves of mourners came, some bringing flowers, others observing a moment of silence. After everyone left and the sky turned completely dark, a damp, fat rat finally crawled out from the bushes. It was Peter. He transformed back and had been hiding nearby all along. He burrowed into the ruins, his little paws digging frantically, not knowing what he was looking for. Just then, he heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. He was startled and hadn't had time to run when a hand shot out like lightning, precisely pinching his tail. A tremendous force yanked him out of the rubble, and he was instantly forced back into human form. Little Peter the Rat collapsed on the ground, covered in mud and ash, and he looked up in terror to see a boy in a black robe standing in front of him, with messy black hair and round glasses, behind which were a pair of shockingly green eyes. Lily? Peter blurted out, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The boy said nothing, only looked at him coldly. That face. James? Peter stammered again, his legs weak as noodles, secretly bracing himself to turn back into a rat and escape at any moment. The boy finally spoke, his voice eerily calm. I know who you are, Peter. I also know what you have done. Peter's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He wanted to argue, to beg for mercy. But under the gaze of those eyes, all lies stuck in his throat. WH, what do you want? He pleaded. Enough. Another voice suddenly rang out. Sirius stepped out from the shadows, waved his wand, and Peter instantly transformed back into a rat, firmly gripped in his palm. Sirius held the struggling rat up to his face and revealed a cold smile. Your little heart is pounding in my hand. Do rats even have hearts? I reckon it's probably about the size of my fingernail. I tell you, in the next second, we suddenly appeared in the Ministry of Magic's hall. Wow, the scene was incredible. It was almost time to get off work, and those office workers were all ready to make a quick exit. Then with a bang, we appeared right in the center of the hall, like celestial beings descending to Earth. I tell you, the whole place instantly felt like someone hit the pause button. The witch at the front desk, who was slacking off, dropped her quill on the table with a loud thud, her mouth wide open as if it could fit an egg. Why? Because standing at the front was Harry Potter, that messy hair and crooked glasses, Who in the entire magical world doesn't recognize that face? Then, things got even crazier. Peter Pettigrew's mother, the very hero's mother who was just featured in yesterday's newspaper, collapsed on the ground, crying her heart out. My son, my little Peter, who could understand what the family felt? Just a day ago, they were the family of a martyr, and today, their own son appears right in front of them. And he's a traitor. Who wouldn't go insane in that situation? Soon after, the crowd erupted with various screams. Oh my God, isn't that Sirius Black? Didn't he escape from prison? Oh my gosh, that's Peter Pettigrew. Isn't he supposed to be dead? The entire hall erupted like a boiling pot. Everyone rushed over their phones. Oh no, their eyes all focused on us. Sirius's hand was gripping Peter like a vice, and Lupin stepped forward, addressing the stunned ministry employees. Speaking word by word, we demand a retrial. 13 years ago, the case of Sirius Black was a miscarriage of justice. Just then, the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour, a tough-looking guy with a face full of scars, rushed over. He squinted his eyes, like a lion spotting its prey, and raised his voice by an octave. A murderer? And a dead hero? Interesting. Lupin tried to explain, saying it was a misunderstanding, that Sirius was wronged. He even wanted to give Peter a chance, overly benevolently saying to him, Peter, I'm very sorry. You might still have a chance to turn over a new leaf. I wanted to roll my eyes at that moment. Even at this time, he was still here preaching to the masses? Sure enough, Sirius interrupted him directly, sneering. Too bad you only have one life. Otherwise, I would really like to kill you a few more times. This statement completely enraged Peter Pettigrew. This guy, who had been huddled like a quail, suddenly burst out as if energized, breaking free from Sirius with lightning speed and snatching Scabbers' wand. His face twisted grotesquely as he roared madly at Lupin. Are you the noblest? Are you the kindest? Wasn't it you who cut off my arm at Hogwarts? Lupin, you forced me. You wanted me dead. He screamed, waving his wand, and a red light shot out. No, Harry shouted until his voice broke. The spell hit Lupin squarely in the stomach. I watched helplessly as Lupin was blasted away like a rag doll, crashing hard into the blood-drenched fountain in the middle of the hall. A bloody hole was blown straight through his abdomen, blood gushing out and dyeing the entire fountain's water a strange pink color. Scabbers was furious on the spot, shouting you're asking for death, and immediately bound Sirius and the already paralyzed Peter, cursing, if it weren't for my professional ethics, I would really want to give each of you an Avada. Harry, like a madman, rushed over, kneeling beside Lupin, his hands trembling like chaff, trying to plug the bloody hole, but the blood wouldn't stop, continuously gushing out between his fingers. He looked up at Scabbers and shouted, Save him. Please save him. Then, Lupin was urgently sent to St. Mungo's by a female Auror using a portkey. Harry knelt alone in that pool of blood, watching Lupin's eyes gradually darken, feeling completely dazed. Then, it was as if someone had pressed the mute button on the situation. The newspapers didn't mention a word. Professor Lupin took a leave of absence due to illness, and Harry didn't attend classes for several days, with Defense Against the Dark Arts being directly substituted by Snape. Draco was also anxious, as his family suddenly stopped writing to him, a sense of foreboding hanging over him. Old Bat Snape even gave Draco special attention, teaching him the brain-blocking spell. On the day of the final exam, Snape asked him to tell a lie to his face. Let me tell you, that Draco kid really had some talent. He instantly concocted a lie, saying that his mother Narcissa had recently taken up gardening and had planted a garden full of moonflowers at home, promising to take him to see them during the break. He imagined the details so vividly that he even pictured the scene of an owl delivering the letter. Snape used legilimency to sweep through his mind, but found no flaws. Finally nodding coldly, Very well, you may leave. On the other hand, Hagrid's care of magical creatures class was a disaster zone. The creature, called a Blastinid Scrut, looked like a grotesque fusion of a giant shrimp and a scorpion, sticky and prone to explode with its tail, making loud bangs and sending sparks flying. Draco fed these ghastly things with a face full of disdain, while Blaise egged him on, asking why Harry hadn't come. Draco had no mood to deal with him, lowering his voice to say, My family isn't writing back again. Theodore said something big happened at the ministry. Have you heard any rumors? Theodore appeared like a ghost from the side, saying gloomily, I've heard that dead hero Peter Pettigrew is alive. Apparently, in order to avoid death, he plans to tell the ministry everything he knows. Harry was keeping vigil over Lupin in the hospital, almost turning into a desperate sunflower, anxiously waiting for the sun to wake up. Who understands that feeling of watching the blood level drop while being completely helpless? He was terrified, fearing that if he closed his eyes and opened them again, Lupin would be gone. At that moment, the female Auror who had brought Lupin to the hospital, Tonks, came again. Her bright pink hair was particularly eye-catching, and she was quite amusing. Upon entering, she comforted Harry. "Don't worry, he's tough. This little injury is nothing." She also told Harry that she was Sirius's cousin. Harry then asked her about the trial. Tonks pouted, saying that Fudge and his people were still stubbornly denying Voldemort's return. However, the Hawks in Scabbers' group actually appreciated Sirius a bit, because he had taken out a Death Eater in Azkaban. Now, both Sirius and Peter were locked in specially made little cages, just waiting for the subsequent trial. Then, Tonks suddenly changed the subject, winking at Harry. "But you know, when we were examining their memories for the trial, we also happened to see their romantic history. Oh my, we were all shipping them hard. Who would have thought?" Harry was instantly petrified, his mouth opening wide enough to swallow a fist. Tonks continued to reminisce. "Honestly, I'm a bit jealous of my cousin. The men in our Auror team are either arrogant or fierce like dragons. I've never seen someone like Lupin, who has a bit of inferiority complex, but also carries a soft, elegant, and mysterious aura." She winked at Harry, saying, "I think my aesthetic aligns quite closely with Sirius's." While chaos was erupting at Hogwarts, the Malfoy family was also on the verge of exploding. Lucius was sweating coldly as the dark mark on his arm burned him, knowing that Voldemort was summoning him. Narcissa had also received the news that the Aurors were coming to arrest people today. Should they go to Voldemort or beg the Ministry? Both paths were dead ends. In the end, Lucius gritted his teeth and decided to go to Voldemort alone, ensuring Narcissa and Draco's safety. He instructed Narcissa to act according to a plan he had devised. A few hours later, the Aurors stormed into Malfoy Manor, only to find it empty. They discovered a 5- or 6-year-old girl in the woods outside the manor, with a large gash on her leg. These Aurors were practically suffering from face blindness and professional burnout. They took one look at the little girl treating herself with a wand and just walked away, completely oblivious to how a 5-year-old could have a wand or that the healing spell wasn't working at all. Once they left, the little girl, who was actually Narcissa, limped away from the woods. Meanwhile, Lucius was already kneeling before Voldemort in Albania. Time reached the day before Christmas, and Hogwarts was as cold as an ice cellar. Draco stood in the snow, feeling colder than the weather. His letters home had all sunk without a trace. Just as he was staring blankly at the blast-ended screw, he suddenly saw Dobby crouched behind a tree in the woods, staring at him with 2 big, pitiful eyes. Draco hurried over. "Dobby, why are you here again?" Dobby trembled like a falling leaf, quietly saying, Dobby was fired by the master, young master. Dobby is free now." Draco's mind went blank. His father would fire a house elf? That was impossible. Dobby looked up, speaking in a strange, relieved tone. The master asked Dobby to bring one last message to the young master. He said he didn't know about the Dark Lord coming to the house and told the young master to stay safe at school. After saying this, Dobby truly became free. Draco's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Didn't he know about the Dark Lord coming to the house? What kind of nonsense is that? He stared hard at Dobby, his voice trembling. "Where are my father and mother? Where are they?" "I told you." Dobby shook his head at that time and said he didn't know either. He just said that when he left, my dad was already gone. And my mom took a small bottle and then disappeared as well, leaving in a hurry. My mind went blank for a moment. A small bottle? A potion? My mom never touches these things. I wanted to ask more, but suddenly I heard footsteps behind me, and when I turned around, several shadows approached. I recognized the uniforms at a glance. It was the Auror Patrol. The one leading them was that Delis, the one who taught us in first year. I quickly winked at Dobby and whispered, "Let's go, I understand." Dobby darted into the woods and disappeared. I took a deep breath and also emerged from the forest, blending in with the group of classmates, then quietly followed Delirious. He led me into an empty office, and as soon as the door closed, the only light left in the room was from the fireplace. I shoved my hands into my robe and coldly stared at him. I saw him walk over to the desk, leisurely pour 2 cups of water, and with his back to me, he lightly flicked his finger, causing a few drops of a transparent liquid to fall into one of the cups. His movements were as quick as a ghost, but I saw it clearly. He turned around and handed me the cup of spiked water, feigning concern as he said, "Sit down, Draco, have some water to warm yourself up." I took the cup, my mind clear as day. This thing was either a truth serum or something even worse. My brain was racing, and I had to force a smile on my face. I pretended to lift the cup, my lips barely grazing the rim, not drinking a drop. Just as he turned to grab the documents, my wand slipped in my palm from my sleeve. I silently recited a spell, and in an instant, the water in the cup vanished. Then I pretended to take a big gulp, placing the empty cup on the table, my palm drenched in cold sweat. Delis turned around, saw the empty cup, and nodded in satisfaction, getting straight to the point. All right, let's talk business. Your parents support Kiro and have connections with the Dark Lord. You know about this, right? I leaned back in the chair, arms crossed, looking utterly calm. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a student, busy dealing with explosive shells every day, writing those damn papers. I never care about my family matters, nor am I interested. He squinted at me for a long time, as if trying to see through me. Then he said slowly, is that so? Well, you might not know, but little Peter has been caught, and he confessed everything. Your father pledged loyalty to Voldemort, how he funded Quirrell, and now Malfoy Manor is deserted. I clenched my fingers tightly, my nails almost digging into my flesh, relying on this pain to stay awake. Did my parents really run away? I suppressed the turmoil in my heart and kept my voice steady. I told you. I don't know anything. I've been at school the whole time. He stared at my eyes intensely and threatened. I'll ask you again. Where did they go? If you tell me now, there's still a chance. Otherwise, when the truth comes out, don't regret it. I raised my head directly, my gaze colder than his. I have nothing to say. If you want to arrest me, go ahead, but I guess you have no evidence. Otherwise, I would have been on my way to Azkaban by now, right? Why waste time here with me? Derelict was completely speechless, probably convincing himself that using the truth serum would be fine. In the end, he could only give up, leaving with a remark. Fine, it seems you really aren't involved. Your parents have disappeared, and we will consider a warrant, but right now, we only have the testimony of Little Dwarf, and the evidence is still insufficient. After saying that, he turned and left. On the other side, in Spinner's End, let me tell you, Professor Snape was also called back to his rundown home by a letter. When he opened the door, there stood a 5- or 6-year-old little girl with half yellow and half black hair, that proud little chin. Snape stared for a long time before recognizing her. Good heavens, it's my mom, Narcissa. Narcissa? Snape squatted down, looking completely bewildered. My mom, oh no, that little girl. Her voice was crisp, but her gaze was sharp. Don't use that doubtful tone, Severus, it's me. Snape let her into the house. And my mom laid it all out. I drank the potion. I had originally had this plan. That traitor, Pettigrew, just made the plan come early. Snape asked, are you planning to hide? My mom let out a cold laugh and said, hide? Severus, you're too naive. Which of those high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic hasn't taken our money? If we end up in Azkaban, their financial lifeline will be cut off. They warned us in advance. Once the storm passes, we'll naturally come back. She said this potion was a sample from a project funded by Lucius, but it has serious side effects. When it manifests, the skin tears apart. Then Snape casually remarked, how coincidental. I'm also researching that potion. He stared at the wound on my mom's leg and then asked, Lucius want to see the Dark Lord, right? What about you? My mother's gaze darkened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He has his choices, and I have mine. Severus, I didn't come here to chat with you. I need your help. She stepped forward, her demeanor fierce. It's for Draco. He is at Hogwarts, and people on both sides might cause him trouble. He doesn't know anything. I beg you, protect him. Snape's eyes were deep like a well, and he said, I've been watching him all along. My mom sighed and said she was starting to waver, feeling that betting on both sides was too passive. Snape merely said, I'll keep an eye on Draco for you, before you come back. The scene shifted back to Hogwarts, Christmas. I was the only one in the Slytherin common room, with a few books spread out on the table, but I couldn't focus on a single word. My parents had just vanished without a trace, not a single letter. During dinner, Snape gave me a Christmas gift, which I didn't open and just stuffed into my pocket. Just then, there was a loud bang, and Harry Potter burst in like a gust of wind, snow still clinging to his robes, his face full of anger. I later found out that Sirius's trial had been delayed again, and Lupin was still unconscious in St. Mungo's. A few days ago, he had gone near Azkaban and had seen the Dementors with his own eyes, almost breaking down under that atmosphere of despair. He had originally intended to go straight back to the dormitory, but halfway there, he came charging towards me. His green eyes seemed ready to spit fire. I just softly asked, are you back? He suddenly snatched the book from my hand and slammed it on the table, gritting his teeth and saying, Death Eaters deserve to die. Why should innocent people suffer? You still stand with them. I was so scared that my face turned pale, my lips trembled uncontrollably, and I could only stare at him, unable to say a word. He didn't notice anything wrong with me at all. He grabbed my collar and yanked me up from the chair, roaring in my ear, a duel. We're dueling right now. He just wanted to find someone to fight, without caring about anything else. I was gasping for breath, grabbing his wrist and trying to make him let go, but I had no strength in my hand. It was icy cold. Calm down, I told him it will be okay. Disgusting. Voldemort's dog. He suddenly shook me off. In that instant, I felt all the strength drain from my body, and I fell straight into him. His glasses were knocked askew by my impact. My cheek brushed against his face. And then I blacked out. When I regained consciousness, I was already in the school hospital. Harry was crouching beside me, panic written all over his face. As he touched my hand, his expression incredibly complex. He helped me sit up, and my head weakly rested on his shoulder. While quickly stuffing the gift box that had fallen on my pocket back in, he ran towards the school hospital, carrying me on his back. Madame Pomfrey said I had just fainted from not eating for several days. She forced me to drink a lot of honey water and brought in a large plate of cakes and candies. Harry sat by the bed, both angry and confused, questioning me. Why didn't you eat? I lowered my head and said, I forgot. Have you forgotten for several days in a row? Don't you even draft your lies? His voice rose by 8 degrees, and he even said that if it were any later, he could directly help collect my corpse, saying I could become the new ghost of Slytherin, called the Baron who doesn't eat. I originally had no appetite, and after hearing him say that, I couldn't eat even more. It was then that Harry noticed my face, probably realizing that my dark circles were almost down to my chin, and my usual energy was completely gone. He shouted at me, Eat up. Do you really want to become a ghost? I still didn't move, just looking at him. He had no choice but to angrily say he was going to leave, and I instinctively reached out to grab him. My hand was still cold, with no strength at all. He turned back and glared at me, and under his gaze I swallowed that piece of cake bit by bit, like taking medicine. That feeling was simply torturous. Harry looked at me and suddenly said, I don't understand what you have to feel wronged about. I licked the cream off the corner of my mouth and took the largest piece from the plate, handing it to him. Let's eat together. He pushed it away directly. That's your portion. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here. He sounded fierce, but he didn't leave. He just sat there watching me eat. When he mentioned my parents, I almost threw up on the spot, and my eyes turned red instantly. I quickly finished eating and said softly, Let's go together. He fell silent, sitting aside, watching the steam rise from the milk jug. I struggled to eat everything on the plate, and in the end, he even poured me a glass of milk, watching me finish it, still not letting up. Eat properly, or else when you die, leaving behind a dirty soul of a food-dead descendant. You won't care? I ignored him, stood up, and took the scarf to put it on him, saying, Let's go. Outside, the snow was falling heavily. Suddenly, I asked him, Professor Lupin, Are you close with him? He is my family, Harry replied stiffly. Sirius Black, too. They're the most important people to me. The most important people. I nodded and repeated it. Why are you repeating my words? He glared at me. Why didn't you go home for Christmas? Don't you talk about your parents all the time? They're not at home anymore. I paused, my lips twitching slightly. I don't even know where they are. In that moment, we both fell silent. Misery is fair to everyone. Both of us were alone. Suddenly, a few muffled sobs came through the cold wind. Harry crouched down, and his emotions completely broke. Who understands family? I moved closer and leaned on my shoulder. His burning tears and overwhelming grievances all fell on me. All our previous arguments and misunderstandings seemed to be buried by this heavy snow. I looked at him, feeling empty inside, yet as if something had filled it. It will be okay. I felt those words were too pale, so I added, I'll be with you, if you need me. The snow stopped, and the ground was covered in white. Harry's emotions calmed down, though his face was still a bit red. He held my handkerchief, looking a bit embarrassed. I helped him shake off the snow from his head and said with a smile, Let's go back. I stepped on the snow, making a crunching sound. I asked him how Professor Lupin was doing and suggested if he wanted me to accompany him to St. Mungo's to take a look. He said no need, as the Aurors would notify him as soon as Lupin woke up. Then I assured him that I had never betrayed him and never would. Just as he was about to say something, his stomach rumbled. I burst into laughter. I don't have any little cakes in my hands. Who just fiercely refused me? He wasn't even angry, and directly made a snowball and threw it at my face. I seem to have just saved your life, Baron. So who is going to save the hungry Scarhead now? I replied with a smile, and the two of us started a snowball fight in the snow. I feigned a move, and the snowball hit him right on the forehead, making him shiver. He immediately lunged at me, grabbed a big handful of snow, and threw it at me, but slipped on his feet and fell right into my arms. This was the second time today. Our breaths mingled together, forming a cloud of white mist. This time, he didn't push me away. I caught a whiff of that scent that could only be smelled up close and realized I didn't mind it at all. Give up, okay? I looked down at him, both my eyes and the corners of my mouth curving into a smile. Then his stomach growled again. I smiled as I brushed the snow off him, and my fingers accidentally brushed against his neck, causing him to flinch. He stubbornly claimed that I always started things first, so I obediently raised my hand and said, It's my fault. As a result, he took advantage of my distraction and shoved a handful of snow down the back of my collar. I let out a yelp and pounced on him, and we both rolled into a snow pile. I pinned him down and grabbed some snow to threaten him, but he just looked at me and laughed, saying, "You look just like a snow monster right now." I threw snow on his hair, pulled him up, and said with a fierce tone, "If you dare to stuff snow again, you're done for." He laughed so hard he could hardly breathe, saying it depended on whether I had the ability to catch him. After we laughed enough, I said, "Let's go find something to eat." Harry's eyes lit up. "I think I know a place." He took me back to the Slytherin dormitory, and I was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this the place I used to live? He said he was coming back to get something. Then, I saw him pull out a piece of parchment and a shimmering silver cloak from the trunk. He unfolded the parchment and read, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The ink immediately came alive on the paper, drawing the entire Hogwarts, with little moving black dots marking everyone's names. I widened my eyes. "What is this?" He shook the parchment. "A live map. Professor Lupin left it for me." Then he unfolded the invisibility cloak and draped it over himself, half of his body instantly disappearing, leaving only a pair of green eyes and a smile. "This, you seem to have seen before." I stared intently at the cloak, light as water, feeling like flowing silver threads. A realization hit me all at once. In first grade, I was bumped by the air at the dormitory entrance, and then there was that time in the secret room when he suddenly appeared out of thin air. So it was all because of this. Draco froze, his fingertips still resting on the edge of the cloak, its texture cool and smooth, as if stroking a thread of flowing moonlight. He swallowed hard and said softly, "An invisibility cloak. I've heard of it. Your cloak can achieve complete and total invisibility." "And this invisibility is permanent?" Draco asked. Harry nodded. "As long as you wear this cloak, you will remain invisible, no matter what spells are used. It cannot be broken." Draco continued, his mouth agape. "I think so," Harry replied, unsure why Draco seemed so surprised. Draco's voice gradually lowered, as if lost in some memory. "My father once told me a legend about the Deathly Hallows. Have you heard of it?" Harry took off the cloak, furrowing his brow, his green eyes filled with curiosity, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead flickering in the dormitory light. "The Deathly Hallows? I haven't heard of it. What is it?" "I think your invisibility cloak fits the description perfectly," Draco said with a hint of awe. "I always thought it was just a story to scare children, but yours, it feels just like the legend describes." "What kind of story is that?" Harry asked, curious. Draco sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on Harry. "The legend tells of 3 brothers. They encountered death by a dangerous river, and they used magic to build a bridge to deceive death. Death pretended to congratulate them and gave them 3 gifts. Antioch asked for an unbeatable wand, the Elder Wand, which can defeat any opponent. Cadmus asked for a resurrection stone to bring back the souls of the dead. Ignotus asked for an invisibility cloak to evade death's pursuit. It is said that whoever possesses these 3 hallows can become the master of death." Draco paused, his voice almost a whisper, "But these gifts all come with a price." Antioch used the Elder Wand to kill his enemy, but while boasting in a tavern, he was ambushed and murdered, his wand stolen. Cadmus used the resurrection stone to bring back his deceased lover, only to find she was just a cold shadow, not belonging to this world, unable to bear the torment. He ultimately committed suicide. Only Ignotus, with the invisibility cloak, evaded death and lived to an old age, finally passing the cloak to his descendants. He gazed at the invisibility cloak in Harry's hands, his expression complex. "I thought invisibility cloaks were common in the wizarding world?" Harry looked down at the cloak, his fingers unconsciously stroking the smooth fabric, his brow slightly furrowed. "No, not at all. I've never seen one," Draco replied. "What about the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone? Do they exist?" Harry continued to ask. "The Elder Wand has changed hands 10 times. The current master might be Grindelwald. I always thought there was no such thing as an invisibility cloak or a resurrection stone. Until today," Draco said uncertainly. "Can the resurrection stone really bring people back to life?" Harry wasn't particularly interested in the Elder Wand, but the description of the resurrection stone piqued his curiosity. "I don't understand. I'm beginning to doubt it myself. If it's true, you have already become 1/3 of the Master of Death," Draco said as he tried to slip under the invisibility cloak with Harry. He realized his body indeed vanished from the air. Draco tried to hide his feet, and now Harry felt Draco's breath close to his ear. The corridor was silent as Harry squinted at the Marauder's map, searching for the location of the Hogwarts kitchens. Sirius had mentioned this place in conversation, reminiscing happily about his experiences feasting there. "You actually have 2 such fun things hidden away. Do you often sneak out?" Draco was very close, his breath making Harry's ear tingle. "Keep your voice down." Harry tilted his head slightly, trying to avoid Draco's breath. He wasn't used to someone being this close to him. I don't want to get caught by Filch during the Christmas holidays. My parents were caught by him once when they were out on a date. And my dad was still a prefect at the time. The result? Draco stretched out his tone. The result? Harry took small steps with Draco. The result was that after being caught, their feelings grew stronger. Later, they got engaged before graduating from school. Draco scoffed, finding it hard to imagine Lucius being humiliated, although their sudden disappearance had put Draco in a low mood these days. Then they had a child with a mouth like poison. Harry felt Draco naturally hook his shoulder as they walked down the stairs. I'm just occasionally vicious, Draco replied softly. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm that occasional, right? Meeting me ISNT, just occasional. Chapter 136, Christmas Night Adventure, and, since confirming with Snape that he could completely conceal his thoughts, Draco felt an unprecedented sense of ease. The final explanation of all his actions had finally returned to him. Long ago, Draco understood that during conversations, one must first capture the other person's gaze, penetrating those wise, clever, or cunning eyes, piercing through various looks, like a gold miner searching for buried gold in the sand, tightly seeking the place where precious light flickers. The eyes are the resting place of a person's soul. They allow one to identify a person's character in advance. This method allowed Draco to appear both critical and generous, always seeming to stand outside of everything, coldly observing all around. Yet he could always embrace all topics brought up by guests, quietly noting useful information, weaving through different crowds. This was the survival wisdom of the Malfoy family. But Draco never expected that one day there would be a pair of eyes that would make his heart restless. He found himself having some unnecessary thoughts in Harry's gaze. Draco stood behind Harry, watching him lean almost against the map, observing the little dots on it. Following the map's guidance, Harry navigated through dimly lit corridors, successfully avoiding Filch and his cat, finally arriving at a painting of a fruit basket. He reached out and scratched the pear in the painting. The pear giggled and turned into a green doorknob. This should be it, Harry said, pushing the door open. The Hogwarts kitchens came into view. In the spacious kitchen, hundreds of house elves busily scurried about, their tiny figures nimbly jumping between long wooden tables, deftly handling various ingredients. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread, along with the rich scent of bubbling soup. Next to them was a row of ovens, baking golden, crispy pumpkin pasties and savory meat pies. The fire crackled, casting light on the busy faces of the house elves, who waved little wooden spoons, stirred with magic, and carried plates bigger than themselves as they hurried between the tables. Upon seeing someone at the door, a group of house elves rushed over, enthusiastically offering various foods. What do you need, sir? We have freshly baked pumpkin pasties. Would you like some warm pumpkin juice? The house elves chattered excitedly. Just as Harry was about to speak, he heard a gasp from behind. Dobby? He turned to see Draco standing at the door, his gray eyes full of shock. Draco opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a familiar voice. Master Draco. Dobby bounced in front of him, his big eyes sparkling, holding a piece of cream-covered bread in his hand. Dobby is working here. Professor Dumbledore gave Dobby a job, with pay 1 galleon a week, and holidays. Draco stared at Dobby, momentarily taken aback. How long has it been since my father fired you? And you found a job here? His tone was filled with disbelief. Dobby even taught the house elves here to make the recipes from Malfoy Manor. Dobby's voice was like singing, sounding joyful. Draco finally understood why he had seen so many of his parents' favorite dishes on the Hogwarts dining table in recent days. Hogwarts had never had such dishes before. I thought you didn't want to work. You seem to enjoy it now, Draco said dryly, looking down at Dobby's little head. Is Hogwarts much better than our home? Dobby wanted freedom, wanted pay, wanted holidays. There were many other house elves here. The environment was nice. Dobby twirled around, pointing at the walls stacked with fresh-picked vegetables and fruits, the colorful ingredients gleaming enticingly under the magical lights. Some house elves shouted commands, while others hurriedly picked up fallen apples, eliciting peals of light laughter. The clattering of pots and pans, the sizzling of ingredients being stir-fried, and the chatter of the house elves intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere like a grand festival. Dobby is no longer your house elf? Harry asked upon seeing this. Not anymore, Draco said, accepting a cake handed over by a large group of house elves and stuffing it directly into Harry's hands. He had already eaten enough today. Why? Harry was curious. Draco shook his head, indicating he didn't know. However, judging by how Voldemort had behaved during his last visit to Malfoy Manor, Dobby was not trusted by him. It seemed Lucius had his own reasons for not choosing to take Dobby with him when he left. If Master needs Dobby, Dobby will help, Dobby said animatedly. Dobby is a free house elf. Dobby only does what he wants to do. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the other side of the kitchen. Harry turned to look and found that there were other people here. There stood two red-haired boys, the Weasley twins. Fred and George were directing house elves to pack food into sacks. George looked up and saw Harry, grinning widely. "Hey, the Slytherin savior." George walked over the kitchen corridor and said to Harry, "You saved Percy, that big fool, in second year. We owe you a favor." He only told us later. Produce. The ministry internship really hit him hard. If you ask me, you helped him a lot. He doesn't listen to us at all. Fred followed up with a laugh. Yeah, that guy Percy is always going on about rules and responsibilities. Thanks to you, Harry, otherwise he would have ended up in the basilisk's belly. Draco blinked nervously to the side, knowing that the diary Percy got was placed there by Lucius. Harry scratched his head, a hint of a smile flashing in his green eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It's no big deal. Are you hungry too? This is our first time in the kitchen. George patted the sack. We come here often. We're getting some food materials for experiments. We're developing some interesting products. We're going to save the Hogwarts students from all the boring classes. Fred made a face of ecstasy. What is it? Harry's curiosity was piqued. Still under wraps. We're heading back to the Gryffindor common room. We can give you a discount then, George teased. He turned to wave at the house elves. Thank you. Harry's hands were soon filled with food from the house elves. Draco remembered that Snape's Christmas gift box was still in his pocket. He slowly opened the gift box while politely declining the enthusiastic house elves. Inside the gift box from Snape was a small vial of potion, its color bright like molten gold. Large drops of liquid joyfully bouncing on the surface. There was also a note that Draco saw read. You are all safe. Do not worry. A small vial of Felix Felicis. Use it when you need. Happy holidays. Preview. I should change the rules for the Triwizard Tournament. The previous revert potion was actually prepared for GGAD. Chapter 137. Justice and Deals. Interrogation room. The four walls were made of cold gray stone, with the only window nearly touching the ceiling. In the center of the room, a rough wooden table lay across, and Sirius was brought in, his hands bound by magical chains. As soon as he entered, the chain's end was quickly embedded in the floor by an oar, making a faint clinking sound. Today, only a handful of interrogators were waiting for him. He was once again fished out of a specially made cell in Azkaban by the Aurors. Sirius sat down in a chair that had once held suspects of illegal potion dealing, vault robbers, abusers of the unforgivable curses, burglars breaking into Muggle homes, and various Death Eaters. For decades, countless interrogated criminals had left marks on this old chair, making it look suspicious in color, filled with deep and shallow scratches. The result of convicts scratching their thoughts out while trying to think of ways to argue and resist. Sirius noticed that after countless rounds of interrogation, the Auror's attitude toward him was gradually softening. How's Remus? Before the Aurors could feed him a cup of unknown drink and then start the endless questioning, Sirius spoke up first, his eyes bloodshot and his voice hoarse. He.S. awake, Scrimgeour said briefly. Sirius immediately stood up from the chair. He wanted to see Lupin right now. The last time he saw Lupin, he was still the one blown apart by Wormtail, bloodied and mangled. He was quickly met with the pointed wands of the Aurors. One of the Aurors pushed him back into the chair. What else is there to ask? Sirius took the Veritasrum and drank it down. Every corner of his short memory of a few decades had been interrogated. Scrimgeour waved his hand to signal the Auror holding him down to step back. Scrimgeour stood tall, like a lion poised to pounce. His Auror uniform was impeccably pressed, and he leaned over the table, staring at Sirius. Black, Scrimgeour began, his voice deep and steady. You know very well your situation. Early escape from prison, illegal animagus. Killing all the Death Eaters on the same level in Azkaban. The most serious charges could land you in Azkaban for several more decades. Sirius raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting in a mocking smile. Decades? Life imprisonment? Sounds like the same old tune, Scrimgeour. I've already spent 10 years in that hellhole. Do you think a little more time can scare me? At least this time, their essay hearing. Last time you skipped straight to life imprisonment. I'm moved to tears by your embodiment of justice. Scrimgeour did not respond immediately. He straightened up, slowly walked around to the other side of the table, then stopped, turning his back to Sirius, his tone carrying a hint of significance. However, it's not that simple. Scrimgeour continued. Killing Death Eaters in prison is something that has never happened before. No precedent means the direction of the judgment is still unclear. The jury might see you as a hero. After all, those are Death Eaters. No one will shed tears for them. Sirius squinted, staring at Scrimgeour's back. You mean, I still have hope? Scrimgeour turned around, a barely perceptible smile on his face. Hope? Of course. You've caught Peter Pettigrew, sent him back to the ministry. and proved he was the murderer. The Daily Prophet has been buzzing about your story, and now most of the wizarding world sees you as a wronged hero. The jury isn't blind. They'll consider public opinion. Public opinion? Sirius scoffed, sounding as if he had to rely on others' pity to get out. But I remember when I was thrown into Azkaban, no one cared about public opinion or the truth. Your recent photos from Azkaban turn out quite well, like a fashion shoot. After they were published, some have called you the most handsome prisoner. If that fraud Lockhart can have fans, I think you can too. Those drawn in by the papers have already started organizing support for you, Scrimgeour said, half in jest, half seriously. Tonks snorted with laughter beside them. Everything was chaotic during the war. That's in the past, Scrimgeour said calmly, sitting back down, arms crossed. Now it's different. Voldemort is gone, and the Death Eaters are now hunted like rats. Your deeds have become a topic of conversation among wizards. You have a chance, Black, but I can make that chance greater. Sirius furrowed his brow, the chains clinking slightly with his movement. You're being cryptic, Scrimgeour. Just say it. What do you want? Scrimgeour leaned back in his chair, locking his gaze on Sirius, his voice lowered a notch. I want you to help me, Black. Publicly support the Aurors and oppose the remnants of Voldemort. Sirius paused, then erupted into a harsh laugh that echoed in the cramped interrogation room. Oppose Voldemort? Are you awake? I've been doing that since I was a teenager. My best friends died in this war. And now you want me to publicly support you? I know your past. Scrimgeour said unwaveringly, his tone still stern, but I'm not talking about your private beliefs. I want you to stand up and fight alongside the Aurors. Help us establish a stronger image. Fudge and his lot are weak. The wizarding world needs a symbol that can make them believe justice still exists. Sirius's laughter gradually faded as he stared at Scrimgeour, his gaze turning icy. You want to use me as a figurehead to bolster your department's image? That could be one way to look at it, Scrimgeour admitted openly, but it won't be bad for you. You want freedom. I can help you secure a lighter sentence. Even an acquittal. The jury will listen to my hints, and public opinion will speak for you. You just need to stand with us. The interrogation room fell into a brief silence as Sirius looked down at the chains on his hands, fingers slowly clenching. He knew Scrimgeour was making sense. Freedom was within reach. But the cost was becoming a pawn in Scrimgeour's game. He lifted his head, a bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I suppose you'd like to see Remus Lupin wound to you? Scrimgeour added softly. Do you want to make him wait decades? You really know how to negotiate, Scrimgeour. Sirius said quietly, Fine, I'll agree to you. But don't expect me to bow and scrape to follow your orders. I'm helping you for my own sake. Scrimgeour nodded, a hint of satisfaction on his face. I didn't expect you to be obedient, Black. As long as you stand with me, that's enough. When the jury faces a choice between reason and emotion, emotion always wins. The rest, leave it to the magical court. Chapter 138. To Hermione's Harry stood in the clearing next to Hagrid's hut, surrounded by the low murmurs of his classmates and the occasional low rumble from the hippogriff. The enormous hippogriff stood on the grass, its feathers glinting in the sunlight, its eagle-like head held high, sharp eyes scanning the crowd. It occasionally shook its wings, creating a gust of wind that made the grass blades flutter. Harry listened somewhat absent-mindedly to Hagrid's introduction. Hagrid stood beside the hippogriff, calling out in a booming voice, All right, kids, today we're learning how to deal with these beautiful creatures. They're not magical animals. You have to be polite. First step, Hagrid raised a finger, his voice loud. You have to bow. Don't just rush in. They don't like rude people. Lower your head, approach slowly, and wait until they bow back before you can touch them. Who wants to give it a try? The students looked at each other. Most of them shrank back, clearly reluctant to approach the half-horse, half-eagle beast. Harry looked down at the grass at his feet, not planning to be the first to step forward. The hippogriff prefers girls, Hagrid said, scratching his head, inviting Hermione to give it a go. Hermione cleared her throat. She walked toward the hippogriff, her steps feigning casualness. Standing in front of the creature, Hermione tentatively bowed. The hippogriff turned its head, its sharp gaze locking onto her, letting out a low growl, as if warning her. Hagrid strode over, grinning widely. Not bad, you got some guts. But you need to bow first, don't just stare at it. They like politeness, got it? Hermione complied. She bent slightly, lowering her head, trying to keep her movements natural. The creature tilted its head, seemingly assessing her, and after a few seconds, slowly lowered its head in return. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with happiness as she straightened up. Hagrid laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Well done. Hermione, you can go up and take a look at it now. Next, who else wants to try? Don't be afraid. They're much easier to handle than other animals. Just remember to bow first, wait for them to nod, and you can approach. Go on, don't be shy. Harry was hesitating about whether to step forward when suddenly a gray owl flapped down from the sky, a letter tied to its claws. It circled the crowd before landing steadily on the grass in front of Harry, tilting its head at him. Harry crouched down, untying the letter, tearing open the seal. The scrawled handwriting on the parchment caught his eye. Harry, Lupin has woken up. St. Mungo S. just sent the news. He is stable. Tonks Harry's hand trembled, nearly letting the letter fly away in the wind. He shot up, heart racing, with only one thought in his mind. Lupin was okay. He turned to Hagrid, who was holding another hippogriff, his voice urgent. Hagrid, I need to go to St. Mungo S. Professor Lupin is awake. I need to see him. Is that all right? Hagrid turned around, nodding. Go on, Harry, don't worry about the lesson here. Professor Lupin is more important than these creatures. Harry sighed with relief, standing up and about to turn away when he noticed Draco had returned to his side. Those gray eyes were fixed on him, showing a hint of concern. Harry's heart tightened. He bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before whispering, Do you want to come with me? Draco raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, but quickly nodded. If you don't mind, I'd really like to see how Professor Lupin is doing. Harry stared at him for 2 seconds, his heart racing. He nodded, then let us go. As he turned to walk, Harry's mind felt like it had exploded. He didn't know why he had so easily agreed to bring Draco along. Their relationship had indeed changed a bit since Christmas. But Harry didn't understand where his trust in him came from. Was it from that inexplicable protection in second year that made him feel Draco wasn't so bad? Or was it because Draco's cocky demeanor when they first met hadn't actually made him dislike him? Or perhaps it was the feeling that Draco had always given him, that awkward and contradictory way of interacting that left Harry unsure of his own feelings towards him. Lupin and Sirius provided Harry with family-like support, but he also realized how much he needed the support of his peers. What are you thinking? Draco's voice came from beside him, laced with a hint of teasing. You're not regretting bringing me, are you? Harry looked up and shot him a glare, tried to mask his inner turmoil. No, it's just... Forget it, it's nothing. He quickened his pace, not wanting Draco to see the conflict within him. The two walked briskly side by side on the gravel path leading to Hogwarts, the wind blowing, the air filled with the scent of earth and grass. Harry kept his head down, his mind a jumble. He stole a glance at Draco, who had his hands stuffed in his pockets, keeping pace with Harry, completely unfazed by the tension Harry felt. Just as they reached the castle entrance, a familiar figure suddenly darted by from the side. Hermione, clutching a thick stack of books, rushing off in the opposite direction. Harry stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brow, his mind buzzing. Hermione? Hearing the sound, Hermione turned around abruptly, and upon seeing Harry and Draco together, her face flashed with a hint of panic, like a caught thief. Harry? Draco? What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same. Harry frowned, his voice filled with confusion. Weren't you just calming that hippogriff with Hagrid? How did you get here? His mind raced, trying to piece together this bizarre scene. Hermione opened her mouth as if to explain, but ultimately stammered, I have to go to class. Then, like a startled rabbit, she dashed into the nearby classroom, slamming the door behind her, leaving Harry and Draco staring at each other in bewilderment. Draco squinted and glanced towards Hagrid's hut, murmuring, I can't be mistaken, right? Hermione was still with Hagrid feeding that hippogriff. Harry turned to look, and sure enough, he could still see Hermione's figure bustling around the hut, attempting to communicate with the creature. Harry rubbed his eyes, his heart racing, muttering, "Two Hermiones? What on earth is going on?" His mind was a mess. Was it an illusion? Or was some kind of magic? Let us go first. We should visit Professor Lupin at St. Mungo's, Draco reminded him. We can ask her about it when we get back. Chapter 139. When you wake up, Harry and Draco sat in chairs by the window, staring at the closed hospital door. They had been waiting for nearly an hour. Outside, the sky was growing darker. Harry clasped his hands together, palms sweating, feeling both anxious and hopeful. He didn't know how Lupin was doing now. Did waking up really mean he was all right? The letter had said the situation was stable, but those few words kept repeating in his mind, refusing to settle. Draco leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat curious. Who is in there, anyway? Harry didn't respond, only stared at his shoelaces, his mind filled with the image of Lupin's pale face while he was unconscious. He wished the door would open soon. He was also afraid to see Lupin in a weakened state. Finally, the door opened, and the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour, walked out. He didn't even glance at them as he strode past. Lupin was leaning against the headboard, his face as pale as a sheet. But he smiled when he saw Harry and Draco. Harry hurried over, his voice laced with worry. You're awake. Does it hurt? Lupin shook his head, his voice hoarse yet gentle. Not all. Harry, don't worry. He paused and smiled at Draco as well. I was glad you both could come visit me. Harry bit his lip and quietly said, when you were unconscious, I thought. Lupin reached out and patted Harry's hand. I'm not that easy to take down. A flicker of apology crossed his eyes. I'm sorry for worrying you. I promise I'll be more careful next time. Next time? Harry's eyes widened. You want there to be a next time? Lupin paused for a moment and then laughed. Thank you, Harry. How has everyone been while I've been away from school? Professor Snape is covering for you, Draco replied. Everyone misses you. Lupin turned to Draco, his gaze softening. Was Severus very burdened while I was unconscious? I feel like I've caused him a lot of trouble. Draco shrugged. He never complained. Harry pulled up a chair and frowned, asking, what did Scrimgeour just say to you? He stared into Lupin's eyes, feeling a nagging sense that the Ministry wouldn't let Sirius off so easily. Lupin was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Nothing special. He talked about the likelihood of sentencing Peter Pettigrew. The Ministry has always been lenient with dark wizards. As you know, like Sirius, who was thought to have killed an entire street of muggles over a decade ago, yet ended up with a life sentence instead of the Dementor's kiss. Harry's brow furrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. But Sirius is innocent. Yes, and now Peter Pettigrew is cooperating with the Ministry. So it's very likely he won't face a punishment worse than Sirius Lupin sighed. But the Ministry's logic isn't something we can easily change. Draco leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, murmuring, sounds like they're lenient with everyone. They like stability. The Ministry's goal is to avoid any new surprises. Lupin said with a resigned smile. What do we do then? Sirius is being tormented by Dementors every day. I can't stand that cold feeling. That sensation of being surrounded by painful memories every single moment. Harry asked, frowning, unwilling to see Peter Pettigrew escape once more through betrayal. As long as there was a glimmer of hope. How do you know what it feels like to face Dementors? Lupin's voice sounded unusual. Harry replied, during the days you were unconscious, I once went to the waters around Azkaban alone. I saw them. Do you know how dangerous that is? How would you go there alone? Lupin raised an eyebrow. I wanted to see where Sirius was. They're under the influence of the Dementors. I heard my parents' voices for the first time. Harry lowered his head. What? Lupin asked. When the Dementors affected me, I heard my dad's voice. It felt like I had memories from my childhood. I heard my parents' screams before they died. Harry muttered, recalling how he had been focused on stopping Voldemort so that his mother could escape. At that time, James's voice. Lupin exhibited a look of surprise and pain. Harry nodded, saying, I heard him say, Lily, take Harry and run. Voldemort is coming. Hurry, I'll hold him off. Then came his mother's voice. Harry felt his vision blur again. Don't touch Harry. Don't touch Harry. Please, do anything to me instead. Draco noticed that Lupin's eyes were also red. If they had left me behind, maybe they could have lived, right? They could have escaped. Harry covered his eyes with his hands. Lupin was silent for a moment, then gently patted Harry's shoulder. Harry, that wasn't your fault. You know that, right? I know, Harry said softly, his voice filled with bitterness. But I can't help but think if I hadn't been there, would they have had a chance to survive? His mind was filled with assumptions. What if he had never been born? What if he had never been chosen? What if he wasn't that damned savior star? Maybe everything would be different. But these would have bit at him like venomous snakes, making even breathing painful. Don't torture yourself like this, Lupin said. Your parents sacrificed themselves to protect you. That was their choice, their love. What you can do now is to live on and make their sacrifice meaningful. And you still have me and Sirius, don't you? Harry nodded. He had already had an emotional breakdown in front of Draco a few days ago. But now, facing Lupin, who felt like family, he recalled painful memories once more. And he felt a piece of his heart had been hollowed out. Harry? Lupin's voice came from behind, tinged with concern. I'm fine. Harry turned to respond. Draco gently patted Harry's back, and Harry managed to squeeze out a smile in return. Dementors aren't that big of a deal. Once I'm out of here, I'll teach you how to face them, Lupin said, gradually relaxing. Strength is being able to remain unharmed in the face of the worst situations. Draco bent down to help Lupin adjust his pillow, bringing him some snacks made of raw meat. Lupin glanced at them and smiled slightly at Draco. You know werewolves like these. You're clever. You figured it out, didn't you? It's a boggart? Draco nodded silently. When I was 16, the boggart wasn't the moon. Because at that time, 3 fools worked hard to become animagi just to keep me company through the grueling full moon nights. Lupin bit his lip and continued. It was only after those 3 fools left me, because of Voldemort, that I began to fear the moon again. Adjusting the pillow, Draco felt Lupin's weak heartbeat, still struggling to recover through the hospital gown. He thought, as a fellow fragile human, that must be a strong heart. One that could still pump out overflowing kindness to the world despite the repeated blows. Chapter 140. Little genius time turner, I don't want to miss any classes. I've chosen 7 electives. With this, I can manage to not fall behind in any class. Hermione said earnestly. She pulled out a delicate golden hourglass from her robes, the slender chain glinting softly, with fine sand slowly flowing inside the hourglass. Hermione bit her lip, hesitating for several seconds before whispering, "It's called a time turner." Harry, holding an apple, opened his mouth in surprise. He and Draco had run into Hermione again on their way back to Hogwarts, and she had taken the initiative to mention her ability to be in 2 places at once. Draco raised an eyebrow, curiosity in his tone. "Isn't 3 electives enough? Are you just looking for trouble? Or do you think you have to wear yourself out to be satisfied? My schedule didn't conflict with 5 electives. But Muggle studies is interesting too." Hermione lifted her head, her brown eyes shining with excitement, her voice full of thirst for knowledge. "Do you know? They talked about how Muggles use electricity instead of magic, and the principles of their transportation, cars and trains. I even wrote a paper on Muggle science and technology." Draco interrupted her helplessly. "But aren't you supposed to know a lot about Muggle knowledge? You're a child from a Muggle family. Do you still need to study Muggle knowledge? Magical knowledge and Muggle knowledge aren't in conflict." Hermione proudly raised her chin. Hermione's grades were indeed outstanding. None of the pure-blood students in her year could surpass her. Last semester, when Harry helped Lupin look for materials in the library, he often saw Hermione immersed in her studies. The 2 people he saw the most in the library were probably Percy and Hermione. Many people are superstitious about talent, but most people's efforts haven't reached the level where they need to rely on talent. To achieve high scores in ordinary classes, repetitive practice can yield great results. If time is really tight, you can skip classes like divination, Draco suggested. Hermione frowned, about to respond to Draco when Harry cautiously said, "Hermione, you look really tired." She chose 7 electives. Of course, she's tired. Draco scoffed. "With the required courses, I feel like it would take a century to finish all these assignments. And the final exams will all be crammed together. So, this thing allows you to be in different places at the same time?" Harry asked, staring at the time turner. "Just turn it over, and you could go back to a certain time before so I can attend several classes at the same time. Got it?" Hermione explained simply. "Wow, where did you get that hourglass?" Draco asked, realizing that such a powerful tool could not possibly be casually possessed by a student. Even in the Ministry of Magic, magical tools that can manipulate time would have a high level of confidentiality. "On the first day back to school, I got this from Professor McGonagall. This whole year, it's what allowed me to attend all my classes. Professor McGonagall wrote many letters to the Ministry of Magic to get this for me. She had to convince them that I'm an outstanding student who would never use it for anything outside of my studies." Hermione paused, rubbing her forehead, her voice lowering. "I originally promised to keep it a secret for Professor McGonagall. This time, it was my fault. And the time turner really does tire me out." Harry frowned, concern filling his green eyes. "Tired? You look like you haven't slept in days, Hermione. You have dark circles under your eyes." "Yeah," Hermione said with a wry smile, running her hand through her messy hair. "Sometimes I have to go through 2 or 3 days in one day. I have to remember what I said and did at which time, and pretend everything is normal. Yesterday, in potions class, I almost fell asleep, and Snape stared at me for a long time before deducting 5 points from Gryffindor, saying my distraction was an insult to the art of potions." Draco snickered. "I can see that you're swaying even while walking." Hermione shot him a glare, but didn't have the energy to retort. She looked down at the time turner in her hand, her fingers gently tracing its edges. After a moment of silence, she said, "After you guys found out, I've decided to return the time turner to the Ministry of Magic. I've already talked to Professor McGonagall about it. I'm afraid something else might happen. I can gain a lot of knowledge by reading on my own." Harry and Draco both froze. Harry put down the apple core in his hand and asked, "Didn't you say it helped you a lot? What will you do without it?" "It did help me." Hermione sighed, her voice filled with exhaustion, but it also made me feel like a spinning top, never able to stop. "I have to admit, I overestimated myself. I thought I could handle it, but now I just want to sleep all day without worrying about missing any classes. And this thing is very precious. It's best not to send it by owl. I haven't been to the Ministry of Magic yet, so I don't even know how to return it." Draco replied, "You can enter the Ministry of Magic through the guest entrance. Those geniuses put the guest entrance in the toilet." But suddenly, Harry thought of something, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Next week, Professor Lupin and I are going to the Ministry of Magic to testify for Sirius. Hermione, you can give the time turner to Professor Lupin to take over." Hermione looked up sharply, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her brown eyes. "Really? Will Professor Lupin agree?" Are you sure he won't find it troublesome? This way, I won't have to take a leave of absence. Taking leave would make me miss half a day's classes. The Ministry of Magic doesn't work on weekends, and their working hours conflict with my class schedule. He definitely will, Harry smiled, his tone full of trust in Lupin. He has always been reliable. Plus, he should know how to deal with the Ministry of Magic and won't waste your time making you run around. Hermione sighed in relief, gently placing the time turner back on the table. She leaned back in her chair, finally showing a hint of a relaxed smile. That's great. I've always thought Professor Lupin was very trustworthy. He always makes people feel at ease during class. This way, I won't have to face all those tedious procedures myself. Thank you, Harry. I'll ask Professor Lupin about it later. Chapter 141. Ambitious Lupin was back at the podium. He had been very busy these days, always leaving right after class. Harry guessed that Lupin was making final preparations for Sirius and Peter Pettigrew's trial. This week, Harry had been anxiously praying for Sirius's final verdict. He even seriously predicted the trial outcome for Sirius in divination class, following Trelawney's mystical instructions. The crystal ball sensibly told Harry that there would be a good outcome. Harry and Draco ran into Percy on their way out of divination class. Harry, Draco, guess what? Percy's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. I just received a job offer from the International Magical Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Magic. I got it done before graduation. It's unbelievable. Harry looked up and smiled at Percy. Congratulations, Percy. That's impressive. I think my internship helped a bit. I already became somewhat familiar there. Although I spent most of my time in the archives, I did work as a temporary trial recorder, which kept me very busy, but I learned a lot, Percy said. Of course, my grade are pretty good too. Trial recorder? Is that a job at the Wizard Court? Harry caught the term, frowning slightly. How does the Wizard Court operate? I've never quite understood. Percy's eyes lit up, clearly eager to showcase his knowledge. Oh, that's simple. The core of the magical court is the Wisengamot, which is an organization older than the Ministry of Magic. It serves as both a court and a parliament. The Wisengamot has about 50 members, and the highest official is called the Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dumbledore is the current Chief Warlock. As he spoke, Percy pointed to the badges on his robes for being a prefect and the president of the Male Student Council. They all wore crimson robes, with a silver W on the left chest, very exquisite. The Wisengamot not only conducts trials, but can also award the Order of Merlin. It's a combination of legislation and judiciary. Harry's gloomy expression became particularly serious. Sirius was about to face the Wisengamot. He nodded, picturing a group of robed wizards sitting on a high platform judging cases. What about Azkaban? Do Dementors follow the Ministry's orders? Percy lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. Azkaban is guarded by Dementors. They're not just jailers, but also responsible for burying the deceased prisoners and even delivering food to the living. Can you imagine? Those monsters can actually do physical labor. The Ministry rarely actually sentences a dark wizard to execution by Dementor's kiss, right? Harry pressed. Percy pondered for a moment, as if recalling seriously, I've only seen a few Wisengamot verdicts. After the Wisengamot completes the verdict voting, they send messages using paper airplanes, flying to the relevant office responsible for Azkaban, notifying the Dementors. Like how long the criminal was sentenced. It's much more convenient than owls. My dad said they initially used owls to deliver important documents, and the office was full of owl droppings. Later, they switched to magical paper airplanes. Percy tried to describe it in more detail. Those paper airplanes are light purple, with Wisengamot Ministry of Magic stamped on the wings, and they can fly into the lifts and find the target office themselves. During my internship, I saw them flying around every day. It was quite a spectacle. Harry asked, so they don't crash into each other? No. Percy shook his head. The Ministry's lifts and the paper airplanes are magically guided, so everything is orderly. Hundreds of paper airplanes fly into various offices every day. Draco asked Percy, is your boss Crouch? I heard. Percy puffed out his chest. Like a proud peacock, thank you. My future boss is indeed Mr. Crouch. You know him, right? He's a big shot, speaks 200 languages. Merpeoples, sea monsters, and even turkeys. It's incredible. Harry tried hard not to think about what use turkey language could possibly have. Percy grinned. Bartemius Crouch is an amazing wizard. Powerful. A hardliner, but don't get me wrong, he's definitely not a supporter of you-know-who. Percy noticed a hint of confusion cross Harry's face and waved his hand. Mr. Crouch has always publicly opposed dark magic. He stands firmly on the side of justice. Draco frowned and added, a hardliner who fell short. He had a chance to become the Minister of Magic. If he hadn't messed up, it would have been his turn, not Fudge. Isn't it? Such a pity, Percy sighed. During the time when Voldemort was rampant, Mr. Crouch was called to duty and quickly rose to a high position due to his exceptional abilities and decisive actions. Facing the brutal acts of you-know-who supporters, he took strong measures. He granted Aurors special permissions to decisively use the unforgivable curses when necessary. And many criminals were imprisoned without going through trial. Mr. Crouch used violence to counter violence, aiming to dismantle Voldemort's power at its roots. Everything he did was not out of cruelty, but to protect more innocent people and maintain peace and justice in the magical world. Sirius being imprisoned without a trial also had its reasons. Harry's face turned pale. Percy cleared his throat, his tone becoming serious, but Mr. Crouch's measures also have some rationale. Looking back at the time, when you-know-who's power was at its peak, the magical world was in constant fear. You couldn't tell who was a Death Eater and who was a good person. He could manipulate people to commit evil, and everyone was worried for themselves and their loved ones. There was bad news every week. Someone died, went missing, or was tortured. The Ministry was in disarray, having to fight against Voldemort while keeping things from Muggles, who were also dying constantly. Fear, tension, and chaos spread everywhere. In such a critical moment, using violence to counter violence isn't necessarily a bad thing. Harry whispered, "It sounded like a nightmare." Draco interjected, "But he sent his son into the hands of the Dementors." Harry's eyes widened. "He really did that?" "Yeah." Percy nodded. "His son? Barty Crouch Jr.'s son?" Harry asked in surprise. "A Death Eater?" Percy shrugged. He disappointed his father's expectations and got mixed up with a group of Death Eaters. Harry asked, "Didn't Mr. Crouch try to find a way to exonerate his son?" Percy raised his chin proudly, because Mr. Crouch is just, he stands on the side of justice. That's exactly what I admire about him. I'm glad to have such a leader soon. I think he must be much better than Umbridge. After saying that, Percy adjusted his robes and left. Draco scoffed. Crouch is doing that for his own career. After his son's scandal came out, Crouch's reputation plummeted, and his plan to run for minister fell through. So he tried his best to distance himself from his Death Eater son. He thought this would restore his reputation. For his career, Harry's voice was barely audible. Just like that, Draco said, his tone heavy. Perhaps having a Death Eater relative meant that Barty Crouch could only think of the best way to push him far away. Chapter 142. The wish list. The surface of the two-way mirror shimmered, and Sirius's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Remus? Remus, are you there?" By the desk, Lupin was resting with his head down. He slowly opened his eyes, the familiar mirror sitting on the small table beside him. Lupin struggled to prop himself up, picked up the mirror, and saw Sirius's increasingly haggard face reflected in it. He paused for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, "Sirius? How can you use this under the Dementor's control?" Sirius grinned in the mirror. "It's not easy. The moment I see you, I feel so happy. You know, Dementors get excited when they sense happiness, and if I were in my cell, I might have already been drained dry. But I'm on my way back after being interrogated by an Auror. I borrowed the Ministry's restroom." Lupin frowned, his tone slightly reproachful. "Don't relax so much. That's not a joking matter." Sirius's gaze softened as he said quietly, "I miss you. I really miss you." He adjusted the angle of the mirror to see Lupin's face more clearly. "I can keep the Auror waiting. This place isn't great, but at least the mirror makes me feel a bit closer to you." Lupin looked at the mirror and said softly, "We'll see each other in a few days when we go to trial. Just hang in there. It won't be long." Sirius's smile faded a bit. He fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "You know, Remus, your softness towards Peter Pettigrew gave him the chance to kill you. If it weren't for Scrimgeour's wand not completely obeying him, the curse Peter used on you was lethal." His voice dropped, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. "I almost lost you." Lupin lowered his eyes, remaining silent. He knew Sirius was right, but he also knew he couldn't easily let go of his feelings for his friends, even if that trust had been shattered by betrayal. Lupin tightened his grip on the mirror and finally said softly, "I'm fine now. Don't worry. But some students already know about my werewolf identity. To avoid putting Dumbledore at risk, I think it would be best for me to step down after this semester." Sirius sighed. He knew Lupin too well, understood his heart that always tried to accommodate everything. "You're a werewolf, which makes you more qualified than most teachers," Sirius said. "Once you're out, I'll focus on being with you." "That would be great," Lupin reassured him. Sirius knew he couldn't persuade Lupin, so he paused and changed his tone. "Trying to lighten the mood. Since you said you'd accompany me, I actually have a long wish list that I haven't completed. Remus, you have to help me finish it. Otherwise, I won't be content to be stuck in this wretched place, wasting so many years." Lupin raised his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc, as if amused by Sirius's tone. "All right, what's on it?" Sirius's eyes lit up like a child showing off a beloved toy. "I want to go to Hogwarts to watch Harry play Quidditch, to see who flies better, him or James. I bet Harry definitely inherited James's talent, zooming up like a gust of wind. Lupin nodded, smiling more deeply. Good. Sirius continued, his voice filled with longing. Also, I want to take Harry to see the World Cup. It happens every 4 years, and I missed a few while in prison. Harry will definitely love it. I also want to bet with him to see if he supports the same team as I do. Lupin replied, good. Sirius quickened his pace, and we have to try those fun muggle games together. Floating in a hot air balloon, skydiving, flying a helicopter, skiing down the slopes, and roller coasters. They must be just as good as my motorcycle, especially fun. I heard muggles invented something called bungee jumping, where you tie a rope and jump down. Remus, do you dare to try? Lupin replied, good. He paused and added, your wish list is just like a child's, full of play. Lupin laughed, feeling like he was talking to a big child in his 20s. Sirius paused, his voice lowering as if he had been contemplating for a long time. I just remembered I have another wish. Lupin quietly waited for him to speak, the atmosphere in the mirror seeming to grow serious for a moment. Sirius began, his tone becoming earnest, as if a bit embarrassed. I've recently gotten closer to Walburga. She and Creature have told me a lot about family matters, and she told me not to embarrass the Black family anymore. Lupin softly replied. Sirius continued, his tone slightly probing. You know, the Black family has always placed great importance on family. Those old traditions are cumbersome, but she always brings them up. Lupin responded again. Sirius took a deep breath, as if making up his mind. Walburga is definitely hoping I settle down soon. She also said I'm not young anymore and should have a home. Lupin's fingers tightened slightly, his heart racing a bit, a hint of nervousness flickering in his eyes. He didn't speak, just quietly watched Sirius in the mirror, waiting for his next words. Sirius looked up, his gaze piercing through the mirror, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I've been to Azkaban twice, and my reputation is terrible. I think no one would want me. Lupin unconsciously scratched the frame of the mirror. Would you consider taking me in, giving me a title? Otherwise, the last wish on my wish list might not be fulfilled. Lupin was taken aback, and Sirius's bright gray eyes in the mirror seemed to be waiting for an answer. He was silent for a moment, then slowly let a smile curve his lips, his voice husky yet gentle. Are you proposing to me, Sirius? With a two-way mirror in the ministry's restroom? Because I just realized this is my biggest wish lately, Sirius grinned. Since you criticized me for being childlike, this wish is not childish at all. What a romantic, beautiful, and well-prepared way to propose. Lupin bit his lip. Do you think I would agree to you no matter what? Even if it sounds so sudden and hasty? Sorry, did I scare you again? Sirius squinted at Lupin's expression. You mean proposing at this good time before the trial, with this good method of a two-way mirror, and in this good location of a restroom wouldn't scare anyone? Lupin said slowly. Sirius bit his finger. I thought I had gotten used to the ways of charming madman. Lupin cleverly interrupted him. There was silence on the other side of the mirror for half a minute. Remus, cast a forgetting charm on yourself, Sirius said, covering his face. After I get out, I'll spend a year slowly preparing a grand proposal ceremony. You need to find a way to return to a state where you don't know who your future partner is. Return to a state where I don't know who my future partner is? Lupin laughed. That seems very difficult. Give me another chance. I promise to behave, Sirius pleaded, hearing the aura urging him. I can only imagine spending my life with you. Since my student days, I haven't thought of anyone else besides you, Lupin said, looking regretful. What do I start forgetting? Lupin made a face at the stunned Sirius and abruptly disconnected the two-way mirror. Chapter 143, Where the Paper Airplane Flies, Part 1, on the day of the trial. Outside the Ministry of Magic's courtroom, Harry stood beside Lupin, stretching his neck to look into the distance, where Sirius was being escorted by two aurors, the clanking of his shackles echoing. As they passed by, Sirius lifted his head, his gaze scanning the crowd and lingering on Lupin for a moment. Lupin nodded to Sirius, and as their eyes met, the corners of Sirius's mouth seemed to twitch slightly. Soon, Sirius was led into the courtroom by the aurors. Let's wait a moment before going in. They will notify the witnesses to attend, and the trial will begin shortly. Lupin said, patting Harry's shoulder. Don't be nervous, Harry. You just need to tell the truth. I understand, Harry replied, taking a deep breath. Lupin lowered his voice and said to Harry, Hermione asked me to bring a sealed envelope and a letter back to the ministry, but the trial starts early here. We'll take care of her business after our trial is over. Harry, if I forget to go to the Department of Mysteries on the 9th floor after the trial, you need to remind me. Harry nodded, glancing at the bulging pocket of Lupin's robe, but said nothing. He knew what was inside, the shimmering time turner, and he decided to help Hermione keep her secret. According to the Wisengamot Charter of Rights, the defendant has the right to summon witnesses to testify. After a long reading, Harry found himself being led into the courtroom. Inside the courtroom, the huge circular hall was brightly lit by magical lamps, and the torches on the walls cast flickering shadows. In the center was the witness stand. 2 coal-black oak chairs stood there, with Sirius and Peter Pettigrew seated on them, the chains on their wrists glinting coldly in the light. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from this room. He lowered his head, searching for familiar faces in the crowd. On the surrounding platforms, nearly 50 jury members were whispering among themselves, and Harry immediately spotted Dumbledore, whose white hair and beard made him very conspicuous in the crowd, sitting right in the middle of the jury. On the platform, directly ahead, sat Cornelius Fudge, his chubby fingers tapping on the table. Dolores Umbridge sat to his left, the pink feather quill scratching on parchment, a sickly sweet fake smile on her lips. Barty Crouch was on the right, his gaze icy. Scrimgeour stood nearby, tall and proud, his lion-like mane swaying slightly. Silence. Fudge banged the table, his voice echoing in the hall, tinged with a barely concealed tremor. The special court of the Ministry of Magic is now in session to hear the case of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Clerk, read the charges. A wizard as thin as a reed stood up, clutching a scroll of parchment, and emotionlessly read aloud. Sirius Black, charged with the illegal murder of 13 muggles 13 years ago and assisting the Dark Lord, escaped from prison and killed fellow inmates at Azkaban. Failed to register his animagus status, suspected of violating the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the Muggle Protection Act, and the Animagus Registration Act. Peter Pettigrew, charged with the murder of muggles 13 years ago and faking his own death, suspected of serving the Dark Lord, suspected of violating the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the Muggle Protection Act, and the Animagus Registration Act. The purpose of this trial, to verify the truth and rule on the crimes. Very well, Fudge cleared his throat. Straightened up, the first step is to verify the truth of the Muggle murder case from 13 years ago. The Aurors will announce the results of the investigation. 2 Aurors stepped forward, their black robes making a rustling sound on the stone floor. They waved their wands at Sirius and Peter, and silver threads of memory floated from their foreheads, swirling like mist into a hovering vessel, and the scene unfolded like a dream. On a Muggle street, Peter, cornered by Sirius, frantically waved his wand. With a deafening bang, a building on the street exploded, and Muggle screams echoed back and forth. Peter transformed into a dingy gray rat and quickly scurried into a sewer, while Sirius stood there, filled with rage. The jury began to murmur after seeing the corroborating memory evidence. Peter Pettigrew, 13 years ago, deliberately committed evil acts in a Muggle residential area, fully aware that his actions were illegal. He murdered 13 Muggles, causing destruction to Muggle buildings. And his behavior clearly violated Article 14 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and Article 5 of the Muggle Protection Act. The Auror in charge of the verification said to the audience. Peter screamed, his voice high-pitched like a rat having its tail stepped on. I was desperate. He forced me. He pointed a finger as thin as a twig at Sirius. Sirius Black had a tendency to kill since he was 16. He has a history of psychosis. Sirius suddenly stood up, the chains rattling as if he were trying to break free and pounce. You coward. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. But right now, I do want to kill you. The 2 Aurors immediately waved their wands, and an invisible magical chain forced him back into his seat. Sirius gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently like a trapped beast. Silence. Fudge's face turned red as he banged the table again, his palms turning red. Peter Pettigrew is accused of being a Death Eater, having betrayed James Potter and Lily Evans 13 years ago. Witness Remus Lupin, please step forward to testify. Lupin walked to the witness stand. Speaking calmly, Peter was the secret keeper for James and Lily, and he revealed the exact location of Harry's family to Voldemort. We were all good friends during our time at Hogwarts. That day was a result of Sirius chasing after Peter, leading to the chaos. Peter is the real culprit. Can you trust a werewolf? He doesn't even know who the secret keeper is. Peter retorted sharply. Jury, think about how dangerous werewolves are. He will definitely side with Black. Ask Lupin. All werewolves have sided with the Dark Lord. Shut up, Peter. Sirius roared, his voice echoing in the hall. Who had the nerve to talk about trust? Who betrayed James and Lily? Enough. How do we prove that Peter Pettigrew is a Death Eater? Barty Crouch coldly interrupted the argument, his gaze slicing through Peter like a knife. We need more evidence. Harry looked up at the jury, took a deep breath, and began to speak. Peter has been living as a pet with a wizarding family since he escaped, on Halloween during our first year. Peter left an arm behind at Hogwarts, which bore the dark mark. That was Peter's. Dumbledore then turned to the jury and said, I was also present. I can attest to the truth of this. The jury stirred. Fudge frowned and muttered, That's not enough to prove he is a Death Eater. Aurors, use Veritaserum. What? No, I don't need that. Peter shouted, panic in his voice, but an Auror had already brought a small vial of clear liquid and forced it into his mouth. Peter coughed a few times, his eyes glazing over, and then began to truthfully spill the beans. Yes, I joined the Death Eaters. I served the Dark Lord. I killed those muggles. I also provided new leads to the Ministry. The Malfoy family has been quietly supporting the Dark Lord after the war to help him return, and there are others. I can get a reduced sentence, right? Malfoy, a jury member, clearly one of Lucius Malfoy's friends, suddenly stood up. Nonsense. The Dark Lord has long been defeated. Everything is under Minister Fudge's leadership. We're the remaining Death Eaters. The short man Peter continued in a deep voice. The Malfoy family received the Dark Lord who escaped from Hogwarts. His memory showed it was the former Hogwarts Professor Quirrell, not the Dark Lord. One of the Aurors responsible for the trial said. Exactly. Fudge hurriedly nodded. Peter, your nonsense won't fool anyone. Umbridge sweetly interjected. Peter, don't make up stories here to sway everyone. The Ministry of Magic is stable, and these so-called clues are just your imagination, right? The first phase ended, and before Peter could continue, Fudge immediately announced, waving his hand like swatting flies. Please express your opinions on the determination of the charges against Peter Pettigrew. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Fudge raised his voice. Harry's heart tightened, and his head instinctively lifted quickly. One hand after another was raised continuously, and the number was quite considerable, ultimately exceeding half. Harry felt his breath quicken, his chest heaving violently, and he desperately wanted to count how many hands were up, but before he could finish, Fudge's authoritative voice rang out again. Now, please express your opinions on the determination of the charges not being established. Those in favor, please raise your hands. The jury, record the conclusion. Peter Pettigrew is confirmed as the true culprit of the Muggle murder case 13 years ago, confirming his Death Eater identity. Fudge cleared his throat and continued. Phase 2, the trial of Sirius Black for his escape from Azkaban and murder charges. Scrimgeour, do you have something to say? Chapter 144, Where the Paper Airplane Flies. Part 2, Scrimgeour stepped forward, his boots thudding loudly on the floor, and his voice was booming. Sirius was wrongfully imprisoned 10 years ago. If he hadn't escaped, he might have died unjustly in Azkaban for the rest of his life. And those Death Eaters, their crimes are unspeakable. Robbery, murder, torturing the innocent. Back then, Aurors had the right to deal with them directly using the unforgivable curses. He committed murder. Barty Crouch reminded. Scrimgeour turned to Barty Crouch, his mane shaking like a lion shaking off water. Didn't you also order the execution of Death Eaters back then? Crouch nodded slightly, his mouth twitching stiffly. Indeed, they deserved it. Some Death Eater cases were judged by me personally, but he killed an entire floor of prisoners. Umbridge interjected sharply. This bias cannot be ignored. Who knows if he will reoffend in the future? As an illegal animagus, he lived freely for 2 years after escaping. The Ministry of Magic can monitor him. Peter Pettigrew could be sentenced to the Dementor's Kiss. Scrimgeour retorted, his voice shaking the hall, for Sirius. His magic use can be restricted, and he can report regularly. But he should not return to Azkaban. He has been wronged for 10 years. According to the Auror Action regulations at that time, those Death Eaters should have died long ago. Nice words, Umbridge sneered, the pink feather quill hovering in midair. Killing so many people, is regulation enough? Minister Fudge, what do you think? Fudge rubbed his temples, murmuring, This is indeed a difficult issue. Sirius raised his head and shot Umbridge a cold smile. I killed those Death Eaters because they deserve to die. Arrogance. Umbridge's features twisted in anger. Minister, his attitude. Enough. Scrimgeour interrupted her, glaring at her. Jury, you heard it. Sirius is not a dangerous individual. He is a victim. He did not kill the innocent. Those Death Eaters, if still alive, are the threat to the magical world. One of those Death Eaters blew off Mad-Eye Moody's leg, and several killed key members of the Auror team. We Aurors risked our lives to capture them. Fudge waved his hand, appearing impatient, and decided to throw the question to the jury. Jury, please vote in light of the case. The Wisengamot representative will give the final ruling. The jury retreated to the side and whispered among themselves for a long time. Harry sat in the witness stand, silently awaiting the outcome. What would he do if Sirius was sentenced back to Azkaban? And Peter Pettigrew, that despicable traitor, was a life sentence really enough? He caused the deaths of his parents and made Sirius suffer 10 years of wrongful imprisonment. Harry looked at Sirius's tense profile and then glanced at Peter's panicked face. Finally, the Wisingamot representative stood up, his voice flat, as if reading from a textbook. We unanimously rule Peter Pettigrew, guilty of murder, sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Sirius Black, guilty of escape and murder, but considering the wrongful conviction and victim status, sentenced to 3 years of magical control, with restrictions on magic use. The regulated wizard can only use some basic, essential magic within a certain period. He must regularly report his whereabouts and activities to officials or institutions designated by the Ministry of Magic. He must truthfully state his activities during this time, including whether he used magic, the purpose, and specific circumstances. If there are special circumstances requiring him to leave the area, he must apply to the Ministry of Magic in advance and explain the reasons, and may only leave after obtaining approval. Mandatory participation in magical law courses. That's it. Fudge quickly signed the judgment document, his hand shaking so much he almost spilled the ink. The paper transformed into a crooked paper airplane flying towards the Azkaban office. Court adjourned. Scrimgeour snorted coldly, turned around, and was the first to leave the courtroom. Sirius glared at Peter, as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze before leaving. But Harry clenched his fists, feeling a weight like a stone in his chest. He thought Peter should pay more. Harry stared at Peter Pettigrew's disgusting face, his mind replaying his defensive expressions, the trembling when confessing his betrayal under the truth serum, and the sneer when almost killing Lupin. Life imprisonment was merely letting him survive in Azkaban. Perhaps he didn't deserve such an ending. Harry's hand unconsciously clenched tighter, and he suddenly remembered the time turner in Lupin's pocket, recalling how Hermione had taught him to use it. A bold thought gradually took shape in his mind. What if he could change the verdict? Harry glanced down and saw the corner of an envelope peeking from Lupin's pocket. Harry's gaze fell on Fudge's paper airplane, which carried the judgment and was slowly flying out the door. Harry's heart raced. He knew he had to do something. He pretended to hold his stomach and whispered to Lupin, I'm not feeling well. I need to go to the bathroom. Lupin looked a bit worried but nodded. Harry quickly left the courtroom, already planning in his mind. He had to get the time turner and go back to the moment the verdict was announced. He had to make that paper airplane fall into his hands. Go ahead, I'll wait for you. A hint of worry flashed in Lupin's eyes, but he didn't ask further. In the bathroom, Harry took out the envelope containing the time turner, his hands trembling slightly. What if he could change the outcome? What if he could make Peter face his true retribution? He recalled the usage Hermione mentioned, and Harry picked up the hourglass, carefully turning it. The sand flipped in the hourglass, and, after a few turns, time began to flow backward. He felt a dizzying sensation, and Harry noticed that the previously empty bathroom suddenly had sounds. The trial for Sirius' case is about to start. A wizard's voice came from nearby. We need to move quickly. We should enter the courtroom earlier than the defendant. Another wizard said. Harry pressed his hand to his chest, knowing he had succeeded. Time flowed back to a few hours earlier, and he returned to the moment the trial had just begun. Harry peeked his head out from the bathroom door, and he saw his earlier self standing next to Lupin. This is purely an impulsive decision, a spontaneous choice made by Harry upon seeing Fudge, just as Percy had said, issuing the verdict with a paper airplane. Harry stood cautiously outside the courtroom, listening to Sirius arguing loudly as the jury began to vote. It wasn't until he saw the stamped paper airplane fly out of the courtroom that he quickly drew his wand and whispered the summoning charm. The paper airplane turned sharply and landed in his hand. Harry trembled as he unfolded it, revealing the words, Peter Pettigrew, life imprisonment, with an unchecked option beside it, Dementor's immediate execution. Fudge's signature was already at the bottom. Harry hesitated, his fingers rubbing the paper as his heartbeat thundered in his ears. Who could claim to be a friend of justice? Who could unilaterally decide the life and death of another? Harry felt his heart soften, and he wanted to release the paper that he had gripped until it was damp with sweat. There was a commotion in the courtroom as people discussed leaving. A good opportunity was about to turn into a bad one. Potter, what are you doing? Scrimgeour's voice came from behind him. He was the first to exit the courtroom, striding towards Harry. Upon seeing the paper in Harry's hand, his eyes flickered, and it took him only a few seconds to figure out what Harry was holding. Harry swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. I think Peter shouldn't just go to prison. He should pay more. But I don't think I should. Scrimgeour snatched the paper from Harry's hands, without hesitation marking the Dementor's immediate execution option. He did it with such force that it seemed he might tear it, then swiftly released the paper airplane with a flick of his wrist, as if casting a spell. Fudge is an irredeemable fool, right? He dropped this line and turned to leave, but then stopped, turning back to stare at Harry with hawk-like sharpness. Harry quietly asked why. Scrimgeour snorted, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Because I promised to help your godfather. I always see things through. Justice ISNT something fudge s fatface can provide, Potter. Scum like Pettigrew only pollutes the air by living. You had the guts to take this. He pointed at the paper airplane, which shows you understand that some things need to be done by your own hands. So, what about Sirius? Harry gathered his courage, his voice trembling. You really will take care of him? Scrimgeour squinted, silent for a moment before quietly saying, Black is a tough nut. I respect him a bit. Control is the rule. But as long as he doesn't cause me trouble, the Ministry won't keep him on a leash, and I think he wouldn't want to be leashed either. Chapter 145. The Veil, Part 1. Harry stumbled back through the heavy oak door of the courtroom, his heart racing chaotically. He had just used the time turner to intercept that crucial paper airplane, the one that would have sealed Peter Pettigrew's fate with life imprisonment. Scrimgeour's authoritative voice still echoed in Harry's ears. He had become Harry's accomplice, altering the verdict for Peter. Waiting for Peter Pettigrew would no longer mean confinement in Azkaban, but rather the Dementor's final execution. Harry had hastily put the time turner back in the envelope, and now his palms were clammy with sweat. On the stand, Peter Pettigrew, controlled by the Aurors, was still alive, unaware of the fate that awaited him. None of the jurors present knew that the final decision they participated in had been secretly rewritten. Most of the people in the courtroom had dispersed. Sirius jumped down from the stand and walked briskly toward Lupin, his black robes billowing behind him. Harry saw the uncontainable joy on Sirius's face. The effects of the Dementors were astounding. The vitality and spirit that Sirius had painstakingly regained over nearly 3 years of escape had quickly faded after returning to Azkaban. His cheeks were sunken, but thankfully his eyes still retained that spark of life. Most prisoners had similar vacant, dull eyes, as if they had died long ago. The light long gone from those eyes, but the glimmer of thought and hope in Sirius's eyes kept them alive. Taking advantage of the chaos, Harry quietly slipped the envelope back into Lupin's pocket. Lupin was standing at the edge of the crowd, his gray robes wrapped around his slender frame, wearing a rare and relaxed smile. His attention was entirely on Sirius, and he didn't even notice Harry's small action. No, not here, Lupin whispered, as Sirius excitedly leaned in to kiss him, and Lupin hurriedly held back Sirius's approaching face with his hand. Sirius, unfazed, waved his hand and tightly embraced Lupin, as if trying to pull all the years of separation and pain into that hug. Life in Azkaban was one of suffering, near death, where large dogs ultimately became mere bones, swimming across a vast sea filled with overwhelming hatred. Hunger, torment, life, and death. All these would eventually turn into a silvery memory. Harry! Sirius suddenly turned to grab Harry's shoulders, his voice so cheerful that it nearly drowned out all other sounds in the room. He grinned, revealing a set of straight teeth, and Harry felt himself quickly enveloped by the vibrant gaze of Sirius. I'm free, Harry. Even though I have no idea which spells are considered essential for life, but who cares? Harry beamed a big smile at Sirius, who clearly misinterpreted Harry's previous look of panic and distraction as happiness for him. Harry thought about how to explain it. He felt a bit uneasy about indirectly changing Peter Pettigrew's fate, while also sensing a dark corner deep within him awakening. Harry tried to suppress those thoughts. He told himself he should learn to control this emotion, as if a dark little voice in his mind whispered, "Don't you want to know what it looks like when Peter Pettigrew is executed by the Dementors?" Harry told himself that Peter Pettigrew living would only help Voldemort rise again, bringing more misfortune to others, for someone who would never repent. A heart of stone was the only normal heart. The magical world didn't have dramatic lightning striking down to kill the bad guys, so he would have to take action himself. Harry felt the dark little voice within him, which had never awakened in over a decade, now slithering like a snake. Upon seeing the smiles of his godfather and Lupin, the dark little voice seemed to grow wildly like a baby immersed in warm amniotic fluid. We should celebrate. Sirius suddenly realized that he no longer had to stay at number 12, Grimmauld Place all day. Lupin patted him on the back and said, "I need to stop by the Department of Mysteries first. The things a student asked me to bring are still with me. I need to help her return them." Department of Mysteries? Sirius tilted his head, curiously glancing at the sealed envelope. Lupin didn't answer, turning to Harry. "Come on, Harry, you come too." The three of them walked through the complex corridors of the Ministry of Magic and took the creaking elevator to the 9th floor. The door to the Department of Mysteries appeared before them, a black wooden door with no markings, exuding an unsettling aura. Lupin pushed the door open and walked in, with Sirius and Harry following closely behind. Harry's fingers unconsciously tightened around his wand, and his heartbeat quickened again. He didn't know why he was so nervous. Perhaps it was because he had never been to such a strange place before. I thought there would be staff or security here, Sirius said, looking around. There was nothing but many doors. Why is there no one here? Lupin frowned and muttered to himself, his voice echoing in the empty space. It was desolate inside. 12 identical black doors were lined up against the walls of the circular room. Perhaps all the guests were behind these doors. There usually weren't any visitors here. Sirius shrugged. I don't even know what's in the envelope. How would I know which door to open? Or we could go ask the guide wizard in the hall first. As Lupin spoke, the walls around them suddenly began to rotate, and the entrance they had come through had become indistinguishable from the other doors. They could no longer tell which one was the entrance. Hey, don't do that. Sirius looked at the 12 identical doors with some surprise. Does this room not want us to leave? Why don't we go in and take a look? We should find a staff member first, and then get out of here. Lupin led them through the circular room and into one of the halls. The moment Harry stepped through the door, he gasped. White things floated in the transparent tank, resembling puffs of cloud, almost like some living creature, slowly writhing in the faint blue light. Sirius stopped and stared at those things, his face displaying a mix of curiosity and disgust. What the hell is this? It looks like someone's brain has been scooped out and soaked in here. He reached out a finger, seemingly wanted to poke at it, but Lupin grabbed his arm. Don't touch it, Sirius, Lupin warned softly. That looks like some form of brain. The Department of Mysteries may have been studying these things for hundreds of years. Harry stared at the brains, his stomach churning. He imagined his own brain being pulled out like that, floating in the tank for others to study, and a wave of inexplicable fear surged within him. There's no one here. Maybe we should check somewhere else. Lupin pulled Harry and Sirius away from the hall. They entered the opposite hall, which was a circular room even larger than the courtroom, with a central depression resembling a massive stone pit. In the center of the room stood a tall stone archway, draped with a tattered black curtain that fluttered slightly in the still air, as if something behind it was gently pushing it. Sirius stepped closer, tilting his head to examine it. Looks like a torn window curtain. Harry was somewhat mesmerized by the curtain. He had a strange feeling that someone was whispering from behind it. He felt a strong urge to see what was on the other side. Lupin's expression darkened as he spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. This is ominous. It looks very unsafe. First, we had floating brains in a tank. And now what? Sirius said, I read some Muggle books before. Curtains are usually a passage between the worlds of the living and the dead. It said that when the Muggle god, Jesus, was crucified, the temple's curtain was torn in two from top to bottom, opening the tomb. Lupin paused for a moment, his tone growing more serious. Muggles believe that the souls of the deceased can convey messages through the curtain, and ghosts communicate with the living in various ways. Sounds pretty scary. Is this a torn window curtain related to death? Sirius rubbed his chin and turned to Lupin. What do you think? If I went in, would I see James and Lily? Lupin's expression stiffened, and his voice dropped. Don't joke about that, Sirius. I'm not joking, Sirius said, his tone unusually serious. When I was in Azkaban, I always dreamed of us being together. If this thing could let me see them again, even just for a moment, they wouldn't be real people. Lupin interrupted him, his voice trembling slightly. Just phantoms. Don't think like that. Harry didn't say anything. He stared at the curtain, his throat tightening. He thought he heard something, a whisper, like someone speaking softly, yet it carried a vague sense of familiarity. Was it his parents? Or something else? He felt a wave of dizziness, and the dark curiosity within him surged again. He wanted to get closer, to reach out and touch it, to know what was behind it. Harry forced himself to stop, clenched his fists. He couldn't let this thought control him. Lupin snapped back to reality and began marking the doors. Let us find the exit and get out of here. I feel like this place is dangerous. They continued onward, and one of the doors had a faint golden light seeping through the crack. Inside were countless hourglasses and glowing clocks, and the air was filled with the ticking and buzzing of timepieces. Harry looked at the hourglasses, and a scene of using the time turner flashed in his mind. He thought Hermione as time turner might belong here. They saw a glass dome that seemed to encase an invisible flow of air. Time, Harry blurted out, as he saw a hummingbird inside the dome repeatedly hatching from an eggshell and then returning to it. Does your potion have a similar effect? Sirius asked, looking at the shattered eggshell. It seems to have captured time inside the dome, Harry replied. As long as the airflow passes over the hummingbird, it begins to grow or shrink. Let us keep moving. Lupin looked at it curiously for a moment, but then frowned and calmed himself, glancing around. He realized that behind every door here was forbidden magic. There was another door that was locked, and they tried Alohomora, but it wouldn't budge. Just then, hurried footsteps came from inside the door. A Ministry of Magic staff member in a deep green robe emerged, wearing a thick mask. The moment the staff member opened the door, Harry caught a strong scent coming from inside, a mix of many of his favorite smells. Amortentia? Sirius took a deep breath and saw a huge pink fountain behind the door. Is the theme of this hall love? Lupin noticed the staff member frowning behind the mask. Lupin tried to explain, "We just came to return something. There's no just." The staff member saw Harry, Sirius, and Lupin's attire and began waving their wand, sharply reprimanding them. "You don't have permission to be here. Get out. The exit is there. Everyone who enters here must register and get approval." How have security personnel mysteriously vanished again? It's happened several times now. If someone dies here, no one will be responsible for it. Sirius grabbed Lupin's hand and pulled him toward the exit. Okay, don't get worked up. We'll leave." He turned back to Harry and winked, his tone light. "Looks like the first day of freedom, isn't so boring after all, huh? But Lupin, you still haven't returned that envelope." Lupin sighed and muttered, "We'll figure it out once we get out. It was a huge mistake to barge in like this." Finally, they made their way to the exit door, following the staff member's directions. Lupin stepped into the elevator and let out a long sigh. What was inside? Lupin finally began to feel curious about the contents of the envelope. "I think the subjects involved in the Department of Mysteries are very dangerous. You can open it and take a look," Sirius suggested, "since a student can touch it. What if it contains a brain sample or some ominous rag?" Lupin frowned and decided against it. A few hours later, Lupin emerged from the administrative office of the Department of Mysteries, looking a bit pale and weary. He rubbed his temples and walked toward Harry and Sirius. "What happened?" Harry asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "It's been returned." Lupin stopped, sighed, and managed a faint smile. "It's getting late. I just came out. To be honest, I feel like the process I've gone through is probably similar to what Sirius experienced, harsh to the point of being like an interrogation." Sirius was leaning against the wall in the corridor, hands in his pockets. "Really? Are you saying they put you in chains and pointed wands at your nose asking if you were an animagus?" Lupin rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly. "Don't joke around, Sirius. I suspect they slipped me a truth potion. I don't even know what's in that sealed envelope Hermione gave me. The people from the Department of Mysteries interrogated me for a full 2 hours, repeatedly confirming whether I had used that thing without permission." Harry cleared his throat, relieved that Lupin hadn't noticed he had secretly taken the time turner. "Truth potion? Just taken?" Sirius's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward, leaning closer to Lupin with a mischievous grin on his face. "Then I need to ask something quickly. Remus, do you love me?" Lupin paused for a moment, then chuckled helplessly. He looked at Sirius's eyes, which sparkled with mischief, and softly said, "Of course, you're just asking for the sake of it." Harry stood by, unable to help but roll his eyes. "All right, I have to get back to Hogwarts for class, so I'm going to head back to school now." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. A Ministry of Magic employee rushed by, mumbling something. Lupin caught a few words, frowned, and turned to look at the person. "What did you say? What happened to Wormtail?" The employee stopped, turned around, and his voice was filled with shock. "Wormtail is dead. Just now, he was killed by a Dementor's kiss." But Minister Fudge clearly sentenced him to life imprisonment. Another employee poked his head out from an adjacent office, frowning. "Are the Dementors out of control? Who knows? All Dementors are supposed to follow the Ministry's orders." The first employee shrugged, his tone tinged with unease. The corridor fell into a brief silence. Harry turned to look at Lupin and noticed his expression darken, a layer of sorrow passing over it. Sirius snorted coldly, pulling his hands out his pockets, his tone very indifferent. Wormtail should have known this day would come since he chose to side with Voldemort. Whether he dies by Voldemort's hand, by an Auror's hand, or by my hand, or even by a Dementor's hand, it's all the same. Having chosen the wrong path, he shouldn't expect to come out unscathed. The news of his death felt light, much like Wormtail's life, which sounded like a mistake. This absurd era strips people of their skin and bones, but perhaps only a body tortured by beliefs would make death find it hard to strike, choosing to be merciful and let them go. Chapter 147. Connection in the Mind. After Sirius finally regained his freedom, Harry cherished the last few weeks of Lupin's teaching even more, thinking he was about to experience the happiest time of his school life. No quarrel, no Chamber of Secrets, and no classmates' whispers. The Daily Prophet featured news about Wormtail being executed by Dementors, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was another divination class. Harry still sat next to Draco. The classroom was filled with a strange scent, the faint light reflected by the crystal balls scattered around the room. and divination always had a drowsy magic about it. Harry lazily leaned back in his chair, scribbling a star chart on the parchment with his feather quill, while Draco next to him seemed to be more skillfully fabricating some nonsense about the alignment of Mars and Saturn, predicting a disaster. The two exchanged glances, and their lips curled up slightly in unison, as if sharing a secret that only they understood. "Trelawney will definitely give us full marks," Harry whispered. "She loves this kind of sensational nonsense." Draco huffed in response, not elaborating, but bent his head to continue drawing that messy chart. Harry stole a glance at him and noticed that Draco had become much quieter than in his first and second years. The aggressive and overbearing sharpness he once had seemed to have been dulled by something, replaced by an inscrutable calmness. Harry leaned closer to Draco, and his nose suddenly caught a familiar scent, like the one near the pink fountain in the Department of Mysteries. "Are you done with your storytelling?" Draco finally looked up, a hint of question flashing in his gray eyes, but his tone was softer than usual. "I'm contemplating what the movement of the Draconid's meteor shower signifies. What does Draconis think?" Harry still felt drowsy. It'll be a few more months until it's the best time to observe Draconis. Draco didn't mind Harry joking with his name. Just as Harry was about to retort, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his forehead. He instinctively covered the lightning-shaped scar, the sudden pain feeling like someone was stirring a knife in his brain, accompanied by a strange, overwhelming anger surging into his chest like a tide. "Harry?" Draco's voice came from beside him, clearly startled by Harry's sudden movement. Harry didn't answer, closing his eyes and trying to suppress the tumultuous emotions. But his brain felt like it was being invaded. Countless thoughts that didn't belong to him surged forth. Wormtail is dead. Wormtail actually died. He felt anger for this coward. Those fools at the Ministry, how dare they? The resurrection plan was interrupted. Damn it, he only had a weak body now. Fortunately, that most capable servant had contacted him recently, the most loyal servant. He needed a new plan to kill that boy, to regain his power. Harry suddenly opened his eyes, his vision blurred. The divination classroom was not in front of him. He saw a tall man with light golden hair standing before him, the surrounding candle flames flickering in the shadows. Harry felt as if he was sneering, calculating what role his servant could play in his new plan. He needed a perfect resurrection, a ritual that could help him regain everything. "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Draco's voice suddenly rose, clearly panicked. Harry snapped back to reality, cold sweat covering his forehead, his clothes sticking to his back, feeling damp and uncomfortable. He gasped for breath, turning to Draco, who was looking at him with a tense expression, his brows furrowed. "What are you shouting for?" Harry's voice was hoarse, trying to force a smile, but the corners of his mouth felt stiff and uncooperative. "Do you want to look in the mirror?" "You look as pale as a ghost," Draco said sharply, though his tone couldn't hide his trembling. "Do you want to go to the hospital wing? Or are you planning to tough it out and be a hero again?" Harry rubbed his forehead, the faint golden shadow still flickering in his mind. He took a breath and quietly said, "I'm fine. I just seem to have seen something." "Something?" Draco raised an eyebrow, unconsciously tightening his grip on the quill. "What did you see?" Harry hesitated, looking up into Draco's eyes. That color of hair in his memory oddly matched the blurry figure he had seen. Harry's throat tightened, and he blurted out, "I think I saw your father." Harry had only seen Lucius once in Diagon Alley. He remembered that smooth, light golden hair, and Lucius's hair color was so similar to Draco's that he couldn't be mistaken. Draco froze, the quill in his hand dropping to the table with a splash of ink. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only managed to spit out a dry sentence. "Are you hallucinating?" Harry said nothing, just stared at him, trying to find something in that pale face. But Draco was the first to look away, lowering his head to tidy up the things on the table, his movement stiff like a puppet. Draco's eyebrows raised slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible panic flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He mumbled softly, "I don't even know where my father is." Harry rubbed his forehead, the scar still throbbing slightly, and he frowned as he said, "I'm not joking, Draco. I saw him. His light blonde hair is exactly like yours, a blurry shadow, and there was a very strange feeling as if I had become someone else." Harry paused, his voice dropping. The anger he had just felt was not mine. Draco's expression stiffened for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the edge of the table. He glanced at Trelawney, who was still droning on about crystal balls in the classroom, and said in a lowered voice, "Are you sure it wasn't the aroma from divination class that got to your head? Trelawney's weird place has a strange smell. Maybe you're just too tired." Harry shook his head, staring at the messy astrological charts on the table, murmuring, "No, it's not a hallucination. I heard what he was thinking. The resurrection plan, the servant, and to kill me. He lifted his head and looked straight at Draco, your father. Do you know something? Draco said softly. If that's true, why am I still sitting here? Draco's Adam's apple moved. He pressed his lips together as if weighing something. After a while, he snorted coldly. If you really doubt me, then don't sit next to me and make up astrological charts. There was a hint of defiance in Draco's voice. But if you really saw my father, please tell him to write to me soon. Harry said nothing, just stared at him. Draco's face, which always carried a hint of arrogance, now showed an indescribable vulnerability. Harry suddenly felt that Draco's silence was more unsettling than his arguments. Harry looked at Draco and couldn't help but laugh. He said softly, okay, next time I see him, I'll definitely pass on a message. But you have to tell me first, why do you always look so scared when you look at me? Let's go to the hospital wing. Draco didn't answer. Trying to grab Harry's arm. Why are we always in the hospital wing, or on our way to the hospital wing? Harry rubbed his shoulder to shake off Draco's hand. But his heart was in turmoil. You're trembling. Draco suddenly spoke, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. He reached out, as if to touch Harry, but halfway there. He withdrew his hand, pretending to casually adjust his robe. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital wing? Madame Pomfrey might be able to give you some calming potion. Don't scare people in class. Harry gave a wry smile. It's okay if I don't go to the hospital wing. I'm used to the scar hurting, but this time it just feels particularly obvious. He paused, staring into Draco's worried eyes. I think I'm feeling better now. In a classroom, Trelawney was still droning on about the influence of Mercury and Mars. But between Harry and Draco, a silence lingered that neither wanted to break. Harry rubbed his forehead, and Draco clutched the parchment. Neither of them spoke again. Chapter 148. The escaped loyal servant Lucius stood in the shadows. He did not expect to see Bartemius Crouch Jr. again. Bartemius Crouch Jr. should have died in Azkaban. Lucius looked at the young Bartemius Crouch, who was 8 years younger than him, standing before the Dark Lord with a nearly pathological fervor. The candlelight danced on his pale face, revealing the contempt that could not be concealed in his eyes. As Bartemius passed by Lucius, he stopped, a corner of his mouth curling up, and whispered a few words, Weathercock. He paused and added mockingly, but you still dare to stand next to the master. It seems this old fox of yours hasn't completely fallen apart. Lucius's fingers tightened slightly around his wand, but his face showed no sign of disturbance. He knew that any unnecessary arguments in this room would be asking for trouble. He simply coldly stared at Bartemius, watching him turn to Voldemort, his tone suddenly becoming urgent and respectful. Master, Bartemius slightly bowed, his voice filled with an uncontainable excitement. I escaped. You know, my father, that hypocritical old fool, tried to lock me up with the Cruciatus curse, but he failed. I'm stronger than he thought. Voldemort sat in a high-backed chair, his body still quite frail, his figure beneath the black robe like an abyss that devoured everything. His scarlet eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke to his loyal servant. Tell me, how did you do it? Bartemius grinned, revealing a row of tightly packed teeth. Will, master. Pure will. He paused, his voice gaining a hint of gritted teeth hatred. You know what I went through? My father threw me into Azkaban, like tossing away a piece of torn clothing. I was only a teenager then, filled with the belief of loyalty to you. But he, that sanctimonious bastard, only cared about his reputation and status. He personally signed the documents to send me to that hell, then pretended to be a loving father in front of others. Lucius frowned slightly at this point. He knew Bartemius's past, but had never heard him speak of it in such detail. Voldemort, however, seemed to be interested, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, and said in a low voice, Continue. Bartemius's gaze darkened, as if he was trapped in some twisted memory. In Azkaban, I was locked in the deepest part, surrounded by Dementors. I could feel them sucking away every bit of joy from me, but I didn't go mad. I kept thinking of you, master, thinking about how you would come back, thinking that I was still useful. That was my reason to live. Later, my mother, that weak woman, was on the verge of death. She begged my father to let me out, saying she would take my place. He scoffed, his voice full of mockery. My father certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity, both to save face and to play the great husband. He used Polyjuice Potion to turn my mother into my likeness. She died in Azkaban, and I was brought back home. But he still didn't trust me. Bartemius's voice suddenly rose, filled with a near-hysterical rage. My father was afraid I would run away, afraid I would ruin his career. So he used the Cruciatus curse on me, locked me in the house, and had that damned house elf Winky keep watch over me. I hate him, master. I hate every time he hypocritically calls me son. Hate the way he looks at me with those insincere eyes. I swear, one day I will destroy him with my own hands. Voldemort chuckled softly, the sound like a snake slithering on sand, low and piercing. Good, Bartemius. Hatred is a good thing. It can make a person strong. You escaped from me? Yes, master. Bartemius immediately nodded, his eyes shining with fervor. It took me months to learn how to resist the Cruciatus curse. I pretended to be obedient, pretended to be under his control, until I could completely block his spells. Today, he went to the Ministry of Magic, I knocked out Winky, and then escaped. I just want to return to your side. I have some important things to tell the master. Voldemort was silent for a moment, then slowly rose, his figure casting a distorted shadow in the candlelight. What other discoveries do you have from coming to find me this time? Bartemius's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, his tone urgent and excited. I do, master. My father's colleagues came to the house to look for him. I overheard their conversation. Next semester, Hogwarts will hold the Triwizard Tournament. Mad-Eye Moody, the old madman, has accepted Dumbledore's invitation to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Also, Scrimgeour is involved, and they mentioned that many outsiders will be coming in and out of the school for the tournament. The Triwizard Tournament? There is a hint of mockery in Voldemort's tone. A foolish game. However, he paused, his scarlet eyes flickering slightly. This might be an opportunity. We must capture Harry Potter and end him once and for all. Young Barty immediately took over the conversation. I have a plan, my lord. We can use Mad-Eye Moody. He is an old friend of Dumbledore and will surely be responsible for the tournament's safety. If I can use Polyjuice Potion to impersonate him and sneak into Hogwarts, I can get close to Harry Potter. I can lead him right to you. Lucius, upon hearing this, could no longer hold back and spoke in a cold, steady voice. Impersonate Mad-Eye Moody? Young Barty, are you sure you can fool Dumbledore? He is not someone you can easily deceive. Young Barty turned his head, glancing at Lucius with a sneer. Lucius, are you afraid I'll steal your thunder? Don't worry, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Mad-Eye Moody is a madman. He has many quirks, but I can mimic him easily. No matter how clever Dumbledore is, he won't suspect that his old friend has been replaced. Voldemort's gaze shifted between the two, and he said in a low voice, Lucius has a point. Dumbledore is not a fool. However, young Barty, your plan is interesting. Elaborate further. Young Barty's tone grew more excited. We can first subdue Moody and hide him away. I'll use Polyjuice Potion to become him and teach at Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament has 3 tasks, and my father is the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I can get the complete process and rules of the tournament from him. I can manipulate the competition, lead Harry Potter to a place where no one is paying attention, and use a portkey to send him directly to you. Lucius snorted coldly. You seem to have thought this through, but how can you guarantee that Harry Potter will be chosen? Young Barty turned his head, showing a sinister smile. ISNT that simple? We can secretly manipulate the selection. The Goblet of Fire, ISNT infallible. I can use a Confundus charm to make it choose Harry. Voldemort suddenly turned his head, his scarlet eyes fixed on Lucius. A slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Lucius, ISNT your son at Hogwarts? Lucius's heart sank, but he forced himself to remain calm. Yes, my lord. Draco is in Slytherin, 3rd year. 3rd year. Next year, he'll be in 4th year. Voldemort repeated, his tone carrying a chilling softness, an interesting age. Lucius, what do you think your little snake can do for me? Lucius's throat tightened as he said in a low voice, Draco is loyal to the family, my lord. If you need him, he will obey. But Draco is still a bit too young. I'm afraid. Young Barty laughed derisively. Loyal to the family? Lucius, you really know how to flatter yourself. My lord, why don't I try this little Malfoy and see if he has the guts to keep an eye on Harry Potter for us? You bet. As soon as he hears about dealing with that savior, he'll be scared stiff. Lucius's face darkened, and he replied coldly, Young Barty, you'd better watch your tone. Voldemort chuckled softly. Interesting. Very interesting. Lucius, your son might indeed be useful. Young Barty, I am quite pleased with your plan. However, his tone suddenly turned cold. Don't forget who the master is here. Young Barty's smile froze for a moment, but he immediately lowered his head and respectfully said, Of course, my lord. Everything is up to you. Chapter 149. The Dog Watches, Stealthily Draco. You'll take the position of Seeker tomorrow. Let the substitute chaser handle the position. And you'll cooperate with me and another chaser to attack. That guy can't fly because of stomachache, but we can't let the offensive line collapse. Marcus Flint's hoarse voice nearly drowned out the howling wind on the training ground, and he waved his large hand, emphasizing again to Draco, we must ensure our offensive advantage. Just one day before the new match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, one of the chasers suddenly fell ill, prompting Marcus to decide to switch Draco as position. After all, Draco had not missed any training as a new team member over the past year. Draco nodded at this, his lips pressed into a line, clearly unsure about this sudden change. It's rare for positions to be swapped within the team, but if they lose this match, they will miss out on the Quidditch Cup this semester. You should have practiced team coordination and offensive strategies. Our substitutes have hardly played, so I think it's safer for you to go. Marcus thought painfully about the suddenly fallen player. He didn't want to break Slytherin's winning streak in his last year before graduation. Harry, if Cho Chang interferes with you again this time, you don't have to be too gentlemanly. If you don't shake her off, I'll help you push her away. Marcus said seriously. She yes, the one trying to shake Harry's eyeballs out. Draco said slowly. Harry shot Draco a venomous glare over Marcus. Draco stuck out his tongue at Harry and quickly walked away. The match day quickly arrived. The Quidditch pitch was filled with noise. Green flags and blue flags intertwining in a chaotic yet splendid scene. Meanwhile, in the last row of the audience, a large black dog quietly curled up in the shadows. Its wet nose twitching slightly, its gaze firmly locked on the center of the pitch. Sirius had sneaked into Hogwarts in his animagus form, and after seeing Remus had also arrived, he licked his paw, transformed back into human form in the back row, and muttered, I've always said, Remus, watching Harry play is one of my motivations for survival, and no one can stop me. Remus, sitting next to him, rolled his eyes slightly. He was holding a crumpled copy of the Daily Prophet and shoved it into Sirius's hands to cover his face. Responding in a low voice, the Ministry of Magic-S regulations say you can only use essential magic. What part of this is essential? Don't tell me you plan to heal the psychological trauma from Azkaban by watching Quidditch. Sirius grinned widely, wrapping his arm around Remus's. Emotional essentials count as necessities of life too. They're about to start, Remus said, looking at the pitch. Ah, is that my little relative? His hair color is too recognizable. Sirius spotted Draco's light, golden hair, shining in the sunlight. On the pitch, the whistle pierced the air, and Draco charged out first, tightly gripping the quaffle, his movements swift as a silver-green flash. The broomstick drew a sharp arc, heading straight for Ravenclaw's goal. Draco was adjusting to his temporarily new position. The chaser without a bat was different from his usual style. Harry, riding his firebolt, followed closely, focusing on spotting the golden snitch. The broom quality is so good, I can barely see Harry. Sirius watched as the firebolt turned Harry into a shadow on the pitch. Actually, the kids could manage with basic brooms. The firebolt is too fast. Remus frowned slightly. Draco quickly scored the first goal of the match. The Slytherin stands erupted in cheers. Draco knew very well that the golden snitch was worth 150 points. If Harry made another mistake with Cho Chang, their hard-earned lead would be in jeopardy. He had to attack with all his might and help the team widen the gap as soon as possible. As Harry flew past Draco, he heard Draco, after throwing the ball, murmur to him, keep your eyes on what you should be looking at. Don't get distracted by what you shoot in TB. Harry snapped back to attention and glared at him, frowning. Then you hurry up and score that 150 points. Then it won't matter if I catch the golden snitch or not. You agree, right? Draco's gray eyes narrowed, and he snorted coldly, slamming the quaffle toward the Ravenclaw goal with a speed that was almost blinding. You can't even score 150 points, can you? No way, Harry retorted furiously, murmuring in Draco's ear. Just wait, Draco said seriously, then glanced at Cho Chang, who was hovering not far away, either intentionally or unintentionally. Nice job, Draco. But what are you two whispering about? Marcus shouted from the air, his voice as rough as a drum, tinged with a hint of admiration. I'm encouraging my teammate. Harry yelled back. I'm also encouraging my teammate. Draco shouted as well, and after he finished, he flew off, signaling to Marcus that he had heard him before going to chase the quaffle. Harry then soared into the sky, the wind tousling his black hair, as he focused intently on searching for the golden snitch. He noticed that Draco seemed particularly tense today. Even accustomed to Slytherin's usual aggressive playstyle, Draco looked fierce today. It seemed he really wanted to score that 150 points immediately. Draco snatched the quaffle again and charged toward the opponent's goal. His figure was particularly striking on the field, his light blonde hair flying in the wind. Harry sensed a certain ferocity in Draco's attacking move. In the stands, Sirius tilted his head, a hint of surprise in his tone. I thought young Malfoy was just a weakling who could only talk big, but he doesn't look too bad on the field. He paused, turned to Remus, and grinned. What do you think? Remus lifted the newspaper in Sirius's hand and said softly, Yes, quite good. But I remember the last few times I came to watch, Draco wasn't in an attacking position. Was he? Do you think what Pettigrew said in the trial is true? The Malfoys are still secretly supporting Voldemort. Sirius recalled the arguments in the courtroom. Maybe, but in my impression, the Malfoys are fence-sitters. I doubt he would cut off his own escape route, meaning even if they're on Voldemort's side, they might not go all the way. Remus replied, Draco is indeed in great form today. Slytherin's overall rhythm is very steady. Sirius muttered, the Malfoys don't seem like the type to blindly follow Voldemort, but you never know, so we need to remind Harry to be careful. Honestly, this kid is much better than that slick-haired little brat I saw 3 years ago. Suddenly, a gasp came from the field. Sirius quickly looked up. Harry suddenly bent down, and the firebolt drew a stunning arc, his entire flight path almost crossing half the field, moving as smoothly as a performance. I think he found a golden snitch. Remus said. He found it, Sirius said, cupping his cheeks in excitement. He really flies just as well as James. The students in the stands held their breath. The next second, Harry reached out and accurately caught the shimmering golden snitch. The field erupted in cheers, and Slytherin won the match by a wide margin. Sirius jumped up, letting out a loud cheer, so excited that he almost forgot he had sneaked in. Remus quickly pressed him down, whispering, transform back. Don't expose yourself. Do you want Snape to come after you personally? Yes, right down there. Am I afraid of him? Batty, Sirius said, glancing at the dark back of Snape's head. Snape, sitting in the front row, shifted slightly, unsure if he heard someone at the back row speaking ill of him. Transform back. Remus grabbed Sirius by the scruff of his neck. You've only been out for a few days. Don't get carried away. The big black dog reluctantly shook his fur and curled back up at Remus's feet. He softly barked a few times, yet couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. Remus patted the dog's head and then, amidst the cheers, covered Sirius's wagging tail with a newspaper. Chapter 150. The House of Return. All right. Today is the last class of this semester, Remus said to the students, his voice sounding cheerful yet reluctant. Thanks to Professor Snape's diligent teaching, we've kept up with the course schedule, and I've covered all the key content for this semester. As long as you review the parts 1 marked, the exam in defense against the dark arts shouldn't pose too much of a problem. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly with a smile. However, I sincerely hope you never need to use these practical defense techniques in your lives. Remus stood at the front of the classroom, wearing his signature gentle smile. With key points from the semester recorded on the blackboard behind him, he glanced around the room, his gaze sweeping over this group of third-year students, carefully observing their young and unique faces. This is also my last class as a teacher, Remus had already hinted at his farewell. A few hesitant sighs were heard in the classroom. However, since it's the last class, I want to share something special with you, Remus continued, his tone conveying a hint of excitement, as if he was about to reveal a secret. This knowledge isn't in the textbooks and goes beyond what you're currently studying, but I think you should be interested in it. For example, the Patronus charm. This is the main way to deal with Dementors. Of course, I think it's a very interesting spell. Harry suddenly looked up, his heart feeling as if it had been gently squeezed. The term Dementor stirred a chill in his mind. He had seen those terrifying creatures for the first time outside Azkaban. The atmosphere in the classroom became more lively. Students exchanged glances unconsciously, some frowning, others biting their lips, seemingly trying to digest the unease brought by the word. The Patronus charm is one of the most famous spells and one of the most powerful defensive spells. Remus's voice was clear, pulling everyone's attention back. It's very complex and difficult to cast, but once successful, it can summon a semi-corporeal positive force, namely a Patronus. It can drive away Dementors and Lethifolds, a magical creature that has almost no other means of defense. Remus paused, drew his wand from his robe, and with a gentle wave, whispered, Expecto Patronum. Accompanied by the incantation, a silvery light burst forth from the tip of the wand, like morning mist illuminated by sunlight. The light quickly coalesced into form, and a wolf appeared in the center of the classroom. It gracefully circled among the students, its silvery fur shimmering as if it carried a warm aura. Its paws touched the ground silently, yet radiated a strange sense of peace. Harry held his breath, staring at the wolf. Its eyes were deep and bright, seemingly able to see through one's heart. Memories of the Azkaban sea surged in his mind, but the appearance of this wolf felt like lighting a lamp, dispelling those cold shadows. How beautiful! Pansy Parkinson, sitting behind Harry, whispered in awe, leaning forward to try to see more clearly. The Patronus not only drives away Dementors. As Lupin retracted the Patronus, the wolf transformed into a wisp of silver mist that dissipated into the air. He continued explaining that it can also repel certain magical creatures. Interestingly, a Patronus can also act as a messenger for the wizard. Lupin smiled, scanning the students. Today, I want to teach you the way to cast this spell simply. Of course, don't expect to succeed immediately. It may require a lot of practice, and more importantly, you need to summon your own positive mental state. Positive mental state? Blaze asked, leaning back in his chair. Lupin nodded, sort of. You need to recall memories that make you truly happy. Stronger is better. Then concentrate, draw a circle with your wand, and say expecto patronum. If you want to try, you can do so now. Summoning a Patronus without a Dementor present will be relatively easier, but it's still one of the most difficult spells. A buzz of whispers filled the classroom, like a swarm of bees, as students began to ponder their happy memories, some frowning, others biting their nails. Harry closed his eyes, gripping his wand, his fingertips trembling slightly. He tried to search for a happy memory in his mind. The Dursleys? No, none of those would work. Harry frowned harder. Try to recall. Was it the feeling of freedom when he first flew on a broomstick? The sound of the wind rushing past his ears? The moment of winning a Quidditch match? The cheers of the crowd? Or, he opened one eye and glanced at Draco beside him. Draco was gripping his wand, his long fingers lightly tracing the wand's body, a thoughtful expression on his face, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he were trying to dig up some memory. Got one? Harry asked quietly, curiosity in his tone, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb something. Draco looked up at him, He paused, his voice almost a whisper, tinged with hesitation. I think most of my happy times were with my parents, but Draco chuckled softly, shaking his head. A complex emotion flashing in his eyes. It's not that simple, Harry. He paused, his voice dropping even lower, as if speaking only to himself. Sometimes, the things that truly make you happy are those you don't dare to think about too much. Draco took a deep breath, closed his eyes, gripping his wand, his eyelashes fluttering slightly in the candlelight, seemingly trying to concentrate. Harry stood beside him. A memory of flying for the first time at Hogwarts flashed in his mind, the feeling of freedom as the wind rushed past his ears, the sky as blue as a flawless gem, and Draco's surprised expression from the sidelines. Harry took a deep breath, waved his wand, and whispered, Expecto Patronum. A faint silver light emerged from the tip of his wand, like a wisp of smoke, though it didn't take shape. It floated in the air for a moment before slowly dissipating like a veil. Lupin nodded, approvingly saying, Very good, Harry. It's impressive to achieve this on your first try. Harry turned to look at Draco, only to see him still with his eyes closed, his brow slightly furrowed, his lips pressed into a line, as if struggling with something. Draco's hand trembled slightly, as if his fingers were straining to hold back something while gripping the wand. After a moment, Draco opened his eyes, a flicker of determination in them, and gently waved his wand, whispering, Expecto Patronum. He did not succeed. Every Patronus is an animal. Lupin raised his voice to address the students. This animal represents a part of your characteristics, and a Patronus can change as a person's mindset changes. Don't rush, Lupin said as he walked past Draco. Creating a corporeal Patronus is something many powerful adult wizards cannot do. This is just an expansion of the lesson. Draco nodded. The entire classroom was buzzing with excitement as they practiced the Patronus charm. Harry was incredibly curious about his own animal. He racked his brain to find an extraordinary memory to summon a strong Patronus. Harry thought of that summer when his godfather came down from the sky, when he left the Dursleys and Lupin and Sirius gave him a home. He no longer had to be a punching bag for Dudley. He didn't have to wake up every day to see spiders and Aunt Petunia's face, which he didn't want to see. Expecto Patronum, Harry shouted. His wand emitted another wisp of silver mist. Harry was determined not to give up. He remembered the moment when Lupin and Sirius cut him his first birthday cake in Godric's Hollow. They drove along the long coastal road together. They rode brooms together in the valley. He remembered not long ago when Sirius finally proved his innocence from 10 years ago, and he could see the sun again. Some people desperately want a home, even if it means living with people they are not related to. Some blood relatives hurt each other and cannot live together. Number 12, Grimmauld Place took in 3 people who were originally homeless. Harry found love there. This love is unconditional, not a reward for studying hard, being obedient, or meeting others' expectations, nor is it because he is the chosen one that he possesses it. It is priceless and irreplaceable. As Harry recalled these memories, he felt happy yet wanted to cry. He might not gaze at Azkaban from that sea again, but he hoped he would never be defeated by painful memories because there was much more worth remembering in his mind. Expecto Patronum, Harry shouted. A burst of silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, and within the silver light was an animal that seemed to be formed from moonlight. It turned its head and looked at Harry with big eyes. Harry stepped back slightly, squinting, and saw it had a pair of antlers. Lupin approached with an expression of surprise, knowing how remarkable it was for Harry to master the Patronus at such a young age with this speed. When Lupin clearly saw Harry's Patronus, his eyelashes fluttered, and his expression appeared as if he were both laughing and crying. "Amazing," Lupin murmured, his eyes reddening. "It's just like James's Harry." Chapter 151. The Daily Prophet Brief News, Part 1. Lupin followed Sirius, his steps a bit sluggish, but his gaze involuntarily fell on the tall figure ahead. Lupin had finished all his classes at Hogwarts, and the burden on his shoulders was temporarily lifted. For an entire day, Sirius had pulled him through the streets and alleys of London, from the noisy markets to quiet bookstores, and then to the corner restaurant packed with muggles. Lupin's hand was held tightly by Sirius, feeling a bit hot, but he didn't let go of their interlocked fingers. Sirius had just escaped the shadows of Azkaban, and he did everything he could to delay going home. Although number 12, Grimmauld Place, had been renovated, he still felt the fresh air outside suited him better. Sirius occasionally looked back, grinning with that familiar and flamboyant expression. "Faster, Remus. By the time Harry gets home, we'll have to be mature parents." Lupin could only helplessly tug at the corners of his mouth. How long had it been since he had seen this version of Sirius? Free, reckless, like a beast that had broken its chains. As night fell, Sirius's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. He pulled Lupin into a midnight cinema, the neon lights at the entrance flickering, reflecting the movie titles. Lupin rubbed his forehead, fatigue washing over him like a tide. He wanted to say something, but Sirius had already excitedly bought the tickets and pulled him into the dimly lit screening room. "You like this, Remus?" Sirius whispered, his tone a bit childishly smug. "The introduction says it's a romantic story." Remus yawned deeply, but obediently followed Sirius into the cinema. As the romantic story just began, Remus's eyelids grew heavy. The film's soundtrack softly surrounded him, and the dialogue gradually blurred into a buzzing sound. He was too tired. The long day of running around had worn him out, and his head tilted as he fell asleep against Sirius's shoulder. When he woke up, the world was pitch black. Remus jolted awake, his consciousness not fully returned, and he realized something soft was covering his eyes. It was fabric with a faint scent. He tried to move, but found his hands bound behind him. His heart raced, and a dry panic surged in his throat. He opened his mouth, but the sound got stuck in his throat, unable to make a noise. "Awake?" Sirius's voice came from beside him. "I figured you wouldn't like that slow movie, so I had to change the program." Remus froze. The next moment, a finger gently touched his nose, sliding down to his lips and stopping there. He instinctively recoiled, but with no place to escape, he felt exposed in the darkness, stripped of all defenses. "What are you doing?" Remus finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, his voice so hoarse it sounded foreign to him. He tried to reach out, wanting to grab something to steady himself, but he only felt a slight tug at his wrists. Rope, or perhaps a strip of fabric. He couldn't tell. Does little wolf sniff things like a puppy too? Sirius's voice held a laugh, close enough that he could almost feel his breath on his face. Remus tried to calm himself, but that familiar feeling surged back. He knew Sirius was teasing him. He wanted to retort, wanted to break free, but his body remained stiff against his will. "Don't do this, Sirius." His voice was barely audible, trembling slightly. Sirius said nothing, but his fingers slid away from Remus's lips, replaced by a warm palm on his cheek. In the darkness, the sensation became particularly vivid, hot enough that Remus nearly gasped for air. He heard Sirius chuckle softly, followed by a faint sound, then the warmth of lips pressing against his, first tentative, then fervent. Remus's heartbeat faltered. He wanted to resist. The darkness amplified every sensation, every breath, pulling him into an inescapable vortex. Sirius's breath enveloped him, whispering his name. Remus's hands were bound tighter, the rope digging into his skin. He felt the numbness and sting at his wrists intertwine, but he couldn't break free from that binding. "Sirius, let me go." Remus's voice trembled. He tried to sound firm, but the weak tone betrayed his unease. Sirius's fingers glided gently over his chin, stopping at his Adam's apple, the pads of his fingers slowly stroking. Remus's throat tightened, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. "Let you go? I thought after your nap you should be full of energy." Sirius's voice was close to his ear, warm breath brushing against his earlobe, his fingers sliding down Remus's neck, stopping at his collarbone and pressing lightly. Remus involuntarily shivered, letting out a sound. He immediately bit down on his lip, but Sirius clearly heard it and let out a satisfied chuckle. "Stop," Remus protested in a low voice. He felt Sirius's fingers slide toward his shirt, deftly unbuttoning the first button, then the second. The cool air seeped into his chest through the open collar, contrasting sharply with the warmth of that hand. His heartbeat felt like it was about to burst through his ribs. "Why not?" Sirius's tone carried a hint of mockery. His fingers resting on the slightly rising skin of Remus's chest. "You don't like it?" Remus gasped sharply, sounds spilling from his throat. He tried to turn his head, but Sirius's other hand caught his chin, forcing him to stay facing the same direction. The next moment, Sirius's lips pressed against his again, teeth grazing Remus's lower lip, bringing a sharp sting. Remus's consciousness wavered in the darkness, feeling the cold air touch his skin, creating a stark contrast with Sirius's scorching hand. His back hit a soft surface. It was a couch, he vaguely determined, the leather's texture cold and slick. "Sirius." He gasped out that name. "Don't sound so pitiful." Sirius leaned down, biting gently on his earlobe and tugging slightly. "You clearly want more." Chapter 152. 3 brief news items from the Daily Prophet, Part 2. 3 brief news items from the Daily Prophet sports section. Quidditch World Cup in full swing. Tickets sold out, indicating fierce competition. The Wizarding World's grand event, the Quidditch World Cup, will officially kick off at the end of this month at the Northern Forest venue in England. According to the organizing committee, all tickets were sold out within just 10 minutes of going on sale, setting a record for the fastest sellout in history, demonstrating the fervor of wizards for this sport. The Bulgarian national team is undoubtedly one of the main highlights of this year's competition, with seeker Victor Krum known for his lightning-fast flying skills and precise tactical command. Many young fans even queued overnight outside the ticket office just to catch a glimpse of this genius seeker. Meanwhile, the Irish team should not be underestimated. With their core trio of Chaser Connolly, Seeker Troy, and Keeper Ryan, whose cohesive teamwork and aggressive style make them strong contenders for this year's championship. Additionally, according to a mysterious preview from the organizing committee, this year's Irish World Cup mascot will be a magical creature combining agility and mischief, reportedly related to local British folklore, with its image set to be grandly unveiled at the opening ceremony. Which team will lift the trophy? The Daily Prophet will bring you the latest coverage. Political section, Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement in Crisis of Trust. Sirius case sparks controversy. The recent retrial result of Sirius Black's wrongful conviction has finally come to light. This wizard, misjudged as a traitor, has cleared his name and regained his freedom. The wizarding community's response has been polarized. On one hand, the public rejoices at the justice served. On the other hand, this case has thrust the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement into the spotlight. Looking back, the trial, dominated by Bartemius Crouch, was notorious for its iron-fisted policies. Yet it overlooked the integrity of the evidence chain, resulting in Sirius's wrongful imprisonment for over a decade, while the real culprit, Peter Pettigrew, remained at large until recently when he was finally brought to justice. This incident has sparked strong public suspicion. Are there more similar wrongful cases yet to be uncovered? Current Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge is also criticized for his poor management. His tendency to avoid confrontation has left many wizards disappointed. Discussions on the streets have intensified, with some even proposing the establishment of an independent investigative committee to re-examine significant cases from the past 20 years. A spokesperson for the Ministry of Magic stated yesterday that they are conducting an internal assessment but did not provide a clear response. The Daily Prophet will continue to follow the developments of this incident. Economic section. Wizard joke shops booming. Humorous products ignite market craze over the past year. The market for humorous products in the wizarding world has entered an unprecedented golden period. According to the latest statistics, several representative businesses, led by Zoko's Joke Shop, have seen sales increase by over 40% year-on-year, setting a historical high. Zoko's Joke Shop's success is attributed to its creatively magical products, such as self-exploding candies that emit colorful smoke upon consumption and prank robes that randomly transform into amusing props when worn. These novelty items are especially popular among Hogwarts students and young wizards. Industry experts analyze that recently, the demand for lighthearted entertainment among wizards has surged, and these products that combine magic and humor fill a gap in the market. The owner of the Zoko store joked in an interview, "Our goal is to ensure that every wizarding household has at least one prank item." Looking ahead, merchants are already working on developing more interactive and humorous props, and the sales boom is expected to continue to heat up this year. Chapter 153. Preview and tickets. The noise of the graduation banquet had just faded, and the aroma of roasted chicken and meat pies still lingered in the auditorium. However, Snape did not pause for a moment. He strode through the empty corridors and stairs, heading straight for Dumbledore's office. The door was pushed open forcefully after a light knock, and Dumbledore was standing by the window, looking out at the lake. The Death Eaters might have new moves at the Quidditch World Cup, Snape said directly as soon as he entered. Dumbledore turned around, the light in his blue eyes dimming slightly, and his expression grew serious. What exactly, Severus? What have you heard? Snape walked to the center of the room, stopped, and crossed his arms over his chest. Not certain yet, but from some snippets I've received, they seem to be planning something. I think Wormtail's death has angered the Dark Lord. He lost a loyal servant, and perhaps this is more of a demonstration to remind everyone he hasn't completely vanished. Dumbledore frowned and slowly walked to Snape's side, the firelight from the fireplace reflecting on his silver beard, the flickering shadows making his expression seem even more profound. A demonstration, he murmured, then looked up at Snape. What do you think they will do at the World Cup? Create chaos? Or is there a more specific target? Snape was silent for a moment. It could be both. The Quidditch World Cup is crowded and chaotic, perfect for them to spread panic. If the Dark Lord wants to seize the opportunity to regain his power, this is an excellent chance. I've also heard some rumors. They might target unsuspecting spectators or Muggle officials. Muggles, Dumbledore repeated softly, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the fireplace. If that's the case, the Ministry will be in a mess. Fudge hates this kind of trouble. He paused. However, he never truly believes trouble will actually happen. Snape scoffed. If he continues to play deaf and mute, trouble will eventually come knocking at his door. Dumbledore smiled slightly and then asked, "How is the Malfoy family doing?" Snape replied, "They might be waiting for everyone to completely forget about Wormtail before showing themselves. Wormtail's death has relieved them. If he were still alive, locked up in Azkaban, he might bring up those old scores during routine inspections, making it widely known. Lucius fears that kind of thing the most. Lucius has always been good at self-preservation." Dumbledore said softly, a complex light flashing in his eyes. "But he should also know that while he can hide for a time, he cannot hide forever." Snape nodded and then straightened up. "Do you have any instructions regarding the World Cup?" Dumbledore walked over to his desk, lightly tapping the surface with his fingers. "Severus, you need to protect your undercover identity. This is dangerous. I don't want you taking unnecessary risks. You're already walking on thin ice among them." Snape's gaze swept around the room, landing on an inconspicuous box where Ravenclaw's diadem lay quietly. Snape frowned at the diadem, remembering he had never seen it during his time at Hogwarts. Dumbledore followed his gaze and slowly spoke. "This is also a Horcrux. Horcruxes have not all been destroyed. As long as one exists, Voldemort will never truly disappear. Remus gave this to me. Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to destroy such a beautiful object. Is it just sitting here?" Snape asked. "Perhaps it has its own purpose," Dumbledore said, looking at the diadem. "Then I will go to the World Cup," Snape said without hesitation. First-hand information is always more reliable than hearing it secondhand. If something really happens, I need to see it with my own eyes. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Severus, do you have a ticket?" Snape paused for a moment and then shook his head. "No, I can find a way to provide you with a ticket," Dumbledore said, moving to the bookshelf and pulling out a small booklet from a pile of parchment. "A friend at the Ministry still owes me a favor." "2 tickets, then," Snape suddenly said. "I'll take Draco with me." Dumbledore stopped his movement and looked up at him. "Draco Malfoy?" "Yes," Snape replied flatly. "He has probably been home alone lately. Lucius and Narcissa entrusted him to me." Dumbledore nodded, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "All right, 2 tickets. I will make the arrangements." Snape pulled out several beautifully wrapped small boxes from his robe and casually handed them to Dumbledore. "These are gifts from a friend. I'm passing them on to you. I have no room for these flashy things in my office." Dumbledore took the boxes, opened one, and found an exquisitely crafted silver goblet embedded with several deep red gems. His eyes lit up, and he laughed. "Severus, have you made a new friend?" Snape rolled his eyes, his tone filled with disdain. "A friend? He.S. a shopaholic. This guy buys a bunch of random stuff every week and insists on shoving it at me. I have no place to put these flashy items." Chapter 154. Enemies on a Narrow Road, Part 1. Draco did not expect that he would be able to attend this year's Quidditch World Cup. During this summer, after finishing his 3rd year, everything that belonged to him had become chaotic. It was still Snape who extended the invitation. Although Draco had more interactions with Snape than the average student, he still felt somewhat flattered. In the eyes of most, Snape always wore black robes, his gaze cold, and his sharp tongue could reduce people to tears. Snape buried his true emotions and thoughts deep within. And long-term contact allowed Draco to feel that Snape was not as difficult to communicate with as his appearance suggested. Draco was leaning back in an exquisite armchair in the Malfoy Manor's living room. Outside the window was a lawn swaying gently in the summer breeze, with distant tree shadows dancing and the occasional chirp of birds. Now, he was the only one left in the manor. It seemed peaceful, but in reality, it was empty. He held a letter that he had just unfastened from the owl's leg. The envelope was made of thick parchment, and the content was brief, with ink smudging into neat handwriting, signed with Severus Snape's distinctive signature. Snape informed Draco that he would come to Malfoy Manor to pick him up before the match. Draco still secretly rejoiced that Wormtail had not set foot in Malfoy Manor in these years. He sometimes imagined what would have happened if Wormtail had indeed come and left some traces. After the Aurors reviewed the memories, his family would probably have been escorted to the cold cells of Azkaban by now. A few days ago, several Aurors had conducted a surprise search at Malfoy Manor again. Draco maintained the protective arrangements his parents had left behind, only keeping the magic to prevent muggles from intruding. He opened the doors wide, allowing them to come in and search, wearing a cold smile, watching them leave empty-handed. And the leading Auror couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath as he departed. All Draco could do now was wait. Wait for news from his parents. Wait for this storm to pass. Recently, the manor has started receiving some mysterious packages. The first one contained a few sets of exquisite Muggle clothes that fit him perfectly, with a note stating that Muggle attire was required for the Quidditch World Cup, as the venue was managed by Muggles. And the organizers specifically notified all attendees to avoid raising any suspicions. The second package included several books on basic household chores, apparently. The sender knew he no longer had a house elf. There was also a box filled with snacks. Draco tried to reply using an owl to inquire, but received no response. He tossed the letter onto the table with a long sigh, leaning back against the chair, staring at the ornate chandelier on the ceiling. He knew his parents would come back to find him when they deemed it safe, and until then, he had to guard this empty manor alone. Meanwhile, the Snape household on Spinner's End was a starkly different scene of chaos. Snape stood by the window of his shabby little house, his black robes appearing even gloomier under the dim light. He frowned as he looked inside, veins throbbing on his forehead, feeling a headache that nearly made him crush the wand in his hand. Having a vampire who had lived for over 100 years and a noblewoman turned into a child together was nothing short of a disaster. This summer was supposed to be his rare, quiet time, a chance to hide in the basement to study potion recipes or browse through those yellowed ancient books. Unfortunately, ever since the vampire Hugo started sending those messy packages here, his life had been completely thrown into disarray. Hugo had originally been mailing packages to Hogwarts every few days, stuffing in his blood samples along with other items, filled with exquisite trinkets from the Muggle world, from sapphire tie clips to pointed leather shoes, everything imaginable. At the beginning of summer, Hugo had directly shifted his mailing battlefield to Spinner's End, and Snape's living room was now piled high with various boxes. Hugo had already learned to exchange wizarding currency at Gringotts, and then make his grand purchases at wizarding shops. For instance, right now, Snape's house had a Muggle typewriter, a brand new shiny silver potion cauldron, several flashy Muggle magazines, and even a bag of cat food that smelled of mint, despite the fact that he didn't even own a cat. What troubled Snape even more was that Narcissa Malfoy had also gotten involved. She occasionally came over to visit, and, on one occasion, Snape introduced her to Hugo due to potions, and then she discovered that she had a great rapport with Hugo. Their conversations never strayed far from newly bought robes, jewelry, or some Muggle brand of perfume, and the two of them together were even more boisterous than Hogwarts students. Today, Narcissa was back again, both of them carrying a large number of shopping bags. Snape was about to turn and retreat to the basement for some peace and quiet when Hugo suddenly turned around, holding up a set of brand new Muggle clothes, and said with a smile, "Severus, you're going to the World Cup to watch the match. You can't possibly wear those black robes, can you? Madame Malfoy and I specifically picked out a new outfit for you." Snape looked down. It was a dark gray Muggle suit, smooth fabric, well-tailored, accompanied by a pair of shiny black shoes and a deep blue tie. He frowned, his tone filled with disdain. "How do you know my size?" "Because you refused to provide your size, I estimated it for you. I specifically chose gray to match your temperament. It won't go wrong." Hugo shrugged innocently, his sharp teeth glinting slightly in the light. Beside him, Narcissa, now looking like a little blonde girl, clapped her tiny hands and added, "Don't worry, Severus. We're very professional. It's to thank you for willingly accompanying Draco to the match. Snape rubbed his temples and said, "Who wears a suit to watch a match?" Hugo performed a magic trick and pulled out a casual outfit, so we also bought this one. We got a set for little Draco from the same store. Snape took a deep breath, unsure of what to say. And a hat. And a very old-fashioned cane. These new shoes are quite nice too. Hugo kept pulling out more shopping bags. Do you want to try it on? If it doesn't fit, you can use your magic to adjust the size. I'll go to the basement first. Snape chose to avoid the issue. Halfway through, he remembered something and turned to Narcissa. You haven't been getting hurt easily lately, have you? After the potion improvements? Yes, Narcissa said as she attached the bag meant for Draco to the owl's leg, adding, but after the last time I took the potion, I felt like I shrank a bit more. Is there any news from Lucius? None, Snape replied, feeling a vague sense of unease because he didn't know if Lucius would appear at the Death Eater events during the World Cup. Chapter 155, Enemies on a Narrow Road, Part 2, Number 12. Grimmauld Place was shrouded in tranquility on a quiet morning, with morning light filtering through the heavy dark curtains, casting dappled shadows. Lupin pushed open Harry's bedroom door and gently tapped on the doorframe. Harry, it's time to get up. We need to leave early today. The Quidditch World Cup won't wait for us. Harry turned over, groggily peeking out from under the covers, rubbing his eyes as he mumbled, I'm getting up. What time is it? Just past 5. Lupin leaned against the doorframe, wearing a light gray muggle shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, holding a cup of coffee. Hurry up and get dressed. Remember, we're muggle clothes. Don't get it wrong. The managers of the Quidditch camp are muggles. We need to keep a low profile and not scare them. Harry yawned, slowly getting up, rummaging through the wardrobe for a t-shirt and a pair of trousers. Is the World Cup starting this early? Lupin chuckled. There will be about 100,000 spectators from all over the world for this match. So to prevent everyone from flooding into the camp at once, the organizers have to let the audience in batches. Downstairs, the aroma of hot soup mixed with the scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. Creature was dragging his feet, bringing over a tray with a pot of soup and a basket of sliced bread. Just as Harry sat down, he saw Sirius leaning against a chair, holding a steaming cup of black coffee, just like Lupin. Harry wondered where Sirius had learned to wear muggle earrings. Harry stared at Sirius and Lupin for a few seconds, thinking, these muggle clothes look perfectly fine on them. If Sirius blended in with a muggle band or Lupin with office workers, no one would bat an eye. What are you looking at? Did I wear something wrong? Sirius put down his coffee cup, raising an eyebrow with a very pleased smile. You're so handsome. It's hard to look away. Harry grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. I've always been this way, Sirius replied, clearly satisfied. Narcissist. Lupin chuckled as he pulled out a chair and sat down. How are we getting there? Harry suddenly remembered to ask. A portkey, Sirius replied. A portkey? Harry had encountered flue powder and broomsticks, but this was the first he had heard of a portkey. It could transport you from one place to another. A portkey can take multiple people at once, but the destination must be the same. It doesn't require a fireplace and allows some non-magic children to safely reach their destination. Lupin explained. What does a portkey look like? Harry swallowed his soup, his eyes lighting up. Usually made from something that muggles wouldn't pick up casually, it looks like trash. Sirius gestured. The portkey we have is in the suburbs. We can follow Lupin and apparate there. After finishing breakfast, Lupin linked arms with Harry and Sirius, whispering a reminder. Hold tight, don't let go. As soon as the words were out, a wave of pressure hit, and Harry felt the wind howling past his ears. In the next moment, they were standing on a desolate hillside. The morning air was damp with dew, and the distant mountain peaks were shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist. The grass underfoot was somewhat wet and soft. Just as Harry steadied himself, he heard a staff member's voice nearby. Wait for everyone to gather before touching the portkey. We'll depart in 10 minutes. Several wizards, already standing by the portkey, were excitedly discussing the match. This year, the Irish team has really gone all out. I heard they hired a very expensive coach just to find a seeker. But Victor Crumb is a tough character. He flies on a broomstick as if it's part of him. Which side do you support? The wizards were chattering away about which team was stronger until one of them spotted Harry and Sirius. He nudged his friend, and several wizards turned to look at the newcomers. You are, one of them exclaimed, staring at Harry's scar. You can't be, another said, eyeing Sirius with the same expression. Harry Potter. Sirius Black. Black. I've read the articles about you. I hear Scrimgeour is much more capable than Fudge. A few gasps made the morning hillside lively. The wizards shifted the topic to Harry and Sirius. Now, wherever Harry and Sirius went, they couldn't help but become the center of attention. One was the chosen one, and the other was a former Azkaban prisoner recently exonerated. Both had quite the reputations. Lupin observed the gazes around them and teased softly, You're too eye-catching. Big stars. Sirius. laughing and greeting the strangers, turned to glare at Lupin, pretending to be displeased. Remus, are you complimenting me or insulting me? Both, Lupin replied. Can a big star take time off to watch a movie with you, and you still fall asleep? Sirius whispered to Lupin. Lupin felt his face heat up slightly and immediately shut his mouth. They soon arrived at the Quidditch camp. The sprawling grassland was filled with colorful tents, and wizards enjoyed comparing one another, making the camp feel nothing like a Muggle campsite. Some tents had colorful fireworks shooting from their tops, while others had flags fluttering without a breeze at their entrances. A few looked like miniature palaces, with fountains at their doors. Children chased and played between the tents, their screams echoing. Harry quickly spotted some familiar faces. The Weasley family was gathered in front of a large tent, and Percy was waving at him from a distance, shouting, Harry, over here. I'm here to assist Mr. Barty Crouch today. Fred and George, however, squeezed their way over first. George looked back to see their father was and T watching, and they immediately offered Harry a golden cookie. Try this. Our latest invention, guaranteed to be delicious. Without thinking, Harry took a bite, and as soon as he swallowed, he poofed into a canary, covered in golden feathers. Harry tried to move and found himself flapping his wings, flying up into the air. He suddenly remembered the end of last semester when he and Draco encountered the twins in the Hogwarts kitchen asking the house elves for food. It was probably for this. The Weasley brothers laughed uncontrollably, with Fred clutching his stomach, shouting, Harry, your look is incredible. You won to find such a bright gold on a Quidditch pitch. George added while laughing. The transformation lasts about 30 seconds. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Sirius widened his eyes and then began to laugh as well. What a clever spell. Sure enough, in a moment, Harry transformed back into his human form and landed. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a familiar cold laugh. Black. I knew someone else's laugh would be so disgusting. Turning around, Harry saw Snape standing not far away, glaring at Sirius with resentment. Chapter 156. Enemies Narrowing the Path, Part 2. Seeing Snape, Sirius's smile vanished instantly. He frowned and spoke with a tone full of animosity. I thought you preferred hiding in dark basements. I didn't expect you'd have the time to come out and embarrass yourself. Snape's words were laced with barbs. It seems Azkaban didn't teach you to be discreet. Thanks to your Death Eater colleagues who sent me to Azkaban. Sirius stepped back and pinched his nose. No wonder there's a smell in the air. Thank goodness, you finally learned to wash your hair. The two grew louder, attracting the attention of many around them. A few wizards paused, curiously peeking, and a Bulgarian wizard even stood by with a beer cup, watching the drama unfold. Lupin hurriedly stepped between the two, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Stop arguing, everyone. Snape glanced at the hands Lupin and Sirius were holding. It seems after all these years, your relationship is still so good. But I'm curious, Lupin, how do you tolerate him? Or do you just enjoy this dramatic life? The relationship is quite good. A bit better than your love for Voldemort, Sirius retorted quickly, already drawing his wand. Snape sneered, a flash of anger in his eyes, gripping his wand tightly. At least I'm not parading around with a dysfunctional brain, Black. Oh, really? Sirius scoffed, not backing down, hands on hips. And what about you? Relying on Dumbledore as protection, pretending every day? Don't think I don't know your little schemes, Snape. Hiding in your black cloak, plotting against others. Aren't you tired? If it weren't for Dumbledore, I would never allow you to be within 10 miles of Harry. You. Snape's gaze turned icy, his fingers tightening on his wand. His voice laced with suppressed anger. Black, don't force me to teach you a lesson here. Your arrogance will eventually cost you. Shut up. Sirius. Lupin turned and glared sternly at Sirius. Sirius opened his mouth, but didn't continue. Lupin swiftly snatched Sirius's wand away. He grabbed Sirius's arm and whispered, Enough. Let us go back to the tent. Don't cause a scene here. Lupin, Harry, and Draco had already instinctively blocked the two. Some people bore an uncanny resemblance to their former arrogant selves. Foolish, haughty, selfish. Snape's face was filled with resentment. Severus, I have always hoped you would forgive us for the mistakes we made as teenagers. Even if this is a wishful request on my part, Lupin said, stepping forward as the argument finally ceased. Then you are indeed wishful thinking, Snape replied in a venomous, slow voice. Everyone is suffering, aren't they? We have all lost what we hold dear, each paying a price. Lupin continued slowly. In the past, I didn't have the determination to stop all this. But I feel that now we shouldn't let the mistakes continue. Sounds like you can still salvage something, doesn't it? Anyone can spout useless platitudes. After a long pause, Snape finally spoke. There's nothing to salvage. We should try to avoid losing more, Severus. Old debts can't be settled. After all, no one can change what they did or the choices they made as teenagers, Lupin replied sincerely. Snape slightly lowered his wand, but continued to frown at Sirius. Sirius was doing his best to restrain himself from interjecting and instead fiercely twisted Lupin's arm behind him. As if the one lacking generosity is me, Snape remarked. We do not expect you to truly forgive anything. This is just our current attitude, Severus. Thank you for brewing the potion for me at Hogwarts. I know you're a very dignified person. Snape narrowed his eyes. You're a good teacher, Harry interjected. Potter, whether I am a good teacher is not for you to judge, Snape shot back, glaring at Harry. I have other matters to attend to and will not waste time talking to brainless people. Snape shoved his wand back into his pocket and expressionlessly prepared to turn away. I hope you can forgive the teenager we were, and also forgive the teenager you once were. Snape abruptly halted at Lupin's words. No one goes through life without making mistakes. Severus, being trapped in the past is a harsh thing, just like Dumbledore. We trust you. Trust that you now stand on the side of the light. Lupin said to Snape's back. Snape lowered his head. Thinking perhaps Lupin had seen the photo he kept in the corner of his desk during one of Lupin's visits to his office. Mistakes are mistakes. What's important is that we are right now. I don't think any Quidditch player can keep looking back and still win a match. Let's all look forward, even if this is just my one-sided request. Lupin repeated. If Lily were here, she would surely wish for the same. Let's all look forward. Draco looked at Snape with some concern. Although Snape was rude in class, he seemed to harbor genuine hatred towards Sirius. Let's split up. Don't let them meet again. Draco leaned close to Harry's ear and whispered. Harry nodded. This was supposed to be a delightful day for watching the World Cup. But given the intensity of the argument between his godfather and Snape, it was clear that their meeting could not be pleasant. But, Harry glanced at the ticket in Draco's hand. The seat numbers showed that the 5 of them were in the same top-level box. Just as Harry was about to point this out, Draco had already pulled Snape away quickly. Chapter 157. The Muggle Administrator after separating the bickering Sirius and Snape. Harry and Draco wordlessly chose to move in the opposite direction, with Harry following Sirius and Lupin through the colorful tents once more. The 3 of them did not speak again on the way. Harry had previously been unaware that Snape was also a Death Eater. To Harry, Snape was just a teacher with a bit of bad temper. Snape was actually a Death Eater. Harry suddenly understood Sirius's irritable attitude. Would Snape betray friends like Pettigrew? Harry did not ask Lupin what they needed to apologize to Snape for. Harry, come over and eat something. Normal food. George was standing in front of their large tent, waving enthusiastically. The table inside the tent was already filled with snacks, golden cookies, steaming apple pie, and a pot of sweet pumpkin juice. Harry's eyes lit up as he dragged Sirius and Lupin over. Clearly, the Weasley family had also seen the argument between Snape and Sirius. They all tacitly avoided mentioning it again. Mr. Weasley smiled as he handed Harry a large cup of pumpkin juice. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Harry sat down and accepted the pumpkin juice he was offered, unable to resist taking a deep breath of the cookie's aroma, feeling hungry just from the smell. Eat more, Harry. Fred laughed as he shoved 2 more cookies onto Harry's plate. The canary biscuits work well, right? Fred, George. Mr. Weasley suddenly frowned and turned to glare at the twins. You two, put those special biscuits away. Don't cause any more trouble. Be careful. I'll tell your mother. Did you make all of these? Harry asked curiously. Don't ask Harry. George winked, lowering his voice to keep Mr. Weasley from hearing. There are actually other versions. In fact, we plan to bring them to Hogwarts, Fred added. The 2 of them laughing so hard they nearly knocked over the teapot on the table. Can you 2 quiet down a bit? Percy rolled his eyes, mumbling to Harry as he stuffed a cookie into his mouth. They've been working on some prank products again. Last week they almost made me take the wrong wand to the Ministry of Magic. Enough. You've graduated. You can't control us anymore, George loudly pointed out. Mister, Crouch had me check a document temporarily. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't let you stuff cookies into Harry's hands. Percy scolded angrily. Percy, have you started working already? Harry asked with a smile. Indeed. Percy straightened up, his tone filled with undeniable pride. Actually, next semester, Hogwarts will hold a major international event, very important. I think you'll like it. My department is responsible for a large part of the work. Oh, come on, Percy. Fred rolled his eyes, lazily leaning back in his chair. An international event? At Hogwarts? Is it the International Cauldron Thickness Competition? Yes, or perhaps the Global Wizarding Broom Polishing Championship, George chimed in, and the 2 of them laughed so hard they nearly spilled pumpkin juice everywhere. Percy's face turned bright red as he pushed his glasses up. What do you 2 know? This is real. I've already signed a confidentiality agreement, so I can't say more. He paused and added, I still have to go with Mr. Crouch to maintain order. I have to go now. Ron turned to Harry and said, "Harry, I didn't expect you to be with Sirius and Professor Lupin. I saw the news about him. Wrongfully imprisoned for 10 years. It's incredible. Sirius is my godfather." Harry was happy to finally announce this fact aloud to others. "Professor Lupin was a friend of my father's." Ron suddenly lowered his voice and leaned closer to Harry, his tone a bit complicated. "Do you remember my Ratsgabinus?" Harry nodded, and Ron swallowed hard, his voice dropping even lower. "I only learned from the news that his name was Peter, a traitor who caused your parents' deaths. Ever since I watched my pet turn into a person, I haven't had a pet since first year. He was a gift from Percy. I never expected we had a murderer in our house for so long." The tent fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked at Ron. Harry tightened his grip on the cup, his throat feeling a bit dry. "Yeah, Ron," Sirius suddenly spoke, his voice deep but steady. "Peter has paid the price. Don't let him ruin our good mood." Harry gave Sirius a grateful glance and nodded. After finishing the snacks, Harry helped Sirius and Lupin set up their own tent. Lupin waved his wand, and the ropes automatically wrapped around the stakes, quickly raising the tent, with a floating star-shaped lantern hanging at the entrance. Harry also saw many Slytherin classmates around the campsite. Pansy Parkinson was holding her mother's hand, complaining in a high-pitched voice about the mosquitoes in the campsite. "This place is terrible. It's biting me all over my legs." Theodore Knott stood in front of a magnificent green tent, frowning at a wizard's failed magical fireworks display. Sirius bought souvenirs from every vendor he encountered. Harry quickly ended up with a large collection of Irish four-leaf clover hats, t-shirts, a huge telescope, and a small statue of Crumb. The last time Harry saw Crumb was in Draco's Quidditch magazine during first year. The small statue of Crumb moved around the tent, looking less heroic without a broom. Harry leaned in closer to take a look. Crumb did indeed appear somewhat gloomy, nothing like someone his age compared to the Weasley brothers. "Harry, look over there. That must be the Muggle manager mentioned in the notice. There's no wizarding territory that can accommodate so many people, so it has to be set at the Muggle campsite. But wizards can't effectively hide that they are wizards," said Lupin. "I think that Muggle must be driven mad by all the strange people around here." Suddenly, Lupin pointed at a Muggle man. He was standing at the entrance of the campsite management office, holding a pile of crumpled maps, his face full of confusion. Harry saw on his name tag that the Muggle was Mr. Roberts, the Muggle manager of the Quidditch campsite. The wizard beside him was waving his wand and quietly casting a memory charm, and Mr. Roberts's eyes instantly became vacant. "Here we go again," Harry whispered, watching Mr. Roberts shake his head and walk away, as if he had completely forgotten what had just happened. Poor guy, having his memory wiped so many times. "There's nothing we can do," Lupin sighed, frowning at the wizard. "Some people are just too careless with magic, relying on the memory charm to fix things. Aren't they afraid of damaging his brain?" Harry frowned, a hint of sympathy in his voice. "They shouldn't, right?" Lupin touched his chin uncertainly. "The Ministry's memory charm technology is quite advanced, but it's really easy for wizards to manipulate Muggles." "Harry, we can head to the stadium now," Sirius suddenly shouted ahead, waving excitedly at Harry. Harry nodded, grabbed a bunch of souvenirs, and followed the crowd with him. They walked for about 20 minutes through a small grove, until the enormous Quidditch stadium finally came into view. It was a massive arena, surrounded by a golden wall that radiated light. Harry felt his heart racing. He couldn't help but smile. He was about to see the strongest Quidditch players in the wizarding world. Chapter 158, The Puppet, Part 1. Harry and Draco sat side by side on the soft chairs in the Quidditch World Cup box, deliberately close together, as if they had built an invisible wall to separate the tension on either side. Sirius and Snape had just had a heated argument at the campsite, but now both wore stern faces and remained silent. When they met again, they only exchanged glances, each unwilling to be the first to break the silence. Ultimately, they tacitly chose seats at opposite ends, with Sirius leaning against the left railing and Snape sitting at the far right, separated by Lupin, Harry, and Draco, as if they continued to compete silently. Inside the stadium, the athletes from Bulgaria and Ireland had already flown in on their broomsticks for a lap, and the cheers of 100,000 spectators surged like waves, causing the box seats to tremble slightly. Harry sat at the center of the commotion, feeling the fervor around him. His heartbeat quickened with the rhythm of the crowd, as if he were swept away by this joyful tide. For the first time, Harry felt both insignificant and vividly alive. The voices of 100,000 people intertwined, laughter, singing, and screaming, made him feel as if he had melted into this enormous ocean, both exhilarated and somewhat dizzy. However, amidst this excitement, there was an unsettling feeling. Harry furrowed his brow as a sudden dull pain shot through his forehead scar, like a fine needle gently pricking him. He tried to focus on everything happening in the arena, eagerly anticipating the thrilling start of the World Cup. But that prickling sensation was an unwelcome guest that wouldn't leave. Strangely, his anticipation seemed mixed with an emotion that didn't belong to him. A cold, cunning excitement tinged with malice, as if someone were whispering in the depths of his mind. The servant said they would prepare a huge surprise for themselves. They would tell those fools who the true strong ones are. They would give the ministry a warning. Harry's breath caught, and a sharp pain shot through his head, as if it were about to split in two. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his scar, his fingertips pressing against the skin, trying to suppress the piercing pain. He didn't know where this emotion was coming from. Draco sat beside Harry, his gray eyes subtly scanning Harry's face. At the moment Harry covered his scar, Draco's gaze locked onto him. He seemed to catch a glimpse of a strange red light in Harry's emerald eyes, like the flicker of dying flames. Draco's nostrils flared slightly, as if he had caught a whiff of something dangerous. Almost instinctively, Draco reached out and pressed his hand against Harry's forehead scar. His fingers were cool, gently resting on Harry's hot skin. Does it still hurt here? Is it like last time? Draco's voice was low and soft, laced with a hint of barely perceptible concern. Harry froze for a moment. The pain seemed to ease slightly under that cool touch. He forced a smile and shook his head. I'm Fine. Sirius, sitting on Harry's other side, caught sight of this scene and wore an expression of utter confusion, as if he had just seen a giant troll delivering him a newspaper. What are you two doing? He couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with questions. Harry quickly reacted. Fearing that Sirius would worry, he hastily came up with an excuse. Some dirt blew in the wind. He helped me clean it off. As he said this, he gently moved Draco's hand away, his fingertips accidentally brushing against Draco's palm. Feeling the coolness, Draco said nothing, just withdrew his hand, while Sirius raised an eyebrow, no longer pressing for answers, but still looking a bit puzzled. To break the subtle awkwardness, Harry cleared his throat and initiated a conversation with Draco. This is my first time watching a Quidditch match outside of Hogwarts. It's completely different from watching a match at school. Draco looked up, a slight smile appearing on his lips, revealing his signature expression of pride. Of course, Hogwarts matches can't compare to this scale. The lively atmosphere makes it more interesting, doesn't it? I used to love watching live matches, but the venues within England are nowhere near this big. Harry nodded, turning his gaze back to the arena, where the scoreboard was still showing pre-match advertisements. He tried to immerse himself in the excitement of the match, but Draco's eyes remained fixed on him. It was as if Draco's eyes were searching for something, trying to find that fleeting red light in Harry's gaze again. Unfortunately, this time, Harry's eyes were as clear as ever, only green like a spring lake, without a hint of anything unusual. Sirius turned his head again and noticed that Draco was staring at Harry, his confusion deepening, as if to ask, what is this kid up to? Meanwhile, Snape had not joined their conversation at all, his attention fully focused on the other spectators, his hawk-like gaze scanning the crowd as if searching for some potential threat. Just then, Bulgaria's mascot, a group of Vila, gracefully entered the scene. The atmosphere in the stadium was instantly ignited, and the audience erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. De Fada danced, their long hair flowing, their skin shimmering with a pearlescent glow in the sunlight, beautiful enough to take one's breath away. However, at that moment, Harry's scar throbbed again, as if something were stirring in the shadows. He forced himself not to reach up to touch it, pretending to be nonchalant as he stared at the field. He didn't want to alarm anyone around him, especially Sirius and Lupin. The Vila's dance stirred the audience into a frenzy. Some male spectators began to exhibit strange behaviors. Harry noticed a wizard in the back row seemed to want to leap from the stands, as if he were about to perform a dive. Lupin turned to glance at Harry and smiled gently. It's quite rare that you're not affected by the Vila. Harry was taken aback and asked in confusion, they're called Vila? What kind of effect do they have? He had to admit that these Vila were indeed the most beautiful people he had ever seen. Astonishingly gorgeous to the point of being almost unreal, but his headache was so severe that he couldn't focus on looking at them. Lupin's tone was like that of a teacher explaining in class. They have the ability to make men obsessed, especially those with weak wills, who might completely lose their sanity. Harry curiously glanced back at the 5 people around him: Sirius, Lupin, Snape, Draco, and himself. None of them showed the slightest hint of obsession. So why? Harry asked Lupin, subtly pointing to the people around him. Sirius, hearing Lupin explain to Harry, shrugged and said casually, I'm too old for that. I'm not some innocent young boy who only looks at faces, and I think a lot of things are much more important than looks. Besides, if you'd seen a Vila's beak and wings when she's angry, You wouldn't think they were that charming anymore. Harry turned to look at Draco. Draco shot Harry a sidelong glance and explained, I was waiting to see what interesting reaction you would have, but you're as stiff as a log. Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're the stiff one. You're acting strangely today. How come you're not moved by Vila? Draco calmly analyzed. Harry rolled his eyes again and ignored him. The Irish team's mascot, a leprechaun, began showering the audience with gold galleons, and the crowd fell into another frenzy. Taking advantage of everyone scrambling to catch the galleons falling from the sky, Harry quickly rubbed his forehead, trying to hide the fresh wave of pain. The skin under his scar was still hot, but he forced himself to focus back on the field. Fake. Sirius picked up one of the galleons with interest, examined it, and then tossed it away, noting that the numbering format on the side was incorrect. Very delicate magic, Lupin said. We can keep one as a souvenir. Harry looked down at the field and saw Bagman enthusiastically announcing the start of the match. Chapter 159, Puppet, Part 2. The players from the Irish and Bulgarian teams traced blurry trajectories in the air. Harry watched, captivated, his heartbeat quickening with the rhythm of the match. Having been a seeker for 3 years, Harry knew that every movement in Quidditch required countless practice and a well-honed understanding. The Irish team's coordination left him in awe. Their passing was precise, and the coordination between the beaters and chasers was seamless, as if the entire team was one entity. Harry quickly focused on Bulgaria's seeker, Victor Krum. Krum rode the firebolt, agile in the air like a hawk. Every dive and sharp turn he made was executed with a breathtaking control. Harry stared at Krum, feeling a rush of excitement mixed with envy. He remembered the Krum figurine he treasured, a mini Krum in his match robes walking on land. Watching him fly on the field now made Harry feel that figurine was practically priceless. Look over there. Draco's voice broke Harry's thoughts as he pointed to the Irish chasers, whose triangular formation, 3 chasers covering each other, allowed the quaffle to slip through, forcing the Bulgarian keeper to be unable to react in time. Draco's eyes sparkled. It seemed they called this move the Trident Charge, with a focus on speed and angle. The Irish team must have practiced it countless times, and the Bulgarian beaters' attempt to interrupt their rhythm had been utterly futile. Harry followed Draco's pointing direction and indeed saw the Irish chasers slicing through the Bulgarian defense like arrows, smoothly passing the quaffle among themselves before accurately slamming it into the goal. Did you learn that from magazines, too? Harry asked. Draco scoffed, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Partly, Marcus once threw a bunch of Quidditch strategy books at me, saying that if I wanted to be a good beater, brute force might not be enough. He paused, a hint of pride in his tone, but I've figured out quite a bit on my own, so I can understand many of the tactics on the field. Harry laughed and nudged his shoulder. Are you planning to take over Marcus's captaincy? I was thinking of being a seeker before I enrolled, Draco said earnestly. I admired Krum since first year. Harry grinned. Then, come challenge me? Draco waved his hand dismissively. I'm quite happy as a beater right now. Protecting you, the seeker, from getting beat up too badly is pretty fulfilling. He glanced at Harry, adding besides, I performed pretty well in the last match, didn't I? Who knows? Maybe I can switch positions next semester. You could deal with the bludgers while catching the golden snitch. Harry said. Draco muttered that Harry was dreaming, but secretly thought about how good Harry looked as a seeker. He was quite serious every time he chased the golden snitch. It felt better to watch him fly in his element than to compete for his position. The score on the field gradually widened, with the Irish team leading by a large margin, exceeding 150 points over the golden snitch. Draco leaned back in his chair and sighed, well, that's it. It doesn't matter if they catch the golden snitch now. They've already lost. Just as he finished speaking, Krum suddenly made a sharp turn, using a beautiful feint to shake off the Irish seeker. His figure darted like a black lightning bolt toward a certain direction. The next second, he raised his hand high, the golden snitch struggling between his fingers. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, and Harry couldn't help but stand up, his fists clenched in excitement. He caught it, Harry shouted. But they lost, Draco said regretfully. Dragging this out doesn't make sense. Ending it now might be more dignified. Harry replied. But at that moment, the air in the center of the pitch seemed to freeze. A few scattered screams erupted from the audience, screams of fear. Someone suddenly appeared in midair. Harry focused, his heart sinking. A wave of nausea washed over him. He recognized the person who was suspended in the air like a puppet, Mr. Roberts, the Muggle campsite manager who had been subjected to countless obliviate spells. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, unconscious, as if controlled by some cruel magic. The entire Quidditch stadium fell silent. The players hung in the air, yet to land, all staring dumbfounded at the scene. Why is there a muggle here? Sirius suddenly stood up, anger in his voice. Aren't magical places supposed to have protective measures? Lupin frowned, his expression grim. He is not awake. That might explain why he wasn't driven away by the disarming charm. He may not have come here on his own. He paused, a note of disgust in his tone. Who did this? Truly despicable. The crowd began to stir, whispers turning into a panicked uproar. Harry stared at Mr. Roberts, his mind a jumble. He recalled Mr. Roberts's friendly smile, remembered him bustling around the campsite. Why was this innocent muggle being treated this way? It was so wrong. Just then, Crumb released the golden snitch, flying toward Roberts, seemingly trying to save him. Harry held his breath, his heartbeat quickening. But before Crumb could get close, a blinding green light suddenly erupted in the sky, and a huge, terrifying mark slowly emerged. The Dark Mark. The Dark Mark hovered directly above the pitch, occupying half the sky, emitting an ominous green glow. The light was not bright, but strangely glaring, like the flickering cold gleam of a snake's fangs. The central feature of the mark was a massive skull, its bony lines rough and sinister. The hollow eye sockets and gaping mouth seemed to silently mock everything below. Every contour of the skull carried a twisted vitality, as if it could break free from the sky at any moment and pounce on the crowd. Harry's stomach lurched. He stared at the skull and snake emblem, his heart racing. A wave of screams erupted from the audience, panic spreading like wildfire. The Wizards of Britain were too familiar with this mark. It often heralded death. People began to shove towards the exits, and the box was no exception. Bartemius Crouch's voice echoed through the amplification spell as he tried to calm the crowd. It's okay. Everyone stay calm. The Ministry will find out who did this as soon as possible and ensure everyone's safety. Please remain in your seats. As if responding to his words, Mr. Roberts' body, floating in the air, suddenly moved, being manipulated by an invisible spell to circle the arena for all the audience to see that strange sight. He even paused for a few seconds in front of Crouch. Roberts' body hung in the air like a trophy on display, then suddenly began to drop straight down without warning. No, Harry shouted, instinctively stepping forward. Crumb reacted quickly, diving down sharply, his broom carving an arc through the air. He stretched out his arms, trying to catch the falling Mr. Roberts. The crowd held its breath, and Harry's heart leaped into his throat. Crumb's broom nearly lost control, but he still did his utmost, rushing to Robert's side at the last moment, catching him just in time, and then the two of them fell to the ground at a low altitude. A brief silence fell over the venue, quickly shattered by more intense chaos. Snape stood up, his gaze coldly scanning the surroundings. He suddenly said to Lupin, "Please help escort Draco safely home. I have some matters to attend to." Before Lupin could respond, Snape had already turned and strode out of the box, his robe flashing through the crowd. The lights in the center of the arena suddenly dimmed, and the audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. The panic of the crowd surged like a tide, screams and curses mingling, causing Harry's eardrums to buzz. Draco's gaze remained fixed on the Dark Mark, his lips trembling slightly. "Draco, come with us," Harry called softly, reaching out to touch his arm. Draco blinked as if waking up, nodding at Harry. Sirius leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, his eyes following Snape's retreating figure. A trace of undisguised disgust flashing in his eyes. His mouth twitched slightly, but in the end, he merely snorted coldly. Sirius suddenly turned his gaze to the grotesque dark mark in the sky. "These damned tricks again," he said through clenched teeth, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "They love this." Lupin frowned and spoke up. "Sirius, Snape was right next to us. It can't be him." "I know." Sirius waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with irritation. He stood up, leaning forward to look down at the arena, his brow furrowing deeper. Ministry officials were bustling about. Arthur Weasley flushed and waving his wand, trying to direct the crowd, shouting, "Please stay calm. Leave in an orderly fashion." Amos Diggory's figure appeared not far away, his voice being drowned out by the crowd, but still making an effort to soothe the audience. Even Ludo Bagman, usually sporting a smile, was now drenched in sweat, shouting, "Everyone don't panic. The Ministry will handle this." On the field, several medical personnel had rushed to Crumb and Mr. Roberts. Crumb was lying on the ground, blood seeping from his forehead. The medics waved their wands beside him, a pale blue light spilling from the tips. They hadn't even had the chance to announce the results of the World Cup match. This was a World Cup match without a result. Mr. Roberts' limbs were still twitching involuntarily. Not far away, Bartemius Crouch stood at the edge of the field, his usual meticulous demeanor completely gone. His shoulders trembled slightly, his gaze blankly fixed on the Dark Mark. his lips moving a few times without producing any sound. The light shone on his face, revealing a look of despair. "Should we go help?" Sirius turned to Lupin, his voice tinged with urgency. He glanced around the box, where the audience was still shoving to get out, some falling to the ground, others shouting curses. The air thick with chaos and fear. Several children were tightly held in their parents' arms, their cries piercing and annoying. Lupin shook his head, calmly saying, "Sirius, controlling 100,000 wizards isn't easy. Everyone just wants to leave as quickly as possible. The ministry people are already overwhelmed. We might as well get the kids home first." Draco remained seated, as if he hadn't heard their conversation. Harry gently nudged his arm and whispered, "Draco, stop looking. We need to go." Sirius frowned at Draco and muttered, "It seems we can't directly apparate to Malfoy Manor. The protective spells are too complicated." Draco finally came to his senses and said to Sirius, "I can use the fireplace." He paused, swallowing hard, and added, "Most of the protective spells at the manor have been lifted to deal with the Auror search." Sirius raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by this news. He pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. "Then how about we go back to number 12, Grimmauld Place first, and use the fireplace there to send you back? How's that sound?" Lupin frowned, quietly reminding him, "Sirius, are you sure you want to take him there?" In this situation, he slightly nodded towards the direction of the dark mark, his tone filled with concern. "Shouldn't you be more cautious and keep your address hidden?" Sirius shook his head. "Hide what?" "His mother Narcissa surely knows where I live. Creature loves Miss Sissy and Miss Bella." Lupin hesitated, sighed, and finally nodded. "All right, let's go." They got up, squeezing into the surging crowd, slowly moving towards the exit. Harry tightly grasped Draco's sleeve, afraid he would get lost in the crowd. Sirius led the way, with Lupin bringing up the rear, their eyes scanning the surroundings as they moved slowly with the crowd. As they passed through the forest, the whispers around them were no longer cheerful. Someone lowered their voice, saying, "I heard that Muggle might not survive." Another voice retorted, "Nonsense. The medics have already gone." Someone else murmured with a sob, "That mark? It really has returned, hasn't it?" Each word made Harry feel a heaviness in his chest. Sirius was furious, saying, "Whether or not anyone has died, their purpose has been achieved. On a day everyone was looking forward to, on a night that was supposed to be beautiful, they ruined everything. Just like some people sticking their disgusting souls on the most precious heritage of Hogwarts, dragging the best things down with them. Let's hope it's just a bluff." "In any case, this is a great disgrace for the Ministry," Lupin replied. Finally, they arrived at number 12, Grimmauld Place. The moment they opened the door, Draco was stunned. This place looked nothing like the old house he had imagined. It appeared to have been newly renovated. Draco blinked, recalling that Dobby had mentioned Harry lived with a werewolf and a very fierce person. It seemed this was the place. Sirius casually placed the souvenirs in the cupboard, announcing, "Since we're here, let's have a meal before we leave. The fireplace is over there." He turned to Creature and said, "Creature, this is the child of your favorite Miss Sissy, the young master of Miss Sissy." Creature's voice was as high-pitched as if he were singing. His skin looked much smoother under the influence of the potion, and his eyes sparkled, making him appear almost the same age as Dobby. Creature went to prepare bitter almond pudding and warm pumpkin soup. He cheerfully ran to the kitchen, his steps light like a child, humming a tune off key. Draco nodded and forced a smile, his mind filled with the chaos of the arena. Would Lucius and Narcissa be lost among the 100,000 spectators? Were they safe now? He bit his lip and found that he had no appetite at all. As he entered the dining room, Draco suddenly halted. A figure was sitting by the dining table, back straight as a sculpture. Just as he was about to greet them, he noticed the person's skin had an unnatural grayish-white hue. The candlelight hit their face, revealing a pair of hollow eyes, devoid of life. Draco's throat tightened, nearly stepping back, his heart racing. Harry followed his gaze and said calmly, "This is Regulus, Sirius's brother. He's a corpse." His voice was soft, as if he were stating something utterly ordinary. Draco took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He stared at the immobile figure and whispered, "Will he dress himself?" Harry shook his head, a slight smirk forming as if he found the question amusing. "Creature helps him get dressed. Every morning, he changes him into a new outfit, saying that's how a black should look. Actually, he talks when he wears the crown." Remus chimed in, as if suddenly recalling something. "Just like Mrs. Pettigrew regained her normal brain function when she wore it. Ravenclaw's wisdom, but I'm not ready to hear him call me brother every day." A faint, bitter smile appeared on Sirius's face. "And we ultimately have to destroy the crown. To put it mildly, we can't claim it as our own." Sirius crossed over Draco and silently adjusted Regulus's collar. Chapter 161. The Black Family Feast, Part 2. Draco felt a hint of home at number 12, Grimmauld Place. After Lucius and Narcissa left, he had been living alone for a while. He lingered in front of the Black family tapestry, noticing his name among the massive tapestry, with a few charred spots where some names had disappeared. "Have you always lived here?" Draco asked Harry. "I only started living here in first year," Harry replied, not wanting to mention the years spent with the Dursleys. Harry pushed open the door to his room, with Draco following behind, curiously surveying the messy little space that belonged to Harry. A few dog-eared spellbooks were piled at the head of the bed, and the cleaning tools for the broom in the corner were covered with a layer of dust. Suddenly, Draco spotted a small ghost figurine on the table. "You're still keeping this?" Draco approached the bedside table and asked the little ghost. Harry picked up the figurine and turned around. "Of course. Why would I throw away something you gave me?" "But," Harry deliberately paused, glancing sideways at Draco. "Didn't you say you would sing me a birthday song with this?" "But we spent all of second year arguing." "When did you sing?" Draco huffed, turning his head away. "Who told you to always go against me?" He paused, lowering his voice awkwardly. "Besides, my birthday just passed, and you didn't say anything." Harry was taken aback, leaning against the table. "Your birthday? When?" "June 5th. Draco glanced at him. "A month before yours." "You're July 31st. I'm June 5th. Harry scratched the back of his head, a hint of regret flashing in his green eyes. He suddenly remembered Draco had mentioned that his parents weren't home recently, so surely he spent his birthday alone. "Wait here." Harry tossed out the line and quickly ran downstairs, startling Remus, who was reading in the living room. Sirius was leaning by the fireplace, searching for any remaining Floo powder. "Harry, why are you in such a hurry?" Sirius turned around, startled by Harry's frantic appearance, spilling some Floo powder from his hands. "Where's Creature?" Harry gasped. "I want to ask him to help make a birthday cake." "A cake?" Sirius looked puzzled. Remus closed his book and said, "Creature's in the kitchen. I'll help you ask. What kind do you want? Who's having a birthday?" Sirius followed him into the kitchen. "Draco?" Remus guessed. "How'd you know?" A hint of surprise crossed Sirius's face. "Process of elimination," Remus replied. "I remember both your birthdays well. It's neither you nor Harry, so it must be our little guest." In the kitchen, upon hearing that Sirius wanted a cake, Creature's ears perked up. Although he grumbled about the last-minute task, he quickly got to work. "Is there any news from the Ministry about the World Cup? Who is it? Did they catch them?" Sirius asked Remus, watching Creature skillfully prepare the cake ingredients. "We might have to wait for the newspaper." Remus appeared somewhat worried. Before long, a simple yet fragrant cake was brought out. "What should we write on it?" Creature asked Harry. "Write, 'Happy Birthday, Draco'?" Harry said uncertainly. Remus rolled up his sleeves. 3 words total. "We can each write one and pretend everyone participated in making the cake." Harry carefully carried the cake back to the room, with Remus and Sirius following behind, both smiling. Draco was standing by the window, his back to the door. He turned as he heard the noise and saw the cake, his gray eyes widening slightly in surprise, frozen in place. The cream on top awkwardly spelled out Draco, "Happy Birthday." Of all the cakes Draco had ever had in his life, this was the ugliest one. Ugly was the cake's greatest feature and reason for existence. He figured he would never forget this cake. A belated birthday cake is still a birthday cake, right? That way, you have no excuse not to sing. Harry chuckled, placing the cake on the table. "Come on, make a wish and blow out the candles." Draco stared at the cake, seeing his name and the blessing written in 3 different handwritings. The candlelight made Draco's cheeks feel warm, and his previously dim eyes sparkled with delight, nervousness, and even a hint of disbelief. In previous birthdays, his parents would always arrange everything perfectly for him, but now Malfoy Manor felt as empty as a shell, their absence turning his birthday into an unremarkable day. "You." Draco's voice was slightly hoarse as he looked up at Harry and then glanced at Remus and Sirius. "Why are you doing this?" "Friends celebrate each other's birthdays, of course. Even if it's a bit late, blessings have no expiration date." Harry shrugged, his green eyes bright. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, smiling as he chimed in. "Yeah, stop dawdling, or I'll blow it out for you." Remus gently patted Sirius's shoulder and spoke to Draco in a warm tone. "We also happen to want some cake. Romance is a delicate thing, always teetering on the edge of awkwardness, overzealousness, and pretentiousness. But to some extent, this ugly cake struck a chord with Draco. Such rough and simple things would never appear in Malfoy Manor. He originally just wanted Harry to remember his birthday, or perhaps to get Harry's attention, like a child blaming their parents for not showing enough favoritism. But clearly, Draco achieved both of those goals. Draco lowered his eyes in a feigned manner, staring at the flickering candlelight on the cake. The flames reflected on his face as he leaned closer to the candle, looking up at Harry with a glimmer in his eyes. Draco's face appeared more delicate from below, revealing a cunningness akin to a little fox. In the shimmering light of the candles, Harry found himself in Draco's gray eyes, where he saw Draco's long eyelashes droop, revealing a smile much more beautiful than the ugly cake. Draco closed his eyes, remained silent for a few seconds as if making a serious wish, and then gently blew out the candle. The room fell silent. The candlelight flickered a few more times before finally going out. "Made your wish?" Harry leaned in, unable to resist asking. Draco took a knife, cut a piece of cake, and handed it to Harry. "I made my wish." It was a long one. Chapter 162. Dilemma. Draco crossed the fireplace and pushed open the door to the Malfoy Manor study, pausing as his heart inexplicably raced. The manor was still the manor, cold and desolate, but the air was filled with a strange scent. He frowned, telling himself it was just an illusion. His father and mother were not there, and the emptiness of the manor always led one to overthink. Yet his hand holding the wand tightened unconsciously, a thin layer of sweat forming in his palm. Before long, Draco indeed saw a stranger standing in the room. A man stood by the window, with his back to him, draped in a pitch-black cloak. The man turned around, and Draco's breath caught. He was as thin as a walking skeleton, his cheeks sunken as if carved by a knife. His skin pale to the point of being nearly transparent, his lips cracked, revealing a few decayed teeth. His sparse yellow hair clung to his scalp like a greasy rag. And most frightening were his eyes. Crazy light danced in the murky brown pupils. Even a house elf can't look after things. What kind of son has Lucius raised? Little Barty's voice mocked sharply. Draco forced himself to stand straight, masking the fear surging from within. Who is he? How'd he get in? Shouldn't he the Manor's protective charms? His mind was in chaos, yet he still coldly spoke. Who are you? What do you want? You don't look like an Auror. Dare to break into someone's house without a search warrant? Draco hoped his voice sounded firm enough. Little Barty grinned. His smile twisted like a gaping wound. I just saw you with the boy the master wants to capture. So, I suppose you've seen our masterpiece as well. Draco bit his lip. The dark mark from the Quidditch World Cup flashed in his mind. This madman before him had clearly admitted to being responsible for it. It was you? The dark mark? You killed someone? He swallowed back his nausea, trying to keep his tone steady, but his heartbeat quickened, pounding against his ribs like a drum. Little Barty's laughter was sharp enough to make one's scalp tingle. I thought that muggle would fall to his death. Such a beautiful mark. ISNT it? I've hated my old man Barty Crouch for a long time, and today he finally lost face again. He paused, his gaze turning more sinister, as if savoring some twisted pleasure. All right, I also used the Imperieuse curse to control him. Watching him obey like a dog was truly delightful. The shrill laughter echoed in the study, and Draco instinctively tightened his mind, trying to close off his thoughts. Just as Snape had taught him. He couldn't let this madman see through his fear. Couldn't let him know the images flashing through his mind. Harry's face. The smile in that green-eyed gaze from the box. Why did he mention Harry? Draco forced himself to calm down and coldly asked, I don't understand. What does this have to do with me? Little Barty leaned in closer, almost lunging at Draco's face, his breath like a snake's hiss, spraying onto Draco's face. Because your dear daddy is on our side, Draco. So, today I'm here to deliver some good news. You have a new task. Father? What's he talking about? Lucius is gone. The manor is empty. He can't. He forced himself to meet little Barty's crazed eyes. His throat dry as if he had swallowed sand. A task. Next semester, you need to ensure that the boy sitting next to you today. Little Barty deliberately paused, staring into Draco's eyes, as if he wanted to dig out his soul, is delivered to the master. Harry. The name surfaced in Draco's mind again. No, it's impossible. He thought of the way Harry had tilted his head to look at him in the box, the trust hidden in those eyes. How could he? Draco's throat went dry, his voice almost squeezed out. You want me to kidnap him? Little Barty snorted, his cracked lips quivering, revealing more yellow teeth. Kidnap? Too crude. I don't trust you that much. You just need to be a competent actor in the match, and, at the crucial moment, give him a push. What match? Draco frowned, his mind in disarray. He tried to grasp something to clear his thoughts, but the fear deep inside coiled around him like vines, making it hard to breathe. A match? Harry? Little Barty's smile twisted further. You'll find out when school starts. We need to reduce the uncontrollable factors in the match. And you're a very good choice, and I can control my father to modify the rules. Little Barty paused, his voice lowering with a hint of cold threat. But I must remind you, Draco, don't try anything funny. You know how much the Dark Lord hates betrayal. He leaned in closer, his voice like venom dripping in Draco's ear. I had to use a lot of persuasion to convince him to temporarily spare your family. The entire Malfoy family. Your mother's beautiful face, your father's pitiful pride. So easy to erase, don't you think? I've always thought your family was very unreliable. Now you have a chance to prove your loyalty, don't you? The madness in little Barty's eyes made Draco's throat tighten. He knew the man before him was not joking. Draco said coldly, "You can't. I can." Little Barty interrupted him, his voice light as if coaxing a child. "And I would be very happy to watch it all happen. Unless you obediently comply." He stepped back, his shoes dragging across the floor with a harsh sound now. "You'd better take your time practicing your magic. I would want you to die in the match, at least not until after fulfilling the Master's wishes. Don't worry, I'll be with you." The light flickered, casting his face in shadows and light. Chapter 163. On the scales he still couldn't produce a Patronus. After that extended class with Lupin, almost everyone was eager to try the spell that wouldn't be on the exam. The corridors of Hogwarts echoed with the excited whispers of students, the soft sounds of wands waving, rising, and falling. Lupin said the Patronus charm was one of the most complex spells, requiring pure and strong happy memories as a foundation. Draco looked around at his classmates. Apart from Harry's rapid grasp of the spell, the tips of other wands were producing varying amounts of silvery mist, while he had made no progress at all. He had tried countless times in the dormitory, by the lake, even in the quiet common room late at night, whispering the incantation, trying to catch any fragment that could be called happiness. But each time, the wand remained unresponsive. He began to doubt if he even understood what happiness was. He had once thought he was happy. As a child, his father's teachings were like an ironclad framework, the glory of pure blood, the dignity of the Malfoy family. He walked proudly in Diagon Alley in his exquisite robes, accepting the glances of passers-by. Sometimes he even felt he stood at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. Pure blood supremacy. Muggles and half-bloods are inferior. These concepts were deeply ingrained in his mind. He had never questioned them, for questioning meant betraying the family, betraying the name that had defined him since his birth. But this sense of superiority, like a fortress built of sand, could not withstand the erosion of time. As he grew older, he increasingly felt that the framework was like a prison, suffocating him. He began to ask himself, is it really like this? What is the glory of pure blood, after all? Is the dignity of the Malfoy family merely built on contempt for others? If pure blood is truly so noble, why does he feel more and more empty? There are people in the world who find happiness by aligning their actions with their beliefs, who never doubt themselves regardless of the circumstances. Draco felt he was not among them. On that chaotic night of the World Cup, Mr. Roberts was suspended in midair by Death Eaters, his twisted limbs etched in Draco's mind like a nightmare. In that moment, he felt a strange fear, not of being caught, but of being indifferent to such cruelty. He was supposed to scoff, thinking that it was a deserved punishment for Muggles, as they did not deserve to be treated equally. Perhaps the Death Eaters would say that, and his friends would too. Balancing himself against himself, Draco sensed a disturbing wavering in his heart. Had it always been right? Was the doctrine of pure blood, the expectations of his family, truly worth defending for a lifetime? He tried to imagine himself in his father's position, repeating those words, waving his wand to uphold the so-called glory, but that image felt foreign to him, as if that future self was not him, but another shadow consumed by the family. He could not be purely evil, embracing those doctrines he increasingly doubted, nor could he be purely good, completely discarding the shadow of his family, as that would mean severing his entire childhood, severing the admiration he had for his parents when he was still a child. The experiences of his forebears showed cracks, and he had to look around, wander, feeling an unprecedented helplessness, as if groping in the dark, unable to find a direction. Standing on the ruins of his beliefs, he felt lost and helpless. Chapter 164. Summer Correspondence. The incident involving the Dark Mark at the Quidditch World Cup, like many events, first sparked a wave of controversy, followed by a barrage of criticism from journalists, then a long silence from the Ministry of Magic, and finally, the memory faded into just that, memory. This was yet another incident that seemed inconclusive in the eyes of the public. Aside from the British Ministry of Magic losing face on a global scale, fans of both the Irish and Bulgarian teams engaged in prolonged disputes, each believing their supported team was the champion of the World Cup. One side felt the score gap was a foregone conclusion, while the other believed Crum's act of saving a Muggle deserved an additional 200 points for the Bulgarian team. Harry had been waiting for Draco to sing him a birthday song in the voice of a sea monster, but instead, he first received a letter from Draco. which he happily replied to. And then Draco's letters became more and more frequent. Sitting at his desk in his room, Harry held the freshly opened letter. Draco's handwriting as beautiful as ever. The letter sent in summer seemed to have warmth in the paper itself. Harry lowered his head to read carefully, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips, as if amused by the familiar, yet subtle tone in the letter. Draco's letters always felt like an unfinished book on the surface. They rambled, yet they always made one feel that there were unspoken thoughts hidden between the lines. A few days ago, he had rambled on about the importance of magical theory in his letter, resolutely stating that he would finish advanced spell analysis with Harry before school started, even including a handwritten reading schedule, densely listing chapters, dates, and even specifying the number of pages to read each day down to single digits. When Harry unfolded that schedule, he almost couldn't help but laugh. He could picture Draco sitting at the enormous desk in Malfoy Manor, frowning, biting the quill, seriously planning this grand blueprint. But a few days later, the tone of Draco's letters shifted abruptly, as he began to ask Harry if he had ever thought about leaving Hogwarts for Beauxbatons in France or Ilvermorny in America. He wrote 2 pages, enumerating the benefits of those schools. Beauxbatons etiquette classes could enhance one's noble demeanor, and Ilvermorny's spell experimentation class was said to be freer than Hogwarts, mentioning something about international wizard exchange broadening one's horizons. When Harry read this, he thought Draco must have heard too much about Hogwarts being outdated at some gathering. When he replied, he didn't want to think too much, so he wrote casually, "Hogwarts is great. Beauxbatons sounds like it wants me to learn a dance. I'll pass." However, recent letters made Harry feel that something was off. Draco's tone had become cautious, even a bit unlike his usual style. He repeatedly asked Harry if he had encountered anything strange lately, whether it was safe to stay at number 12, Grimmauld Place, if protective spells were always ready, and even included a handwritten list of spells, detailing the angles of hand gestures used in casting. Harry stood up and walked to the desk in the corner that Sirius had refurbished, preparing to reply. He ran a hand through his hair, staring blankly at the blank parchment. His summer had been packed by Sirius and Lupin. Although the Dark Mark incident at the Quidditch World Cup left some shadows in his heart, Sirius seemed determined to dispel that shadow with adventures and joy. Among all the fun-loving adults, Sirius and Lupin definitely ranked high. Just yesterday, they had returned from the Richard Cannonball team's match, and the cheers of the crowd and the whoosh of brooms still echoed in Harry's ears. Sirius had extravagantly bought a bunch of team memorabilia, and after the match, they went to a nearby Muggle pub where Sirius ordered a huge pile of fries and juice, recounting his wild stories of riding a flying motorcycle in his youth, making Harry laugh so hard he almost sprayed juice everywhere. This morning, Lupin, rarely not exhausted after the full moon, took the initiative to drag Harry to practice potion-making without wands. Harry didn't quite understand Draco's worries, so each of his replies was solid and a bit like a journal entry. Today we went to a Muggle Band-esque concert. Today I stayed home with Lupin to turn into a wolf. Today I rode motorcycles with Sirius all day, feeling embraced by the wind. Today it rained, and I daydreamed all day. Today, Harry wrote, we went to the Richard Cannonball match, and Sirius bought a bunch of badges that nearly cover my clothes. Sirius said he would take me to another Quidditch match next week. He sealed the letter, whistled to summon Hedwig. Recently, writing letters had become a bit frequent. She glared at Harry, slowly flapping her wings as she flew out the window, disappearing into the gray London sky. Harry leaned back against the windowsill, his gaze distant, but his thoughts drifted to Draco. He always felt something was off about Draco lately. Those lengthy letters seemed to hide unspoken words. Every time he read Draco reminding him to stay safe, Harry found it a bit amusing. Meanwhile, in the study of Malfoy Manor, Draco was surrounded by crumpled drafts, turning the quill in his hand, unable to make up his mind. He had just received Harry's reply, a simple few lines, a journal-like narrative that made his heart race a little faster. Harry was always like this, his tone so relaxed as if he didn't care about anything, as if the sky could fall and he would calmly eat a chocolate frog. Draco bit his lip, his gaze unconsciously softening, his fingertips absent-mindedly rubbing over Harry's signature on the letter. Draco began to write, Harry, don't you really feel that something is off lately? Don't always think I'm overreacting. No matter how strong the protective spells are, it's never too safe to be cautious. Halfway through writing, he stopped, staring blankly at the words on the parchment. The candlelight cast a soft shadow on his face, making his gray eyes appear misty. The unspoken words rolled in his throat. He wanted to ask Harry if he had even the slightest awareness, to tell him that those spell books, those transfer suggestions, Those repeated reminders were not nonsense at all. In this hot, sticky summer, Draco's replies grew longer and longer. Chapter 165. Hidden Concerns Principal's Office. When Snape arrived, the portraits of the previous headmasters on the wall were whispering to each other, occasionally casting curious glances his way. Snape held tightly to a scroll of parchment sent by the Ministry of Magic, filled with the details of the Triwizard Tournament. His gaze swept over the lines of text, his brow gradually tightening, as if gripped by some unsettling emotion. Finally, he faced Dumbledore, who was sitting behind the desk, and asked with unabashed skepticism, "Dumbledore, didn't you say you would propose an age limit to the Ministry this year? Not a word about it is mentioned here." Dumbledore lifted his head, peering at Snape through his half-moon glasses, and nodded, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Yes, Severus. I did write several letters to Barty Crouch, detailing my concerns about student safety, about the uncontrollability of the Goblet of Fire." He paused, his gaze shifting to the window, where a thin mist shrouded the Black Lake, its surface shimmering with tiny waves. But evidently, the Ministry did not heed my advice. Snape's voice took on a note of anger. Did not heed? Why not? The Ministry doesn't need to expend more effort on this. He slammed the parchment down on the desk, the paper making a soft sound against the wood. After the disaster at the Quidditch World Cup, Barty Crouch had been acting strangely. He seemed to have lost his soul, mentally dazed. Even more so than when he had personally sent his son to Azkaban years ago. The chaos of the World Cup had left him humiliated in the wizarding world, and the pressure had nearly crushed him. He raised his head and continued. Perhaps he doesn't even have the mind to consider the details of the Goblet of Fire now. Not even the energy to think about the necessity of an age limit. Snape coldly replied, "Without an age limit, what kind of people do you think it will choose? A bunch of kids who can't even hold their wands steady, facing those deadly challenges?" Dumbledore comforted him. "Severus, the Goblet of Fire has its own wisdom. In past Triwizard tournaments, there has never been a clear age limit. Perhaps it can select those truly capable of facing the tests." He added, "And this year we have Alastair Moody joining Hogwarts. He is an old friend of mine, an experienced Auror, cautious to the point of paranoia, and can provide security for the students." Snape nodded, the face of Mad-Eye Moody, weathered and scarred, appearing in his mind. That face was covered in scars, and his magical eye always turned with a disconcerting sense of scrutiny. He muttered, "That guy who never drinks anything handed to him, only takes a sip from his own flask." Snape paused, recalling Moody's strange habits. He never used cups touched by others, and even had to conjure his own water with his wand. Every time he entered a room, he would first scan it with his wand, ensuring there were no hidden curses or traps. It was said that he even checked letters delivered by owls 3 times to ensure they hadn't been cursed before he would open them. Dumbledore smiled slightly at this. It is precisely this caution that has allowed Mad-Eye Moody to survive time and again from danger. With him around, I believe Hogwarts will be much safer. He agreed to my invitation out of consideration for our old friendship. Therefore, this year I did not assign you to teach defense against the dark arts, Severus. This might be a good opportunity for you to focus on other, more important matters." Snape fell silent for a moment, his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze scanning the corners of the office. The sword of Gryffindor's sheath glimmered in the sunlight. Beside it was an exquisite silver diadem, the relic of Ravenclaw, quietly emanating an aura of ancient magic. Snape's expression darkened, as if recalling something. Yesterday, the Dark Lord was angry again. He paused, as if recalling a suffocating moment, and specifically sent word to me, ordering me to go to the room of requirement to confirm whether Ravenclaw's diadem was still there. Dumbledore suddenly raised his head, a glint of alertness in his eyes, his fingers freezing on the desk. "Did he sense something?" Snape replied. "I told him that Ravenclaw's diadem was dug up by some reckless student and is now being properly kept in the headmaster's office, alongside the sword of Gryffindor." After hearing this, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, at least for now. He didn't ask further. Dumbledore said softly, "Not destroying the diadem immediately may have been the right decision. Voldemort can sense the presence of Horcruxes. If he discovers that Slytherin's locket has disappeared, he might become suspicious, even linking it to Regulus Black. But Regulus Black has been missing. He has no one else to blame." Snape continued, "We don't even know how many Horcruxes he made. This secret," he paused, his tone growing heavier, "is nearly impossible to discover unless he exposes it himself." Dumbledore nodded. "Perhaps the only way is to make him speak of it himself." Chapter 166. A warning for the weasel from the day little Barty barged into the family. Draco had hardly slept a peaceful night. He curled up in the Manor's study, flipping through thick spell books one after another. The pages of advanced spell analysis were dog-eared because he knew that if little Barty really made a move, he had to have enough power to protect certain people. In September, the Hogwarts opening ceremony arrived as scheduled. The Great Hall was illuminated by flickering candlelight, the floating candles casting a warm glow, and the sounds of students' laughter and chatter filled the air. However, Draco had no desire to join in the festive atmosphere. He stood outside the hall, his gaze slowly scanning each face. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw. Familiar faces one after another, with nothing out of the ordinary, until his gaze fell on the stairs, where a strange figure caught his eye. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Mad-Eye Moody. That magical eye spun around, as if it could see through everything. Draco frowned. The Malfoy family had never gotten along with the hardline Aurors, but he secretly let out a sigh of relief. There was no sign of little Barty Crouch. At least tonight, he could temporarily set his mind at ease. Then he saw Harry. Harry was hurrying over, turning to say something to Pansy Parkinson. Draco instinctively tightened his grip on the thick advanced spell analysis, walked over, and casually asked, "Have you read this book yet?" Harry looked up, and upon seeing Draco, broke into a radiant smile, saying, "You really are taking this brick around with you everywhere." His tone was lighthearted, completely unaware of the complex emotions hidden in Draco's eyes. Draco frowned, his gaze sweeping over Harry's face. His skin was noticeably darker than before the summer, likely because he had spent the entire summer playing and hadn't touched a book at all. His heart sank as he thought of the long letters he had stayed up writing every night, filled with worries and hints that had all sunk like stones into the sea. "He's hopeless," Draco muttered under his breath, raising his hand to lightly tap Harry's forehead with the advanced spell analysis. Not too hard, but with a hint of frustration. He had written so many letters, warning Harry to be cautious, telling him some subtle clues, yet this guy acted like a carefree fool, not taking it seriously at all. Ambush. Shameful. A voice suddenly rang out from behind, causing Draco to freeze. Harry turned his head, and Draco followed his gaze to see Mad-Eye Moody striding toward them, his wooden leg thumping heavily against the stone floor. The magical eye was fixed intently on them, and his expression looked extremely fierce. For some reason, Draco's foot slipped, and the thick book in his hand crashed to the ground with a loud bang. In the next second, he felt a powerful surge of magic sweep over him, his body uncontrollably shrinking and deforming. By the time he realized what was happening, the world had become enormous, and he himself had turned into a snow-white ferret, his 4 tiny paws frantically scrambling on the cold floor. The great hall erupted with gasps, mixed with low laughter. Harry's eyes widened as he looked down at the ferret on the ground, his face filled with shock. The ferret appeared utterly terrified, its round eyes wide open, and its small body trembling slightly. Harry crouched down, hesitating for a second before reaching out to grab the ferret. The ferret's fur was unbelievably soft, smooth like silk, cool to the touch, but slightly warm due to its body temperature. As Harry's fingers accidentally brushed over its back, the ferret quivered violently, letting out a weak squeak. Harry was taken aback. The ferret felt so good in his hands that he was reluctant to let go, but he quickly realized that this ferret was Draco. Harry held Draco tightly, bringing him up to his face. "I'm going to teach this little guy a lesson." Moody's voice rang out again, his wand already raised, the magical eye gleaming with a dangerous light. Harry shielded the ferret. Just as he was about to speak to stop him, a cold voice interjected, "Professor Moody, Hogwarts does not permit corporal punishment." Snape appeared beside them, his black robes slightly swaying, his face maintaining its usual indifference. He glanced at the ferret in Harry's hands, then looked at Moody, his tone revealing undisguised dissatisfaction. Snape waved his wand and muttered a spell under his breath. With a flash of light, the ferret's body quickly elongated and reverted back to Draco, who collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Every part of Draco that could turn red had turned pink, embarrassment spreading from his cheeks to his neck, and a fierce light glinted in his gray eyes. His pale blonde hair was slightly disheveled, a few strands sticking to his forehead, making him look less proud than usual and adorably disheveled. He suddenly stood up, glaring down at Harry. His teeth clenched as if he were about to explode at any moment. Draco was furious, not because of Moody's punishment, but because of Harry. This guy not only completely ignored the long letters he had sent every day during the summer vacation, but also took the liberty to touch him while he was transformed into a ferret. Draco almost forgot that there were countless eyes watching around them. He shot a blame-filled glance at Harry and stormed away, leaving only a sulking figure behind. Moody watched Draco leave thoughtfully. Chapter 167, Face to Face with an Idol, Part 1. Harry stepped into the Great Hall of Hogwarts, his eyes scanning the familiar long tables. But he noticed that there were significantly more seats than usual tonight. Had Hogwarts increased its admission quota this year? At the Slytherin table, shiny silver cutlery was laid out, and the candlelight flickered under the high ceiling, illuminating the entire hall. He frowned, curiously looking around as he walked straight to the Slytherin table and sat down next to Draco. However, Draco frowned, slightly turned his body, and moved away one seat, as if he was still sulking over the earlier incident. Harry glanced at him, trying to break the awkward silence. You look pretty cute as a ferret. Moody's temper might just be a bit like Snape's. He forced a smile, hoping to lighten Draco's mood. However, Draco's expression darkened further, his gray eyes coldly glancing at him. His lips pressed into a straight line, clearly not comforted at all. Students from the four houses gradually took their seats, and the chatter echoed throughout the hall. But strangely, there were still a large number of empty seats in the hall. Both seats next to Draco were vacant. Clearly, everyone had heard about his recent embarrassing transformation into a ferret and were wisely avoiding this dangerous area, waiting for him to cool down before talking to him. Once all the Hogwarts students were seated and the sorting ceremony for the new students was concluded, Dumbledore stood up, his blue robes glowing softly in the candlelight. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the hall, a knowing smile on his face. Welcome back to Hogwarts. His voice was loud and warm. Tonight, I have a special announcement to make. The Triwizard Tournament will be held this academic year. A murmur broke out across the hall, students excitedly whispering to one another. Dumbledore raised his hand to signal for silence, continuing, the Triwizard Tournament is a time-honored magical competition involving Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school will select one champion to represent it in 3 dangerous yet glorious challenges. The selection of participants will be done by a fair magical object, the Goblet of Fire. Any interested students may put their names into the goblet, but I must remind everyone, this is not a game. Danger is everywhere. As Harry listened to the rules, he felt a wave of inexplicable excitement and nervousness. He stole a glance at Draco, who was staring down at the table, seemingly uninterested in the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore paused for a moment, his smile widening. Now, let's welcome our special guests for this term, friends from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. They will be joining us for this semester. Suddenly, Harry understood who the empty seats were reserved for. As soon as the words left Dumbledore's mouth, the doors of the hall swung open with a crash. A massive sky-blue carriage slowly descended from the night sky, 8 silver-winged horses soaring in, their hooves making crisp sounds as the carriage, adorned with exquisite patterns, radiated a faint magical glow. Students from Beauxbatons streamed out of the carriage, dressed in silk uniforms, walking gracefully, led by a tall woman with an imposing presence. Following that, a deep rumble echoed across the lake as a massive black sailboat broke through the waves, its mast bearing the Durmstrang emblem. Once the boat docked, a group of students clad in heavy fur cloaks disembarked, their steps synchronized, exuding a chilling aura. Their headmaster Karkaroff walked at the front, with a hooked nose and sharp eyes, followed closely by a sullen-faced boy with a stern expression but a confident demeanor. Crumb! A sudden gasp erupted in the hall as several Ravenclaw students excitedly stood up. Harry turned to see that the boy was none other than the famous Quidditch star Victor Krum. Even Draco's face showed a flicker of surprise, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Please, guests, take your seats. Dumbledore cheerfully greeted the 2 headmasters. The Durmstrang students headed straight for the Slytherin table. Karkaroff's gaze fixed on Krum, showing no effort to hide his favoritism. Krum sat down to the right of Draco, while a boy with silver hair and ice-blue eyes sat between Draco and Harry. Harry's gaze was fixed on Krum when the other boy spoke first. Ahmed, hello there. The boy turned to Harry and Draco, offering a friendly smile, his voice bright. I know you. You're Harry Potter. Harry was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded in response. Yes, nice to meet you. He paused, curiously asking, are you here to represent Durmstrang in the tournament? A playful glint flashed in Ed's eyes as he shrugged. We were chosen by Karkaroff to sign up for the competition, but what really attracts me are the meals at Hogwarts and the climate here. Durmstrang is just too cold. Also, I'm quite interested in your media group, the Daily Prophet, and I'm already considering working in the UK in the future. So, he deliberately elongated the tone. To sum it up, I'm just here to join the fun. The food at Hogwarts is indeed very good. Harry agreed, but the Daily Prophet may not be so great. I looked at the financial disclosures of the Daily Prophet. Their profitability is quite strong. It smiled. Rita Skeeter's terrible books do sell well. Harry snorted. Your school is really beautiful. Durmstrang is too oppressive. Ed looked up with interest at the beautiful ceiling of the hall and the candles. But I guess our champion must be Crumb. He is the strongest in our school. Chapter 168. Face to Face with an Idol, Part 2. Draco looked up stunned. Crumb, the international Quidditch superstar, the pride of Durmstrang, was sitting right next to him. This wiped away Draco's earlier bad mood. Crumb had his head lowered, his shoulders slightly hunched, seemingly trying to avoid drawing attention. Ever since he walked in, almost everyone's eyes had been glued to his face. Some students had already shifted to a running stance, seemingly wanting to rush over for an autograph or something. Crumb looked a bit tired, as if he had just returned from a long journey. Draco suspected Crumb had deliberately chosen this secluded seat. At this end of the long table, Draco was the only one. On his right was the staff table, so he didn't have to worry about being stared at by others. Draco completely understood this feeling, because Harry was the same, being the boy who lived, carrying the title of the savior. No matter where he went, there were always people pointing at him, flattering him, chattering away as if he were invisible, or staring at his face with silly smiles. Draco forced himself to look away and restrain the impulse to strike up a conversation with Crumb. He couldn't act like a crazy fan. That would be too embarrassing. So, he cleared his throat and tried to greet Crumb as politely as possible. Crumb looked up, nodded, and offered a smile, replying softly, "Hello, I'm Victor Crumb." His accent was thick, and after the greeting, Draco sensibly closed his mouth and pretended to focus on cutting the pie on his plate. Seeing that Draco had no intention of further engaging him, Crumb relaxed his tense shoulders a bit. He began to eat, and the atmosphere became somewhat quiet. In the great hall, Dumbledore's voice rang out again, echoing under the high ceiling. "Students, over the next 3 days, you can put your names into the Goblet of Fire at any time. At dinner 3 days from now, the goblet will announce the final contestants. Although I personally do not recommend younger students signing up, you might find it difficult to cope with those challenging tasks, and it could turn into a three-way battle with various magical creatures." Laughter erupted in the hall. The students of Beauxbatons, led by Madame Maxime, began lining up to write their names on parchment. Crumb, realizing that Draco wasn't an overly enthusiastic fan, breathed a sigh of relief and took the initiative to speak. "Your headmaster, Dumbledore, he is very kind. It seems your teachers and students have a close relationship," Crumb suddenly said. Draco was taken aback, not expecting Crumb to initiate conversation. He quickly adjusted his expression and nodded. "Yes, Dumbledore even conducts us in singing the school song, but Karkaroff seems to care about you a lot." Karkaroff had only brought Crumb to the front of the line when they entered, leaving the other Durmstrang students far behind. Crumb's expression darkened, as if recalling some unpleasant past. He said quietly, "Karkaroff only started paying attention to me after I became famous. When I was younger, he wasn't so nice at Durmstrang, or rather, he was indifferent to most students. Back then, older students often bullied me." He paused. Durmstrang is very tolerant of the dark arts. Draco felt a pang of sympathy. He knew Durmstrang's reputation and had heard about how harsh the atmosphere there could be. He said softly, "I'm sorry to hear that." Crumb waved his hand, as if used to such topics. "It's fine. Fame changes a lot of things and attracts many people with impure motives. Not just fans." He paused, his gaze drifting to some other Durmstrang students not far away, his tone softening. "The friends I trust the most now are those I met when I was still unknown. Like Ed." He pointed to the boy sitting one seat away, the Durmstrang student named Ed, who was engrossed in eating French fish soup, completely indifferent to the Beauxbatons students putting their names into the Goblet of Fire. Most people in the hall were staring at them, wanting to see how the goblet would take in those names. Draco followed Crumb's gaze to his friend, who happened to be looking down, while Harry was looking over at him across the people in between. Seeing Crumb seemingly engaged in a good conversation with Draco, Harry made a face at him. On the other side of the Great Hall, the Beauxbaton students had started putting their names in one by one, with Dumbledore standing next to the goblet, smiling and maintaining order, occasionally cracking jokes with the students. Crumb's eyes fell on Dumbledore, his tone carrying respect. "He is a great wizard, the one who defeated Grindelwald. Grindelwald is one of the results of Durmstrang's tolerance of the dark arts. If given the chance, I would not want to become an alumnus of that man." Draco looked at Crumb in surprise. "I heard that Grindelwald didn't graduate from Durmstrang?" Crumb's expression became serious, the muscles in his cheeks twitching slightly, as if chewing on some bitter memories. He said quietly, "He killed many innocent people. My grandfather was one of them. Grindelwald has no power in Britain. They all say he is afraid of Dumbledore." Crumb scoffed. "It seems the rumors are true. Grindelwald's final fate proves everything. However, what he left at Durmstrang still influences many others." Draco held his breath, realizing for the first time what the shadow of Grindelwald meant for someone like Crumb. He cautiously asked, "Did Grindelwald leave anything at Durmstrang?" Krumm's gaze turned cold, his knuckles cracking with tension. He carved his mark on a wall. "That is the shame of Durmstrang. Some foolish students find it amusing, drawing that symbol on their textbooks, their clothes, thinking it will scare people and make them feel important." He glared fiercely at a blond boy not far away, who was whispering to his friends, completely unaware of Krumm's gaze. Later, we who lost family members because of Grindelwald taught those fools a lesson. Draco asked, "Is that really his mark?" "I wouldn't mistake it." Krumm's voice was as cold as ice. "For years, I passed that mark almost every day at school. Of course, I know who it belongs to." Draco wanted to ask something more, but Karkaroff's voice interrupted his thoughts. Karkaroff had already stood by the Slytherin table, waving his hand to call the students to sign up by the Goblet of Fire. Ed reluctantly put down a piece of almond-crusted steak, stood up, and patted Krumm on the shoulder, signaling him to come along. Krumm stood up, nodded at Draco. "See you later." Chapter 169. 2 versus 2 versus 2 on the last day of registration. Discussions about the Triwizard Tournament swept across the entire school, with students excitedly speculating about the final contestants. Harry and Draco lay on the grass, enjoying a moment of tranquility. After putting in a lot of effort to explain to Draco that he had indeed finished the reading list Draco provided, Harry had regained the right to communicate normally with him. "Draco, did you sign up?" Harry asked, rubbing his lightning-shaped scar on his forehead with his fingers. The scar stood out prominently in the sunlight. "Me? No. I think being a spectator is pretty good," Draco replied, of course not forgetting the threat from little Barty Crouch. But he said nothing. Draco lowered his eyes and looked at Harry, asking, "What about you?" Harry turned over, staring at the sky, a hint of longing passing through his eyes. "I didn't sign up either, except for Lupin's class. We've learned too little in defense against the dark arts these past few years. Compared to the Triwizard Tournament, I'd rather arrange a Quidditch match with Krumm to learn some experience from the best seeker, but I doubt he would agree. You can contact the team club and pay the appearance fee for the Bulgarian team, and he would have to come." Draco was about to continue mocking him when he suddenly caught a flash of red light in Harry's eyes. It was the red light again. Draco had seen it more than once. The light was brief yet blinding, as if something not belonging to Harry was stirring. Draco frowned, a wave of unease rising in his heart. He leaned down closer to Harry's face, pretending to be merely curious about those eyes, but in truth, he wanted to see more clearly and confirm what that red light was. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, refracting and dancing in Harry's green pupils. Because of the bright sun, Harry was slightly squinting, which added a layer of mist to his gaze. His long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. Draco's breath unconsciously lightened. He had fantasized countless times about staring at Harry from such a close distance, yet he never imagined it would be in such a moment. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Draco's stare, but he didn't move. His gaze involuntarily slid toward Draco's lips. Draco's lips were thin and well-defined, slightly upturned with a hint of innate arrogance, yet it was hard to look away. Harry's gaze lingered for a moment, and a sharp pain shot from his scar. The red light in his eyes suddenly flared up again, carrying a hint of dangerous aggression. This time, Draco truly saw the red light clearly. It sent a shiver down his spine. He could confirm that the light did not belong to Harry, but was something deeper and more dangerous. Draco frowned uneasily. "Why have you been staring at me for so long? Then suddenly look like you've seen a ghost." Harry propped himself up from the grass and half-jokingly questioned. Draco cleared his throat, hiding the turmoil inside him, forcing himself to regain a nonchalant demeanor. "It's nothing. The sunlight is too bright, it's blinding." He quickly changed the subject. "Come on, the next class is about to start, and the results of the Goblet of Fire will be announced tonight." In the Great Hall, candlelight flickered, and the atmosphere was tense to the point of being almost frozen. Everyone held their breath, their attention focused on the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore stood on the high platform, flanked by several professors and Ministry of Magic officials. Mad-Eye Moody stood in a corner, his magical eye constantly spinning, scanning the entire room as if searching for suspicious clues. Everyone was whispering excitedly. The candlelight in the hall was extinguished, leaving only the Goblet of Fire glowing brightly in the center. After a long while, the goblet suddenly spewed out a blue-white flame, and the first parchment floated out. Dumbledore took it and announced loudly, "Victor Krumm." The Durmstrang students erupted into cheers. Krumm sighed, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile at the crowd, then stood up and walked toward the small room beside the hall. Next, the second parchment flew out, Fleur Delacour. The Beauxbatons girl screamed. Fleur tossed her cascading silver hair. her face showing unabashed pride as she gracefully walked into the small room. Harry stared at her back, suddenly realizing that her features resembled those of Vila. After a moment of silence, the goblet of fire spewed out another flame. Dumbledore took the parchment, paused slightly, and then read, Draco Malfoy. The hall erupted in commotion. The Slytherin table burst into deafening cheers. Draco's heart sank, but his face showed little surprise. Little Barty Crouch's prediction had already prepared him, but his gaze involuntarily swept toward Harry, wanting to see his reaction. Harry simply looked at him quietly, his expression complex. Draco steadied his breath and walked toward the small room. Harry glanced at the professor's table and caught a glimpse of Snape's face flashing with extreme surprise, as if he had not expected Draco to be chosen. However, the flames of the goblet did not extinguish. It flickered violently and spat out another parchment. Dumbledore took it, his expression flashing with surprise as he quietly read, Harry Potter. The announcement of the fourth champion left the entire hall in stunned silence. The goblet of fire is malfunctioning. Karkaroff suddenly stood up, his tone filled with anger. Two from one school. That's so unfair. Madame Maxime also frowned in agreement. But both of Hogwarts champions are kids, much younger than the students we brought. We want two champions as well, Karkaroff said, stroking his goatee. Dumbledore raised his hand to signal for silence. His expression was both surprised and somewhat irritated. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, Please everyone, remain calm. Saying this, he turned to the goblet of fire and waved his wand to cast several detection spells. Blue lights swirled around the goblet, but no abnormalities were found. Mad-Eye Moody interjected gruffly, having two contestants from each school wouldn't be bad. That way, the champions would face less risk alone. Besides, we can use this opportunity to check whether the goblet has been tampered with, whether it really malfunctioned, or if it deemed these four children worthy of being champions. The Ministry of Magic's international cooperation officials looked hesitant. They were not the ones who could change the rules. Karkaroff's eyes lit up, clearly supportive of this proposal. Madame Maxime remained silent for a moment, not opposing it. After all, everyone wanted to fight for their school's honor and prize money. We can act first and discuss later, Mad-Eye Moody said loudly. Just remove one Hogwarts champion. Snape replied. Remove. Then those two children would face the danger alone, which would be even more difficult. Unless they face a life-threatening situation, the judges cannot intervene in the competition process. Mad-Eye Moody's reasoning left Snape unable to refute it. We can vote. Which option do we support? Keeping all four champions, removing one, or adding two more? Karkaroff said. We can choose a relatively fairer and safer way to compete. The ministry officials nodded in agreement. The students in the hall watched as the ministry officials and the faculty ultimately voted to add two more champions. Under Dumbledore's supervision, students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang re-registered. After a brief silence, the Goblet of Fire once again spat out two parchments, selecting each school's second champion. Several professors and ministry officials whispered among themselves and finally reached a consensus. Dumbledore returned to the high platform and announced with a solemn face, Therefore, this year we will have 6 champions, and the rest of the competition remains unchanged. The points of the 2 champions from the same school will be assessed collectively, competing for the Triwizard Tournament trophy for their respective schools. Chapter 170, we fight side by side after the Goblet of Fire confirmed the selection of the 6 champions. The auditorium erupted in applause and commotion. Professor Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Karkaroff quickly moved to quell the disturbance and urged their respective champions to enter the small room as soon as possible. The newly selected champions made their way through the noisy crowd and arrived at an oak door behind the main guest seats, pushing the door open. Inside was a much warmer lounge than the hall, with the crackling of flames in the fireplace. The room was small and comfortably furnished, with a few heavy armchairs arranged around the fireplace. Victor Crumb was the first to enter. His thick brown eyebrows were furrowed, and upon seeing Draco enter, a look of clear confusion crossed his face. He had expected the Goblet of Fire to select only upperclassmen. Next, Harry calmly walked into the room. There was no expected shock, fear, or ecstasy on his face, only an unexpectedly serene demeanor. At the moment Harry appeared, Crumb's surprise deepened, his eyebrows shot up, and a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. His gaze swept back and forth between Harry and Draco, as if confirming that he was indeed mistaken. Hogwarts had indeed produced 2 champions, and they were both these young students. After a while, 2 more champions were brought in by staff members. There was Ed, a senior student from Durmstrang, who wore an expression of resignation and surprise, and another Beauxbatons girl, Ophelia. The small lounge suddenly felt a bit crowded, and the atmosphere grew complex due to this unexpected turn of events. So many people, Flirt Delacour, snapping out of her initial shock, elegantly furrowed her brow and asked why it had taken so long. The rules have changed, the other Beauxbatons girl explained. The goblet originally selected 4 champions, but given that Hogwarts has 2 champions, to be fair, Professor Dumbledore and the others decided to allow the remaining 2 schools to each add another champion. She shrugged, seeming surprised by the adjustment as well. I thought I was here for a study abroad program. I didn't expect to actually compete, Ed said with a look of regret, rubbing his forehead as if still trying to process the reality. Krum did not engage in the other's conversation. His gaze continued to survey the room, ultimately resting in the corner where Harry and Draco sat separately in armchairs, as if that was how it was meant to be. Why did the goblet choose such young champions? Krum murmured, though his gaze clearly fell on Harry and Draco, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. After entering, Harry walked straight to sit beside Draco, relaxing as if he had just returned to the Slytherin common room. Draco noticed Krum's gaze, but was more concerned about Harry. He found it surprising that Harry showed little astonishment or panic, only an almost accepting calmness. This unsettled Draco, especially since just a few hours earlier, they had been inquiring whether each other had put their names into the goblet, both fervently insisting they had not. "We will fight side by side," Harry said quietly to Draco, his voice betraying no emotion, as if stating a predetermined fact. Draco looked at Harry's unusually calm eyes and couldn't help but say, "You don't seem surprised at all." He had expected Harry to show immense shock or a desire for honor, but Harry displayed nothing, only that perplexing calmness. "You must have known something in advance." Harry didn't directly answer Draco's question, but slightly turned his body towards him, looking steadily into his eyes, his voice dropping lower and carrying a penetrating insight that made Draco's heart race. "You spent the entire summer trying to warn me, didn't you? Those seemingly casual chats. Those vague warnings about being careful of surprises, about being vigilant, about some things being unavoidable. You were laying the groundwork for today, weren't you?" Draco, who had been sipping a glass of water, suddenly froze at Harry's words, nearly spilling the cup, and began to cough violently. He felt as if Harry had stripped away his disguise, leaving him bare and exposed under his gaze. He indeed knew something, a strong, persistent premonition of impending danger that had lasted the entire summer. He had tried various ways to warn Harry, hoping he would be cautious, but he couldn't say outright, as he didn't have specific details and didn't know danger would come in such an absurd manner. Being directly called out by Harry made him feel cornered. He put down his glass, wiped his chin with the back of his hand, and looked into Harry's eyes, which seemed to see through his soul. He found it hard to speak because Harry was stating a fact, and he was powerless to change it. The other champions in the room seemed indifferent to their conversation. Fleur and Ophelia were quietly discussing possible competition events. Krum was staring into the flames of the fireplace, and Ed was fiddling with his cloak in the corner, humming an unknown tune. "I can't help you escape this situation," Draco finally spoke, his voice a bit hoarse, tinged with a sense of helplessness and bitterness. "I can't, because I'm in the same position as you now." He referred to the fact that they were both champions, both in danger. "At least you don't have to personally smash me with a bludger like Dobby did to make me leave," Harry said softly, his tone mixed with understanding and resignation. He referred to the extreme measures Dobby took in his second year to stop him from returning to Hogwarts. Although Dobby's actions were dangerous, Harry knew they stemmed from a twisted sense of protection. He now looked at Draco, as if he saw a similar shadow in him. "I make a big fuss to keep me away from you," Harry continued, his voice lower, as if reminiscing about the past 3 years. "Push me far away." He knew that many of Draco's malicious actions were like a poor disguise, a way to push him away from danger. Draco looked at Harry's face, that familiar yet strange face. He could feel Harry's understanding of him, even though that understanding was built on 3 years of awkward interactions. He had indeed tried to keep Harry away from danger in various ways, including provocations and arguments that seemed purely malicious. He was always trying to protect Harry, but always in the worst, most hurtful ways. "I've been fooled by you and your house elf for 3 years, Harry said, staring at Draco. "Yeah." Draco let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging Harry's statement. Their relationship was absurd, awkward, and complex. He wanted to protect him, yet always pushed him further away. "But I trust you." Suddenly, Harry reached out and patted Draco's back lightly, an unexpectedly intimate and trusting gesture. "I know you won't harm me. You just don't know what to do." Harry paused, his green eyes sparkling with determination. "I won't run, Draco. Only Voldemort would cowardly hide away in remote Albania. or scare muggles with petty tricks at the World Cup. Draco abruptly looked up, staring at Harry as if trying to find a trace of humor on his face. But Harry just smiled, his eyes bright and resolute, as if to say, "No matter what comes next, I'm ready." Chapter 171, The Dual Flash Badge. As the two youngest champions among the three schools, Harry and Draco instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. After the shock, there was an overwhelming wave of encouragement and curiosity, especially from the Slytherin students who felt proud to suddenly have two champions. Draco, Harry, you guys are amazing. Show them what we've got. That day, among the crowded crowd outside the Great Hall, a familiar figure bounced over, waving something in his hand. It was Colin Creevey, one of Harry's enthusiastic little fans. He seemed to generously share his admiration for Harry with Draco, since they were now Hogwarts dual champions. "Look," Colin excitedly raised two round metal badges, handing one to Harry and the other to Draco. "These are support badges from me and my brother Dennis. For your support." Draco frowned as he took the heavy badge, which had some rough magic inscribed letters on it. "Support Hogwarts Champions DH." What left Draco speechless was that the letters were actually flashing with green light, accompanied by crude portraits of two people, resembling some kind of cheap Christmas decoration. Harry took his badge, looking somewhat bewildered but still politely said thank you. "DH is the abbreviation for Draco and Harry," Colin proudly declared. "We think it's so cool that you both represent Hogwarts together. The youngest, but definitely the strongest." He looked up with a face full of yearning, as if he could already see them lifting the Triwizard Cup. Draco managed to force a smile and thanked Colin, stuffing the flashing badge into his robe pocket. "Feeling like it was a hot potato. We'll be giving these badges to everyone, so everyone can support you," Colin said, bouncing away to show their great invention to other students. "You must help and support each other." Watching Colin's retreating figure, the badge in Draco's pocket continued to emit a faint glow. His mind, however, was in turmoil. Colin's chatter seemed distant. "DH? Draco and Harry? Representing Hogwarts together? That sounds like a ridiculous joke." Draco knew that he and Harry being chosen as champions was no coincidence, nor was it some miraculous act of the Goblet of Fire. The scene from that summer at Malfoy Manor haunted him like a nightmare. Little Barty Crouch, that Death Eater with a mad gleam in his eyes, bursting into the manor with threats and his demands to help them escort Harry Potter to Voldemort. Now, both he and Harry had been chosen as champions. They hadn't signed up, yet the Goblet of Fire chose them. This meant that little Barty Crouch, or his accomplices, were indeed nearby at Hogwarts, and they had successfully manipulated the Goblet of Fire. With some time before the first task, Draco pondered where Barty Crouch could be. Was he lurking around the school, or disguised as someone else? The new defense against the dark arts teacher, Mad-Eye Moody, that old Auror had always been suspicious. Thinking there were 6 people trying to assassinate him, even at dinner, he wouldn't likely let anyone get close to him. Moody's behavior was too strange, and disguising oneself as him seemed to require a high level of skill. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff? Unlikely, as they were representatives from another school and had to attend many meetings with Dumbledore, always under Dumbledore's watchful eye, making it hard to find time for such things. Could it really be among the students? Many unfamiliar students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang had indeed arrived. Barty had previously said to escort Harry to Voldemort, but the Triwizard Tournament's venue was entirely at Hogwarts. Would Voldemort really come to Hogwarts himself? That sounded too insane. Dumbledore wouldn't allow such a thing. A headache. Draco felt a wave of frustration. Everything felt like a tangled mess. He was swept into it with no choice. He had to comply with Barty Crouch's demands, or he couldn't imagine the consequences. But how could he possibly put Harry in that kind of situation? Yet, amid the chaos and worry, Draco discovered one thing that at least felt like a tiny benefit to him. He and Harry were now Hogwarts 2 champions. This meant that in the coming months, they could openly be together, not sneaking around, not pretending to disdainfully mock each other when passing in the corridors, but discussing the tournament together. Even though he had no idea what to discuss, appearing in public together, even walking down the corridors, researching together in the library. Even if they walked together every day, everyone would take it for granted. They were champions. They needed to share experiences, support each other. That's what Colin said, and prepare frantically for the upcoming first task. No one would gossip. No one would doubt that there was anything unusual about their relationship. This seemed to be the only strange comfort Draco could find in this dreadful situation. He could watch Harry up close, ensuring he was at least within his line of sight. Even little Barty Crouch couldn't stop that. The person who threatened him, the one who pushed him and Harry into the fire, had inadvertently given him a reason to stay by Harry's side every day and be accepted by everyone. Chapter 172. Socially anxious superstar in the Hogwarts Great Hall. The high vaulted ceiling echoed with the sounds of conversations and the clinking of cutlery. At the Slytherin table, Harry, Draco, and Durmstrang champion Victor Krum, along with his friend Ed, were dining together. Since the start of the Triwizard Tournament, these four champions occasionally gathered, especially during dinner. Krum appeared somewhat distracted today, barely touching his favorite meat pie. He took a sip of pumpkin juice from his goblet and sighed softly. Draco noticed his demeanor, set down his utensils, and furrowed his brow, asking, "What's wrong?" "You look down." Krum sighed again, this time louder. "Oh, Draco," he said in a low tone. "I'm just a bit tired." "Tired? Is training really that tough?" Harry asked, knowing that Krum, as a professional Quidditch player, faced astonishing training intensity and hadn't paused his training even as a Triwizard champion. "Training is routine. It's nothing." Krum shook his head. "You need a more relaxed expression on that face." Ed joked, looking at Krum at the Slytherin table. "Otherwise, people might think we're bullying you." Krum sighed, his shoulders drooping slightly. "I'm just tired. There are people following me everywhere, asking for signatures, questions. It's like I'm not a person, but a moving souvenir." Ed chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "Hogwarts friends still find it fresh to see you." "I thought I was used to it." Krum rubbed his brow. "But I can only be alone on the Durmstrang ship. This place is too noisy. Those people. Wherever I go, a large group follows, asking for signatures, photos, and questions nonstop. Except at night, when I sleep on the Durmstrang ship, I hardly have any time to myself." Krum didn't mind communicating with people, but being surrounded by a crowd daily, that omnipresent attention was suffocating for him. Harry poked at the peas on his plate thoughtfully and said, "You could go to the library." Krum was taken aback for a moment. "The library?" Harry explained that the Hogwarts library always had seats, and there was a very formidable librarian, Madame Pants. She would kick out anyone who made noise. It was one of the quietest places in all of Hogwarts. Krum's face, which had looked glum, suddenly showed a glimmer of hope. "Really? No one will chase me into the library? Even if they did, it would be hard to disturb you." Ed interjected, "You could cast a disillusionment charm on yourself, then sneak into the library and sit in a corner, and cancel the charm. That way, no one would know how you got in." "That's a good idea." Harry nodded in agreement, and besides, Sirius students wouldn't care if an international superstar sat next to them. He smiled, as all they saw was a thirst for knowledge. Harry had experienced this firsthand a few years ago when he helped Professor Lupin research in the library. The people there didn't look at him with the same curious or probing gazes as elsewhere. They were more focused on their books, as if everything outside had nothing to do with them. "I want to check the kitchen tonight too, Harry," Ed said to Harry, recalling the various flavored cookies he had brought back to share with his friends after following Harry to the Hogwarts kitchen the day before. He was still dreaming about the deliciousness. Harry turned to Krum. "Krum, do you want to come? There's a lot of good food." Krum shook his head, a hint of a helpless smile on his face. "Thanks, Harry. But as an athlete, I have strict management of my physique. Those cookies sound tempting, but I'll pass." He glanced at Ed, who was happily indulging. Ed could eat whatever he wanted without gaining weight. Ed nodded. "Plus, I don't have to deal with fans and media demands." After lunch, Krum took Harry and Ed's advice. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself and quietly slipped into the Hogwarts library. Madame Pants, as a sharp gaze swept across, seemingly not noticing anything unusual. After Krum canceled the charm, he found a hidden little seat in a corner by the window. Just as he sat down, he noticed someone sitting across from him, a girl with frizzy hair, who was engrossed in a huge book. To Krum's delight, although she glanced up when he sat down and seemed to recognize him, she didn't look at him again for the entire morning, completely engrossed in her thick book. As the morning passed, Krum flipped through a few pages, occasionally zoning out and sometimes trying to focus. He found himself looking at the girl from time to time. She was completely immersed in those long and difficult magical theory books. The logical structure of potions, the origins of spells and linguistic discussions, in-depth analysis of magical history. Just glancing at those titles made one's head ache. She was actually reading them with great interest and taking notes. Her focus was like a barrier, shutting out the entire world. From then on, Krum came to this library every day, sitting in the same spot at the same time. It became a rare haven for him. He gradually noticed that the girl seemed younger than him. The students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons attended some classes with Hogwarts students, and Krum had never encountered her in any of his Year S classes. She was always there, immersed in one thick, tedious but intellectually challenging classic magical work after another. Some titles he had never even heard of in his upper years. The girl had never spoken to him, except for the occasional nod of acknowledgement. Krum gradually began to admire her. As an athlete who had undergone systematic training, he knew persistence could be a tedious thing, with day after day of training, repetitive actions, and the bottlenecks of physical ability and skill, but many people were unwilling to endure such monotony. Transitioning from a Quidditch enthusiast to a professional player was a significant shift. Once something turned from a hobby into a career, its enjoyment would greatly diminish. After reaching a certain bottleneck in training, positive feedback and personal improvement would greatly decrease. Many people would gradually lose confidence at this stage, magnifying the difficulties they encountered. Persistence was never a romantic word. It meant repetition, it meant pain. It meant having to continue even without any reward. Crum's coach's favorite saying was, "If you slack off today, your chances of slacking off tomorrow will be double that of today." Crum felt that the girl across from him was more like a professional competitor in her studies. One day, Crum finally caught a glimpse of the notebook she had placed on the book page. It was filled with hurried and messy notes. And in the upper left corner, her name was written, Hermione Granger. "I want to ask if you can accept Crum and Hermione, and when I write about some adult content next time, should I make a note at the beginning or something? I'm worried about scaring the kids. That way you can skip it." Chapter 173. Ollivander and Grigovich. This was Harry's first contact with Sirius and Lupin this semester. On the other end of the two-way mirror, the firelight dimmed, revealing a familiar face. Sirius was sitting against an armchair. Curled up in his lap was a brown wolf. Lupin had evidently just transformed, his fur not yet fully smooth, the mottled colors shimmering warmly in the firelight. His ears were perked up, his nose twitching gently, breathing evenly yet heavily, as if he had just gone through intense pain. He had just finished transforming, Sirius said softly, patting the wolf's head in his lap. The wolf made a soft sound, its half-closed eyes showing some drowsiness, its head resting on Sirius's shoulder. Its paws were tucked in front, curled into a gentle arc, its tail lightly tapping the carpet as if trying to soothe itself and also comfort the person beside it. This year Hogwarts had the Triwizard Tournament, and I didn't sign up, but I became a champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry lowered his voice, skipping the greeting and getting straight to the point. Sirius's eyes widened in shock, nearly toppling the Lupin in his lap. Lupin also straightened up suddenly, his pointed ears shot up straight, turning to stare seriously at the mirror, his nose even touching the surface. "Oh, whoa." Lupin let out a low howl, not loud, but full of alertness. Harry was taken aback for a moment, his gaze falling on the wolf's ears in the mirror. Sirius chuckled lightly, translating, "I think he is worried about your safety. I'm currently waiting for wand testing, a fixed procedure to ensure our wands are functioning properly for the competition," Harry said quietly, his eyes glancing at the old mister. Ollivander nearby, who was carefully checking each champion's wand performance. The last time Harry saw Ollivander was in his first year, when he had him try nearly an entire wall of wands before selecting the one he currently had. It was special, made from the tail feather of the same phoenix as Voldemort's wand. If I had had the chance to compete when I was younger, I'm afraid I would have been so excited I couldn't sleep. Sirius paused, his expression becoming serious. "But Harry, after seeing the dark mark at the World Cup, we have to be on guard. If you had told me earlier, I might have made you withdraw from the competition." Sirius continued with a serious face. Lupin seemed to understand his words, nodding his head, gently nudging Sirius's shoulder with his head, as if expressing agreement. "Yeah, I'll be careful," Harry said quietly, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Fleur Delacour not far away. She had finished her wand testing and was watching Harry from a distance, seemingly curious about his mumbling to the mirror. Sirius's voice echoed again in the mirror. "Listen, if you know what the competition events are, we can think of some ways together. If you encounter danger during the competition, you must prioritize your safety. This is a very critical moment. Nothing is more important than that. We'll talk more about this once Lupin finishes his transformation. We've heard some things about the Triwizard Tournament from previous years," said Sirius. "All right, I'll keep in touch with you." Harry nodded, carefully putting the two-way mirror back in his robe pocket, cutting off the connection. At that moment, Ollivander was examining Crum's wand. He turned it over in his hands, his tone full of professionalism and enthusiasm. "This is a wand made by Mr. Gregorovitch, isn't it? The core is dragon heartstring. Gregorovitch and I have different styles of wand making." "Of course, he is a very talented wand maker." Crum nodded, merely giving a soft clearly not inclined to speak much in this situation. Harry watched him, still thinking about how Sirius and Lupin looked on the other side of the mirror, until Draco spoke softly beside him. "Gregorovitch, I didn't expect Crum's wand was made by him. What's wrong?" Harry turned his head. Draco didn't answer immediately, but looked at Crum's wand, his expression somewhat mysterious in the firelight. Gregorovitch was one of the former owners of the Elder Wand. Harry frowned slightly. Former owner? Is that one of the 3 Deathly Hallows you mentioned to me last year? Gregorovitch wanted to replicate the Elder Wand's powerful abilities. So he has been conducting research. Draco nodded, lowering his voice as if afraid of being overheard. Initially, Grindelwald stole the Elder Wand from Gregorovitch. Only a few people knew about this incident, like Gregorovitch himself. He stole the Elder Wand? Harry was hearing about Grindelwald for the second time recently. Later, Grindelwald caused chaos in the magical world with the power of the Elder Wand, and his actions and formidable magical abilities drew widespread attention. Some people began to speculate that he possessed the Elder Wand. Eventually, Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, and the Elder Wand became Dumbledore's trophy. Harry listened intently, unable to resist asking, "So that's how a wand changes its allegiance? By defeating a wizard? But Grindelwald just stole it?" "Apparently, Grindelwald used the stunning spell on Gregorovitch," Draco said, stroking his chin as if pondering the matter. "However, with a special wand like the Elder Wand, its allegiance can change quickly, as long as the new master can wield it in terms of power and magical ability." "What happens if a wand doesn't serve a wizard?" Harry pressed on. "It varies from person to person, like the wand being unresponsive, the magical effects being diminished, and in severe cases, accidents can occur." Chapter 174. Pulling Together, Part 1. That morning, Draco suddenly received a letter from Narcissa. He recognized Narcissa's elegant handwriting on the envelope at a glance. In the letter, Narcissa wrote that she was doing well, but could not meet with Draco at the moment. However, upon hearing that he had been chosen as a champion for the Triwizard Tournament, she would do everything she could to support and help him. These few lines relaxed Draco's tense shoulders. A handwritten letter from his mother eased many of his worries. After breakfast, Harry and Draco were walking to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Draco's steps were unusually light today, and he wore an indescribable, almost radiant expression. "What good news do you have?" Harry turned back to look at Draco, asking curiously. "Nothing," Draco said, but a rare, unreserved smile appeared on his face. "You ate about 3 times your average breakfast today," Harry bluntly pointed out. Draco smiled again, the smile a bit shallower. "Is it wrong to have a good appetite?" "I've noticed your appetite is closely related to your mood." Harry laughed, lightly bumping his shoulder against Draco's. You're definitely not just hungry when you're in a bad mood. You don't eat at all." "I'm just like Crumb, having strict requirements for my physique as a Quidditch player," Draco replied with a flawless smile. "Starving yourself to the point of being a ghost." Harry said, "Marcus graduated this semester. No one is pushing you to bulk up anymore." As he spoke, Harry casually grabbed Draco's arm and squeezed it, noticing that his muscles had indeed shrunk. "That's slander." Draco's smile faltered for a moment, then he grabbed Harry's wrist, not using much force, but enough to keep him from moving. A glint of mischief flashed in his gray eyes, just as Harry was about to retort. They found themselves at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Inside, Mad-Eye Moody stood at the front of the classroom, his magical eye swiveling around as if scanning each student's soul. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Moody's classes were never easy. He liked to train students in the most direct way, his tone rough, his teaching methods harsh, bringing an oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe. His wooden leg thudded heavily against the floor with each step, reminding everyone that there was no room for jokes here. In this lesson, Moody got straight to the point about the unforgivable curses, the Imperius Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse. He demonstrated their power using a live spider. Then, Moody had the students come up one by one to try to resist the Imperius Curse. When it was Draco's turn, Moody's magical eye scanned him, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Malfoy," he rasped, "let's see how much willpower you have. Are you ready?" Moody coldly raised his wand. Without hesitation, he cast the spell, Imperio. "Kneel, kneel." Moody's movements were too quick. Draco was thrown down like a puppet, his knees hitting the floor. It wasn't until Draco let out a muffled groan of pain that Moody lifted the spell. Poor performance again. Focus. Moody showed no mercy. The second time, Draco was nearly slammed to the ground, his shoulder hitting the corner of a desk, and he curled up slightly. Draco swayed a bit, barely managing to steady himself by holding onto the podium. His knee seemed to have taken a severe blow, and he appeared visibly unsteady. "You didn't give it your all. Remember the key points. Stay alert." Moody angrily emphasized the points of resistance once more. "Imperio." Draco's body stiffened again, as if pulled by an invisible rope. He tried to resist, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but the power of the Imperius Curse was too strong. His body uncontrollably lurched forward, his knees crashing heavily against the podium, making a dull sound. Fortunately, this time he didn't hit the floor. Harry watched below, his heart racing, unconsciously gripping his robe tightly. Enough, Moody finally coldly withdrew his wand, his gaze as if looking at some inferior material. Go back and sit down. Draco limped back, his face paler than usual. He struggled to maintain his usual indifferent expression, but even Harry could see that his knee was already starting to swell. As soon as the class bell rang, Harry rushed over. I guess your kneecap isn't doing well. He pointed towards the direction of the hospital wing, his tone very serious. He really hates me. Draco gritted his teeth, looking very helpless, the brightness of the morning gone, replaced by fatigue and a hint of pain. Just as Harry was about to help him, he noticed Draco seemed unaware of his movement, simply walking with his head down, looking somewhat dazed. After a while, Draco suddenly stopped and looked at Harry. Harry tilted his head to observe Draco's expression, which held a complex, scrutinizing glimmer in his gray eyes. I say, Draco suddenly spoke up, as if struck by a new inspiration. You said you've seriously looked at that book Advanced Spell Analysis? Harry nodded, a bit puzzled about why Draco suddenly asked this. Let us practice. Draco turned to him. There's spells for healing minor bone injuries. Harry's face flashed with a speechless shock. Aren't you afraid I might take your bones away? Take them away, and then we'll see if I break my leg during the match. You better find a way to save me. Draco spoke rapidly. This counts as intensive training. Should we find an empty classroom? You can practice slowly. Harry watched him limping ahead and couldn't help but laugh, then quickly caught up. I warn you, I'm not responsible for any side effects of my spells. The bones I take out belong to you. How generous, right? Draco glanced back at Harry, resting his arm on his shoulder. Chapter 175. Together in the Same Boat, Part 2. The door to the room of requirement closed silently behind Harry and Draco, a faint scent of disinfectant and herbs lingering in the air. The walls were a soft white, adorned with tall, arched windows. Sunlight streaming through the glass onto the polished floor. In the center of the room were several neat hospital beds, beside them a table piled with clutter, and in the corner stood a tall medicine cabinet filled with jars and bottles, resembling a replica of the school infirmary. The only difference was that a heavy advanced spell analysis had inexplicably appeared on a table in one corner. Where's this? Draco asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. He was being supported by Harry, his gray eyes scanning the surroundings. The room of requirement, Harry explained as he helped him toward a hospital bed. You just walk around the door 3 times, thinking about what you need, and the room will transform into what you want. I wished for infirmary. Draco slowly sat on the hospital bed, leaning against the pillow as he surveyed the room. His movements were cautious. Clearly the injury to his knee was causing him some difficulty. Harry glanced down at Draco's knee. There were large bruises, and the area around the kneecap was frighteningly swollen, as if it had been smashed by something heavy. His pant legs were rolled up to the top of his thighs, revealing his long legs. The bruises and blood-red marks stark against his pale skin. Harry squatted by the bed, holding the advanced spell analysis, the heavy book feeling weighty in his hands. He opened the pages, trying to review the spell for healing bone injuries, but his fingers felt a bit uncooperative. Harry felt his cheeks warm, but he wasn't sure which part he was embarrassed about. Was it looking at Draco's injured leg, or trying to learn the spell while holding the massive book? Or was it the way Draco was looking down at him? Draco seemed to notice Harry's nervousness. He glanced down at his injured knee and then at his rolled-up pants. He propped an elbow on the hospital bed and lazily said, You already saw me change clothes last time. What's there to be embarrassed about? Last time, I just wasn't wearing a shirt. Harry retorted anxiously, his voice unconsciously rising, the warmth in his cheeks intensifying. And that was an accident on a rainy day. Draco grinned, revealing a set of neat and beautiful teeth, his smile bright enough to be almost blinding. Then this time, it just completes the rest of the picture. He paused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Do you want me to change again to prove that the training results haven't shrunk? Harry was taken aback for a moment, then realized Draco was teasing him again. He shot Draco a glare, thinking how could this guy be joking with a knee injury like that? But he had to admit, Draco was indeed in a good mood today. Harry struggled to suppress the urge to kick him hard on his uninjured skin, looking down to continue flipping through the book, trying to hide his embarrassment. Harry found himself glancing at Draco's face again and again as he flipped through the pages. When are you going to change that habit of staring at people? Draco's voice rang out again, suddenly dropping his smile, his gaze turning serious. I'm starting to feel embarrassed too. Draco looked deeply into Harry's eyes. Just as Harry was about to retort, Draco spoke first. He reached out a hand, gently covering Harry's mouth, his fingers cool against his skin. Then with his other hand, he pointed at his knee, his tone surprisingly coaxing. It hurts a lot. Hurry and think a way to heal it, please. Chapter 176. The Night of the Great Ship, Part 1. Today, Karkaroff mysteriously called Crumb to meet him in the evening. Id, while stuffing a piece of honey cake in his mouth, mumbled, "By the way, Crumb has been running into the library whenever he has free time lately. It is very quiet over there." Harry nodded, shifting his gaze from his fork to the opposite side. "I've never seen him so fervently reading." Ed gave Harry a meaningful glance, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. "We've been dorm mates for so many years. He is smart. He doesn't really need to study, and yet he spends so much time training. But he gets watched wherever he goes, doesn't he?" Draco leaned back in his chair, his long fingers unconsciously twirling a quill, his tone somewhat lazy yet contemplative. "The last time I saw him, he was sighing in the corridor, looking like he was about to be devoured by fans. Actually, our Durmstrang ship can hold thousands of people," Ed said, lifting his chin, his eyes sparkling. "The room Karkaroff reserved for Crumb is the biggest too. If Crumb wants, he could even fit a small library in there. I think he just loves going to the library. Maybe he's looking for a way to deal with the first task," Harry murmured, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the lake outside, glimmering under the moonlight. "We all don't know what the first task is," Ed shrugged, "no matter how much he investigates. It's just guessing." "Oh, right," Harry pondered, looking at him thoughtfully. Ed suddenly leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice. "Today, Karkaroff won't be on our big ship. Do you guys want to go take a look?" Harry was taken aback for a moment, his gaze darting between Draco and Ed. He knew he should stay in the castle to practice spells, but Ed's words piqued his curiosity. "I'll pilot that big ship," Ed said proudly, hands on his hips like a student who just got their magical transportation license. "How did you get here?" Draco finally spoke, as if remembering something. "I thought the Black Lake next to Hogwarts didn't connect to the sea. It can cross unconnected waters directly." Ed smiled mysteriously. "Actually, it can also fly. Come play. For the past few days, I've secretly been sending treats from Hogwarts Kitchen to my Durmstrang friends. They would welcome you. The house elves at Durmstrang probably come from Germany. It's always endless sauerkraut and crispy pork knuckles. We got tired of eating that at school long ago. Aren't you afraid Karkaroff will get mad if you sneak the ship away?" Draco raised an eyebrow, but his tone wasn't genuinely reproachful, rather a bit excited. "It's fine. We'll be quiet, and the big ship can go invisible. I'll have Crumb keep Karkaroff occupied. It won't be for long." Ed winked, as if sharing some kind of secret. "To be honest, I've wanted to pilot it for a long time." Harry's gaze turned to Draco, his eyes filled with a hint of hesitation and anticipation. Draco looked back at him, a glimmer of light flashing in his gray eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. "You go first," Draco said softly, watching Harry. "Aye." Harry took a gentle breath and then smiled. "Okay, let's go see that big flying ship." Draco's smile became more pronounced, as if this was exactly the answer he wanted to hear. "Great." Ed clapped his hands, excited as he stood up. "I'll come to pick you up at 9 tonight." Chapter 177. The Night of the Big Ship, Part 2. As night fell, the surface of the Black Lake shimmered with a faint silver light under the moon. The Durmstrang ship docked by the lake, its massive hull resembling a slumbering beast. Taking advantage of Karkaroff's nighttime meeting with Crumb, Ed quietly led Harry and Draco aboard the ship. Harry excitedly stepped onto the deck, tightening his Slytherin green scarf, unable to resist looking up at this floating behemoth. Although the Durmstrang ship looked like a sunken wreck from the outside, or more like a gigantic skeleton, the interior was astonishingly spacious, capable of accommodating over 1,000 people without exaggeration. A huge crystal chandelier hung in the central hall, and the floor was paved with dark walnut wood. The interior of the ship had at least 7 levels of open space. "Merlin's beard. This place is more impressive than the Hogwarts Great Hall," Harry whispered in awe, his gaze sweeping over the pile of fur blankets and wooden chairs stacked in a corner of the hall, faintly imagining the scene of Durmstrang's students gathered together. "There must be a lot of space magic involved here," Draco noted, realizing that the rooms here were countless. "We still use the train to get to Hogwarts." Ed led the way, turning back to flash them a grin. "This way, we're still a bit far from the cockpit. Our school is in Northern Europe, so it's not surprising to have a big ship." Passing by a bar laden with food, the enticing aroma made Harry stop in his tracks. The bar was filled with golden brown roasted bread, steaming stews, and the big pig knuckles Ed had previously complained about. Those pig knuckles were stacked on a giant silver platter, their skin crisp and glistening, the meat quivering slightly in the firelight, surrounded by a few sprigs of green herbs, exuding a rich, spicy fragrance. "It actually smells quite good," Harry objectively commented, unable to resist swallowing. "You can take one down with you when you leave." Ed waved his hand dismissively. "It's really good." but not if you eat it every day. And it's too late now. I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep if you eat too much. Draco stared at the pile of pig knuckles, frowned, and muttered, Harry, this thing is as big as two of my fists. He glanced at Harry, who was staring blankly at the food. Just right, your appetite has recovered recently. We can split one, Harry suggested. Scattered around the ship were a few Durmstrang students, all wearing their blood-red school robes, looking weary as the night deepened. When they saw Ed bring in two students from outside, they merely looked up, exchanged knowing smiles, clearly having been aware that Ed would be borrowing the ship for a spin tonight. I've heard this ship also has fishing capabilities. One Durmstrang student with short golden hair lazily spoke up, a silly smile on his face. Ed, you're not planning to catch some fish from the Black Lake tonight, are you? Unless Karkaroff pays me for fishing, Ed laughed, waving his hand. I need to make the most of my time. He quickly led Harry and Draco through the hall, pushing open a narrow door that led into the cockpit at the front of the ship. The cockpit was much simpler than Harry had imagined, with a huge steering wheel in the center, surrounded by copper plates engraved with runes that emitted a faint blue light. The windows took up an entire wall, showing the surface of the Black Lake, shimmering under the moonlight. Ed skillfully turned the steering wheel, humming a tune as the ship trembled slightly and began to descend slowly. The scenery outside changed rapidly. The shadows of the forbidden forest gradually replaced by the deep blue of the lake water, revealing the underwater world of the Black Lake before them. Did I just see Hagrid? Harry leaned closer to the window, peering outside just before the ship completely submerged, catching a glimpse of a massive figure. Looks like there are two people. Draco leaned over as well, clearly having seen it too. Probably Hagrid on his night patrol in the Forbidden Forest? Harry nodded, not saying anything more, as his attention was already captivated by the scene outside. The soft light from the ship illuminated the bottom of the Black Lake. Initially just vast expanses of deep blue water, but as they descended deeper, some aquatic plants and fish gradually appeared. The light from the ship slowly spread through the depths of the Black Lake, illuminating this tranquil underwater area. As Ed carefully maneuvered the ship, the scenery outside became increasingly strange, as if they had entered another world, a forgotten, shadowy kingdom. Look over there. That should be your common room, in green. Ed suddenly pointed to the left, as the ship slowly passed by the Slytherin common room. Through the water, the large windows of the common room emitted a faint green glow, like an emerald embedded at the bottom of the lake. Harry spotted Blaise at a glance. He was lazily leaning against an armchair by the fireplace, holding a book. Blaise, Harry whispered, unable to help but exclaim. Our common room is so clearly visible from the bottom of a lake. Ed steered the ship closer, and the details of the Slytherin common room came into full view, the green flames flickering in the fireplace, the snake-shaped reliefs on the walls, and the scattered parchment on the table. Draco stared out the window and muttered, No wonder they always say there are eyes watching us from the bottom of the lake. Just as they rounded a cluster of underwater rocks, a group of creatures slowly appeared before them. Mermaids. The mermaids of the Black Lake were entirely different from the beautiful images depicted in Muggle fairy tales. Their bodies were elongated, with deep green skin that had a rough texture, resembling both fish scales and moss. Their facial features were slightly sharp, and their long, thick hair flowed like deep-sea seaweed, gracefully drifting in the water. The mermaids did not shy away from the approaching ship. Instead, they curiously surrounded it. They held rough tridents or bone spears in their hands, watching the ship warily, but they showed no signs of hostility. Harry saw an older mermaid swimming closer, her expression dignified, seemingly their leader. They're talking, Draco suddenly said. The mermaids were conversing in a peculiar language, their voices like bubbles breaking, carrying far through the water. Their sounds had a rhythmic quality, almost like chanting, but also like a warning. Our school taught us that mermaid language can only be truly understood underwater. Above water, it just sounds like a bunch of sharp cries. Ed said softly. Harry watched them closely and noticed a few younger mermaids playing and chasing each other underwater, their movements agile and nimble, their tails creating graceful arcs in the water, like dancers at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, the view outside turned pitch black. A thick, ink-like substance rapidly spread, obscuring all sight. Harry frowned, faintly hearing a deep gurgling sound from outside the ship. Let me see what this is. It's a giant squid, Ed exclaimed, manipulating the ship to speed up. The vessel jolted sharply at the bottom of the water. I don't know why it detected us. I thought I had made us invisible. The giant squid's appearance came without warning. In the darkness, a massive shadow slowly swam closer. The ship's lights illuminated a small portion of it, and in an instant, its tentacles unfolded like ancient tree branches, each as thick as a ship's mast. covered in dense suckers that reflected a silvery sheen in the light. "It really doesn't look like an ordinary creature," Harry whispered. "I've never seen such a large squid." Ed replied, "I think it could wrap the entire ship with its tentacles." The giant squid's body was a dark purple, shimmering with soft iridescence as it moved, refracting strange light patterns in the water like crystal. Harry watched as one of its tentacles gently brushed against the ship's window. Its eyes, huge and as black as the abyss, glimmered with a steady light, as if it could see right through everything. It seemed curious about their ship, slowly swimming around the hull, occasionally extending a few tentacles to gently probe. Its movements were devoid of hostility, more like assessing a new guest. Each movement of the giant squid stirred up a slow current in the water, causing the aquatic plants at the lake's bottom to sway gently. Draco leaned against the handrail by the window and said to Harry and Ed, "Actually, there's a legend that the giant squid is Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. This means he is an animagus, able to transform into the largest animagus form in the world, guarding Hogwarts in the Black Lake." "Is this Godric Gryffindor?" Harry repeated in surprise, turning to Draco. "You actually believe such rumors?" Draco scoffed lightly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "But in this way of guarding, he can only see the Slytherin students, right? After all, our common room is at the bottom of the lake." "I've always found animagi fascinating," Ed said. "If I got tired of being a human, I could experience life as an animal. But I hear it's very hard to learn." Harry recalled the days when Peter Pettigrew transformed into a rat as a pet. He wasn't sure if those days were good. "You can learn it through self-study." Harry thought of Sirius's experience. "I can help you look into it if the opportunity arises," he said vaguely. "Really?" Ed asked skeptically. "That sounds complicated." Harry paused, not having time to think further, when the ship suddenly shook violently, the ink gradually dispersing, and the giant squid's massive form disappeared into the distance, as if it were just passing by. Ed looked at the squid's retreating figure and sighed in relief, grinning. "All right, it seems like there's nothing more at the bottom of the lake. Jumping the ship to the nearest sea seems a bit risky. Let's fly around in the sky and come back." Chapter 178. The Night of the Great Ship, Part 2. Ed raised the bow of the ship, leaving the lake water and soaring into the dark night sky. The ship flew steadily through the air, and the lights of Hogwarts below gradually turned into fuzzy points of light. Just then, Harry suddenly saw the horizon in the distance, illuminated by a patch of orange-red light. "What is that?" he exclaimed, leaning forward suddenly, nearly colliding with the control panel. The light flickered and jumped, clearly not an ordinary glow. "Is someone setting fire in the Forbidden Forest?" Harry's voice carried a hint of unease. Draco followed Harry's gaze, and the flames indeed looked unusual. A glimmer of curiosity sparked in his eyes. "Let's go take a look." Ed hesitated slightly, but was soon swept up by the curiosity of the two. "All right, I'll be careful." He adjusted the ship's direction and flew towards the light. As they drew closer, the flames grew brighter, and a faint wave of scorching heat wafted through the air. When they flew above the source of the flames and looked down, all 3 gasped. It was not fire at all, but 3 gigantic, unimaginably large fire dragons. They were coiled in a cleared area deep in the Forbidden Forest, their massive bodies towering like small mountains. One was entirely crimson, its scales shimmering with dazzling brilliance in the firelight, with a thick neck. Another was black, slightly smaller, but with a long tail ending in sharp spines. The third was blue, its scales shining under the flames. Their enormous wings were folded behind them, and their heads were held high. The fire dragons maintained a distance from each other, but the flames they breathed out converged into a sea of scorching fire, and each time they exhaled fire, it was accompanied by a low roar and hiss that shook the ground, sending terrifying sound waves soaring into the sky. "How come I don't remember dragons being kept in the Forbidden Forest?" Harry's eyes widened, his voice filled with shock. Keeping dragons was extremely dangerous and against the Ministry of Magic's regulations, especially in the Forbidden Forest next to Hogwarts. 3 in total. Draco's voice was somewhat dry as he looked down at the 3 moving small volcanoes, quickly linking this number to the tasks in the Triwizard Tournament. Ed chuckled bitterly, his face paling. "This can't be what we have to deal with, right?" Just then, the blue dragon suddenly lifted its head and unleashed a massive flame towards the night sky where they were. "This is not good," Ed screamed, frantically pulling the control stick to sharply elevate the ship. The ship jolted violently from the sudden ascent, and neither Harry nor Draco managed to maintain their balance. Harry fell backward, and Draco instinctively reached out to steady him, but they were both carried away by inertia, landing awkwardly on the cockpit floor. If Karkaroff goes back and finds a hole burned in the ship, that would be bad, Ed said, still shaken as he watched the red flames that had nearly brushed against the hull below. Right now, it seems we should be worried about getting burned through ourselves. Draco pointed out, his tone laced with sarcasm. He rubbed the spot where he had fallen and glanced down. He noticed two huge figures standing next to the three dragons. Hagrid, Draco said incredulously. That must be Madame Maxime beside him. Sure enough, even though they were in the air, they could clearly see Hagrid and Madame Maxime, their giant forms making them look so small next to the fire dragons. Even more surprising was that Hagrid was wearing an awkward suit today, his hair slicked back and shiny. Harry squinted. He was sure Hagrid had used hair gel, and that shiny hair was particularly noticeable in the firelight. This kind of attire in such a place seemed especially ridiculous and bizarre. Madame Maxime is here, but I don't think I've seen Karkaroff, Ed said as he observed around. Below in the Forbidden Forest, the fire dragons once again emitted deafening roars. In the cockpit, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, leaving only the occasional dragon roars from below. Harry and Draco's faces were somewhat pale. Ed's hands gripping the control stick were still trembling slightly. Tonight's nightmare material has arrived. 3. Draco repeated, a total of 6 champions. Are you saying this could be the first task? Ed asked Draco. There are 6 of us. Is it 2 people against 1? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Facing a fire dragon alongside anyone sounded like a hellish combination. It takes 5 or 6 adult wizards to fully control a fire dragon. Harry counted the number of wizards on the ground. Harry remained silent, his gaze fixed on Hagrid and Madame Maxime below. Madame Maxime's gigantic figure stood beside Hagrid, and they occasionally pointed at the fire dragons, seemingly talking about something. They didn't look scared. Rather, they appeared to be inspecting or assessing. Does Hagrid know this is part of the competition? Harry whispered, his voice tinged with confusion and worry. He clearly knows, Draco said. They don't look like they're lost here. The dragon's roar sounded again, this time more furious and louder, as the red dragon violently tossed its neck, spewing a thick flame that nearly singed the treetops not far below them. The heat waves in the air seemed to surge upwards. Ed nervously raised the boat's hull. We can't stay here any longer. Neither Harry nor Draco objected. They had seen enough, perhaps even too much. Ed carefully turned the boat's bow, avoiding the range of flames spewed by the fire dragon, and flew towards Hogwarts. As the distance increased, the firelight below gradually shrank, and the dragon's roar became muffled. Harry and Draco exchanged glances. How were they supposed to deal with such a creature? There were currently no spells or magical training specifically for fire dragons. The boat slowly descended, and Ed expertly docked it at the original spot beside the Durmstrang ship by the Black Lake, making hardly any noise. The 3 quickly disembarked and exchanged a glance in the night. Let's go. Ed seemed to have completely relaxed, almost as if it was an unexpected gain. With a few more days left. Good night. Harry waved towards the direction of the big ship. Good night, Ed said, then turned and silently returned to the boat. Harry and Draco walked along the path by the lake towards the castle. The night wind blew, carrying the damp chill of the Black Lake. They did not speak, each lost in the sights and sounds they had just experienced. The fire dragon, Hagrid, Madame Maxime, the first task. Everything felt so unreal. When they reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, they stopped. Harry looked up towards the dormitory and then glanced at Draco. You. Harry hesitated, unsure of what to say. Should he ask Draco if he was scared? That would be absurd. I'm Fine. Draco seemed to guess what Harry wanted to say, his tone returning to its usual slow drawl, though there was still a hint of seriousness lingering in his gray eyes. Harry nodded, not saying much more. You need to say goodnight to me too. You said it to him. Draco grabbed Harry, who was about to walk away. Good night. Harry stepped back, suddenly opening his arms to hug Draco. Why such a dramatic hug? Draco looked down at Harry and smiled. He formed a circle with his arms, enclosing Harry within it. We might get roasted by fire, just like that crispy pork elbow. Harry whispered in Draco's ear. Chapter 179. The dance they could never let 2 students take down an adult fire dragon. Sirius frowned, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his tone, unless the organizers had lost their minds. I know of a spell that can attack the fire dragon's eyes, if we can damage their eyesight. The dragon's aggressiveness will be greatly reduced, but the damage to the fire dragon's eyes from that spell is almost irreversible. Lupin nodded, looking anxious as well. But using the stunning spell is even less feasible. You 2 don't have enough power in your spells to make a significant impact, Sirius said. Actually, I thought of my potion. Severus sent me the latest improved sample. If we could turn an adult fire dragon into a juvenile one. Lupin felt his idea was a bit fanciful. It won't drink it, Harry said, or I could fly to its mouth and pour it in. Pouring a few tons of potion might be useful. I can't carry that much potion, Fly. Sirius perked up. If you don't need to defeat it, then you could just use a broomstick to jump over it. Someone also suggested we could use something else to attract the fire dragon's attention. Draco cautiously appeared at the edge of the two-way mirror. If we use a summoning charm or transfiguration, the animals we conjure may become even more uncontrollable, Sirius said. Let's think some more, Harry pondered. They needed to leverage their strengths. On the day of the competition, in the center of the arena, the Hungarian horntail let out a deafening roar, its massive shadow looming over the ground. Harry and Draco stood at the entrance, and when their names were called, a complex wave of sound erupted in the arena. There were cheers, applause, and even some boos. Good luck to us, Draco whispered to Harry. They had just learned that their task was not to defeat the fire dragon, but to retrieve a golden egg hidden among the dragon eggs. Let's fly together, and let them handle the golden egg. How about that? Draco suggested. They'd spent a lot of time considering various methods. Harry turned back and gave him a brief, knowing glance. The signal sounded. Almost simultaneously, the two raised their wands. Two blurred black shapes shot forth from the distance like arrows, sweeping over the audience and accurately landing in their respective owners' hands. The two leaped onto their brooms almost simultaneously, pushing off the ground like two green flashes of lightning towards the center of the arena. Their figures appeared swift and striking against the vast arena. Harry and Draco did not split up. Instead, they moved in perfect coordination, their brooms intertwining in dazzling patterns in the air. The dragon was enraged by the sudden appearance of the two small black dots, roaring deafeningly, opening its huge mouth filled with jagged teeth and spewing forth scorching flames. They flew up and down around the dragon in a nearly provocative manner, drawing everyone's attention. The fire dragon exhaled flames, and the scorching wave nearly knocked Harry over. Harry, be careful. A worried voice pierced through the howling wind. It was Draco. He waved his wand, conjuring a silver barrier to block the flames from the dragon, buying Harry some time. Closer to the spot where the dragon eggs are, Harry shouted. Sweat beads formed on Draco's forehead, but he kept pace with Harry's speed, even flying lower and closer to the dragon's flank to provoke it further. He could feel the immense airflow from the dragon's wings and the searing heat rushing towards him. But his eyes remained fixed on Harry, ensuring their positions and rhythm were in sync. Suddenly, Harry sharply pulled on the broom, changing direction to fly towards the back of the dragon. Draco immediately understood Harry's intention and followed suit. After a thrilling dive, they successfully circled behind the giant dragon. The dragon's line of sight was blocked by its own body, providing them with an excellent opportunity. Ready? Harry's voice came again, tinged with barely perceptible excitement. Of course, Draco replied. Almost simultaneously, the lights from their wands shot towards the arena, and immediately, countless snakes poured out from the tips of their wands, black, green, and patterned, instantly occupying the entire area. They writhed and hissed, slithering at the dragon's feet. The dragon suddenly turned around, its spiked tail dangerously sweeping across Harry's arm. The audience was in chaos, screams rising and falling. People couldn't even see what had emerged from Harry and Draco's wands. Now, Draco shouted. The two flew out of the fire dragon's line of sight again, while almost simultaneously extending their wands towards the ground below. Expand rapidly. Expand rapidly. The audience saw the tips of their wands flickering, but due to distance and angle, no one could see what was actually emerging from the tips of their wands. They only saw the ground, in a blind spot of the dragon's vision, suddenly filled with many writhing black shadows. As soon as these shadows appeared, they rapidly expanded, turning in the blink of an eye into thick, slimy snakes, their scales gleaming with a metallic sheen as they slithered across the ground, and their numbers continued to increase. As if the ground had come to life, Harry swooped quickly past the swarm of snakes, lowering his head to say something to them. The sudden appearance of the snakes was silent. They emerged quietly and then swiftly swam towards the golden egg. Harry flew back rapidly in front of the dragon. In the air, Harry and Draco continued their performance, flying higher and more boldly, circling above the dragon's head or brushing past the tip of its tail, firmly capturing the giant dragon's attention. The dragon twisted its body in anger, trying to catch the two annoying specks, completely oblivious to what was happening on the ground. Below, the massive snakes had quietly surrounded the golden egg. They coiled their bodies around the egg, slowly but firmly dragging it out of the dragon's reach, hiding it beneath their writhing bodies. All the spectators' eyes, whether in the stands or at the commentary booth, were focused on the two green figures darting back and forth on the edge of life and death in the air. Their flying skills were so outstanding and captivating that no one noticed the silent anomaly happening on the arena floor. Harry occasionally kept an eye on the situation below, and he finally turned back, smiling at Draco. He knew it was time, just as everyone's attention was concentrated on the two flying figures in the air. Harry suddenly dove sharply towards the group of snakes on the ground. His movement was swift and precise, like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Draco's heart raced. He knew what Harry was about to do. He fixed his gaze on Harry's figure, fearing any mishap. He saw Harry's target, the vast, writhing mass of snakes on the ground. Harry's dive was astonishingly fast, the wind howling in his ears. He expertly controlled his broom, leveling out just a few feet above the ground, landing deftly among the snakes. The snakes seemed completely unguarded against him, or rather, they were precisely prepared for him. Harry quickly weaved through the snakes, his hand accurately grasping the golden egg. As he soared back into the air, the golden egg was tightly held in his hand. At the moment Harry obtained the golden egg, the commotion in the arena suddenly paused. The spectators finally realized that their attention had been drawn in the wrong direction. All eyes shifted abruptly from the air to the ground, landing on the boy standing among the snakes, holding the golden egg. The dragon finally noticed the anomaly. It let out an angry roar, filled with the humiliation of being outsmarted, and whipped its head towards the ground. But it was too late. The snakes had stealthily stolen the golden egg from its nest, and Harry had already secured it. Draco circled in the air for a moment, confirming that Harry was safe before quickly landing beside him. He said nothing, just let out a gentle sigh. Harry took a breath, a hint of excitement from surviving the ordeal and satisfaction from success on his face. He nodded at Draco, showing a smile that only the two of them could understand. Bagman, sitting at the judge's table, stood up with a slight smile and raised his wand. A loud bang echoed over the arena. He shouted, "Our two youngest warriors have retrieved the golden egg without a scratch." Chapter 180. And embraced the noise surrounding the arena ebbed and flowed like the tide. Harry and Draco walked along the corridor towards the warriors' resting room. Draco felt his mind was blank, yet filled with the thrilling images from just moments ago. The dragon's flames, the deafening roars, the tension of dodging in the air, and the immense relief when he saw Harry finally grab the golden egg. His brain seemed not to have fully recovered from the extreme stimulation, completely overlooking the most crucial part, the judge's scoring. Harry and he simply walked side by side, their shoulders occasionally bumping, sharing a sense of mutual understanding from surviving the ordeal. Draco couldn't help but glance at Harry from time to time. They actually brought in the dragon mother waiting to hatch the egg as part of the competition, Harry said. At least we didn't encounter any real dragon eggs. When Draco's thoughts finally broke free from that momentary daze and he looked towards the judge's table, he realized the scoring session had long passed. Bagman was quietly conversing with Mr. Crouch, while the other judges were organizing their documents, clearly having recorded their scores and announced them to the audience. It was just that they had been in a semi-enclosed corridor, absent-mindedly missing it. A twinge of regret crossed Draco's mind. He had actually missed their scores. Draco turned back to see Harry carefully cradling the heavy golden egg. It shimmered brilliantly in Harry's arms. "Are we keeping it, or should we return it to the tournament organizers?" Harry asked. He lowered his head, his long eyelashes casting shadows as he stared at the egg. Seemingly feeling a bit overwhelmed by this hard-won trophy, uncertain whether to return it or how to handle it next. "Keep it, Potter, Malfoy." A familiar voice suddenly rang out nearby. Professor McGonagall stood not far from them, looking at the two with a rare, faint smile on her usually stern face, her eyes showing clear approval and pride. The golden egg contains the clue for the second task. Harry and Draco simultaneously looked up at Professor McGonagall. Her smile seemed to grant them tremendous affirmation. Harry sighed in relief, carefully holding the golden egg a bit tighter, a smile of relief spreading across his face. "We'll be inside." Harry weighed the golden egg in his hands. "First, we can rule out hatching a real baby dragon. But the next task won't be until after Christmas," Draco replied. They continued walking forward, passing through the corridor and arriving at the warriors' private room. The room was small but cozy, with a few chairs and a table, and even a tray filled with hot drinks and snacks in the corner. The door clicked shut behind them, cutting off the noise and crowd outside, and the room instantly fell silent, leaving only their breathing. The sudden tranquility made Draco feel a bit disoriented. He looked at Harry, sensing the air filled with the shared experience they had just gone through. A complex emotion surged in his chest, immense pride, relief that Harry was unharmed, and lingering fear from the thrilling moments. Even though it wasn't time to say goodnight, he still needed a hug. Draco stepped forward, extending his arms to pull Harry, along with the golden egg in his arms, into an embrace, holding him tightly. His action carried an almost possessive urgency, as if afraid Harry would vanish at any moment. Harry was taken aback, nearly dropping the golden egg, but quickly reacted, setting the egg aside and wrapping his arms around Draco in return. "I thought you would be scared," Harry said, "but you always do well in critical moments." Just like that time with the bludger. Draco felt that most of the time he wasn't a daring person, yet he had calmly gone through the first task with Harry. Draco's embrace was tight, squeezing Harry to the point of nearly gasping for breath. But that force brought Harry an unprecedented sense of safety and relaxation. Draco had his unique faint scent, mixed with a hint of smoke from earlier and the smell of dragon fire, surprisingly making him feel safe and real. Harry's cheek rested against Draco's shoulder, clearly feeling Draco's heart pounding wildly with excitement. The beating was so powerful, so real. "You did it, Harry." Draco's voice was a bit hoarse, carrying an unresolved tremor, as if he had finally shed all his worries and fears, like waking up from a long nightmare. He buried his head in Harry's neck, taking a deep breath as if he wanted to engrave that warm and vibrant scent of Harry into his bones, confirming his existence. "We did it." "Yeah," Harry replied softly, his voice also trembling slightly from emotional fluctuation. "We did it." He rubbed his cheek against Draco's shoulder, like a weary little animal that had finally found a place to lean and rest. Draco held Harry close, closing his eyes. He could feel Harry's body relaxing in his arms, feeling his breath brushing against his skin. After a moment, Harry seemed to remember something, moving slightly, and Draco reluctantly loosened his arms, but still held onto his waist, not letting go completely. They pulled back slightly, gazing into each other's eyes. Their distance was so close that they could feel each other's warm breath on their cheeks. Close enough that Draco only needed to lean down a little to kiss those lips he had longed for day and night. Draco's fingers gently brushed against Harry's sweaty forehead, pushing aside a few messy strands of black hair, his fingertips sliding down Harry's brow and resting beside his cheek. Harry did not flinch, just quietly looked at him. "We said there might be a post-match segment. Interviews and whatnot," Harry said softly, breaking the suffocating ambiguity that hung in the air. He touched the golden egg, as if suddenly returning to reality. Draco's fingers lingered by Harry's cheek for a moment. The almost overwhelming impulse was forcibly suppressed. He looked at Harry's profile holding the golden egg. A faint sense of loss surged within him. That's right. Now is not the time to think about those things. They are warriors, and there is another event waiting for them. "Yeah," Draco replied quietly, his voice suppressing a hint of unspoken emotion. He forced himself to shift his focus away from Harry, looking instead at the golden egg, trying to calm his heart that had been racing violently from the embrace and their near touches. "We are the first to finish the draw," Harry smiled. "Maybe we can still see how the other two schools perform. I'm quite curious about their methods. They definitely wouldn't practice for this event by covering the room of requirement in snakes." Chapter 181. Reunion in the Arena. Crumb and Cedric hit the dragon's eyes with spells, causing the fire dragon to thrash about, spewing fire and pain. Dust filled the air. The methods used by the Durmstrang students were much harsher. "That's some strong dark magic," Snape said quietly, his gaze sweeping across the arena, seemingly assessing the power of each spell. "I want to see Draco," Narcissa said. "I didn't think these madmen would really make the dragon a competition event." Narcissa's small body trembled slightly, gripping the edges of her robe tightly. Her once elegant eyes now appeared particularly large and fearful on the child's face. "You'd better not let anyone see you," Snape said. "I can be careful. Haven't you been in touch with Lucius lately?" Narcissa asked quietly, her voice filled with evident worry. "I can feel the Dark Lord regaining power," Snape said. "It said that Lucius is helping him prepare something important." The dragon's anguished cries and the audience's gasps echoed back and forth. "I must see Draco Severus," Narcissa emphasized again. "I need to confirm that he is okay." Snape looked down at her, her youthful face filled with a mother's anxiety. The warrior should be receiving treatment and checks in the tent. "We can go and take a look." Snape compromised, not out of compassion, but because he knew Narcissa's stubbornness, and more importantly, he needed to confirm Draco and Harry's condition, especially Harry's. His advice to Draco before the competition was largely based on his understanding of Harry's Parseltongue ability. They stood up and made their way upstream against the crowded edges, heading towards the warrior's tent near the arena entrance. Narcissa kept her head down to avoid the surrounding crowd. The surrounding noise blurred into a haze in her ears. "That boy, did he use Parseltongue?" Narcissa suddenly asked. She knew the rumors about Harry's ability and what that ability meant. The rumors at school about him being the heir of Slytherin had never died down. Snape's footsteps paused for a moment. I've seen him use that ability. But currently only the Dark Lord has that ability, Narcissa said, somewhat surprised. Finally, they arrived near the warrior's tent. It was relatively quieter here, with several healers busy, the atmosphere tense yet orderly. Snape quickly spotted Draco, standing at the entrance. He had some dust on him, the edges of his robe slightly scorched, but he seemed unscathed. He was talking to Harry. Snape approached and pulled Draco back into the small room for the warriors. Draco, Narcissa called out. Hearing the voice, Draco turned in surprise. He saw Snape, then the small figure running towards him. He froze, confusion written all over his face. It wasn't until the small figure leaped into his arms, tightly hugging his leg, looking up at him with those familiar eyes that he suddenly realized. Mother! Draco's voice trembled slightly in shock as he looked at the small girl who seemed only 7 or 8 years old. Her face, her voice, the way she hugged him. Everything was just like his mother, except for her age. Narcissa hugged Draco's leg tightly, her cheek pressed against his robe. It's me, Draco, it's me. You're okay. You're really okay, she babbled, her eyes slightly reddening. Draco stiffly bent down, carefully picking up the small figure. He felt a wave of dizziness, his mind in chaos. His mother, the one who was always elegant and noble. How could she have turned into this? He held her tight, finally realizing that this was not an illusion. Snape also walked over slowly, standing beside Draco. He looked at Draco's shocked expression and calmly said, "She took a potion. But I can't return her to her original age for now." Draco listened to Snape's explanation while comforting Narcissa. "Mother, don't be afraid. I'm fine. I'm okay." Narcissa lifted her head in his arms, using her small hands to cup Draco's face, studying him carefully. "You've lost some weight, but you look good. I saw it. You did great, Draco," she whispered, her eyes filled with pride and affection. Draco held his mother, his gaze unconsciously drifting over her shoulder towards Harry. Harry had also returned to the room, curiously looking this way, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Where's Father? How is he?" Draco asked Snape in a low voice. Snape's gaze deepened as he glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "He's fine, just very busy lately," he replied briefly. Narcissa murmured, "Now no one is watching Wormtail. I just wanted to see you. The Triwizard Tournament happens to allow some family members to come in. I look about the same age as that girl from Beau's Batons." "I got your letter," Draco said, appearing to breathe a sigh of relief. Harry hesitantly walked over, looking curiously at Narcissa. Snape timely spoke up, "We need to leave now, Narcissa. You can't stay here too long. Take care of yourself." "I will, Mother," Draco said. Draco crouched down, kissed her forehead, and said in a voice only they could hear, "I promise." Only then did Narcissa let him go, turn, and walk back to Snape, taking his hand again. She looked back at Draco repeatedly until Snape led her into the crowd outside the tent, disappearing from Draco's view. "So you have a little sister?" Harry said, looking at Narcissa's back. "She looks just like you." Draco looked up at Harry, unsure of how to explain. "She's quite lovely," Harry added, watching Draco, who was at a loss for words. After a while, Harry opened the door to the room again and found someone blocking the doorway. Rita Skeeter was excitedly holding up her notebook. Chapter 182. Interrogation techniques. Before Harry could get close, Rita Skeeter rushed over, a wave of strong perfume following her. Harry certainly knew her. Her name was everywhere in the wizarding newspapers, and she was now scanning him with her thick glasses, her gaze piercing like an X-ray. "Ah, Harry, my dear boy, what a spectacular performance," Rita said in her sickly sweet voice, but her eyes didn't linger on the marks of battle on Harry. Instead, she was eagerly searching for something around him. Harry forced a tired smile. "Thank you, Miss Skeeter. Spectacular? I almost got burned to ashes." Rita's glasses glinted as she showed no interest in Harry's flat reply. "You must want to talk now. As a champion, once again chosen, Harry really just wanted to find a place to collapse, drink some water, and maybe sleep for 3 days. But Rita Skeeter unceremoniously led Harry and Draco into a small interview room. Her shorthand pen danced joyfully above her notebook, the tip buzzing like an excited fly. "What do you want to talk about?" "The details of our battle with the dragon," Draco said patiently. All right, we'll discuss the thrilling details of the competition later." She waved her hand dismissively, clearly unimpressed by the recent fight. "Now, let's talk about something more exciting, shall we?" She leaned closer to Harry, lowering her voice, but it carried an exaggerated, operatic tone. "Tell me, Harry, my dear boy, after such a thrilling competition, is your heart racing for a certain young lady?" Is there a beautiful girl who inspires you with courage and drive, even in the face of a dragon? Rita seemed to expect some shy girl to emerge from the crowd and throw herself into Harry's arms. Harry was taken aback. He had just escaped from beneath a fire-breathing dragon, his mind still echoing with the roars of flames and the screams of the audience. And this woman was asking him if he had a girlfriend? Harry looked around in confusion, aside from Draco, who had also just battled the dragon. Where was this special young lady? A look of confusion and exhaustion crossed Harry's face. No, Harry replied dryly, his eyes showing a hint of bewilderment and annoyance. He wasn't going to blush over such questions, but this completely out-of-touch interrogation made him very uncomfortable. Rita's gaze quickly swept around him, confirming that there was indeed no female student standing nearby with a shy expression. Her heavily painted lips pouted, seemingly disappointed by the answer. The shorthand pen paused in midair, clearly failing to capture the anticipated explosive content. Draco sat beside Harry, arms crossed, appearing indifferent. However, when Rita asked about the young lady, his gray eyes instantly locked onto Harry, a complex look in them. Upon hearing Harry's straightforward answer of no, the tension in his jaw seemed to relax slightly. Though the change was so subtle, it was almost imperceptible. But he made no sound, continuing to observe Harry with that elusive gaze. Oh, really no one? Rita refused to give up, her voice becoming more alluring with a hint of coaxing. Harry, don't be shy. How could a striking young wizard like you not have a romantic interest? Tell me, is there a Hogwarts girl who makes you feel particularly? Or perhaps one from another school? The girls from Beau's Batons are famously beautiful. She said this while her eyes roamed over Harry's face, as if trying to read hidden secrets in every tiny expression. Harry's brows knitted together. He found this woman utterly unreasonable. Miss Skeeter, I just almost got burned by a dragon. All my energy is focused on the competition. I have neither the time nor the inclination to think about these things. His tone began to harden. There is always time to make for it, dear. Rita laughed dismissively, her shorthand pen speeding up again. Maybe it's not a formal romance. Just some special moments? A glance? An accidental touch? Is there a girl who made you think of her before or during the competition, inspiring you to give your best performance? Rita Skeeter was relentless. Harry felt a surge of heat rise from his stomach, not from the remnants of dragon fire, but purely from frustration. He was already exhausted, mentally strained for days, and this woman was pestering him with such foolish questions like a leech. Enough, Miss Skeeter. Harry raised his voice, clearly fatigued and impatient. I said no. No, young lady, no special moments. All I'm thinking about is how to survive and complete the task. Please stop asking these boring questions. Rita's smile froze on her face. She hadn't expected Harry to refuse so directly and with such a strong tone. Her shorthand pen stopped midair, buzzing with discontent. She stared at Harry through her thick glasses, as if trying to see through to his inner self. She quickly adjusted her strategy. Since there was no breakthrough on the topic of romance, she immediately turned to another equally controversial subject, even more sensitive for a Slytherin student. Well, it seems Harry is a boy focused on the competition, Rita said, her tone carrying a hint of feigned sympathy, but her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had already locked onto a new prey. So, let us talk about something else, shall we? After all, you are not just a champion of the Triwizard Tournament, Harry. You are also the boy who caused a huge panic in your second year. Harry's heart sank. He knew what she was going to ask. The previous irritation was instantly replaced by a deeper sense of disgust and wariness. The heir of Slytherin, Rita stated bluntly, her voice suddenly serious and sharp, as if to pierce Harry's heart directly. At that time, there were rumors that you were the one who opened the Chamber's secrets. You can speak Parseltongue, you were sorted into Slytherin. All of this points to Salazar, Slytherin himself. Tell me, Harry, is there any truth to these rumors? Are you really the heir of Slytherin? This question was particularly piercing for a Slytherin student. Within Slytherin, there were complex feelings about the notion of an heir, a mix of pride from pureblood families and fear of Voldemort. And Harry, being the boy who lived, who could speak Parseltongue and had been sorted into Slytherin, faced accusations that pushed him to the forefront of controversy. Harry's expression darkened. The exhaustion in his eyes was replaced by a mix of anger and disgust. Miss Skeeter, he said coldly, my mother was born into a Muggle family, you know? Oh, yes, your mother is of Muggle origin. That's certainly true, Rita interrupted him dismissively. But bloodlines don't determine everything, do they? Salazar Slytherin could have passed on abilities or certain traits to non-pureblood descendants. And you speak Parseltongue, Harry. That's a mark of Salazar Slytherin. She didn't give Harry a chance to catch his breath. So, let's be more direct. What are your views on pure-blood wizarding families? What do you think about those who believe that only pure-bloods are true wizards? Do you agree with Salazar, Slytherin's idea of only admitting pure-blood students? Harry loathed Voldemort and the Death Eater's pure-blood supremacy, but he also knew that not all pure-blood families supported Voldemort. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He glanced at Draco beside him. Draco's expression remained inscrutable, his arms no longer crossed, but his fists tightly clenched. He just hoped Harry would get through this interrogation safely. I think pure-blood wizarding families. Harry said slowly, weighing each word. I believe abilities are more important. Oh, just looking at abilities? A very modern viewpoint, especially considering the house you are in. Rita's lenses glimmered again, as if she had caught a thread she could spin into a story. Most Slytherin students, especially those from ancient pure-blood families, don't think so. They believe that bloodline is the foundation of power and glory. Do you think they are somewhat stuck in their ways? Or that their fixation on their bloodline causes them to overlook other more important things? Rita skillfully pitted Harry against most Slytherins, trying to entice him to speak negatively about the pure-blood tradition. Draco's expression shifted slightly. He knew what Rita was doing, and Harry was standing on a dangerous edge. I think this question is unrelated to the Triwizard Tournament, Draco said, wanting to stop the conversation. Harry sensed the trap in Rita's words. He knew many pure-blood families indeed emphasize bloodlines, but he didn't want to generalize, nor did he want to offend the entire Slytherin house, especially families that were not supporters of the Death Eaters. He chose another way to phrase it. Everyone has their own opinions, Miss Skeeter. I believe abilities are more important. That's just my view. I can't speak for everyone. Harry did not directly attack pure-blood families. He merely reiterated his stance and defined it as a personal opinion. But your view isn't without basis, is it? Rita pressed on, her voice laced with a feigned understanding. You've seen powerful wizards, whether they are pure blood or not. Haven't you noticed that those who overly emphasize bloodlines sometimes come off as narrow-minded? Or that their prejudices prevent them from truly knowing a person, from discovering their potential? She tried to connect Harry's personal experiences with a critique of pure-blood prejudice. Narrow-minded? Prejudice? Images flashed through Harry's mind of some Slytherins mocking Muggle-born students, of the disdainful remarks occasionally heard in the Slytherin common room. He knew Rita was speaking the truth, but he didn't want to admit it so bluntly for fear of being used by her. He took a deep breath. Prejudice exists, Miss Skeeter, no matter what kind of prejudice. It certainly can hinder people. It has nothing to do with bloodlines themselves, but with the people who hold those prejudices. Rita was clearly dissatisfied with this watertight, or rather, lack of explosive answer. Her quick quill drew an irritated circle in the air. Draco knew he had once been one of those who held prejudices. He looked at Harry's tired, yet resolute profile, feeling a complex emotion rise within him. Both a sense of relief that Harry hadn't completely negated pure bloods and a self-examination prompted by Harry's critique of prejudice. Well said. It's about the people who hold prejudices. Rita's eyes sparkled as if she had found a new angle. So, do you think those who insist on pure blood supremacy are wrong? Are they hindering the progress of the magical world, creating unnecessary divides and hatred? She finally threw out the most direct, most dangerous question, trying to force Harry to take a side and explicitly oppose the pure blood theory. Harry did not answer immediately. This was the crucial question. If he said yes directly, he would anger many pure blood families, including some innocent ones, and would struggle within Slytherin. If he said no, it would go against his inner beliefs. He remained silent for a moment, quickly weighing his options in his mind. He glanced at Draco, who was staring at him intently, his expression filled with a near-pleading tension. Harry knew that although Draco came from a most traditional pure-blood family, he was not a fervent follower of Voldemort, at least not now. Moreover, he didn't want his answer to put Draco in a deeper predicament. There are powerful wizards who are both pure-blood and not. Harry's voice rose slightly, tinged with obvious irritation. Dumbledore was also a half-blood. This has nothing to do with bloodlines, but with personal choices and efforts. He stated definitively, trying to end this absurd interrogation. All I know is that I am a Slytherin student now, and I fight for Hogwarts. That's enough. You believe bloodlines are meaningless? Rita Skeeter's smile grew broader. I believe the magical world needs unity, not division, Harry said slowly, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. Using bloodlines to categorize and determine a person's worth does not promote unity. He did not directly say it was wrong, nor did he use Rita's vocabulary, but he expressed his denial of the pure blood supremacy theory in his own way. Everyone should have the opportunity to prove themselves, no matter where they come from or who their parents are. Draco's body relaxed slightly, but the tension did not completely dissipate. Harry's response gave him a sense of comfort. At least Harry hadn't denied everything with fierce rhetoric as he had feared. But at the same time, Harry's stance clearly indicated that he and the world he represented were in opposition to the beliefs Draco had been instilled with since childhood. This left him with a faint sting and a sense of powerlessness. Rita wanted to continue questioning, but Harry had already turned and walked straight toward another exit of the tent. He was exhausted, with no energy left to spar with this woman. He had given her enough answers. Harry, you haven't answered. Rita's sharp voice called after him, but Harry didn't look back. He just wanted to distance himself from this woman, from these foolish questions, from everything that made him feel weary and annoyed. Rita watched Harry leave, muttering a few reluctant words before turning her attention to Draco Malfoy, who was also a Slytherin champion. Perhaps she could dig up some insider information about Potter from Malfoy, or at least some insight into his own views on the pure blood theory. She shifted her focus, putting on that unpleasant, false smile again as she faced Draco. Draco sensed Rita's gaze and quickly masked his expression, donning a cold and arrogant facade once more. I have things to attend to. I must excuse myself. Draco swiftly headed in the direction Harry had gone. Chapter 183. The invitation. Harry only glanced at the latest headline in the Daily Prophet before tossing it aside. The front page boldly proclaimed, Harry Potter, the chosen one, heir of Slytherin, shocking pure blood views revealed. You did the right thing. If I were you, I wouldn't even glance at that, Draco said, looking at Harry. I shouldn't have talked to that old hag. Harry restrained his anger. Ed, sitting in the chair beside him, shrugged with a somewhat helpless expression. She was the same when she interviewed me and Crumb. She kept pestering Crumb about whether he had a girlfriend or someone he was interested in. Harry said with a stern face, she kept pestering me with the same question. He remembered Rita Skeeter's incessant questioning and felt a wave of nausea. Ha, Potter, do you have a girl who makes your heart flutter? Ed mimicked Rita's probing tone, asking Harry. Of course not, Harry replied grumpily. He didn't even have enough energy to deal with the competition, let alone think about those messy things. Crumb does, though he's still in the crush stage, Ed said with a smile, a hint of gossip in his tone. He told me directly. I don't think he was trying to hide it from anyone, except for not wanting to tell Rita Skeeter. Oh, Draco looked at Ed with curiosity, his gaze shifting between Ed and Harry. He knew that when Harry said of course not, he truly meant it. But Crumb had no rumors about him in all the interviews and news so far. Crumb is currently troubled about how to express his feelings, Ed continued. I thought world superstars would just directly invite someone, and no one would refuse. Draco said, that girl doesn't like Quidditch that much. Ed replied, which seemed to be the crux of Crumb's troubles. She doesn't care much about Crumb's fame, but I think the upcoming Christmas ball is a great opportunity. What ball? Harry asked, completely immersed in his disdain for Rita Skeeter just moments ago, not paying attention to what Ed had said afterward. There's a ball at Christmas, Ed replied. He looked at Harry's confused expression and added, it's a traditional ball for the champions, a tradition during the Triwizard Tournament, and students from all 3 schools will attend, with the champions leading the dance. Upon hearing this, Harry's anger, which had just subsided a little, was replaced by another emotion, surprise, followed by obvious distress. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but didn't. A ball? Leading the dance? He hadn't expected this at all. Why would he need to lead a dance? He hadn't even figured out how to handle the next competition yet. Lead the dance? Dance with others? Harry frowned as if he had just swallowed a live rat. Of course, you need a dance partner, Ed nodded, his tone light. And it's best to find one early, especially someone like you, a celebrity. There will definitely be countless people wanting to dance the first dance with you. Wonderful, Harry muttered, leaning back his chair, arms crossed, as if bracing for disaster. Draco moved a bit closer as he spoke. Don't tell me you can't even dance. Of course I can't, Harry shot back almost immediately, his voice tinged with irritation. He glanced again at the discarded Daily Prophet, as if every word on that paper was mocking him. Draco observed Harry. When Ed mentioned needing a dance partner, he keenly caught the flash of panic and discomfort that crossed Harry's face. Maintaining a nonchalant expression, Draco said in a tone that sounded somewhat gleeful, That's wonderful. I haven't heard of this, but I really can't dance? Harry repeated, as if trying to understand the situation through repetition. His gaze was somewhat blank. Clearly, this sudden news had thrown his thoughts into disarray. You can pay me to teach you. I guarantee you'll learn, Draco couldn't help but add, his voice carrying a subtle allure. This is an important social event. Everyone's watching the champions. You can't just run away, right? That would be too embarrassing. Harry irritably ran his fingers through his hair. Aren't we supposed to focus on preparing for the competition? He muttered, his face flushing slightly, unsure if it was from anger or the topic itself. He thought about the golden egg he had put aside after the competition and now had to find a dance partner. All of it just made him dizzy. Ed watched the interaction between the two with some amusement and confusion. He didn't know what the tense and strange atmosphere between them was about. Champions usually decide on their partners in advance. I think the person invited would generally be happy to agree. You can lock in some popular choices early, Ed kindly reminded. It's still early. I'm thinking of ways to give Crumb some ideas. Popular choices? Draco's gaze returned to Harry. He said softly, as if just casually mentioning it. Who do you think are the popular choices? Harry frowned. I don't know, and I don't care. Oh, you better care, Draco said with a playful smirk. After all, this concerns Slytherin's reputation. You wouldn't want others to think our champion can't even find a decent dance partner, would you? Harry fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Draco's words. He indeed didn't want to embarrass himself in such a way, especially in front of Draco. But finding a dance partner, that felt trickier than facing a dragon. All right, Draco cleared his throat, returning to his usual, slightly arrogant tone. Stop worrying like a fool here. You still have plenty of time. Someone will definitely want to go to the ball with you. He paused, looking intently at Harry, and added in a lower voice, as if only they could hear, if you wanted to teach you how to dance, you'll need to book in advance. Who are you going to invite? Harry suddenly asked Draco. Shouldn't you be worrying about your own matters before focusing on me? You better start practicing, Draco chuckled lightly, his voice carrying an indescribable meaning. Otherwise, stepping on someone else's foot would be too embarrassing, especially in front of the entire school and international friends. You make it sound like you're a great dancer, Harry retorted, his tone laced with a hint of confrontation. I certainly am. Draco raised an eyebrow, leaning casually against the table, his posture relaxed and elegant. The Malfoy family has had dance lessons since childhood. Etiquette, dance steps, rhythm. I could even lead you. Harry was momentarily speechless, staring at Draco's face for 2 seconds before coming back to his senses. What a joke, he said quietly, his ears turning slightly red. Not a joke, Draco smiled, but there was a hint of seriousness in that smile. I won't, Harry interrupted him, speaking quickly as if afraid of revealing some other emotion. Draco fell silent for a moment, just quietly watching him. I'm just making a suggestion, he finally said softly, his voice much lower. It's not a bad idea. Ed watched them from the side, raising an eyebrow as if he sensed something, but didn't interject, just giving a meaningful smile. You two look, how should I put it, a bit like a pre-fight warm-up, Ed said, but I'm quite looking forward to how you both will amaze everyone at the Christmas ball. I won't wear that ridiculous little dress, Harry mumbled. You better change your mind, or Professor McGonagall will personally pick one for you, Draco said, a hint of amusement in his eyes. And if you don't want to fall flat on your face in the dance floor, my offer still stands. I'll think about it, Harry said sulkily. Chapter 184. Count me in as a warrior from Durmstrang. Crumb found the enthusiasm of Hogwarts students overwhelming. His status as an international sports star made it feel like he was dragging a tale of excited screams and curious gazes wherever he went. He sought peace in the library, but instead found something even more distracting. Hermione always sat at the large wooden table by the window, completely immersed in her books, her thick, tousled hair falling over her face when she looked down. Her fingers, holding a quill, were stained with ink from long hours of writing, yet her movements were meticulous. Crumb had never seen anyone as focused on their studies as she was. Recently, Crumb had been coming to the library every day, quietly sitting across from her. He would sneak glances at her over the pages of his book, watching her frown, occasionally tapping her chin with the quill, and flipping pages quickly. Many times he wanted to say something, even just to ask, do you mind if I sit here? But the words always caught in his throat. Crumb was afraid she would notice his distracted state and think he was just a foolish boy staring blankly, which would make her feel worse about him. So, he just sat quietly, letting his thoughts drift between the books and the girl across from him. That day, Crumb had just sat in on a class about ancient runes with some upperclassmen from Hogwarts. Though he found it a bit challenging, at least he experienced a course that Durmstrang did not offer when he stepped out of the classroom and saw a scene in the corridor. Hermione Granger, the girl from the library, was standing there holding a large pile of knitted items, scarves, hats, socks, badges, all stitched with large letters. P.E.W. She was trying to sell these items to passing students, or more precisely, promoting the cause behind them. The Hogwarts students clearly knew what S.P.E.W. was. Their reactions were the same. Their eyes quickly scanned Hermione and her items, then immediately looked away, their pace quickening as if Hermione were some contagious disease. They murmured to each other, expressions tinged with awkwardness and indifference. A small vacuum of space formed around Hermione, despite no one stopping or showing even the slightest interest. Hermione seemed undeterred. Her back was straight, clutching the pile of knitted goods, her gaze firmly fixed on each person hurrying past her. She quietly repeated something, her voice filled with an undeniable passion and determination. Krum stopped in his tracks. He had always been curious about what was going on in that wild-haired head of Hermione's. Her passion for studying was so pure, but it seemed now that her enthusiasm reached beyond that. He stepped forward, entering the area that Hogwarts students were deliberately avoiding. Hermione's eyes lit up with a hint of surprise and delight, as if Krum were the first person genuinely willing to approach her. "Hello," she greeted warmly, her voice much louder than in the library. "Would you like to stop and hear about the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, shortened S.P.E.V.? We aim to improve the miserable living and working conditions of house elves and fight for their rights and freedoms." She launched into an impassioned speech, discussing the history of house elf enslavement, their unfair treatment, and the mission and goals of S.P.E.V. She spoke so earnestly that her cheeks turned slightly pink, her eyes sparkling. She waved the knitted socks in her hands, emphasizing that she had made them herself, and that the proceeds would go toward S.P.E.W.'s activities. S.P.E.V. Vomit? Krum asked, his curiosity piqued. Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Hermione corrected him seriously. Krum listened quietly, his gaze shifting from her passionate face to the variously colored and size-knitted socks in her hands. They looked a bit rough, and the stitches were uneven. "These are souvenirs. The house elves at Hogwarts don't want them," Hermione said, pulling out a small green sock from her pocket and handing it to Krum. The sock was embroidered with 4 letters in yellow thread, crookedly stitched. Krum carefully took the sock, the fuzzy texture spreading in his palm. He looked at Hermione, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of his usual dullness, but also a seriousness. "How is it going?" Hermione sighed softly, a flicker of helplessness crossing her face, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "I'm still developing the alliance. You know, many people don't understand this, and some even think it's unnecessary." "Well," Krum nodded, aware of the wizarding family's attitudes toward house elves. They were the beneficiaries of the labor provided by house elves. It would be difficult to persuade them to give up such convenience. Hermione's expression grew serious. She found it hard to refute this point, as it touched on the core of the issue. Yes, wizards enjoyed the free labor of house elves, which made them accustomed to this way of life and reluctant to see change. But she genuinely cared for those bound creatures. The abuse and injustice they suffered kept her awake at night. And Krum continued, his fingers gently stroking the little sock. "If you want to truly change the status of house elves, perhaps the first thing to change is the house elves' own mindset." Hearing this, Hermione's face revealed deep distress. "Exactly. That's the part that gives me the most headache. When those house elves hear me mention wages, freedom, independence, they get immediately scared and don't want to listen to me anymore, even feeling like I'm insulting them." She hugged the knitted items tightly. "I think," Krum pondered, "to change deeply ingrained beliefs, it will be a very long and difficult process." He looked at Hermione, seeing the fatigue and unwillingness in her eyes. After a moment, he suggested, "Maybe you should consider approaching it from a different angle, like entering the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Then, combined with advocacy, you can slowly push for change from a more macro perspective. The students here probably can't help you much." Hermione paused, as if she had never considered it from this angle. She had always thought of direct action and direct liberation. But Krum's words made her realize that without grassroots movement, any change might be ineffective. She contemplated this possibility seriously, her expression reflecting that she had been somewhat persuaded. Seeing that Hermione seemed to have taken his suggestion to heart, Krum felt a wave of joy. He liked seeing her vibrant and wise, even more so when she fell into contemplation because of his words. He carefully tucked the little green fuzzy sock into his backpack, as if it were a precious treasure. "Your idea is unique. I've seen some abused house elves," Krum added. "If you need new members, count me in. I would certainly welcome that." "I see you in the library every day," Hermione replied, clearly acknowledging that her current attempts in recruitment at Hogwarts were not as successful as she had imagined. "I'll think carefully about what you've said. I've never considered entering the ministry or becoming an official. I'm in the library because it's quiet," Krum nodded. "Only those in power can change many things." "It seems that entering the Ministry of Magic is not easy," Hermione said. "I also saw your performance in the Triwizard Tournament. It was brilliant. I've never seen that spell before. You could try to enter the ministry. That would be much more meaningful than playing Quidditch." "Didn't you watch the World Cup?" Krum asked with a smile. That match was his moment to shine in front of the whole world. "No, I didn't but I occasionally go to watch the House Cup matches," Hermione said, cheering for Gryffindor. Her tone lightened a bit. Oh, Crumb raised an eyebrow. You don't like Quidditch? It's okay, Hermione shrugged, mostly to support my friends. I know you're a famous player. Crumb's expression dimmed slightly for a moment, but he quickly perked up again. If I had the chance to invite you to watch me play, he asked courageously, his voice tinged with a barely noticeable nervousness, would you come? Hermione hesitated. She rarely accepted such invitations, and she knew how much attention Crumb's matches would attract. To show concern for the new member, Crumb raised the S.P.E.W. badge in his hand. Hermione thought for a moment. Crumb was the only one today, and the only one in these past few days, who had genuinely listened to her about the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. He didn't mock her, didn't shy away from her, and even offered what sounded like serious suggestions. This made her feel a subtle, grateful emotion. Hermione nodded and softly said, sure. Crumb's eyes lit up instantly, and a rare, shy smile appeared on his face. Great, he said softly, thank you, Hermione. Do you know how to pronounce my name? Hermione suddenly noticed Crumb's accent, and her name was a challenge for many people to pronounce. Crumb's smile faltered for a moment, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He was quite sure about the correct pronunciation. It's okay, Hermione said gently. It's Hermione. She slowed her speech and demonstrated clearly. Hermione. Crumb tried to pronounce it, sounding like he added a vague N or EE sound after Hermione. No, it's Hermione, Hermione corrected, repeating it clearly again. Hermione. Crumb struggled to pronounce, his brow furrowing, his tongue seeming not to cooperate. He looked a bit awkward, but very earnest. That's all right. Hermione thought that was quite good. I'll go find you in the library, Crumb said earnestly, lowering his head. Synopsis. During Harry's 11th summer, his godfather arrives unexpectedly. Harry ends his life on Privet Drive and comes to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Meanwhile, the down-and-out Lupin receives a letter from an old friend. Misunderstandings and longing give birth to new feelings after their reunion. To clear his name and seek revenge for his friends, Sirius Black embarks on a long journey.